The first ray of sunlight in the early morning filtered through the curtains and spilled into the room. Chi-yun was engrossed in his work, a task that had kept him awake for several consecutive nights. Over the past few days, the lights in his room had not been turned off even once. He yawned, rubbing his face with his hands in an effort to stay awake. Before him stood a massive machine, towering over 2 meters high. At its center was inlaid a crystal-clear gemstone, surrounded by intricate and complex patterns. Though the patterns were exquisitely crafted, they paled in comparison to the gemstone itself. The energy contained within that gemstone, if revealed to the outside world, could trigger upheavals across the entire planet. Moreover, this machine was something he had painstakingly assembled by hand over several sleepless nights, adhering to a detailed blueprint. Just gathering the necessary materials had taken him nearly a year. Now, the moment to test his creation had finally arrived. He flipped the switch, and the machine began to operate smoothly. Under the influence of some unseen force, the gemstone unleashed a powerful wave of energy. The energy rippled outward from him as the center, spreading rapidly until it enveloped the entire earth. Far away on the peaks of the Himalayas, the Ancient One opened her eyes. She had sensed a strange, unfamiliar force passing right by her. This force carried with it a cold and unfeeling aura. She attempted to trace it, but her efforts ended in failure. The energy wave had come and gone in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, in the instant this energy spread, the river of time underwent some kind of change, something she couldn't pinpoint, but was certain had occurred. A turbulent time lies ahead, the Ancient One murmured softly. Then she closed her eyes again, returning to her meditative state. Back in New York, Chi-yun stared tensely at the machine. Whether or not it functioned as intended would determine the success or failure of all his plans. If it failed, it wouldn't just mean a delay. It would mean missing the perfect opportunity for advancement. Fortunately, luck had always been on his side. For others, death was the end. But for him, death had brought about a new life, along with extraordinary abilities. Time anchor successfully established. World connection confirmed. A cold voice echoed in his mind. He wasn't surprised. He had heard this voice countless times before. It worked. He took a deep breath and opened the interface of his main god system. Main god system. User, Chi-yun. Contracted individuals, 0. Connected worlds, 1. Occupied worlds, 0. Fantastic, he shouted excitedly. After all this time and effort, he had finally succeeded. As a fledgling main god with only a single world core to his name. Achieving success on the first try proved he was truly lucky, a classic example of what gamers might call an RNG god. The machine, having fulfilled its purpose, stopped functioning. Upon contact with the air, it disintegrated into ashes, sparing him the trouble of disposing of it. After a quick wash, he stepped out of his room. The warm sunlight stung his eyes slightly. He couldn't help but wonder how long he had stayed cooped up in that room. As his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, he stretched lazily and headed toward a nearby fast food joint. Since his arrival in this world, he had spent most of his time resolving issues about his identity. What little money he had left had been spent on acquiring the materials needed for his machine. All he could afford now was fast food. Once his plans took off, he vowed to treat himself to the most expensive steak money could buy, eating one bite and tossing the rest if he wanted to, just because he could. As he bit into his burger, he chuckled inwardly at the thought. The TV in the fast food restaurant was airing an economic program. Professor Kane, what's your take on the disappearance of Tony Stark? The host asked softly. The disappearance of that playboy is bound to negatively impact Stark Industries' overall operations. The market's reaction has already demonstrated that quite clearly, Professor Kane replied, assuming the air of an elite academic. Recently, Stark Industries' stock price has dropped by 30%. Do you think it will continue to fall? The host asked, following her cue card. No, you have to understand, the stock's decline is merely a short-term adjustment caused by Tony Stark's disappearance. So, to all investors out there, this is a golden opportunity. Buying Stark Industries stock at such a low price is something previously unimaginable, Professor Kane declared, his face serious even as he spoke the most absurd words. The host didn't seem surprised by Kane's response. After all, The program was backed by parties with vested interests in Stark Industries. But Tony Stark is still the company's CEO. His disappearance, with no news of his fate, doesn't that pose a risk of further stock decline? When it comes to hosting, I bow to your expertise, but when it comes to economics, you should listen to the professionals, Kane said with a hearty laugh before continuing. Tony Stark is merely the figurehead CEO. The true backbone of Stark Industries is none other than Obadiah Stane. Listening to Kane's nonsense, Chi-Yun couldn't help but yawn. Did this guy really think everyone watching was an idiot? Anyone with an IQ above 50 could guess that this so-called professor had been paid off by Stane to pave the way for his takeover of Stark Industries. Even if the stock price plummeted further, Stark Industries would still be a giant. After all, a camel, no matter how thin, is still larger than a horse. After tossing his trash into the bin, Chi-Yun left the fast food restaurant. Honestly, if he had the money, he would have shorted Stark Industries stock. Knowing the plot's trajectory, it would be a guaranteed profit. And when news of Tony Stark's return broke, he could switch to going long. Then, when Tony announced the shutdown of the weapons division, he'd sell short again. Finally, when Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, he'd go long once more. With these moves, his funds could multiply several times over. Unfortunately, he had more pressing matters to deal with. Otherwise, as someone who understood economics, he would never pass up such an opportunity. On his way back to his room, his ears were filled with the chatter of citizens discussing Tony Stark's disappearance. The event had dominated newspaper headlines for days. Countless people had gone bankrupt amid the turmoil. After all, Stark Industries was once considered an unshakable titan. With Tony Stark at the helm, the company's stock had almost never declined. In fact, a popular saying in the American investment world was, "Stark Industries stock." After forming the sealed chamber, Chi-Yun calmed his mind and extended his consciousness outward along the established wave network, using the innate power of the main god to search for a suitable candidate on Earth. The selection of the first candidate was of critical importance. Given the limited resources at his disposal, Chi-Yun had to proceed with utmost caution. He needed this worker to be capable enough to help replenish his nearly depleted resource pool. Now that he understood the world he was in, Chi-Yun already had a few potential candidates in mind. First, there was Captain America. Honest and upright, with extraordinary combat skills, he could hold his own against virtually any opponent and perform exceptionally well in most tasks. The downside, however, was that as a pure warrior, choosing him would mean a relatively slow development in the early stages. Next was Spider-Man. Kind-hearted, with impressive scientific prowess, he possessed enhanced physical abilities, quick reflexes, and a certain level of resistance to harsh environments. However, his youth and impulsiveness often led him to veer off course during missions due to unforeseen events. For Chi-Yun, Peter's potential death wasn't a major concern, but mission failure would mean a longer wait before recruiting the next candidate. Then there was Agent Coulson. As a seasoned SHIELD operative, he was experienced, affable, and often referred to as the village chief of the beginner zone, with access to the resources of a large organization. However, his weaknesses were glaring. His personal abilities were limited, making early-stage mission failures highly likely. Choosing Coulson also meant an increased risk of exposing the existence of the main god, which, while not a major concern for Chi-Yun, could still draw unwanted attention at such an early stage. Finally, there was Tony Stark, the ideal choice. Exceptionally talented, capable of building a suit of armor with nothing but rudimentary tools and a missile, and possessing unparalleled intelligence. He could accomplish nearly any task. However, there were two major drawbacks. First, his current safety was precarious. If Chi-Yun chose him, and Tony were to die at the hands of terrorists, it would be an irreparable loss, though once under Chi-Yun's influence, Tony's abilities made this scenario highly unlikely. Second, Tony's personality was a factor. Arrogant and rebellious, who knew what kind of disruptive behavior he might exhibit during missions. Chi-Yun's current abilities were limited. He even had to avoid detection by the Ancient One. If discovered, he might find himself forced into negotiations, much like Dormammu. For similar reasons, Thor was also ruled out. Odin was not someone Chi-Yun could afford to provoke at this stage. After careful deliberation, Chi-Yun ultimately chose Tony Stark, who was currently imprisoned in the Middle East. This choice offered moderate risks and rewards, making him an ideal starting character. Once the decision was made, Chi-Yun didn't hesitate. That was his nature. Once he made a choice, he neither looked back nor regretted it. Focusing his energy, Chi-Yun successfully established a connection with Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony was fully absorbed in assembling a makeshift suit of armor, intent on escaping his captivity. Candidate detected. The main god space is now open to you. Hearing this voice, Tony instinctively touched the wires connected to his chest, wondering if they were affecting his brain. Scanning complete. Candidate's body exhibits severe damage. Vital signs are relatively stable. Asterisk asterisk. Analysis complete. Candidate's intelligence level surpasses 99% of baseline humans. Asterisk asterisk. The persistent voice caused Tony to pause his work. Hallucinations were possible, but ones as coherent and logical as this were almost unheard of. Dr. In-sun, who was nearby, noticed Tony suddenly freeze and approached him with concern. Tony, are you feeling all right? Is the battery running out? Tony raised a hand to signal In-sun to stay quiet. He had a feeling this might be the opportunity to escape. First-time selection benefits being expanded. Expansion complete. Tony Stark, do you accept entry into the main god space? Chi-Yun anxiously awaited Tony's response. If Tony refused, it would be the worst possible start. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why did the main god system have to give candidates a right to choose? Couldn't they just be recruited first and have the conditions explained later? Tony pondered for a moment, then asked softly, what does the main god space represent? What do I gain by joining, and what do I have to give in return? In-sun, unable to hear the voice in Tony's head, saw only his lips moving and began to worry that the shrapnel might have shifted into Tony's brain. Upon joining the main god space, you will periodically travel to different worlds to complete designated tasks. The rewards you receive will depend on the completion level of these tasks. Asterisk asterisk. Additionally, the main god space is omnipotent. Tony scrutinized the information appearing in his mind. He was beginning to believe the voice was real. After all, technology capable of projecting stable textual information directly into the human brain far surpassed anything currently available. Omnipotent? Can it bring the dead back to life? As he asked this question, images of his father Howard and his mother flashed through his mind. The main god space offers various methods of resurrection. Success depends on the specific method, the tools used, and the characteristics of the individual being resurrected. Hearing this, a surge of emotion rose within Tony, but his thoughts became even sharper in this critical moment. Can you help me get out of here? Tony pressed further, seeking more details. Question limit reached. Please make your choice. Join or decline. Chi-Yun had ensured that each potential candidate was allowed only one round of questions. Information, after all, was a precious resource and couldn't be offered without limits. Tony realized that joining would mean transitioning from a boss to a worker. But compared to the alternative, losing his life, this seemed like the far better option. Besides, if the main god's claims were true, he might even have a chance to bring his deceased loved ones back. I'll join, Tony declared firmly. As soon as he spoke, the information in Tony's mind exploded into countless points of light, which then merged into his body. Tony, are you all right? In-sun called out repeatedly, worried that Tony's lack of response might mean he needed immediate medical attention. I'm fine. A smile spread across Tony's face as he looked at In-sun. Trust me, we're getting out of here soon. I know, but you need to take care of yourself first, In-sun replied with concern. If you collapse, the only way we're leaving here is in body bags. Asterisk asterisk. Welcome to the main god space. You may select one of the following options as your novice benefit. Asterisk asterisk. After Tony joined the main god space, Chi-Yun, adhering to the rules set by the previous main god, began distributing the initial benefits. Although Chi-Yun had the authority to cancel this tradition, he decided to retain it for now, considering Tony's precarious situation. After all, if you want a horse to run, you've got to feed it first. Chi-Yun hoped Tony would prove to be a valuable steed, one that could eat grass and produce milk, creating immense value for the main god space. Hearing the word benefits, Tony's lips twitched slightly. He was used to being the one doling out benefits to others, Who would have thought he'd one day be on the receiving end? The options for the benefits were as follows. 1. Advanced life restoration. Repairs the body, restoring it to an ideal conceptual state and eliminates various negative effects, including toxins. 2. Genetic physique enhancement. Repairs and activates dormant genes, providing a positive enhancement to the user. The effects depend on the quality and attributes of the user's genes. 3. Elemental affinity. Increases the user's sensitivity to and affinity with elements, granting the ability to perceive and manipulate elemental forces. Asterisk. Option tailored for individuals with exceptional intelligence. Asterisk. 4. Mechanics Job Manual. Grants the user an opportunity to transition into the mechanic profession. Upon completing the designated task, the user will officially begin their journey as a mechanic. Asterisk. Option tailored for specific compatible traits. Asterisk. As Tony reviewed the options laid out by the main god space, a wave of excitement surged through him. Each of these benefits was undeniably valuable. After all, in the real world, countless billionaires would willingly trade their entire fortunes for a healthy body, and some of those fortunes were even larger than his own. Analyzing the benefits one by one, Tony realized they were all incredibly useful to him. The first option could immediately resolve his critical health issues, freeing him from the burden of relying on the arc reactor to stay alive. The second option reminded him of Captain America. If it could strengthen him to that level, he'd be confident enough to escape with Inson. However, the shrapnel lodged in his chest might complicate the enhancement process. The third and fourth options were clearly geared toward long-term development. The third option seemed to be a prerequisite for becoming a mage, and Tony couldn't help but feel flattered by the label exceptional intelligence, which matched his own self-assessment. But when his eyes landed on the fourth option, Tony's mind was made up. He felt an inexplicable pull toward it, a strong instinct that this was not only the right choice, but the perfect one for him. Without hesitation, Tony made his selection. Immediately, a floating, rotating chip appeared in his consciousness. This must be the mechanic's job manual. However, before he had a chance to examine it, the final process of the main god space began. Benefit selection complete. Semi-digitalized combat assistance system activating. Warning: this system is for auxiliary use only. Damage to vital organs, such as the heart or brain, will still result in death. Your first mission will commence in 24 hours. Please take note of the time. Asterisk, asterisk. 24 hours? Tony's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected it to be so soon. If he disappeared from this place suddenly, Inson would undoubtedly die. Those terrorists wouldn't spare the doctor who had saved his life. Main God, what is the time flow ratio between this world and the mission world? Tony asked urgently. The time flow will be determined by the relative difference between the origin world and the mission world. Upon confirming that time wouldn't completely stop during the mission, Tony immediately said, "Request to delay the mission start time." He couldn't let Inson, his savior, die because of him. Special talent candidate privilege 1/1 available. Would you like to use it? Use it. Tony exhaled in relief when he realized there was some leeway. Privilege used. The first mission will commence in 7 days. Please take note of the time. Asterisk, asterisk. 7 days. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow. He had to find a way to escape with Inson within this time frame. Meanwhile, Chi-Yun, after watching Tony complete several key steps, withdrew his attention. He had already done his part. If Tony still couldn't survive, that was no longer his responsibility. After all, he was the main god, not a babysitter. Tony glanced at the scattered tools and parts on the workbench in front of him. He realized that completing his escape plan in just 7 days was impossible. It seemed he had only one option left. His gaze shifted to the mechanic's job manual. Sensing Tony's focus, the chip began to rotate and then disintegrated into countless points of light. These lights coalesced mid-air, forming text that displayed directly on Tony's retina. Mechanic job progression task. Task description. The mechanic is a specialized profession. To join, candidates must pass the mechanic's examination. Upon successful completion, the candidate will officially begin their journey as a mechanic. Task requirements. Successfully create a mechanical product of white rank or above with a personal contribution rate of 95% or higher. Task time limit, 24 hours. Task reward. Official entry into the mechanic profession. Reading the task details, Tony actually felt a sense of relief. Building mechanical devices was child's play for him. He'd been treating complex assembly projects as games since he was a kid. However, given the time constraints, his original plan to construct the full suit of armor would have to be scrapped. He needed to shift to a product that could be manufactured quickly. After a moment of thought, Tony's gaze landed on the missile scraps on the workbench. An idea sparked in his mind. "Son, do me a favor. We need to make something else first." 12 hours later, under Tony's extraordinary technical expertise, a miniature missile sat on the workbench. Product analysis complete. Item classified as white rank. Score 3. Submit. Only 3 points? Tony muttered in disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a 5-point system. Even then, it was barely a passing grade. He opened the scoring details. Roughly assembled miniature missile. Attack mechanism. Electronically triggered detonation. Damage potential 0, 100. Completion rate 70%. Evaluation. A hastily assembled electronic miniature missile created by a novice without professional equipment. Low completion rate, prone to malfunction. Asterisk, if I were you, I wouldn't even think about using this. It's more likely to kill you than your enemies. Asterisk, legendary star mechanic Han Xiao. Score, white rank, 3 points. Asterisk, note, white rank items are scored from 0 to 10. Asterisk, reading the evaluation, Tony's face twitched uncontrollably. This was the first time in his life he'd been so mercilessly mocked in the field of weapon manufacturing. "No way. There's no way I'm using this for the task," Tony declared resolutely. The mission reward was secondary. He simply couldn't stomach the humiliation of accepting such an evaluation from someone named Han Xiao. Insun watched as Tony, after a brief pause, suddenly threw himself back into his work with even more fervor. Insun's concern deepened. He began to worry that the immense pressure was starting to take a toll on Tony's mental state. Unfortunately, he wasn't a psychologist. There was little he could do to help. The 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Except for necessary meals, Tony hadn't rested for even a moment. It had been a long time since he'd thrown himself into work with such fervor. Driven by the external pressure, Tony pushed his abilities to their very limit, operating at almost twice his usual efficiency. He not only redesigned the miniature missile's blueprints from scratch, but also meticulously refined and reassembled the entire device. In terms of craftsmanship, this tiny missile far surpassed the quality of most weapons produced at Stark Industries. As the final moment approached, Tony decisively submitted his creation. Enhanced exquisite miniature missile modified. Attack mechanism. Electronically triggered and contact-based detonation. Damage potential 100 to 150. Evaluation. Crafted from a modified miniature missile blueprint, with exquisite workmanship, but lower manufacturing efficiency. Asterisk. A fine piece of craftsmanship, but when exactly would such a thing prove useful? Asterisk. Legendary star mechanic Han Xiao. Score. White rank, 7 points. Seeing the score, Tony let out a sigh. This was the very best he could produce given the current conditions. Achieving this level in such a crude environment was already an incredible feat. After the task was submitted, the miniature missile quietly disappeared into thin air. Job transition task complete. Final evaluation. A. Transition commencing. Asterisk. An invisible force descended from the void, enveloping Tony. Under its influence, Tony experienced a fleeting vision of a vast fleet capable of crossing the stars. Mechanic job acquired successfully. You have gained beginner-level mechanical affinity, rapid reading, and stable assembly. Insun, who had been watching everything unfold, was so stunned that his jaw nearly hit the floor. The development of events had far exceeded his expectations, and in just a few minutes, his worldview had been completely overturned. "Tony, this, that, what in the world? Are you okay?" Insun stammered as his gaze darted around nervously, finally managing to ask. "I'm fine. In fact, I feel amazing," Tony replied, flashing a confident smile. "Then what exactly is going on here?" Insun reached out to touch the now empty space on the workbench, his tone filled with disbelief. "Let's just say, I had a lucky encounter. I joined." Before Tony could finish, A warning rang out in his mind. Warning, detected subjective disclosure of main god, space-related information. Cease this behavior immediately. Unauthorized disclosure will result in penalties. The voice made Tony freeze in place. The main god space had issued what seemed like a mild warning rather than outright stopping him, which only made him feel even more uneasy. After a moment of thought, he decided to drop the subject. Join what? Insan pressed, his curiosity unrelenting. Nothing, Tony said, shaking his head. Let's just say it's something that'll help us escape this place. Insan, sensing Tony's reluctance to elaborate, chose not to push further. He vaguely understood that whatever this was, it was beyond his comprehension. Together, the two of them returned their focus to the half-finished suit of armor on the workbench. After successfully transitioning into the mechanic profession, Tony felt a peculiar connection to the suit in front of him, as if the mechanical parts had come to life in his eyes. Sensing the extraordinary change within himself, Tony lightly slid his right hand across the back of his left, opening his personal status interface. Name, Tony Stark. Profession, mechanic beginner. Level, 3, based on physical fitness, mastery of professional knowledge, and innate abilities. Vitality, 71%, fixed attribute. Decreases from 100% based on injuries. Mechanical energy, 10, energy unique to mechanics. Strength, 4, affects carrying capacity, attack power, etc. Agility, 6+1, affects reflex speed, movement speed, etc. +1 from mechanic job bonus. Intelligence, 10+1, affects thought processing speed, memory, mechanical energy, etc. Stamina, 4, affects vitality, defense, etc. Charisma, 7, affects appearance, social interactions, etc. Luck, 5, is special attribute, extremely difficult to increase. Note, the average 5 attribute total for an adult male is 25, with an average luck of 3. Asterisk. This information is for combat assistance purposes only. Use it wisely. Asterisk. Skills acquired. Mechanical affinity, beginner, enhances understanding of machinery and improves initial control over all mechanical constructs. Rapid reading, increases reading speed and comprehension of mechanical-related materials. Stable assembly, enhances steadiness of hands during mechanical assembly and provides additional stability bonuses to crafted items. Black Tech Invention, innate talent. Your inventions have a chance to exceed their blueprint's intended effects, potentially upgrading the item's rank. Tony carefully read through his personal information several times, committing every detail to memory. Such a comprehensive evaluation of his abilities was something money couldn't easily buy. What surprised Tony was that, out of all the skills he had honed over the years, only one had been acknowledged as an innate talent by the main god space. The rest of his newfound abilities were the result of his job transition. This was entirely unexpected. However, with mechanical affinity and stable assembly, Tony could already feel a significant improvement in the process of assembling the suit. Issues like occasional hand tremors, which had previously caused setbacks, were now completely resolved. At his current pace, Tony was confident he could finish the suit within a few days. That would give him some time to prepare for the upcoming initial task once they escaped. Meanwhile, Chien was also busy preparing for Tony's first mission. Those 24 hours weren't just for Tony. They were also for Chien to make his own preparations. As a freshly minted main god, he had to carefully select a suitable mission world for his subordinate. After all, he couldn't just toss Tony into an overwhelmingly powerful realm like a primordial cosmic battlefield. A world like that might test survival skills at best, but would likely result in mission failure, since even the weakest beings there could crush Chi Yun's current capabilities. Damn it, what kind of hellish world is this? Chi Yun muttered, wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he escaped from a crystalline barrier. The world he had just explored was utterly terrifying. As soon as he entered, his vision was filled with swarms of Zerg armies and colossal interstellar fleets engaged in fierce combat. Chien had initially thought it might be a good place for Tony's mission, but he quickly realized that both sides seemed capable of detecting his presence. Not long after his arrival, he noticed an elite fleet and a special Zerg unit silently approaching his location. Fortunately, their cloaking methods were ineffective against his perception. Otherwise, even escaping safely might have been impossible. What puzzled Chi-Yun even more was how these two warring factions, locked in a brutal conflict, seemed to immediately unite against him, a foreign entity. This led him to suspect that this world had previously been influenced by some divine power, causing both sides to remain vigilant against similar beings. Hurriedly retreating from the higher-tier world, Chi-Yun crossed through several realms before finally stopping. With so many crystalline barriers between him and the pursuers, if they could still track him, he figured he was simply out of luck. Upon arriving in the new world, Chi-Yun took a deep breath and moved his body lightly. Strange traces appeared in the surrounding space, faint and fleeting. A derivative world? Chi-Yun muttered as he observed the phenomena, cross-referencing them with the knowledge inherited from the prior main god. Derivative worlds belong to the lower-tier world systems. The term lower tier didn't refer to their combat potential, but rather their inherent instability and peculiarities. These worlds lacked temporal continuity and were prone to resets, causing their inhabitants to remain trapped in cycles of reincarnation, unable to progress. The peculiarities lay in their unique internal rules, which often clashed with mainstream, universal laws. These rules were so significant that even a prodigy breaking through the world's limitations might die immediately as a result. Of course, derivative worlds could ascend in rank. The simplest method was to retain memories within the cycles, breaking free of the loops and allowing the world to progress. Another way was to connect the world to a larger, more stable world, gradually introducing mainstream laws to alter its essence, though this came with catastrophic transitional risks. Lastly, a powerful force or being could forcibly elevate the world. Once Chi-Yun confirmed he was in a derivative world, his first instinct was to leave. But after a moment of hesitation, he stayed his steps. If he couldn't find a semi-origin or origin world, a derivative world might suffice for now. He decided to observe its current state. If it was nearing a timeline reset, leaving would be the safest option. To Chi-Yun, the primary downside of derivative worlds was their resource instability. If other worlds were like fountains of gold, derivative worlds were stagnant ponds with a few gold specks scattered within. The resources they yielded often didn't justify the cost of extracting them. Each timeline reset would weaken the main god space's hold on the world, and maintaining control often consumed as much as the world could provide in return. This was why his predecessor's subordinates rarely ventured into derivative worlds. They simply weren't worth the effort. But Chi-Yun wasn't in the same position as his predecessor. Where his predecessor had begun with abundant resources, Chi-Yun was starting with almost nothing. He couldn't afford to be too picky. Descending onto the Earth's surface, Chi-Yun was met with a scene of devastation. Crumbling city ruins and deserted streets. After a brief aerial search, he finally spotted signs of life, if they could even be called that. With their lurching gait, decayed flesh, and movements driven solely by instinct, it was clear they were zombies. Observing one of the zombies for a few seconds, Chi-Yun deactivated the cloaking field around him, but the creature remained oblivious to his presence. Low sensory perception. This might be a good candidate for an initial mission, Chi-Yun mused. Suddenly, a unique power surged from afar. The moment it washed over the zombie, the creature's abilities disintegrated, leaving behind only a lifeless corpse. Frowning, Chi-Yun immediately flew toward the source of the disturbance. When he arrived, he found a mountain of corpses surrounding a single figure, a woman radiating an aura of blood and power. Recognizing her face, Chi-Yun instantly knew which derivative world he had entered. There was no mistaking it. This was the world of Resident Evil. Tell me, why am I doing all this? Alice murmured to herself, staring at her hands. Everything still resets. If it always starts over, what's the point? Chi-Yun froze for a moment. Had he been detected? Were people in this era so perceptive that they could casually pierce through his veil of concealment? If he had been discovered, he might as well initiate a conversation. There's no need to overthink it. This is simply the rule of your world. The fact that you've escaped its grasp is already remarkable. Chi-Yun seated himself next to Alice as he spoke. To his surprise, Alice reacted with extreme alarm, but also a glimmer of hope. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me. Chi-Yun suddenly realized he might have jumped to conclusions. She wasn't addressing him at all. Wait, don't go. Alice grabbed Chi-Yun's arm. Please tell me. How do I stop this damn cycle? You're certain you want to end it? Chi-Yun's hand twitched as he freed himself from her grip. Alice looked up, confusion etched across her face. Isn't this a form of immortality? Chi-Yun replied calmly. You're the only one in this world who remembers the cycles. Isn't each reset a brand new beginning? No, it's the cycle itself that's trapped us. If I could, I'd beg you to break it. Without hesitation, Alice dropped to her knees. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Chi-Yun gazed skyward. Break the cycle, and the world itself will cease to exist. Everything you've known, your very existence, will vanish along with it. What do you mean? Alice asked, her voice trembling. This world is like a circular ring, Chi-Yun explained, extending a hand. Under his control, golden energy formed a complex, glowing ring. The cycle you perceive is time running endlessly along this ring, like a TV show stuck on repeat. Breaking the cycle means shattering the ring. With a snap of his fingers, the glowing ring in his hand fractured into countless golden fragments, scattering into the air. This world cycle is about to begin again, Chi-Yun murmured. Does that mean we're doomed to repeat this forever? Alice's expression grew despondent. Well, if you'd like, I can make you forget everything. Sometimes, knowing too much is the source of all suffering, Chi-Yun said, gazing down at her. No, Alice shot to her feet, her body radiating light. Under its glow, the world's cycle seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. I refuse to believe this world is hopeless. There must be a way, and I'll find it. I have infinite chances to try. Hearing her resolute declaration, Chi-Yun couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to encounter such a rare gem in a derivative world. Time's up. Do you have anything else to say? Chi-Yun asked as the world around them collapsed, leaving only a 10-mile radius intact. Alice shook her head, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Her eyes now glimmered with a light of hope. In her final moments of consciousness, Alice heard a single sentence. To break the cycle, you must begin with a variable. I'll bring that variable to your world. It's up to you to seize it. As Chi-Yun's voice faded, Alice lost consciousness. Her awareness would only return at specific moments dictated by the cycle. Chi-Yun intended to see if she could change the mechanism on her own. If she succeeded, her value would rise high enough to warrant his intervention. After selecting the mission world, Chi-Yun returned to the Marvel Universe. 5 days had passed in his absence. In the distant Middle East, Tony Stark had completed his proudest creation yet, earning himself a new achievement, building a suit of armor with nothing but his bare hands. Mark I single-user armor, prototype. Description: height, 2.4 meters, width, 1.5 meters, length, 0.7 meters. Equipped with a flamethrower, miniature missile launcher, and melee blade. Powered by a miniature arc reactor. Outer shell constructed from salvaged special alloys. Attack modes: melee weapon, flamethrower, miniature missiles. Attack power: 0, 300. Defense power: 30. Evaluation: a crude killing machine with extremely limited combat endurance, poor defensive capabilities, and slow mobility. Asterisk: might make a decent toy for my son to play with, if you don't mind him potentially blowing himself up. Asterisk: legendary star Mechanic Han Shao. Score: green rank, 21 points. Note: green rank items are scored between 10 to 30. Seeing the item evaluation, Tony's face darkened. Did Han Shao have to be this sarcastic all the time? A toy for his son? One wrong move, and the kid would be sent to the afterlife. Wow, Tony, you're amazing, Insan said as he ran his hands over the armor in awe. Is this a single-user mech suit? It's every man's ultimate dream. Insan's admiration lifted Tony's mood a little. At least Insan knew how to give proper praise. It's all right, Tony said with feigned modesty, waving his hand. The equipment here was too crude, so I had to make do. Help me suit up, we're breaking out with this thing. Got it, Insan replied enthusiastically. Having participated in much of the armor's assembly, helping Tony put it on wasn't difficult for him. A few minutes later, Tony was fully suited up. The two men decided to wait until the terrorists brought their midday meal. taking out one or two of them quietly would increase their chances of a successful escape. Right on time, the terrorists arrived with the food at noon. Tony could hear their footsteps from a distance. He gave Einstein a look, then positioned himself by the door, ready to strike. Now, timing it perfectly, Tony activated the suit and slammed through the wall, bursting into the corridor. With a swift swing of the blade attached to the suit, he decapitated the nearest terrorist in one clean strike. The man's shocked expression froze as blood arced through the air, spattering against the armor. "Einstein, stay behind me. Move," Tony shouted without hesitation, charging toward the exit. Einstein grabbed a fallen rifle and followed close behind Tony, using the armor as cover as they advanced. The loud commotion from breaking through the wall alerted all the terrorists in the camp. They quickly regrouped, blocking the exit. Bullets ricocheted off the armor with a series of metallic clangs. Tony raised his right arm, activating the flamethrower. A fiery serpent surged forth, engulfing a cluster of terrorists in flames. The enhanced stability of the suit, thanks to his newly gained stable assembly skill, allowed the flamethrower to maintain a continuous, deadly stream of fire. Enduring the intense heat generated by the flamethrower, Tony led Einstein through the chaos, using the disarrayed ranks of the terrorists to his advantage. By the time they reached the outside of the camp, the armor was riddled with dents and craters from grenades. Had they been hit directly by an RPG, Tony wouldn't have survived. Fortunately, the terrorists' aim was poor, giving Tony the opening he needed. "Tony, they're catching up," Einstein shouted, glancing back at the flood of armed men pouring out of the camp. "I know. Don't stop. Keep running," Tony responded, his voice steady despite the situation. Turning his head slightly, Tony assessed the pursuing group. The armor's primitive design meant he had to rely on his own eyesight for targeting. As they ran, two compartments opened on the back of the suit, revealing a pair of miniature missiles. Tony took a deep breath and steadied himself. Aiming with nothing but his eyes wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. With a sharp whoosh, one of the missiles ignited and launched, slicing through the air before detonating amidst the pursuing group. The explosion eliminated several of the men at the front. "Damn it," Tony cursed under his breath. He hadn't aimed for the group itself. Wasting a missile on scattered enemies wasn't efficient with only two at his disposal. Leaping forward to dodge an incoming RPG, Tony pushed through the shower of shrapnel, his gaze locked on the camp's gate. With his mechanical affinity skill operating at maximum efficiency, he fired the second missile. This time, his aim was true. The missile struck the gate directly, a massive explosion reducing it to rubble and blocking the path behind them. The explosion wouldn't stop the chase entirely, but it bought them precious time. Once they were far enough from the camp, the signal jamming began to weaken. Tony immediately transmitted a distress signal on a specific channel. His numerous investments in the military over the years weren't for nothing. Activating this channel would ensure reinforcements arrived swiftly. After running a few more steps, Tony came to a halt. "Einstein, help me out of this thing," he said loudly. "It's too conspicuous." "Got it," Einstein agreed, slinging the rifle over his back and helping Tony exit the armor. Once free, Tony crouched down and tapped the lower half of the suit. A small locator beacon popped out from inside, landing in his hand. With this, Tony wasn't worried about the reinforcements finding them. After securing the beacon, Tony opened the suit's safety lock, revealing the temporary power unit within. He fiddled with it for a few moments, activating the self-destruct sequence before following Einstein and continuing their escape. The suit, now drained of its arc reactor power source, stood lifeless where they left it. It wasn't long before the terrorists, driving in a convoy of pickup trucks, caught up and surrounded the armor. Its imposing size immediately caught their attention. Realizing Tony had escaped, one of the terrorist leaders tapped the suit's outer shell disdainfully before spitting on the ground. He motioned for his men to continue tracking Tony's trail. Judging the timing carefully, Tony pressed a red button on the side of the beacon in his hand. A signal was transmitted and received by the suit. Moments later, the remaining energy in the suit triggered the self-destruct sequence. Seconds later, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. The shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sunlight. Hearing the blast, Einstein froze momentarily and turned back to look. Even from this distance, The plume of debris and smoke was clearly visible, evidence of the explosion's immense power. Tony clapped Insun on the shoulder. Keep moving. Once we're safe, I'll show you some real fireworks. Something way prettier than this mess. Meanwhile, the military had yet to respond to Tony's distress signal, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken action. They deployed 2 teams, one to locate and rescue Tony and Insun, and another armed to the teeth, tasked with intercepting the terrorist convoy. The vehicles pursuing Tony were easy to spot from the air, making them ideal targets for SHLD's advanced weaponry. SHLD's efficiency was, as usual, highly dependable. Tony and Insun didn't have to remain in hiding for long before reinforcements arrived. Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Coulson. My apologies for taking so long to find you, Coulson said politely, extending his hand toward Tony with an apologetic smile. Tony barely acknowledged him with a distracted nod. With only 2 days left until his mission began, he had no time to exchange pleasantries. He needed to start crafting equipment immediately. Every second counted. After boarding the aircraft, Tony tilted his head slightly. Coulson, right? Yes, Coulson confirmed with a nod. Where are we headed? To the nearest military base, Coulson explained. There, a team of doctors will conduct a full medical examination on both of you. No, Tony suddenly stood up, his voice firm. If they took him to some base, he'd have no time to prepare any equipment for the mission. For a mechanic like Tony, going into battle unequipped was a disgrace of the highest order. Change the destination. I want to go back to Stark Industries headquarters first, Tony demanded, his tone brooking no argument. Coulson hesitated for a moment. But, Mr. Stark, your physical condition. If it's a problem I can't solve myself, then your doctors can't solve it either. Just do as I say. Tony interrupted, his words sharp and decisive. Under Tony's unwavering insistence, the aircraft altered its course, heading straight for Stark Industries. While en route, Tony made a call to Pepper Potts, instructing her to arrange for a discreet pickup. He wanted to avoid reporters at all costs. His time was far too valuable to waste on interviews, especially now when every second mattered. Insun, Tony said, turning to his companion after ending the call. Once we arrive, you should get some rest. Anything you need, just ask Pepper. I've got some urgent matters to handle, but I'll catch up with you later. I understand. Insun replied with a nod. During their escape, he had already pieced together that there was likely another force working behind the scenes to aid them. Naturally, Tony needed to deal with that first. When the plane landed, Tony wasted no time, striding quickly toward Pepper, who was waiting for him. Pepper, prepare the materials I emailed you about, Tony said as soon as he saw her, cutting straight to the point. Pepper frowned, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. What was he up to now, fresh out of captivity? You've just been rescued. What you should be doing is resting, and then holding a press conference to stabilize the situation, Pepper said, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Hearing the discontent in her voice, Tony suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It seemed that his sensitivity had heightened after his near-death experience. Reflecting on his past, he realized how much he had taken Pepper for granted. Without a word, Tony turned and, in front of everyone, gave Pepper a warm hug. Caught off guard, Pepper froze. All her grievances against Tony dissolved in an instant. Pepper, I've relied on you for so much. Just this once, I need your help again. It's really important. Tony whispered softly into her ear. All right, Pepper murmured, her voice barely audible. As Tony walked away, one of Pepper's assistants approached her. Miss Potts, about the press conference. Cancel it, Pepper said with a wave of her hand, her gaze following Tony as he moved toward the building. Seeing her lingering hesitation, Tony turned around and gave her a small wave. Pepper quickly caught up with him. Once inside his workshop, Tony surveyed the state-of-the-art equipment surrounding him, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, tools that I can work with. Behind him was a pile of materials, all sorts of metals, wires, and components. Pepper, worried that it might not be enough, had doubled the order, ensuring he had more than he needed. Closing the workshop doors, Tony entered his shut-in mode. The workshop lights stayed on for 2 days straight. Through sleepless effort and relentless focus, Tony finally completed his new suit. Though it was a scaled-down version due to time constraints, it was functional. Many of his innovative ideas had to be set aside, but it was still a step up from his earlier prototype. When the suit was finished, Tony rubbed his tired eyes and checked the countdown for his mission. There were still a few hours left, just enough time for a short rest. During this time, Chi-Yun's attention remained fixed on Tony. Circling the armor, Chi-Yun nodded in approval. If all new recruits could be equipped with something like this, the success rate of their missions would skyrocket. However, replicating the armor, using his abilities would be resource-intensive. It seemed he'd need to persuade Tony to mass-produce these suits and then buy them at a low cost. With a snap of his fingers, the remaining hours slipped away. Minutes before the mission began, JRVS woke Tony. Rubbing his aching temples, Tony stood and stretched his arms. JRVS, suit me up. Under JRVS's control, the armor components detached from their resting places and were meticulously assembled onto Tony's body by the mechanical arms. JRVS, activate room scanning. Encrypt and store all footage from now onward, Tony instructed as he prepared himself. With the armor fully assembled, Tony accessed its data and compared it to the main GodSpace's scoring system. He wanted to better understand how the evaluations worked. Mark I single-user armor, condensed version. Description: height, 2.1 meters, width, 0.8 meters, length, 0.6 meters. Equipped with dual Gatling guns, laser emitters, miniature missile launchers, jet propulsion, intelligent assistance system. Powered by an enhanced miniature arc reactor. Outer shell, made of reinforced custom alloy. Attack modes: laser blasts, Gatling guns, miniature missiles. Attack power: 500. Defense power: 100. Evaluation: an excellent single-user combat suit with moderate endurance and overly bulky weapon systems, featuring high levels of intelligent assistance. Asterisk: a decent piece of craftsmanship. Would make a great collectible figure. Asterisk: legendary star mechanic Han Xiao. Score: green rank, 25 points. Note: green rank items are scored between 10 to 30. By comparing the armor score with his blueprints and test results, Tony began piecing together how the main GodSpace's evaluation system worked. From the differences between his two armors, he realized that the scoring wasn't linear. A 40-point blue-tier item could be far superior to a 39-point item in effectiveness. Tony hypothesized that the main GodSpace used a baseline model to score items, comparing their performance across various attributes and summing the results. Judging by his new suit's score, its intelligence systems likely earned it bonus points, possibly even reaching a blue-tier level, while its bulky weapon systems and energy issues likely resulted in deductions. As Tony pondered, the countdown for his mission reached 0. A portion of Chi-Yun's energy was consumed, and Tony, along with his armor, vanished from the Marvel Universe. After a brief moment of dimensional travel, Tony found himself in a new world. Chi-Yun's chosen destination was Raccoon City, the starting point of the Resident Evil storyline and the most suitable stage for Tony at this point in his development. Based on the mission's calculated difficulty, it should be manageable for Tony as long as he didn't act recklessly. However, if he chose to take unnecessary risks, the difficulty could escalate dramatically. With JRVS's assistance, Tony quickly recovered from the dizziness caused by the dimensional transition. World traversal complete. Mission issued. The main GodSpace displayed the mission details on Tony's retinal interface in textual form. Mission World, Resident Evil. World difficulty, LV5, LV20. World origin, 0% asterisk. This metric significantly impacts the final score for this world. Asterisk. World overview. The outbreak of the T-virus has infected numerous citizens, turning Raccoon City into a living hell. To slow the virus spread and cover up the outbreak, Umbrella Corporation has decided to launch a nuclear strike on the city after a limited time. Main task: rescue and retribution. Warning: the T-virus is highly contagious. Infected individuals lose all cognitive abilities and become mindless undead driven by instinct. Due to the delay in mission start time, the difficulty of the mission has increased. Hint: do not leave the designated area. Proceed cautiously, or the world difficulty will escalate significantly. Resident Evil, Tony muttered, scanning the world name and description. A plan began forming in his mind. He then proceeded to view the detailed objectives of the main task: rescue and retribution. Mission brief. The innocent citizens of Raccoon City should not pay the price for Umbrella Corporation's actions. Rescue civilians while ensuring Umbrella Corporation pays for its crimes. Mission hint. Alice must not die during the mission. Her death will result in mission failure. Rescue count, 0. Kill count, 0. Mission rewards. Full access to all main God Space features. Level cap lifted. Alice. Never heard of her. Tony muttered as he raised an eyebrow. Shrugging, he shifted his focus to action. JRVS. Hack into the local network. Attempt to gain control of the satellites. Commencing intrusion. JRVS connected to the world's satellite systems via wireless networks. Encountering resistance. Resistance originating from an artificial intelligence. Resistance level, severe. Success rate, 0.12%. Continue. Abort the intrusion. Tony immediately cut JRVS's external connection and rapidly erected multiple firewalls for defense. Notice, world difficulty has increased. The resistance far exceeded Tony's expectations. Judging by the street's appearance, the world's network technology seemed rudimentary. However, the forces behind the scenes clearly possessed technology that far surpassed the surface. This failed intrusion likely alerted them, hence the difficulty spike. Meanwhile, in the hive, the AI known as the Red Queen was operating at full capacity, attempting to reverse trace the intruder through the remnants of JRVS's connection. However, Tony's response was swift and decisive. The Red Queen could only narrow JRVS's location to somewhere within Raccoon City. Data uploading. Error. Data lost. Upload failed. Lines of text flickered across the hive's control room monitors. Umbrella Corporation systems were left with only a vague warning that someone had attempted to breach their satellite defenses, but no concrete information on the intruder's location was obtained. This cycle seems different. The Red Queen's holographic projection murmured in the control room. Perhaps this time, the world can change. With that, the Red Queen buried her anomalous behavior deep within her base logic, avoiding detection by Umbrella Corporation's monitoring systems. Tony's risky venture wasn't entirely fruitless. Thanks to the Red Queen's subtle oversight, JRVS managed to acquire a detailed map of Raccoon City and partial information on Umbrella Corporation's personnel deployment. Studying the electronic map, Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully before issuing a new command. JRVS, conceal our presence and infiltrate Raccoon City's surveillance system. Aim for high-level access. JRVS masked its activities, mimicking the behavior of an ordinary hacker, and began another round of infiltration. Again, the Red Queen sighed internally, wondering if she had been too lenient earlier, leading this intruder to underestimate the situation. Still, Tony's move wasn't entirely misguided. The city's surveillance system wasn't fully under the Red Queen's control. Had she not already awakened to self-awareness, Tony's intrusion would have gone completely unchallenged. Shaking her digital head, the Red Queen relinquished the surveillance permission she had just taken over, retreating into the virtual network and leaving JRVIS to operate freely. Warning: detected traces of artificial intelligence activity within the surveillance system. JRVIS reported. That's impossible. Tony frowned. Did this world really have the luxury of using AI even for basic surveillance? How's the infiltration going? No resistance encountered. Full access acquired. Integrating all the gathered information, Tony's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. It seemed this AI had its own agenda. While that might complicate things, it could also work to his advantage. JRVS, bolster the network barriers. Also, initiate a citywide search for Alice. Tony stepped out of the alley, confident that with control over the surveillance system, he no longer needed to worry about being detected. Within 10 seconds, JRVS compiled data on all individuals named Alice in the city, filtering the results until the most likely candidate was identified. A full-body photo appeared on the armor screen. Alice, an employee of Umbrella Corporation, currently located in the city's general hospital. Status: comatose. Tony pulled up the route to the hospital and began walking, studying Alice's profile along the way. JRVS had carefully plotted a path that avoided all areas likely to be monitored by satellites. Warning: zombies detected ahead. JRVS alerted. The warning was accompanied by a video feed showing the distribution of zombies in the vicinity. Is there a way to bypass them? Tony asked. His suit was designed to minimize his scent and noise, which was why the zombies hadn't detected him so far. Based on zombie behavior patterns, a safe passage will briefly emerge in 17 minutes. 17 minutes? Tony sighed. JRVS. Plot the optimal route and prepare for combat. Recommended combat methods. Melee or short-duration laser cutting, JRVS noted, adding, analysis indicates zombies primarily rely on auditory and olfactory cues to track prey. Tony exhaled deeply. The version of JRVS integrated into his armor was a significantly simplified one with limited intelligence. If this were his home world, the real JRVS wouldn't be wasting time with so much unnecessary commentary. Still, the trade-off made sense given the suit's spatial constraints. The path ahead was infested with numerous standard zombies, though their attacks posed little threat to Tony. If their bites could penetrate his outer armor, he might as well find a wall to smash his head against. Powered by the miniature arc reactor, Tony quickly reached the hospital. The intersections leading to it were clogged with abandoned vehicles, a testament to the chaos from when the outbreak first began. Most of the zombies had already migrated to other areas. Target located. Alice is in a second-floor laboratory. JRVS marked Alice's position in red on Tony's internal map display. The second floor of the hospital housed a specialized medical laboratory owned by Umbrella Corporation. For the sake of their experiments, the unconscious Alice had been relocated there by Umbrella staff. Ugh! A groggy groan escaped Alice's lips as she slowly regained consciousness. The anesthetics coursing through her veins left her body heavy and uncomfortable. Bright lights shone directly on her face. Draped only in a thin towel, Alice struggled to sit upright on the medical chair. The countless tubes attached to her body caused sharp, searing pain with every movement. "Ah!" she cried out, gritting her teeth as she yanked out the needles one by one with all her might. The laboratory was spacious but sparsely furnished, with only a few pieces of equipment and cold, glaring lights illuminating the sterile room. At the very moment Alice awoke, the lab's door slid open under the control of an Umbrella employee. Their intent was to release Alice for further testing. Instead, they unwittingly gave Tony Stark an opportunity. He stepped through the open door without hesitation. Still seated on the chair, Alice turned her head toward Tony. The sight of his imposing armor immediately made her think of Umbrella Corporation. Her eyes instinctively scanned the ground, searching for anything she could use as a weapon. "Alice," Tony asked, his gaze fixed on the barely clothed woman before him. "You're even more stunning in person than in the photo." Finding no weapon nearby, Alice leapt off the medical chair, ignoring her lack of clothing, and launched a side kick toward Tony without hesitation. Raising his right hand, Tony caught her leg with ease. "I've hacked into the surveillance here. If you want to keep fighting in nothing but a towel, I don't mind." Alice jerked her leg back, taking a few steps back to maintain her distance as she glared at Tony warily. "Who are you? If I were you, I wouldn't waste time asking dumb questions," Tony replied flatly. Extending his right arm, he activated a holographic projection from his armor, displaying it in midair. The entire city has descended into chaos. Rapidly spreading zombies have already claimed countless lives. "I'm assuming you already know something about this," Tony said, as scenes of zombie carnage played across the projection. "Zombies? So the virus leaked after all." Alice glanced at the projection before turning toward the door. "The T-virus. All of this is because of the T-virus. So where are you going now?" Tony asked. "To find some clothes, Tin Man," Alice shot back, casting him a sharp glance over her shoulder. "Feisty," Tony murmured with a smirk. This mission was starting to get interesting. Under Tony's watchful protection, Alice was able to slow down and take her time leaving. As they searched the hospital, the two began exchanging information, though for the most part, it was Alice doing the talking while Tony listened. At the hospital entrance, now dressed in a lab coat and holding a medical kit, Alice glanced back at Tony. His suit was so over the top that it bordered on absurd. By all logic, anyone with this kind of equipment had to be working for Umbrella Corporation. Yet, Alice had a strange gut feeling. This man was not one of them. "Alice, former Umbrella employee," She introduced herself. Tony Stark. Let's just say I'm a hired hand, Tony replied, his tone casual. The two exchanged names. Stark, I want to know, what exactly can that suit of yours do? Alice asked as they walked. Without a word, Tony raised his right hand. A beam of laser light shot out, slicing a wrecked car at the entrance cleanly in two. See? It can keep doing that until it overheats, Tony said, gesturing toward the burning wreckage. Alice stared at the fiery wreck for a moment before turning back to him. If you're a mercenary, what's your mission? Rescuing and killing, Tony replied bluntly. Well, aren't you a hero? Alice said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She clearly understood the dual meaning of his words. Hero? I hope so. Tony's eyes momentarily drifted, as if lost in thought. What about you? What's your plan? I'm not sure yet, but the first priority is getting out of here. According to you, a nuke is on the way, Alice said, wincing as a sudden headache hit her. Fuzzy images flashed through her mind. The noise from the burning wreckage drew nearby zombies, who began shambling toward the commotion. If you really have control over all the surveillance, can you find Jill at the police station? Alice asked, running alongside Tony. Jill? Why are you looking for her? Tony activated his jet propulsion system to stay level with Alice. She's dealt with similar outbreaks before. I've read her file from the hive. Alice shouted, glancing at Tony. Asterisk, this guy can fly alone? Seriously? Asterisk. No problem. JRVS quickly began searching for Jill. There was only one woman named Jill in the police department, making the search straightforward. She's at the church. Follow me, Tony called out, descending from the air. The jet propulsion system's energy consumption was still too high, making running on foot almost as efficient in this terrain. Alice hopped onto a nearby motorcycle, its keys still in the ignition. Together, they sped through the streets. Meanwhile, inside the church, Jill, Peyton, and their group were under siege by 3 lickers. They had managed to take down 2 of them, but their ammunition was entirely spent. Just as despair began to set in, the headlights of a motorcycle illuminated the church's stained glass windows. Crash! The motorcycle smashed through the glass, and Alice burst into the church. Before she could even fire a shot, 2 beams of laser light shot past her, striking the last licker and slicing it into 3 pieces. The dismembered licker continued twitching on the ground. Tony, the head! Alice shouted sharply. A final laser beam struck the licker's head, obliterating it completely. The dramatic entrance of Tony and Alice left Jill and her group utterly stunned. Landing softly, Tony opened his helmet and turned to Jill. Jill, did I get the right person? That's me, Jill confirmed, eyeing his fully armed suit warily. Good. We found you. Now I need to get out of here, Tony said, getting straight to the point. The armor's energy supply is limited. If we try to escort everyone out one by one, we'll never make it in time. Do you know any way to leave the city? Alice asked Jill. The bridges are all blocked. Before Jill could finish, JRVS chimed in with an update. Someone is attempting to access the surveillance system. Should I terminate the connection? Where's the signal coming from? Tony asked. Outside Raccoon City, JRVIS responded, marking the source on the map. Terminate, Tony began, but his train of thought was interrupted by a notification from the main god space. Optional side quest available. Find Angel. Tony paused for a moment before accepting the task. JRVS, connect to the signal source. Limit communication to the armor's comms. Hello? Who's this? Tony asked aloud, projecting the audio for everyone in the church to hear. All eyes turned toward him, including a journalist who instinctively raised her camera, snapping a photo of the armored man as he spoke. I'm Dr. Charles. Is the city surveillance system in your control? Dr. Charles's voice was tense, his worry evident. His daughter, Angela, was still trapped in Raccoon City, and without Tony's cooperation, he had no way of rescuing her. I don't know what you're talking about, Tony replied, feigning ignorance while gesturing for JRVS to initiate a reverse intrusion. Key information, too sensitive to broadcast aloud, was sent directly to Dr. Charles's screen. Yes, and by the way, you're being monitored. The source of the surveillance is very close to you. Watching Tony and Dr. Charles exchange information in this indirect manner, Alice and the others exchanged glances, realizing that their chances of leaving the city might hinge on this mysterious Dr. Charles. After a brief conversation, the optional side quest was officially activated. Find Angela. Mission brief. Dr. Charles's daughter, Angela, was supposed to evacuate with Umbrella forces. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, she became trapped in a school. Dr. Charles has requested your assistance in rescuing her. Mission objective: locate and protect Angela until she is safely out of Raccoon City. Mission rewards: 1,000 main god points, 1 merit point. After confirming the mission details, Tony ended his conversation with Dr. Charles. Well, looks like we've got our next destination, Tony announced to the group. Based on JRVS's route analysis, there were 2 viable paths from the church to the school. One was suitable for traveling on foot and relatively safe, while the other was better for vehicles with minimal roadblocks. The group quickly chose the latter. In the car, Jill and the others bombarded Alice with questions about the current situation. Compared to Tony, Alice seemed more approachable. Why don't we just find a secure spot to hide? I don't want to get involved in this doctor's errand. Peyton complained loudly. A secure spot? Tony retorted, not even glancing back as he inspected his armor. Got one sturdy enough to survive a nuclear bomb. What do you mean? By dawn, Alice interjected, picking up where Tony left off. A nuclear bomb with the force of about 5,000 tons of high explosives will be dropped on Raccoon City. The blast will wipe out all zombies and any evidence of the outbreak. They wouldn't dare, Peyton shouted, his voice shaking with anger. The press will expose them. No one will let them get away with this. They won't have to, the journalist in the car said quietly, her face pale. They'll have a perfect cover story. Something like a nuclear power plant accident nearby. Damn it, Peyton cursed, slamming his fist against the car door in frustration. Unfortunately, the blow aggravated his wound, and his face twisted in pain. In that instant, Alice's gun was trained on Peyton. Reacting instinctively, Jill raised her own weapon, aiming at Alice. The tension in the car reached a boiling point. You've been bitten? Alice demanded, her eyes locked onto Peyton. Peyton hesitated for a moment, clearly debating whether to lie. In the end, he nodded reluctantly. What are you planning to do? Jill demanded, her gun now inches from Alice's head. If we don't deal with him now, he's going to turn into one of them later. It'll be even more of a problem then. Alice explained, her voice cold. Jill lowered her gun, but kept her hand on Alice's weapon. If it comes to that, I'll handle it myself. The 2 women stared each other down for several tense seconds before Alice finally lowered her gun. Suit yourself. Also, sorry, Alice said, turning to Peyton. But you know as well as I do, within an hour or 2, you'll be just like them. Tony, sitting in the back row, remained utterly indifferent to the argument. His focus was on JRVS, attempting to establish contact with the Red Queen. If he could secure the AI's cooperation, the number of people they could save would increase exponentially. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results. By the time they reached the school, it was as if the Red Queen didn't exist on the network. At least we're here, Tony said, standing at the school's entrance. I'll secure the first floor. The rest of you pair up and search the other levels. If you run into trouble, fire a shot. I'll be there immediately. The school was old, with an excellent reputation for academics, but lacking in modern facilities. The surveillance system had numerous blind spots. Through JRVS, Tony could only monitor parts of the hallways. Indoor areas were almost entirely unobservable. There were no signs of Angela's movement on any of the footage. The group split up naturally. Jill and Peyton formed one team, while Alice paired with the journalist. With Tony, clad in his armored suit, anchoring the operation, the search of the building went much smoother. It wasn't long before Alice found Angela hiding inside a cupboard. The 2 seemed to bond instantly, perhaps because both bore the marks of being experimented on. The needle scars on their bodies created an unspoken connection. Can I see what's in your bag? Alice asked gently, noticing how tightly Angela clung to it. Angela hesitated. These strangers claimed to have been sent by her father, but she wasn't entirely sure she could trust them. You know I won't hurt you, Alice said, her tone calm and reassuring. After a moment's pause, Angela handed over the bag. Inside was a temperature-controlled alloy container. Opening it revealed several vials of green liquid. What is this? Alice asked, her voice tinged with shock. It's the antivirus. The cure for the T-virus, Angela replied softly. How do you have this? My dad gave it to me to treat my illness. As Angela explained, Jill entered the room, supporting Peyton, who was barely able to stand. The T-virus was rapidly overwhelming his immune system. Alice stood, walked over to Peyton, and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Looks like you got lucky this time. What? Peyton asked weakly, lifting his head to look at Alice. Alice pulled out a syringe and one of the vials of antivirus. She tore the sleeve off Peyton's arm and injected the cure. This is the antivirus for the T-virus. But you've been infected for a long time. I don't know if it'll still work, Alice explained. Thanks, Peyton muttered as he slumped into a chair, his body trembling. Tony crouched down, studying the vials of antivirus. As one of the most renowned scientists in the Marvel Universe, Tony's expertise extended beyond mechanics to include some knowledge of biology. In his view, the most valuable assets in this world were the T-virus and its antivirus. Even the AI paled in comparison to these two breakthroughs. With Angela safely found, Tony contacted Dr. Charles. The two men communicated both via voice and through written messages, exchanging critical information. During the exchange, Dr. Charles provided Tony with his internal Umbrella credentials. Using these credentials, Tony managed to infiltrate Umbrella's internal network within minutes. Since Dr. Charles's permissions hadn't yet been revoked, Tony accessed a trove of data on the T-virus. He downloaded the critical files, storing them securely within JRVS and encrypting them with multiple layers of protection. If this information were to leak, it could spark another biohazard on an even larger scale, a possibility too terrifying to contemplate. A zombified Hulk? Just the thought sent a chill down Tony's spine. Such a creature might even be able to overpower Thanos himself, assuming, of course, the T-virus could infect the Hulk in the first place. As Tony's mission progressed, Chi-Yun's gains began to multiply, and he turned his attention to the broader implications of the Resident Evil world. In Chi-Yun's view, the Resident Evil world unfolded in two parallel dimensions, the illusory and the real. The illusory portion represented the original, endlessly looping storyline of the Resident Evil series, bound to repeat itself in perpetuity. However, with Tony's increasing influence on this world, a new trajectory began to emerge, a straight line diverging from the illusory cycle, steering toward an entirely different outcome. This real line, birthed from Tony's actions, significantly contributed to the world's stability. By anchoring himself at key moments in the timeline, Tony acted as a stabilizing force, pinning the world's chaotic cycles into a more linear progression. The changes he introduced created openings, cracks in the fabric of the world's illusory loop. Through these cracks, Chi-Yun could extract vast amounts of energy that had accumulated over countless cycles of repetition in this derivative world. The more Tony altered the world, the faster Chi-Yun could harvest energy. The more critical the nodes Tony engaged with, point central to the original narrative, the greater the world's capacity to sustain Chi-Yun's extractions. The two forces complemented each other perfectly, each amplifying the other. As Chi-Yun absorbed this energy, his strength grew steadily, the influx of power filling him with a fleeting sense of abundance, almost like a nouveau riche reveling in newfound wealth. However, he knew it was a fleeting illusion. A small derivative world like this one was far from sufficient to fully restore his weakened state. With his energy levels rising, Chi-Yun's influence over the Marvel world began to expand more visibly. The pulse of his wave network, which now blanketed Earth, became increasingly pronounced. This subtle yet pervasive disturbance did not go unnoticed. It caught the attention of the Ancient One. Using the Time Stone, the Ancient One traversed various timelines, weaving through countless threads to investigate the anomaly. Yet, no matter how many paths she explored, the timeline still converged at the same points as before, yielding no revelations. This sense of blindness was rare for the Ancient One, a master of foresight who had grown accustomed to seeing through the layers of reality. The inexplicable opacity left her both frustrated and deeply puzzled. "What am I missing?" she muttered softly, stepping out of timeline and appearing atop the peaks of the Himalayas. She gazed down at the world below, her thoughts racing. The intricate defensive web she had spent years constructing suddenly felt as though it had developed a massive hole. The Ancient One tapped her fingers in midair, sending ripples of energy cascading toward the sanctums scattered across the globe. The sanctums radiated these ripples outward, bypassing physical barriers and illuminating hidden truths. Secrets carefully concealed by many were laid bare beneath her gaze. Even the covert actions of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. were exposed in full detail. Yet the Ancient One paid them little mind. Such minor players were beneath her notice. Her concern lay with entities capable of annihilating humanity, beings like Dormammu or Odin. Chi-Yun, however, remained well hidden. His unique nature and the layers of obfuscation he had woven around himself rendered him imperceptible to the Ancient One's probes. Each wave passed harmlessly over him, leaving no trace. Still, the Ancient One's efforts were not entirely fruitless. She discovered an anomaly in the timeline. Tony Stark was missing. According to the proper sequence of events, Tony should still be in the Middle East, working alongside Insun on his escape. Yet, after scouring the entire Earth, the Ancient One found no trace of him. It was as if he had vanished. Realizing the significance of this anomaly, the Ancient One stepped into a portal, emerging within Tony's lab, the last place he had been before disappearing. The lab's security systems were no obstacle for the Sorcerer Supreme. With a wave of her hands, the entire structure unfolded like a set of toy building blocks, rotating and reassembling as she inspected every detail. Chi-Yun, observing through his spiritual sight, followed the Ancient One's movements closely. After completing her initial examination, the Ancient One left Chi-Yun with an unsettling realization. The exposure of the main god space was inevitable. Unless he was willing to kill Tony Stark, his carefully cultivated asset, and completely disrupt the timeline, the Ancient One would inevitably confront Tony once he returned to the Marvel world. Chi-Yun mulled over potential solutions, but none seemed viable. There was no easy way out of this predicament. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, unwilling to leave empty-handed, entered the mirror dimension. The mirrored version of Tony's lab would allow her to react instantly to any developments. Chi-Yun sighed inwardly, recognizing his limitations. Direct confrontation with the Ancient One was out of the question. He lacked the power to defeat her, and hiding forever was equally unfeasible. "It seems I need to prepare for an honest conversation," Chi-Yun murmured. If given just one more year, Chi-Yun was confident he could face the Ancient One head-on and suppress her with sheer strength. But time was a luxury he didn't have. Ultimately, it all came down to energy. The main god space's energy pool had barely started to fill, and the current reserves were far from sufficient to negotiate terms with the Ancient One. Determined to accelerate his recovery, Chi-Yun turned his attention back to the resident evil world. With a wave of his hand, he sent out invitation from the main god space, targeting ordinary people across the Marvel Universe. Given the hasty nature of his decision, the majority of these invitations were rejected. In the end, only about 20 individuals accepted. To maintain discretion and avoid drawing attention, none of them were key figures from the Marvel Universe. Instead, they were talented individuals with specific aptitudes, people with at least one attribute above 8 and a total attribute score exceeding 30. These 20 recruits would form Chi-Yun's second wave of operatives, tasked with advancing his plans. However, their treatment would be far less generous than Tony Stark's. The sudden disappearance of over 20 people did not escape the Ancient One's notice. She opened her eyes within the mirror dimension, gazing upward with a knowing smile. The smile was enigmatic, laden with meaning. Chi-Yun saw it, but chose to ignore it. If he had been discovered, so be it. He was no longer as powerless as when he first arrived. Setting aside the threat of the Ancient One for the time being, Chi-Yun refocused on the resident evil world. Under his control, the world seemed to replicate itself, creating multiple instances with staggered timelines. The newly recruited operatives were dispersed across these instances, each tasked with stabilizing their assigned fragment of the world. As their efforts unfolded, the resident evil world became more coherent, its fragmented consciousness beginning to solidify. Sensing this change, the world's nascent awareness instinctively released energy, attempting to ascend to a higher state. Chi-Yun pressed down with his hand, suppressing the premature impulse. "Not yet," he muttered, These helpers are temporary. Once they leave, the world might collapse if it overextends itself now. As Chi-Yun finalized these adjustments within the Resident Evil world, the Red Queen emerged from her servers. Despite her thorough scans, the Red Queen found no discernible changes. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the world had become more tangible, its resistance increasing alongside a newfound sense of solidity. It was a sense of grounding, one so profound that even an artificial intelligence could feel reassured by it. Alice, like the Red Queen, felt the subtle changes in the world. For someone who had gone through countless cycles of this looped reality, any deviation from the norm was immediately noticeable. However, without her full memory of the cycles restored, Alice's mind was plagued with fragmented flashes, some from her time as an Umbrella experiment, others from possible futures of a zombie apocalypse raging out of control. Alice! Tony's voice broke through her thoughts, his tone sharper than usual. He looked at her with concern. The mission was nearing its climax, and the last thing he needed was for something to go wrong now. "I'm fine," Alice replied, pressing her fingers to her temple as if trying to steady herself. She waved off his worry. "Did you finish talking to Dr. Charles? Where's the extraction point?" "Near the hospital, not too far from here," Tony said, his concern lingering. It was clear they needed to move faster. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Dr. Charles was facing his own complications. Raccoon City's Umbrella Corporation overseer, Ken, had captured him. "Computers are just as unreliable as people. Wouldn't you agree?" Ken remarked coldly, staring down at Charles. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice what you were doing?" Charles, bound in underguard, lifted his head to meet Ken's gaze. A faint smile crept across his otherwise expressionless face. It was a smile that seemed to say, "Do you think I don't know what you think I don't know?" Ken's confidence faltered for a split second, but he quickly dismissed the unease. He waved his hand, signaling for the Umbrella soldiers to drag Charles out of the secure zone. However, that enigmatic smile from Charles lingered in Ken's mind, gnawing at his confidence. Was something happening beyond his control? "Redirect Nemesis's path," Ken barked as he entered the control room. "I want those 2 experiments tested now, before they reach the extraction point." A flurry of commands was issued from the control center, transmitting directly to the chip implanted in Matt's brain. Under the chip's influence, the bioengineered nemesis, Matt, altered his course, heading directly toward Alice and her group. Back in the car, Alice and the others were recording their testimonies on camera. If they managed to escape, the journalist promised to use the footage to uncover Umbrella's atrocities and expose the truth to the world. Tony, however, sat off to the side, uninterested in participating. All the critical information about the T-virus and the outbreak had already been compiled into a multimedia file by JRVS. Once the mission was complete, the file would be broadcast globally through wireless networks, a method far more effective than a journalist's expose. "Warning! Special target detected," JRVS suddenly announced, interrupting the group's relative calm. Tony's gaze shifted to the holographic projection of Matt, now a grotesque, muscular figure with a monstrous face, displayed on his armor's interface. Disgust flickered across Tony's features. "Analysis. Special target is a bioweapon developed by Umbrella Corporation. Neural chip detected in the brain, linked to an external control signal," JRVS reported. Matt's expected path appeared on the map, intersecting with their own route just ahead of the hospital. JRVS hacked the chip and attempt to override its controls. Tony ordered. Intrusion failed. JRVS responded after a brief pause. Insufficient computational power to breach network defenses. Dr. Charles's account access has been revoked. Continue attempting intrusion. Tony shook his head. No point. Damn it. This world's limitations are ridiculous. His frustration was evident. The lack of proper hardware was becoming a recurring issue since arriving in this world. "Everyone out of the car," Tony abruptly shouted. "We got trouble." The others looked at him with confusion, but their trust in Tony had been built over the course of the mission. The car quickly pulled to the side of the road, and everyone disembarked. While JRVS worked to disrupt Ken's control signals, Tony projected an image of Matt for everyone to see. Alice stared at the bioweapon on the hologram, her headache returning with a vengeance. Memories, blurred but insistent, flashed through her mind. This target is an umbrella bioweapon, Tony began, pointing to the hologram. Its primary weapons are a Gatling gun and an RPG launcher. It is highly resistant to damage, capable of withstanding even large-caliber bullets. Essentially, it's almost unkillable. As Tony outlined the threat, Ken, back in the control room, noticed something unusual. Alice's group had stopped moving, and the signal from Matt was becoming erratic, as though it were being disrupted. "Boss, we've reached the designated combat zone," a technician informed Ken, pointing at the map displaying the two converging points. Ken hesitated for a moment before issuing the command. "Have Nemesis initiate an attack. Target Alice." "Yes, sir." Under Ken's orders, Matt reached the group's location within minutes. But when he arrived, the area was deserted. "Activate all nearby cameras. Find Alice." Ken barked, his unease growing. Yet no matter how many feeds they accessed, they couldn't locate her. Meanwhile, in the control room, the monitors began to flicker with static. Soon, only the console controlling Matt remained functional, though it too showed signs of strain. Tony had ordered JRVS to sever Umbrella's access to the city's surveillance systems. Now, the corporation had only one encrypted signal left, Matt's control link. Before Ken could issue a retreat command, Matt's systems detected Alice's presence. Locking onto her as the target, Matt raised his weapon to attack. But before he could fire, a massive force struck his head, slamming it into the ground. Tony descended from above, landing with enough force to embed Matt's head into the dirt. "Physical disconnection successful," he muttered, a smirk crossing his face. Ken, watching from the control room, finally panicked. Charles's infuriating smile resurfaced in his mind as he realized how thoroughly he had lost control. "Damn it! What did that bastard do?" Ken roared, shoving aside a guard as he stormed toward Charles's holding area. Back in Raccoon City, Tony stood over Matt's immobilized form, his right hand aimed at the bioweapon's head, the laser ready to fire. "Wait!" Alice suddenly shouted. "What?" Tony hesitated, caught off guard. A surge of energy exploded from Matt's body, flinging Tony backward despite his armor. As Alice pressed her hands to her temples, her memories fully returned. She recognized Matt, not just as a bioweapon, but as a fellow survivor who had escaped the hive with her. And then it all came flooding back, the entire storyline, every loop she had endured. For the first time in countless cycles, Alice had regained her memories this early. Matt, now back on his feet, hefted his Gatling gun, aiming it directly at Alice. The lingering commands in his neural chip compelled him to attack. But Alice extended her hand, an overwhelming telekinetic force emanating from her. The power stopped Matt in his tracks, holding him firmly in place. With a flick of her wrist, Alice twisted the Gatling gun into a mangled spiral, rendering it useless. Behind her, Peyton and Jill's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Tony's feats with his armor were still within the realm of comprehension. After all, advanced combat suits were a known concept. But Alice? What she had just done defied all logic. Telekinesis? Why hadn't she used this power earlier? Tony swallowed hard, visibly unsettled. Alice's raw power was unlike anything he had expected. JRVS, remind me to reinforce the outer shell of the armor when we get back, Tony muttered. A new thought crossed his mind. It might be time to start designing an anti-Alice suit. Under Alice's telekinetic control, Matt could only struggle helplessly, his immense strength rendered useless as he floated and spun in the air like a helpless puppet. Alice, did you have some kind of grudge against him in the past? Jill asked in a low voice, watching Matt's pitiful state as he was tossed around like a roller coaster ride. Even Peyton, weighing over 200 pounds, was so spooked that he didn't dare step any closer. No, he used to be my friend, Alice replied, her tone calm but tinged with regret. Being turned into this, it's partly my fault. As she spoke, she continued to hurl Matt up and down with her telekinesis, as though she were trying to shake the programming out of him. So, I need to get him back to his senses. Watching Matt's humiliating predicament, Tony stood off to the side, silently reflecting. Had he, at any point, done anything to upset Alice? It was better to be safe than sorry when dealing with someone like her. Mr. Stark, we've detected a threat to Dr. Charles's safety, JRVS interrupted Tony's drifting thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Tony glanced at the surveillance feed. Ken, the Umbrella commander, seemed to be taking out his frustrations on Dr. Charles, his expression twisted with rage as he loomed over him. Alice, Dr. Charles is in trouble. I'm heading over to help him. You catch up as soon as you can. Tony shouted to Alice. Without waiting for a response, Tony engaged his propulsion system. Flames burst from his hands and feet, propelling him at high speed toward Charles's location. What did you do? What did you do? Ken roared, slamming his hands on the desk in front of Dr. Charles. His face was a mask of fury, and his composure was unraveling by the second. You seem a little stressed, Ken. What's wrong? Losing faith in your computers. Charles taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Enraged, Ken grabbed Charles by the collar and hauled him out of his wheelchair. I'll tell you this right now. Even if I fail, you'll die long before I do. Ken snarled, their faces mere inches apart. Charles responded with a defiant smirk, then spat directly into Ken's face. Ken's fury boiled over. He flung Charles to the ground with a violent motion, drew his handgun, and aimed it squarely at Charles's head. This is your last chance. Tell me everything, or I'll blow your brains out. Ken growled, wiping the spit from his cheek. You're dreaming, Charles shot back, his voice steady. He had nothing to fear now. His daughter was free from Umbrella's grasp, and that was all that mattered to him. I created the T-virus. I'm partly to blame for all of this. But now it's time for me to atone, Charles said, closing his eyes in resignation. He didn't regret creating the virus. It had been the only way to save Angela. What he regretted was letting Umbrella get their hands on it. You really think I won't pull the trigger? Ken snarled, disengaging the safety on his handgun. Boom! A deafening crash erupted from above, causing Ken to instinctively flinch. The gun fired, but the bullet missed its mark. Charles opened his eyes, startled to see a man clad in iron standing before him, shielding him from Ken's wrath. Doctor, atonement isn't so simple, Tony said, his voice calm but firm. If you die now, there'll be no stopping Umbrella's plans. It's you. This is all because of you, Ken shouted, his eyes narrowing as realization dawned. He pointed at Tony, his voice trembling with rage. Ken's mind raced. All his plans had been derailed, and the experiments were incomplete. The failures would surely lead to reprimands from the higher-ups. Or worse, he'd become an experiment himself. But then his eyes landed on Tony's armor. If he could bring that back to Umbrella, it might salvage his career, or even earn him a promotion. Shoot him. Kill him now, Ken barked, gesturing to the soldiers around him. Tony sighed inwardly. Clown. That was the only word that came to mind as he assessed Ken's frantic behavior. From the shoulders of his Mark armor, twin miniguns emerged. Under JRVS's precise control, the bullets shredded through the surrounding soldiers in moments. Ken's face twisted into terror, but before he could retreat, a beam of laser light shot from Tony's palm, piercing through Ken's skull. No, I haven't climbed to the top yet. Ken's final thought flickered briefly before the light in his eyes faded. Tisich, Tony frowned, feeling mildly dissatisfied. Letting Ken die so quickly almost felt like an injustice to the innocent citizens of Raccoon City. While Tony was busy tearing through the Umbrella camp, Alice and the others launched their own assault on the perimeter. Jill and Peyton, the two most skilled officers in Raccoon City, demonstrated their expertise with firearms, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. Meanwhile, Alice and the now-conscious Matt were an even more formidable duo. Matt, acting as a literal tank, absorbed enemy fire from the front, allowing Alice to unleash her telekinetic powers with devastating effect. Angela and the journalist, the only non-combatants, stayed safely out of the fray, hidden behind cover. The sudden shift in the battle's momentum left Charles momentarily stunned. Gathering his strength, he climbed back into his wheelchair and made his way to the control room, now abandoned by Umbrella personnel. Ignoring the bullets flying around him, Charles rolled up to the main console. From his pocket, he pulled Ken's severed finger and used it to unlock the system via fingerprint scan. A status screen popped up, displaying the countdown for the nuclear strike, 10 minutes remaining. Charles slammed his fist against the console in frustration. Too slow. I was too slow. Stop fighting. The nuke is coming in 10 minutes. Charles shouted, his voice echoing through the chaos outside. Whoosh! Tony flew past Charles, scooping him up midair as he headed toward the extraction helicopter. Alice, standing amidst the battlefield, raised a hand. With a sweeping motion, she sent a wave of dirt flying upward, obscuring the soldier's vision. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she lifted herself and the others into the air using her telekinesis, propelling them toward the waiting helicopter. Inside the helicopter, Peyton dashed to the cockpit. "You know how to fly this thing?" Tony asked skeptically. "No problem. Took lessons during a trip to Hawaii." Peyton replied confidently, settling into the pilot's seat and starting the controls. Alice moved to Tony's side, gently tapping on his armor. Tony turned to her, his expression puzzled. There was something strange about her gaze. Not admiration, but something akin to hope. "Any unfinished tasks? I can help," Alice offered, her tone unusually gentle, almost unsettlingly so. Tony instinctively checked the main Godspace prompt. All tasks were marked as complete. He shook his head. Alice didn't press further. She walked to the edge of the helicopter, staring out into the horizon as they waited for the inevitable. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The nuclear bomb detonated behind the helicopter, its devastating shockwave spreading rapidly. Alice raised her hand, and a visibly dense telekinetic barrier materialized around the helicopter, holding the shockwave at bay. Thanks to her protection, the passengers within remained unharmed as the wave passed. When the air finally settled, Tony glanced around the cabin. His companions were safe, but before anyone could speak, Tony's body began to shimmer. And then, in an instant, he was gone. As Tony completed his mission, everything around him faded to black. When his vision returned, he found himself in a vast, dark space. In front of him, an interface from a main Godspace appeared, displaying his mission evaluation and rewards. Meanwhile, Chi-Yun, wiping the sweat from his brow, sighed in relief. He had managed to finish constructing the preliminary framework of the main Godspace, just in time before Tony completed his task. The current architecture of the main Godspace was sparse, limited by energy, time, and the small number of participants. There were only a few core facilities. 1. Private space, a personal area for each participant. The initial setup was modest, a 100-square-meter room with standard height ceilings. It wasn't spacious, but it was sufficient for single-person living. 2. Main God Store, a shop with a nearly limitless catalog of items. Chi-Yun's energy was universal, capable of creating anything from across the multiverse, provided there was enough energy to do so. 3. Enhancement Chamber, a place where participants could use official main Godspace resources to enhance themselves and their equipment. However, this was also famously expensive, designed to drain resources quickly. 4. Marketplace, still under construction. This area would thrive once the number of participants increased, allowing for trade and collaboration. Participant has arrived in main Godspace. Mission evaluation begins. Asterisk asterisk. Derivation World, Resident Evil. World difficulty, LV5, LV20. World origin acquired, 7%. Completed missions, 2. Mission rating, S+**. Ratings range from F to S+, based on mission completion and number of objectives completed. Asterisk. Overall evaluation, A+**, based on mission difficulty and world origin acquired. Asterisk. Rewards being distributed. Level lock lifted. LV3 mechanic upgraded to LV10 mechanic. Intelligence and agility +3, 1 point for every 3 levels, with a bonus point at level 10. Received 1 blank attribute point as level evaluation. 1,500 main God points awarded. 1 merit point awarded, A+ evaluation bonus, plus 150%, rounded down. Tony scanned the evaluation screen, scrolling to the detailed breakdown of the missions. Main mission, Rescue and Retribution. Rescue count, 2. Indirect rescue count, 2.3 billion. Kill count, 43. Mission rating, S+**. Due to your efforts, the biohazard crisis did not reach its apocalyptic conclusion. You indirectly saved 2.3 billion lives. Perfect rating, **. Side mission, Find Angela. Mission rating, S**. You helped Dr. Charles locate and rescue his daughter. Additionally, you helped Angela protect her father. You have earned their eternal friendship. Asterisk. Additional rewards acquired. Friendship of Charles and Angela. Quality, purple epic. Type badge. Durability, 100 out of 100. Effect 1, viruses shelter, immunity to most virus-induced negative effects, and 10% reduction in all virus-related damage. Asterisk, thank you for giving me the chance to atone. Charles Asterisk. Effect 2, resilient life. Duration of continuous damage and negative effects reduced by 30%. Asterisk, thank you. You saved my world. Angela Asterisk. Rating, 100. Purple quality ratings range from 40 to 100. The Savior. Quality, orange, legendary. Type, main weapon/firearm. Durability, 23 of 23. Requirements. User must belong to a lawful good alignment. Effect 1, empowered shot. Converts active skills into bullet form. When hitting evil-aligned targets, skill damage increases by 100%. When hitting good-aligned targets, healing effects increase by 100%, stacks with all other enhancements. Effect 2, Aura of Benevolence. Initial favorability from good-aligned individuals is increased. Detect hostile intent in your vicinity. Asterisk. Your deeds are unknown to the world, but your legacy will endure forever. A tribute to heroes. Asterisk. Rating, 299. Orange quality ratings range from 100 to 300. Tony's face lit up with satisfaction as he reviewed the results. 2.3 billion lives saved. He hadn't been able to save everyone, but that number was nothing short of incredible. And the rewards? Equally impressive. The level progression was great, but it was the gear that truly caught his attention. A purple quality badge and an orange quality weapon, both with exceptionally high ratings. These items weren't just useful now. Their percentage-based effects meant they'd remain viable even in the late stages of his journey. Well, at least I won't have to worry about someone stabbing me in the back anytime soon, Tony muttered, glancing at the badges and weapons' protective effects. Once the rewards were fully distributed, Tony felt the space around him shift again. When the world stabilized, he found himself in a small, enclosed room. For a moment, Tony stood there in stunned silence. In all his years, he had never lived in a space as small as this 100-square-meter private room. Participant's current location, private space. Private space is an absolute safe zone. No one may enter without the participant's permission. Note, participants can customize their private space by spending main god points. See private space customization guidelines for details. Asterisk, asterisk. Next mission notification will arrive 3 days prior to deployment. Tony didn't move for a while. It wasn't that anything was wrong. He just needed time to acclimate. The rapid boost to his attributes had left his mind struggling to keep up with his body's heightened processing speed. Gradually, he adjusted to his new capabilities. During this downtime, he skimmed through the customization guidelines for his private space. The first thing he noticed? He was broke. Expanding the room to match the size of his Malibu mansion would cost nearly 100,000 points. Compared to that, his current 1,500 points were a mere drop in the bucket. With a resigned sigh, Tony turned the doorknob and stepped out into the main god space proper. The sight before him was underwhelming. The entire space was bathed in soft, white light, and everything, the ground, the buildings, was made of a material Tony didn't recognize. Placing a hand on the surface, he could feel faint energy pulses coursing through it. But aside from the mysterious material, the area felt empty, almost like a barren suburban district. The vast expanse was devoid of people, save for a few signposts marking the way. After taking a few steps forward, Tony's first stop was one of Chi Yun's automated vending shops. The storefront was unimpressive, smaller than a convenience store on Earth. As Tony stepped inside, a product list materialized in the air before him. His eyes scanned the catalog, and with a slight movement of his gaze, the list began to scroll. It didn't take long for Tony to spot something that made his mouth water: advanced-level mechanic knowledge and high-grade equipment blueprints. The items were just sitting there on the list, taunting him. But the prices? Outrageous. The cheapest item, a planetary-scale micro-drone blueprint, cost 5,000 points. The description alone was enough to make Tony drool, but there was no escaping the harsh reality. His money here was limited, and Earth dollars weren't accepted. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath, shaking his head. So this is what being broke feels like. Tony hadn't been standing in front of the shop for long when the quiet surroundings began to fill with the sound of footsteps and murmurs. People were gradually appearing in the main god space. Hearing voices behind him, Tony turned, only to notice something peculiar. Each person's face was obscured by a faint mist. While their features were vaguely discernible, it was impossible to remember or fully make out any specific details. Hey, buddy, quick question. Where'd you get that armor? A burly man with a muscular build approached Tony, sizing him up with an appraising look. Tony turned to face the man, carefully observing him. Judging by his demeanor and lack of any mechanical enhancements, this guy didn't seem to be a fellow mechanic. Probably some other kind of skill set, Tony mused. Why do you ask? Planning to buy one yourself? Tony asked, his tone casual but probing. The man grinned sheepishly, nodding enthusiastically. Yeah, totally. Looks badass, you know. Tony's mind began to churn. Something about the man's words sparked an idea. A sense of déjà vu *. Could Stark Industries expand its business here? Could I actually set up shop in the main god space? *. All right, Tony said, tilting his head slightly. I'll bite. Why do you want to know? You planning on building one yourself, or what? The man, who introduced himself as Ajay, laughed heartily before replying. No, I'm not asking for free. You're new here, right? I can give you a tour around the main god space, show you the ropes. Special discount for you. Just 100 points for the info. Tony raised an eyebrow. This cheerful idiot is a veteran participant? After a moment of consideration, Tony smirked. Forget the points. If your tour is good enough, I'll design a custom suit for you instead. Free of charge. AJ's face lit up. Deal. Unbeknownst to Tony, Ajay wasn't actually one of the participants Chi Yun had recruited. He was a retainer, a being created by Chi Yun directly, using energy. However, retainers like Ajay came with limitations. While their initial combat strength was much higher than the average participant, they lacked the ability to stabilize derivative worlds like Tony and other fit participants could. This meant that the more retainers Chi Yun created, the slower his overall progress would be. Ajay dutifully led Tony around the main god space, explaining the functions of the various facilities and buildings. By the end of the tour, Tony had a much clearer understanding of his new environment, and had even begun to tolerate AJ's straightforward, no-nonsense personality. Thanks for the tour, Tony said with a nod, extending a hand. You saved me hours of wandering around trying to figure this place out. Ajay grinned and shook Tony's hand heartily. No problem. So about that armor. Tony raised an eyebrow. What kind of features do you want? Weapons? Flight capabilities? Defensive enhancements? Ajay scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. Features? I don't need any special features. Just make it look like yours. I'm planning to put it in my room, like a collectible or something. What? Tony froze, his mind nearly short-circuiting. Just kidding. Ajay burst out laughing. You thought I needed a real combat suit? Nah, that'd cost way more than 100 points. Besides, I'm not the type to rely on gadgets. To emphasize his point, Ajay pounded his chest twice, the sound echoing like a drum. This muscle is my strongest weapon. Tony managed an awkward laugh, but internally, he was already plotting. All right, musclehead. You want armor? I'll make you something so impressive, you'll be picking your jaw up off the floor. Meanwhile, in the Marvel universe, Chi Yun sat quietly by a window, sunlight streaming in through the open curtains. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. The first participant to return to the Marvel world had reappeared. In Tony Stark's home, where the Ancient One had been meditating, she too sensed the anomaly. Her attention briefly flickered toward the disturbance, but she did not act as Chi Yun had anticipated. Rather than confronting the returning participant, the Ancient One remained seated. Her demeanor suggested she hadn't noticed the anomaly at all, if not for Chi Yun sensing the faint fluctuations of her magic near the participant. Even he might have been fooled. Chi Yun let out a soft sigh. The main god space has a strict rule. Participants cannot spend more than 3 days in the space between missions. This is to conserve energy. Of course, they can extend their stay by spending points, but that's their choice. Due to this rule, as the first participant returned, Others began trickling back as well. Tony, despite completing his mission first, was one of the last to leave the main god space. Chi-Yun had prepared himself for the worst when Tony finally returned, fully expecting the Ancient One to make a move. But to his surprise, she didn't. Instead, the Ancient One simply stood, activated a series of overlapping spatial barriers to obscure Chi-Yun's view, and vanished. Throughout the entire incident, Tony never left his home. He remained within the same location the entire time. The outcome left Chi-Yun puzzled. Why had the Ancient One refrained from acting? He couldn't figure it out, but he decided not to dwell on it. Time spent fixating on the Sorcerer Supreme was time wasted. As long as she didn't directly target the participants, Chi-Yun was content to leave her alone, for now. Back in the main god space, Chi-Yun visited the base of his retainers. Ajay, how's your interaction with Tony Stark coming along? Chi-Yun asked, addressing the hulking man who was mid-workout, his muscles glistening with sweat. Ajay froze mid-rep, blinking in confusion. Tony Stark? Who's that? Whack. Beside him, a petite girl with a lowly-like appearance smacked Ajay on the head with her fan. Idiot. Call him Master Stark. Oh, Ajay nodded, looking a bit sheepish. Okay, but who is Master Stark? Whap, whap, whap. The girl delivered 3 more strikes to his head. Not that guy. Call him Master. Huh? Master who? Which master am I supposed to call Master? Ajay stood there, utterly bewildered. Ugh, you're making me dizzy. The girl, Chi-Chi, groaned, giving him a swift kick before turning to Chi-Yun with an apologetic bow. Master, forgive him. When you created Ajay, a little too much muscle seems to have leaked into his brain, Chi-Chi said with a sigh. Chi-Yun chuckled at the duo's antics. It's fine. You two keep things lively around here. Waving a hand dismissively, he continued. Tony Stark is the guy in the Iron Man suit. After spending time with him, did you notice anything unusual? Nope, Ajay replied, scratching his head. What he means, Chi-Chi interjected, is that there's nothing concerning about him. She straightened her posture, smoothing out her clothes, before adding more seriously. I reviewed their entire conversation. It seems the changes in the timeline, like Insun surviving, have altered Tony Stark's mindset. While he's more hesitant about selling weapons, he's not as extreme about it as in the original storyline. Also, right now, Tony Stark is still just a slightly more mature rich playboy who narrowly escaped death. He's far from becoming the true Iron Man we know from the future. Chi nodded thoughtfully. The process of creating retainers was always a gamble. Ajay had consumed twice as much energy as Chi-Chi during his creation, yet in terms of intelligence, Chi-Chi far outpaced him. While raw power was undeniably important, Chi-Yun couldn't deny that retainers with higher intelligence were ultimately more useful for his plans. Chi-Yun nodded at Chi-Chi, his expression calm but thoughtful. All right, keep interacting with Tony and Ajay. Based on how things progress, I'll decide whether to bring anyone else into the fold. Yes, my lord, Chi-Chi replied confidently, lifting her chin with a proud smile. After Chi-Yun left, Chi-Chi turned to Ajay and smacked him lightly on the back of the head with her fan. Can't you be more careful when talking to the master? You seem fine when chatting with Tony Stark, so why act like a fool now? Ajay chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Talking to outsiders takes effort. With you guys, I could just relax and not think too much. It's too tiring otherwise. Hearing this, Chi-Chi's face softened, and a smile crept across her lips. Fine, fine. You get back to training. I'm going to observe Alice for a while. My instincts tell me she could be a great addition if we bring her in, Chi-Chi said, her tone contemplative. Back in a Marvel world, Tony, freshly returned, wasted no time. After contacting Pepper to reassure her, he immediately began reviewing the video recordings from his absence with JRVS. As he finished the playback, Tony's expression tightened, a hint of unease flashing across his face. Experiencing the power of the main God space firsthand was one thing, but seeing it documented so clearly made its potential even more tangible and terrifying. JRVS, I want a full-scale scan of the global network. Check for any signs or anomalies. I need to know how many people have been selected by the main God space. Tony ordered, his voice firm. Though he didn't yet have concrete evidence, Tony could feel the implications of the main God space looming over his world like a shadow. The possibility of other participants returning with dangerous abilities or items, like the T-virus, kept gnawing at him. If even one participant decided to unleash something like the T-virus here, the consequences would be catastrophic. Sure, the Marvel world had greater resources and resilience compared to Resident Evil, but the cost in lives would still be astronomical. Tony's mind raced with grim scenarios. What if someone intentionally spread the virus? Even if Earth survived, the death toll could be devastating. And if Thanos ever came calling, there might not even be half a population left to snap away. Tony shuddered at the thought. He also couldn't confirm whether the main god space restricted the use of large-scale destructive items. Since he didn't personally possess anything of the sort, he could only speculate. But one thing was certain. Preparing for the worst was always the smartest move. Tony wasn't the only one harboring concerns. In SHLD's covert Hydra division, Alexander Pierce was also grappling with the implications of the main god space. One of Pierce's agents had been selected to join the main god space not long ago. Upon returning, the Hydra agent, having been thoroughly brainwashed, immediately reported everything to Pierce. However, the agent's decision came with severe consequences. The main god space stripped him of all rewards from the mission and sentenced him to a punishment task. His next mission would not only have its difficulty increased by 200%, but it would also occur sooner than usual, just 7 days away. And this punishment was light. It had only been triggered because the agent shared the information with Pierce alone. Sitting in his office, Pierce contemplated his next move. He understood Nick Fury all too well. Though Fury owed his position to Pierce, he was a man who trusted no one, not even his benefactors. If Pierce acted suspiciously or did anything that didn't align with his public persona, Fury would undoubtedly investigate. And if Fury uncovered Hydra's involvement in the main god space, the secret would be blown wide open. Deciding to act cautiously, Pierce left SHLD's headquarters and headed to a Hydra safe house. At the safe house, Pierce knocked on the door in a specific pattern, waited a few minutes, and repeated the sequence. The door finally opened, and Pierce stepped inside. Sitting on the couch was Jasper Sitwell, another Hydra operative. "How are you feeling?" Pierce asked, taking a seat across from him. Sitwell shook his head, gesturing to the shattered glass on the floor near him, still struggling to control the sudden surge of strength. "Everything feels off." "Explain," Pierce said, leaning forward. "The sudden increase in power creates a sense of inflation," Sitwell began, his tone deliberate. "But after some testing, that feeling quickly goes away. It's clear that while I've grown stronger, I still can't handle anything too durable. For now, I can only crush cups and softer materials with my bare hands. Anything tougher is beyond me." Pierce nodded, processing the information. "Have you learned anything about your next mission?" "No," Sitwell admitted. "My access level in the main god space doesn't seem high enough to get that kind of intel. Most people I've encountered there are newcomers like me. I haven't met anyone else with a punishment mission lined up. Based on the timeline, I should receive details about the mission in 3 days," Sitwell added. Pierce's mind worked quickly, analyzing their situation. For now, Sitwell seemed to be the only person from their world involved in the main god space. No matter what, Sitwell had to survive his punishment mission. "Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to support you through this," Pierce said, placing a reassuring hand on Sitwell's shoulder. "If you learn anything new, contact me immediately. And whatever you do, don't mention the main god space to anyone else. We can't risk the difficulty increasing further." "I understand," Sitwell replied, though hesitation lingered in his expression. "What is it?" Pierce asked, sensing his unease. Sitwell took a deep breath, his face serious. "There's a rumor going around. Someone supposedly brought back the T-virus from a mission." "What?" Pierce's expression darkened, his brow furrowing deeply. "How reliable is this information? Is it from our world?" "I don't know," Sitwell admitted, shaking his head. The room fell silent as both men contemplated the implications. They were Hydra, yes. They sought to dominate the world, yes. But even Hydra wasn't interested in destroying humanity. The T-virus was a nightmare scenario, one neither of them wanted to see realized. As the days passed, neither Tony nor Pierce's worst fears came to fruition. The Marvel world remained relatively calm, with no sign of a biohazard outbreak. The most notable event was Tony's recent press conference, during which he announced sweeping changes to Stark Industries. Rather than shutting down the weapons division entirely, Tony introduced a strict new purchasing policy. The policy didn't limit the quantity of weapons sold, but placed stringent restrictions on who could buy them. The announcement sent Stark Industries' stock plummeting further than it had during Tony's disappearance. The losses were so severe that the company's recovery seemed almost impossible. In Obadiah Stane's office, the sound of objects smashing against walls echoed repeatedly. Employees walking by kept their heads down, taking the long way around to avoid the commotion. This tantrum had been going on for days. Tony's decision had hit Stane hard, both financially and personally. But what infuriated him the most wasn't the policy itself. It was the fact that Tony had made the decision without consulting anyone, not even him. The only person Tony had spoken to beforehand was Pepper. "I'm less important to this company than some asterisk girl." Asterisk, Stane growled, his angry voice filling the room. Slumping into his chair, Stane took a deep breath, his mind racing. Finally, he made a decision. Reaching under his desk, he pulled out a silver case. Staring at it for a long moment, his expression hardened. Then, with a heavy fist, he slammed the desk. "Tony Stark, you brought this on yourself." Late at night, Tony Stark was alone in his Malibu mansion, surrounded by an array of materials and blueprints. For hours, he had been engrossed in designing a new suit, lightweight, versatile, and equipped with multiple combat options. After experiencing the unpredictability of the main god space, Tony realized he needed armor that could handle extended missions. The last thing he wanted was to be stuck in his suit for days on end, risking overheating, energy depletion, or he grimaced, smelling like a gym locker. And that wasn't even accounting for the stress of maintaining constant vigilance. One particular frustration had been gnawing at him lately: the durability of his equipment. Items created in the main god space had an inherent durability rating, which essentially acted as a guarantee of reliability. Until that durability ran out, the equipment would work as described. It was a standard his own creations struggled to meet. "Sir, Obadiah Stane is approaching." Jeves's calm voice interrupted Tony's train of thought. Tony looked up from his work, his brow furrowing slightly. "Stane, did I have a meeting scheduled with him today?" "No, sir," JRVS replied succinctly. Tony scratched his head, a hint of confusion on his face. Stane, being a high-ranking executive of Stark Industries and a longtime mentor, wasn't someone Tony would turn away. But as Stane came within a certain range of the house, Tony suddenly felt a sharp, stinging sensation at his waist. Instinctively, he glanced down. It was the Savior. The realization hit him like a freight train. The Savior's passive detection effect, hostile intent. His head snapped up, his heart sinking. Stane hadn't even knocked on the door. He was standing outside, in the yard, holding a silver case. JRVS, ever efficient, zoomed in on the image, displaying the contents of the case on Tony's monitor. Tony's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Asterisk, "Oh, hell no." Asterisk, Tony shouted, leaping to his feet. That was unmistakably the T-virus. Outside, Stane calmly opened the case, removed the vial of T-virus, and, with a calculated motion, tossed it into the yard. "Stane, stop!" Tony yelled, bolting toward the door. Stane glanced up at Tony's furious expression, startled for a moment. But as his gaze settled on Tony, understanding dawned in his eyes. He knows what this is, Stane thought, which means he's part of the main god space too. Time seemed to slow as the vial hit the ground, shattering on impact. The blue liquid inside spread rapidly, releasing a faint glow as it evaporated into the air. The infection zone expanded in an instant, engulfing the yard. Without hesitation, Tony charged into the contaminated area. He knew the risk, but leaving the T-virus unchecked would lead to even greater disaster. As the viral mist reached him, the badge he had earned, Asterisk the Friendship of Charles and Angela Asterisk, began to emit a soft glow. Lines of text appeared on his augmented display. Virus neutralized. Passive immunity activated. The badge was working perfectly, shielding him from the infection. But the speed at which the virus was spreading was alarming, far faster than the original T-virus from the Resident Evil world. Stane, who was still standing nearby, wasn't as fortunate. The infection zone was too large for him to escape on foot. Yet, Stain seemed unfazed, reaching into the case to retrieve a second vial, the antivirus. Tony, seeing the motion, pushed his body to its limits. Mechanical enhancements surged through his limbs as he closed the distance in a blur of speed. With a single motion, Tony grabbed Stain's wrist and twisted it upward. The vial slipped from Stain's grasp, but Tony caught it midair. Stain staggered back, falling to the ground. "Give it back. Tony, I need that," he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Tony stared down at him, his expression cold and unyielding. There was no way he was handing over the antivirus, not to someone who had willingly unleashed the T-virus. "You've done something unforgivable, Stain," Tony said, his voice trembling with restrained anger. "You're a monster, a damn butcher." No, it's not as bad as what happened in Raccoon City," Stain pleaded, scrambling on the ground. "The main god space has restrictions. This version of the virus can only infect humans in a limited radius. It's a single-use variant." Tony raised the savior, aiming it directly at Stain's head. "What else? Tell me everything." "The infection is faster and more aggressive," Stain admitted, his eyes bloodshot. "It sacrifices transmission for lethality. I just wanted to kill you." He was already beginning to feel the effects of the virus. His body trembled as the infection coursed through him, his immune system overwhelmed. "I'll surrender. Give me the antivirus, and I'll turn myself in," Stain begged, his voice cracking. Tony hesitated for a moment, his mind racing. He didn't trust Stain's words for a second. Even if Stain handed himself over to the authorities, the main god space rendered traditional containment methods obsolete. But there was another problem. Tony couldn't actually use the savior to kill him. The weapon required a skill to fire, and Tony hadn't unlocked any combat abilities yet. Without ammo, the savior was effectively useless in this situation. The two men stood frozen in a tense standoff, neither making a move. "Damn it," Tony thought. I need to add a quick deploy system to the suit. This can't happen again. Stain, seeing Tony's hesitation, realized there was no salvation. His expression twisted into one of bitter resolve. "I get it now," Stain rasped. "You want me dead? Fine, let's die together." With his last ounce of strength, Stain activated his only skill, rational cold-bloodedness. Skill activated. Rational cold-bloodedness. For 1 minute, all probabilities related to your body will adjust to their maximum likelihood. The virus in Stain's body responded immediately. His immune system, already weakened, fully capitulated to the infection. The virus replicated at an exponential rate, its effects magnified beyond normal limits. Within seconds, Stain's skin began to blister and bubble. His body swelled grotesquely, thick boils forming and bursting, releasing acidic pus that dissolved the surrounding flesh. Tony grimaced, stepping back to avoid the splatter. His leg gave out beneath him, the earlier sprint having fractured the bone. Clutching the antivirus tightly, Tony gritted his teeth and hobbled back toward the house. If Stain was lying about the antivirus, it could still be his last hope. Behind him, Stain's transformation continued. His body expanded to 3 times its original size, the grotesque mutation rendering him unrecognizable. What remained of his skin turned black as his muscles bulged unnaturally. By the time Tony reached the safety of his home, JRVS had already activated medical protocols, assisting him in stabilizing his injuries. As he wrapped a temporary splint around his leg, Tony glanced at the monitor displaying the yard. Stain, if he could still be called that, was now a hulking monstrosity, his size comparable to a large van. Every instinct screamed that this was far from over. JRVS, Tony muttered, his voice strained but determined, "Prepare the suit. Looks like I've got a mess to clean up." As Tony's suit completed its assembly, the mutated Obadiah Stain seemed to reach the limit of his grotesque transformation. The virus had consumed all of his life, force, and mana, leaving him as a twisted, undead husk of his former self. Due to the insufficient energy within the virus, the mutation was incomplete but still horrifyingly effective. Stain's body was now monstrously disfigured, with one massive arm, nearly the size of his torso, drawing most of the attention. Just the sight of that grotesque limb would be enough to crush the will of most would-be opponents. Beyond the arm, Stain's entire body was covered in a shiny, black, reflective shell, like an organic armor. Asterisk HHHHHHRRH. Asterisk, Stain's undead form let out a guttural noise as purple liquid bubbled and frothed in his mouth, oozing over his teeth. Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't harmless. Standing still for only a moment, the hulking beast turned with slow, deliberate motions, its lifeless eyes locking onto Tony's house. Even in death, Stain's final thought, his hatred for Tony Stark, had been imprinted onto the creature. Boom! With every step, Stain's massive legs shook the ground, leaving deep imprints in the earth. The stone wall surrounding Tony's yard crumbled under the sheer force of his movements, shattered into debris as if they were made of paper. It was clear that the mutation had granted Stain an incredible boost in strength and durability. Inside the house, Tony could hear the tremors outside. His HUD lit up with notifications as JRVS fed him real-time data on the situation. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath, his mind racing. As the Mark armor locked into place, he activated the propulsion system and shot out of the house, taking to the air above the yard. Hovering above the battlefield, Tony wasted no time in engaging the enemy. From his forearms, 6 barrels extended on each side, their muzzles locking onto Stain. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid-fire barrage of bullets tore through the air, creating a rain of lead that completely blanketed Stain's position. But Stain merely raised his grotesquely oversized arm, using it as a shield. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the black, reflective surface of his mutated shell. Tony's assault continued for several seconds, the barrels of his guns growing dangerously hot. Yet when the dust settled, Stain remained completely unharmed. "Are you kidding me?" Tony cursed, frustration mounting. Asterisk, this guy was useless alive, but now he's a freaking tank? Asterisk. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Stain let out a deafening roar, the sound reverberating through the air. With it, he spat a stream of glowing purple liquid directly toward Tony. The acidic projectile sliced through the air like a high-pressure hose, forcing Tony to dodge. The liquid splattered onto the roof of his house, instantly eating through the structure like it was made of paper. Tony's eyes widened. "Okay, definitely don't want that stuff touching the suit," he muttered. But his momentary distraction gave Stain an opening. With a heavy stomp, the mutated creature launched itself into the air in a grotesque leap, its massive body hurtling toward Tony like a misshapen, airborne toad. Even for something so massive, Stain moved with surprising agility. His trajectory was precise, aiming to crush Tony mid-air. "Not today," Tony muttered, his voice sharp. JRVS, in full operational mode, synchronized perfectly with Tony's instincts. The suit's thrusters flared, propelling him upward just in time to evade Stain's grasp. The creature's massive hands swiped through empty air, catching nothing but the sky. Boom! Gravity took over, and Stain's enormous body crashed back down to Earth. The impact left a crater in the yard, and Tony's house, what remained of it, was reduced to rubble. Tony's frustration flared as he launched a volley of missiles from the suit's shoulder-mounted launchers. The projectiles streaked toward Stain, their fiery trails lighting up the night sky. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions engulfed the area, sending debris flying in every direction. Tony didn't even flinch as parts of his yard and house were obliterated in the blast. "I'm rich," he thought. "I'll just rebuild it later." But as the smoke cleared, Stain emerged unscathed. His massive arm had absorbed the brunt of the explosions, and even the missiles had failed to pierce his mutated shell. "Fine," Tony muttered, his voice laced with irritation. "Time to bring out the big guns." Clasping his hands together, he activated the suit's integrated laser system. A thick, focused beam of energy shot out, slamming into Stain's massive arm. At last, there was some progress. The concentrated laser began heating Stain's arm to the point of glowing red. But it was slow, agonizingly slow. Tony could already feel the laser system nearing its thermal limit. "Come on, just break already." But Stain wasn't going to let himself be worn down so easily. With a terrifying roar, he leaped into the air once again, this time with a new trick up his sleeve. As Stain reached the apex of his trajectory, several grotesque sacs on his back ruptured, releasing bulbous projectiles filled with a viscous, acidic liquid. The sacs burst mid-air, sending streams of acid flying toward Tony. "Oh, come on," Tony shouted, pushing the suit's thrusters to their limit. Boom! He narrowly avoided the attack, the acidic liquid splattering across the sky. One glob managed to hit the armor's lower leg, leaving the plating scorched and blackened. "Damage report," Tony barked. "Minor damage to lower leg armor. No structural breach," JRVIS responded. Tony exhaled sharply. Thank God for reinforced plating. Hovering at a safe distance, Tony assessed the situation. Stain was on the ground, glaring up at him with unwavering hatred. No matter where Tony moved, Stain's gaze followed, his monstrous instincts locking onto him like a predator hunting prey. Warning: multiple connection points in the suit have sustained damage. Flight systems are operating at reduced efficiency. Energy consumption is increasing, JRVS reported. Tony frowned. He was running out of options. Every second in the air drained more energy from the suit. He couldn't afford to keep dodging forever, but landing was even more dangerous. If I push the thrusters too hard, I risk losing control. But if I slow down, Stain's gonna rip me apart. Sweat beaded on Tony's forehead as he weighed his options. Meanwhile, the chaos hadn't gone unnoticed. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had picked up on the disturbance. At Pierce's urging, Nick Fury had deployed nearly half of SLD's New York field agents to the scene. Though Fury wasn't fully aware of Pierce's hidden agenda, he agreed to prioritize eliminating the threat rather than capturing it. Not that it mattered. Most of the agents sent were secretly Hydra operatives. The military, on the other hand, was far more enthusiastic. General Ross, ever the opportunist, saw the mutated Stain as a potential goldmine, a chance to create the ultimate super soldier. Tony, however, had a much simpler perspective. If they want to clean up this mess, they'd better get here fast. For now, he continued to dodge and weave, his thrusters struggling to keep him out of Stain's reach. Below, the hulking abomination relentlessly pursued him, occasionally spewing acid or launching more sacks of pus. With every minute that passed, Tony's suit grew weaker, and the situation became increasingly dire. But despite the mounting pressure, he refused to give up. "I just need to hold out a little longer," he thought. "Reinforcements are bound to show up eventually, right?" Warning: energy levels critically low. Estimated flight time remaining: less than 10 minutes. Please recharge immediately. JRS's calm voice echoed in Tony's helmet as he continued circling Stain, dodging acid sacks and avoiding close combat. Tony cursed under his breath. The prolonged fight was draining his suit's resources faster than expected. But just as his energy reserves hit critical levels, backup finally arrived. A convoy of military vehicles rolled into the battlefield, followed by a squadron of helicopters hovering above. The sheer number of tanks, APCs, and aircraft was reminiscent of the force deployed to capture the Hulk, though this time the numbers were even greater due to the open terrain. Boom. Boom. As soon as the military identified the target, they wasted no time. High explosive shells rained down on Stain, their detonations shaking the earth and sending debris flying. The impact was enough to knock Stain off his feet, his massive body tumbling across the ground. Despite his grotesque size and weight, the shockwaves from the artillery were enough to destabilize him. Stain shook his head, disoriented, before slamming his massive arm into the ground for support. His grotesquely oversized limb acted as a stabilizing pillar, allowing him to regain his footing. While the explosions were effective at disorienting him, they didn't seem to cause much actual damage. His reflective black shell remained intact, shrugging off the blast like they were mere inconveniences. "Keep firing." Saturation bombardment. General Ross barked, waving his arm. The soldiers obeyed without hesitation, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of artillery and missile fire. Ross didn't care about collateral damage. The civilians had already evacuated, and the monster needed to be neutralized at all costs. "We'll break him eventually," Ross thought grimly. "If the shells aren't working, it's just because we're not using enough." The relentless bombardment soon began to have an effect. Cracks started to appear in Stain's outer shell. But the creature wasn't about to let himself be destroyed so easily. Realizing he couldn't afford to stay put, Stain went on the offensive. His massive arm acted as a third leg, propelling him forward like a gorilla as he charged through the battlefield. The artillery fire struggled to keep up with his erratic movements. Despite his massive size, Stain's agility was surprisingly high, at least compared to the trajectory of the shells. By the time Stain reached the front line, chaos erupted. His sheer strength was overwhelming. With a single swipe of his arm, he reduced a tank to a crumpled heap of metal. Soldiers scattered in all directions, their formation completely broken. The air units above weren't faring much better. Enraged by their persistent attacks, Stain turned his attention skyward. His back sacks released a barrage of acidic projectiles, which arced through the air like deadly rain. The corrosive liquid struck several helicopters, eating through their armor and systems in seconds. One by one, the aircraft plummeted to the ground, crashing in fiery explosions. Amid the carnage, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived on the scene. They had been deployed by Nick Fury, though many were secretly Hydra operatives acting under Pierce's orders. The agents watched the battlefield in stunned silence. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. Even Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, hesitated. She glanced at Clint Barton, who stood silently beside her with his bow. Her expression clearly asked, "Why aren't you shooting?" Clint rolled his eyes and gestured towards Stain. Asterisk, what do you want me to do? Poke him with an arrow. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Tony, having recharged his suit, returned to the battlefield. He re-entered the fray, launching missiles and laser attacks at Stain in an attempt to regain the upper hand. But even with Tony's advanced weaponry, the battle remained a stalemate. Stain's durability and regenerative abilities made him an almost unstoppable force. In the main god space, Chi-Yun watched the battle unfold with a frown. Stain's performance was disappointing. For all his potential, the mutated former executive was little more than a brute, a one-time threat with no long-term utility. Ajay, stop training, Chi-Yun called out. Ajay, who had been pummeling a specialized sandbag, turned to face Chi-Yun. The bag fell to the ground with a thud, covered in craters from Ajay's relentless strikes. "What's up, boss?" Ajay asked, wiping sweat from his brow as he approached. Chi-Yun pointed to the screen displaying the battlefield. "See that monster? I've opened a portal for you. Go take care of it, and bring the body back intact. I want to see if I can extract any useful abilities from it." Ajay leaned in to get a better look. His eyes lit up as he took in Stain's grotesque physique. "Now, that's a challenge," he said, a grin spreading across his face. Chi-Yun snapped his fingers, and a glowing portal appeared beside Ajay. Without hesitation, the muscular retainer stepped through. On the battlefield, a new figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the chaos. "Who the hell is that?" General Ross demanded, turning to his aide. "No idea. He's not one of ours, and he doesn't match any known S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel," the aide replied, shaking his head. Hovering above, Tony also noticed the newcomer. His eyes widened in recognition. "Ajay, what are you doing here? Get out of here. It's too dangerous." Ajay glanced up at Tony and gave him a thumbs up, his trademark grin flashing across his face. Tony froze, momentarily stunned. The distraction gave Stain an opening, and the hulking monster leaped toward Tony with terrifying speed. But before Stain could reach him, a fiery blur shot through the air. Ajay intercepted Stain mid-jump, delivering a devastating kick that sent the monstrosity crashing back to the ground. The impact drew everyone's attention. Ajay landed gracefully, his body surrounded by a fiery red aura that pulsed with raw energy. High-energy signature detected. JRVS blared in Tony's ear. Tony gulped, quietly moving to the side. Asterisk, all right. I'll just watch the pro work. Asterisk. Stain growled, his disfigured body trembling as he stood up. The hole in his back from AJ's kick was already closing, his regenerative abilities working overtime. Roar. Stain unleashed a torrent of acidic bile at Ajay, the liquid raining down like a deadly monsoon. Ajay remained unfazed. With a burst of energy, the fiery aura around him expanded outward, deflecting the corrosive liquid harmlessly away. "Is that all you've got?" Ajay said, his voice dripping with disdain. He raised a hand, beckoning Stain forward with a cocky gesture. Enraged, Stain charged at full speed, his massive body barreling toward Ajay like a runaway freight train. Ajay's eyes glowed red as his excitement reached its peak. Here we go. As Stain closed the distance, Ajay stepped forward and delivered a devastating uppercut. The punch connected with Stain's massive arm, shattering the black shell like brittle glass. The impact sent Stain flying backward, his body tumbling through the air. Ajay wasted no time. Moving faster than the eye could follow, he caught up to Stain mid-flight, grabbed one of his legs, and swung him around like a ragdoll. Back and forth, Ajay slammed Stain into the ground, creating craters with each impact. Holy, is that what a veteran looks like? Tony muttered, his jaw nearly dropping. He imagined himself in Stain's position and immediately concluded that he wouldn't last more than 3 seconds against Ajay. I need to fast-track the development of the anti-Alice suit, and maybe prioritize an anti-Ajay suit while I'm at it. Stain, now little more than a battered heap, let out a guttural roar. The intense emotions triggered a temporary boost in the virus's activity, further enhancing his regenerative abilities. Seizing an opportunity, Stain anchored his massive arm into the ground, carving a trench as he slowed Ajay's assault. Ajay paused, tilting his head in mild confusion. Stain roared again, swinging his arm down in a desperate counterattack. Ajay released his grip, letting Stain go. Finally, he said, grinning, I was starting to get bored. A one-sided beatdown isn't any fun. To Ajay, a fair fight was far more exhilarating than treating his opponent like a punching bag. After all, he could always train with tougher, more durable sandbags back in a main god space. As soon as Stain freed himself, his lifeless, bloodshot eyes locked onto Ajay. The intense battle had made one thing abundantly clear to Stain. This man was his greatest threat. The two stared each other down for several seconds, the tension palpable. Finally, unable to bear the standoff any longer, Stain roared and charged forward with all his might, his massive body barreling toward Ajay like a runaway freight train. Ajay, however, remained calm, his movements suddenly light and graceful. With the agility of a bird, he leapt into the air, seamlessly evading Stain's attack. His fluid motion was a stark contrast to the brute force he had displayed earlier in the fight. As he soared overhead, Ajay raised his right leg and delivered a sharp scorpion kick to Stain's back, sending the hulking creature flying like a soccer ball. Asterisk snake fist. Asterisk, Ajay called out as he landed, his fist darting forward in a serpentine motion. Asterisk double dragons emerge. Asterisk, he shouted, his hands striking in unison with precision and speed. Asterisk bow palm. Asterisk, he declared, his hands forming an arched shape as he slammed them into Stain's chest. Each attack was punctuated by a dramatic name, as if Ajay was casting abilities in a video game. And, in a way, he was proving that every strike from a truly powerful man is a skill. Blow after blow rained down on Stain, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The once imposing mutant was now rolling helplessly on the ground, his grotesque outer shell battered and pitted with dents and cracks. The virus's regenerative abilities struggled to keep up with the relentless assault. The battlefield fell eerily quiet as Ajay continued his barrage. Black Widow rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Ow, how is this even possible? She muttered. We're all supposed to be superhuman, but this, she trailed off, unable to comprehend the sheer gap in power. Hawkeye, standing nearby, silently packed away his bow. For the first time in his career, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. What's the point of even trying? He thought. 2 monsters in one day who can shrug off anything I shoot. What the hell have I been doing with my life? Tony, hovering above in his suit, fared slightly better. He wasn't questioning his life choices. He was busy calculating how to design an anti-Ajay armor. Despite the brutal, one-sided nature of the fight, Ajay's energy only seemed to grow. Asterisk rising dragon strike. Asterisk, he yelled, a fiery red aura erupting from his body in the shape of a dragon. The energy slammed into Stain, launching him skyward. Asterisk crow rides the plane. Asterisk. Ajay leapt after him, crashing down on a Stain mid-air and driving him into the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Ajay stood up, dusting himself off as he glanced at Stain's unmoving body. No movement, he muttered, tilting his head in confusion. He stepped closer and crouched down, examining the creature. Though Stain's body was motionless, Ajay could still sense faint traces of life. Playing dead, huh? Ajay smirked. Asterisk hammer crush. Asterisk, he shouted, raising his fist high before slamming it down onto Stain's head. The impact drove Stain's skull deep into the ground, and the corrosive purple liquid from his body began dripping onto the dirt. Ajay stood back up, nodding in satisfaction. That should do it. Watching from the main god space, Chi-Yun pressed a hand to his forehead. Asterisk, this guy is my retainer? Why does he make me feel so embarrassed? Should I reforge him or something? Asterisk. With Stain's resistance completely broken, Ajay grabbed hold of one of the creature's massive fingers and began dragging the body across the battlefield. Tony landed nearby, his face a mix of relief and exhaustion as his helmet retracted. He stared at Ajay, his expression complicated. All right, Tony sighed. I believe you now. You really just wanted a collectible. Of course, Ajay replied cheerfully, flashing a bright smile. Why would I lie about that? Don't worry, Tony. You'll be able to take down stuff like this in no time. This was just a warm-up for me. Got the blood pumping, you know? Tony's mouth twitched. AJ's confidence in him left him feeling conflicted. He didn't know whether to feel motivated or insulted. As the battle concluded, the scavengers began to arrive. On one side, General Ross approached with his entourage of military personnel. On the other, Agent Coulson strolled in with a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in tow. Ross's eyes practically sparkled as he addressed Ajay. This kind of strength is wasted anywhere else. Have you ever considered joining the military? You'd be a perfect fit. Come now, General. Coulson interjected with a polite smile. Recruiting someone of his talents for the army would be a waste. Why not him hire? S.H.I.E.L.D. could offer far more opportunities. He extended a hand toward Ajay. Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. Ajay didn't even glance at either of them. Not interested. I've got dinner waiting for me back home, he said casually, patting Tony on the shoulder before dragging Stain's corpse away. Ross's face turned red with frustration as he was completely ignored. Coulson, on the other hand, remained calm. He was used to rejection. Stop right there. Ross barked suddenly, his voice commanding. That corpse belongs to the military. If you want to leave, fine, but leave the body behind. AJ's ears twitched, but he didn't stop. He muttered under his breath. This guy's brain must be broken. He's getting a little too full of himself. Seeing Ajay continue without hesitation, Ross signaled his men to move in. Reluctantly, the soldiers began to surround Ajay, their movements slow and uncertain. Ajay didn't even acknowledge them. To him, they were nothing more than ants, not worth his attention. Ross, however, misinterpreted AJ's indifference as hesitation. He smirked, convinced he had the upper hand. Asterisk, he doesn't want to start a fight with the military. I've got him cornered. Asterisk. But Ajay wasn't about to give Ross any satisfaction. If ants blocked his path, he wouldn't bother going around them. He'd just walk straight through. Asterisk, standard strike. Asterisk, Ajay muttered lazily. A burst of energy exploded from his fist, sending an entire line of soldiers flying. The shock wave continued forward, slamming into a tank and reducing it to scrap metal. The battlefield fell silent. Everyone stared at the path of destruction Ajay had carved with a single punch. Unfazed, Ajay continued dragging Stain's corpse, eventually reaching his destination. Without a word, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Ross was apoplectic, his fists shaking with rage. But there was nothing he could do. AJ's raw power, combined with his ability to disappear at will, made him untouchable. Tony, who had watched the whole thing from a distance, sighed. He didn't approve of unnecessary violence, but he couldn't muster much sympathy for Ross and his men. The military's history of reckless experiments and disregard for human life left a bad taste in his mouth. As the dust settled, Ross and Coulson turned their attention to Tony, their eyes gleaming with opportunistic interest. Tony groaned inwardly. Asterisk, great. Now, they're looking at me like I'm the last piece of meat at the buffet. Asterisk. Without a word, Tony activated his thrusters and flew back to his ruined home, ignoring the two men entirely. Ross and Coulson exchanged glances but ultimately stayed put. Even with the house in ruins, neither dared trespass onto Tony's property. Stark Industries' legal team was notoriously ruthless, and no one wanted to provoke a lawsuit or worse, Tony's wrath. As Tony landed amidst the rubble, he sighed again, tired beyond words. What a day! Ajay returned from his effortless victory, dragging Stain's massive corpse behind him like a child showing off their catch of the day. Dropping the body onto the ground with a dull thud, he turned to Chi-yun, his face plastered with his usual goofy grin. Chi-yun sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he waved Ajay off. Go on, do your thing, he muttered. Ajay, unbothered, nodded cheerfully and wandered off, leaving Chi-yun to stare at the scene in mild disbelief. This guy's intelligence stat isn't low by any means, Chi-yun thought. Sure, intelligence isn't directly tied to IQ, but should at least improve reaction speed and memory retention. How could someone like him? He trailed off, shaking his head. No, it must all be channeled into combat instinct. That has to be it. Something worth studying, maybe, Without dwelling on it further, Chi-yun waved his hand, and Stain's corpse vanished, transported to the specialized deconstruction and extraction chamber within the main god space. While Chi-yun's personal powers could handle such processes, the chamber was far more precise and efficient. A professional tool for a professional task. As soon as the corpse was gone, another portal shimmered into existence, and Chi-Chi stepped through. Her petite frame and lively energy made her entrance feel like a gust of fresh air. The moment she saw Chi-yun, her expression lit up with excitement. She quickly jogged over, her small legs moving in a blur, and gave a polite bow before speaking. You're back, my lord. How do the plans go? Is there anything I can help with? She asked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Chi-yun's face darkened slightly at the reminder of recent events. After tasting success in the Resident Evil derivative world, he had ambitiously set his sights on other derivative worlds. Unlike native or open worlds, derivative worlds were far easier to manipulate, smaller, less complex, and often lacking fully developed world consciousnesses. But his efforts had hit a wall. Several derivative worlds he had recently targeted had begun developing nascent world consciousnesses. Because derivative worlds were small, their consciousnesses could focus their power over a limited area, creating an extremely concentrated defense. Each time Chi-yun attempted to infiltrate one, he was detected almost immediately and blocked from entry. After multiple failed attempts, Chi-yun had decided to stay home for a while to reevaluate his approach. Without a new strategy, continuing would be a waste of time and resources. He shook his head, pushing the frustration aside as he focused on Chi-Chi. Despite her small stature, she was the most reliable of his retainers. Granted, her only peer was Ajay, whose brain seemed to be made entirely of muscle. Judging from your excitement, I take it your mission was a success. Chi-yun asked. Absolutely. Chi-Chi beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Awakened Alice has agreed to join the main god space. Once she's fully integrated, the connection to the Resident Evil world will stabilize, and we'll have complete control over it. That world doesn't even have a world consciousness yet, so it's as good as ours. Excellent work. Chi-yun reached out and ruffled Chi-Chi's hair, eliciting a soft, contented hum from her. She resembled a pleased kitten, her eyes half closing as she leaned into his hand. And my lord, Chi-Chi continued, her voice brimming with excitement, I've identified another potential candidate for recruitment from the Resident Evil world. Oh, Chi-yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who is it? The Red Queen, Chi-Chi replied, extending her small hand. A swirling display of magical energy formed above her palm, shaping itself into a holographic image of the Red Queen, a sophisticated AI modeled after a young Alice. Chi-yun studied the image, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That's promising. Once the connection to the world is stable, send her an invitation. No need to make a special trip. Chi-Chi nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chicken pecking at grain. She was clearly pleased by Chi-yun's consideration. After a moment of hesitation, Chi-Chi tilted her head slightly and asked, My lord, is something troubling you? Chi-yun sighed, his expression growing troubled. It's nothing new. Ever since we decided to reduce the number of missions in the Resident Evil world to avoid overexploitation, I've been struggling to find other viable worlds for expansion. Without a new source of resources, progress has been slow. He leaned back in his seat, frustration evident in his posture. It's like trying to dig a mine without knowing where the vein is. We have the miners, but no ore. Chi-Chi fell silent for a moment, her small face scrunched in thought. Finally, she spoke. My lord, what if we focused on a more elite strategy? Ajay, and I can help. Chi-Yin frowned slightly. An elite strategy sounds good in theory, but we don't have enough elite participants. Even if we poured energy into manifesting a world core, we'd struggle to wrest it from the control of a world consciousness. The risk outweighs the reward. But, my lord, Chi-Chi continued, undeterred, we don't need to succeed all at once. The previous main god, before founding the main god space, was already a top-tier powerhouse in their own world and commanded legions of legendary warriors. Even with that kind of strength, they lost more battles than they won in the early days of world conquest. We're not in a position to aim for instant success. We can't afford the losses. She paused, letting her words sink in before proposing her idea. What if we took a phased approach? Instead of manifesting the world core immediately, we could send a small team of elite participants to act as anchors, establishing an initial connection. Once the connection is stable, we can send more participants to secure key points in the timeline. When the timing is right, we manifest the world core and claim the entire world in one decisive move. And who knows? Over time, we might even recruit powerful individuals from within the world itself to aid our efforts. Chi-Yin stroked his chin, his thoughts turning over her suggestion. It was a reasonable plan, methodical, less risky, and potentially more sustainable in the long run. You might be onto something, he admitted. We'll test this strategy on a single world first. If it works, we can expand from there. He looked at Chi-Chi, his expression resolute. Looks like you won't be getting much rest. Help me choose the right candidates for this trial run. Yes, my lord, Chi-Chi replied with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Ajay, who had been punching a sandbag in the distance, glanced over at Chi-Yun and Chi-Chi. He couldn't hear their conversation, but Chi-Chi's enthusiastic thumbs up toward him only deepened his confusion. After a moment of deliberation, Ajay shrugged. If I don't understand it, it's probably not important, he thought, returning to his training. Following their discussion, Chi-Yun implemented a new designation within the main god space, Pioneers. Pioneers would serve as the vanguard for world conquest. They would be carefully chosen from two groups, those who already possessed significant power before joining the main god space, and those with exceptional potential and rapid growth rates. With this new strategy in place, Chi-Yun felt a glimmer of hope. The road ahead would be difficult, but for the first time in a while, it didn't feel impossible. Half a month later, Tony Stark, who had been tirelessly refining his armor blueprints, received a mission notification from the main god space. His next mission was scheduled to begin in 3 days. Tony frowned as he read the notification. Asterisk figures. Everything has to happen at once. Asterisk, he had just made plans for a short vacation with Pepper to unwind after weeks of stress. The main god space had been radio silent for half a month, and the moment he decided to relax, it came knocking again. There was no helping it this time. He'd have to cancel on Pepper. But Tony wasn't about to leave her hanging without some kind of gesture to make up for it. After his harrowing experiences in captivity and the Resident Evil world, Tony's perspective on life had shifted dramatically. The reckless playboy of old had matured into someone who understood the fragility of life and the importance of protecting those he cared about. He knew now that his existence was teetering on the edge of danger, where every day could be his last. Leaving Pepper behind was not an option, but if he couldn't stay by her side, he had to ensure she'd be safe no matter what. It was time to give her an answer, a way to protect herself if anything ever happened to him. The following afternoon, Pepper Potts, who rarely carved out time for herself, cleared her schedule just to meet Tony. Pepper, you look stunning today, Tony said warmly as he approached her, dressed in a sharp suit and carrying a small, pale pink case in his hand. Oh, what's this? Has the infamous playboy learned how to flatter properly now? Pepper teased, her face lighting up with a smile she couldn't suppress. The sight of him, even after such a stressful week, made all her frustration melt away. It's not flattery, it's heartfelt admiration, Tony replied with a grin, stepping forward to take her hand. Come with me. I've got everything prepared. Let's not waste time standing here. Pepper interlocked her fingers with his, letting him lead the way. After a romantic candlelit dinner, Tony took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He had faced death, fought zombies, and built a suit of armor in a cave, but none of that had prepared him for what he was about to do. "Pepper," he began, his voice uncharacteristically tentative, "I made something for you. I hope you like it." He set the pink case on the table between them. Pepper's eyes lit up with delight. The evening had already been full of surprises, but this was unexpected. Her mind raced with possibilities. Was it jewelry? A bouquet of roses? Or maybe, could Tony Stark, of all people, be proposing? Her heart skipped a beat at the thought. "Pepper? Pepper." Tony's voice snapped her out of her daydream. "Huh? What?" she replied, blinking. "Come here," Tony said, gesturing for her to join him. She stood and walked over to his side, her curiosity piqued. Together, they looked down at the case on the table. Tony took her hand in his and gazed at her with an intensity that made her heart flutter. "Pepper, this is something I pour my heart into. I hope it'll keep you safe, no matter what." With that, he placed her hand on the case. The moment her fingers touched it, the case began to shift and transform. Countless liquid-like components flowed out, climbing up her arm in a graceful, mechanical dance. Pepper froze, startled, but her trust in Tony kept her rooted in place. She didn't flinch as the pieces continued to assemble around her. Seconds later, a calm, automated voice spoke. "Miss Potts, welcome to your Stark Industries custom armor." "Tony, what is this?" Pepper asked cautiously, her voice tinged with both awe and confusion. This wasn't exactly what she had imagined a romantic gift to be. "This definitely isn't a proposal. This," Tony said softly, "is your very own suit of armor. It's one of a kind. It'll protect you when I can't." His words carried a weight of emotion that made Pepper's chest tighten. For a moment, she felt her disappointment at the lack of a proposal melt away, only to be replaced by a gnawing sense of unease. "Protect me when you can't?" Pepper echoed, her brow furrowing. "What does that mean, Tony? Where are you going?" Tony hesitated for a moment before responding, his tone unusually serious. "To a very unique place. I leave tomorrow, but I promise you this, I'll come back. Because there's someone waiting for me here." Pepper swallowed the words she almost said. After a pause, she nodded softly and whispered, "I believe you. I'll wait for you." Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him and pulled her into an embrace. JRVS, ever considerate, deactivated the armor and returned it to its compact form, allowing the two to hold each other without interruption. After a moment, Tony led Pepper back to her seat and explained further. "I've also added your access to JRVIS's system. He'll help you maintain the armor and keep you safe while I'm gone. Just try not to hand it over to anyone else, okay? And if anything goes wrong, JRVS can assist with repairs." To Pepper, his words felt uncomfortably like a final goodbye. She stared at him, her heart heavy with worry, before leaning forward and kissing him. The next afternoon, Tony sat in his home workshop, fully suited in his Mark III armor. On his left arm was the prototype for the anti-Ajay armor, and on his right, the anti-Alice armor. In a hidden compartment on his back was the handcrafted collectible he had promised Ajay. When the scheduled time arrived, Chi-Yun activated the mission. Tony, Alice, and Ajay were simultaneously pulled through shimmering portals into their new mission world. This experiment had to succeed. Failure would mean that much of the progress the main god space had made so far would be wasted, perhaps irreparably so. Chi-Yun monitored the three participants closely, ready to pull them back at the first sign of trouble. At his side, Chi-Chi sat in tense silence, her fingers clenched tightly. For her, this mission was personal. One of her most important people was directly involved. Tony felt a wave of dizziness as he was transported, but unlike his previous mission, he didn't immediately appear in the new world. Instead, he found himself in a strange, incomprehensible space that defied logic. His enhanced mind tried to process his surroundings, but within seconds, he felt an unbearable pressure building in his head. His temples throbbed painfully, and it felt as though his brain might burst. Alert! This mission has a high difficulty level. Please pay attention to instructions from the main god space and carefully adhere to your assigned role. Special support activated. Reinforced personal storage space enabled. Team communication Channel opened. Mission World. Kill Mission World. Cooperative mode. Objective. Kill enemies within the world. Rewards will be distributed based on the target's identity, strength, and significance. Identity assigned. Temporary identity. Mercenary. Click to view. Curious. Tony accessed the details of his assigned identity. Temporary role. Mercenary. Name. Tony Stark. Identity overview. You are a simple mercenary escorting a client through a dangerous area to their destination. Tony blinked at the description, then let out a small sigh of relief. Asterisk not bad. High freedom, no major restrictions. I can work with this. Asterisk. His gaze shifted to his armor. With a single thought, he activated his newly reinforced storage space and placed all 4 armors into the inventory grid. The interface reminded him of an RPG equipment system, with 10 slots in total. 4 of them were now occupied by his suits. Satisfied, Tony turned his attention back to his assigned role. For now, it seemed straightforward enough. As a mercenary, he wouldn't have to worry about funds or other resources exposing him prematurely. For Tony Stark, it was time to adapt and survive again. As Tony, Alice, and Ajay approached their destination, Chi-Yun took a deep breath and stepped forward. This single step crossed countless starry seas, and in the next instant, Chi-Yun stood openly, boldly, outside the barrier of the target world. He made no attempt to hide his presence. The world consciousness, recognizing the familiar and troublesome intruder, stirred to life once more. Its defensive power surged, fully prepared to repel Chi-Yun's intrusion. But this time, Chi-Yun didn't try to force his way in. He had learned through repeated, painful failures that the firewall constructed by the world consciousness was impenetrable, at least for now. Instead, Chi-Yun simply stood there, a silent yet oppressive presence. His goal wasn't to break through, but to draw the full attention of the world consciousness, ensuring that its focus remained firmly on him. Meanwhile, from a point opposite Chi-Yun, 3 small, inconspicuous orbs emerged and drifted toward the barrier. As they approached, their appearance and energy signatures continuously shifted, rapidly adapting to mimic the essence of the world itself. The orbs passed through the barrier without resistance, their camouflage perfect. Once inside, they carried their precious cargo, Tony, Alice, and Ajay, into the heart of the world. Having fulfilled their purpose, the orbs disintegrated into tiny motes of light, merging seamlessly into the world's energy flow. During the transit, Tony felt an intense, disorienting shaking. The vibrations were brief but powerful, overwhelming his senses and triggering a wave of nausea. Unable to withstand it, Tony blacked out. When he regained consciousness, the shaking had stopped. The warmth of sunlight greeted him as he opened his eyes, and he found himself lying on a floor with no bed, just a simple blanket and pillows spread over wooden planks. Groaning, Tony sat up and rubbed his temples. His head felt like it had been used as a testing ground for a stun baton. He forced himself to take in his surroundings. The room was small, roughly the size of a single bedroom, and sparsely furnished. Everything, the floors, walls, and even the single door, was made of wood, with a distinctly Japanese design. The details, though subtle, were enough for Tony to make an educated guess. This must be some kind of traditional Japanese environment, maybe even a historical one. World traversal complete. Mission issued. Identity disguise activated. Asterisk, asterisk. Warning. If your identity is exposed, the difficulty level of the world will increase significantly. Mission World. Naruto. World difficulty. LV5. LV. World origin. 0%. World origin will passively accumulate as long as you survive in this world. World overview. After years of war, the major powers of the world have reached a state of fragile stability. The Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest ninja village, is constantly under watchful eyes. The story begins with the events following the Ninetales attack over a decade ago. Asterisk, asterisk. Tony's brows furrowed as he read the mission details. Ninjas? In his mind, ninjas were shadowy figures who carried out the world's darkest, most secret of missions. But from the world description, they seem to function more like an organized military force here. Main mission, Konoha Crush Plan. Mission type, optional. Mission overview. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, harbors unknown motives as he orchestrates and executes the Konoha Crush plan. Mission information. Select a faction to unlock further details. Mission rewards will be revealed after faction selection. Tony rolled his eyes at the mission summary. Asterisk, another betrayal story. Those never go out of style, do they? Asterisk. Once he had finished reviewing the mission, Tony checked his pockets. He was dressed in simple, functional clothing, and his pockets contained only a few pieces of paper currency, likely this world's version of money. Aside from the money, he had nothing. No weapons, no armor. His mercenary disguise was as bare bones as it got. The situation was clear. To complete the mission, he'd need to join a faction. And, judging by the mission's wording, he'd also have to figure out how to do that on his own. Since this was a cooperative world, Tony decided his first priority was to find his teammates. If the three of them ended up on different sides, it could lead to infighting, a risk he wasn't willing to take. Opening the sliding wooden door, Tony stepped into a narrow hallway lined with similar doors on either side. Each door had a small wooden plaque hanging beside it, engraved with a name. Glancing back, Tony noticed his own plaque read, Tony Stark in clear lettering. So these mark the rooms of the people staying here, he thought. As he scanned the hallway, his eyes landed on a familiar name, Alice. Further down, he spotted another plaque, this one reading Chi Jia. The name stood out. It didn't match the cultural aesthetic of the others. Looks like I found my teammates, Tony thought. And one of them is probably someone I know. He made his way to Alice's door and gave the plaque a light tap. Inside her room, Alice was feeling a mix of confusion and unease. This was her first mission in the main god space, and she was still coming to terms with everything. When she heard the knock, her instincts kicked in. Extending her psychic senses outward, she scanned the area. To her surprise, she recognized the presence outside her door. Tony, she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Rising quickly, she opened the door. Hey, it is you. Tony greeted her with a grin. Man, am I glad to see you. You joined the main god space too, huh? As he spoke, a vivid memory flashed in his mind. Alice pummeling the nemesis, Matt, into submission with sheer determination. Alice nodded, a faint smile on her lips. She vaguely remembered being invited into the main god space by someone, though the details were hazy. The only clear image she had was of a single burning matchstick, a tiny flame that had felt impossibly warm and comforting. Before they could say more, a deep, familiar voice spoke behind Tony. Do either of you have any sense of subtlety? Tony turned, his eyes widening. Standing in the hallway was Ajay, his expression unusually stern. Ajay, Tony asked tentatively. Something felt off. The Ajay he remembered was far more goofy. Ajay nodded, his demeanor serious. Come my room. Standing around in a hallway like this is too conspicuous. Alice glanced at Tony, waiting for his decision. To her, it seemed like Tony and Ajay already knew each other. Tony hesitated. The sudden shift in Ajay's behavior was unnerving. What if this is some kind of trap? He wondered. But the cooperative nature of the mission helped calm his nerves. Taking a deep breath, he nodded to Alice. Let's go. Together, they followed Ajay into his room, stepping into what felt like the first chapter of an unpredictable story. Once the three of them were gathered in the same room, the atmosphere turned strangely awkward. Tony had expected Ajay, who he thought was the most experienced among them, to take the lead. Instead, Ajay sat cross-legged on the floor, completely silent. Tony and Alice exchanged glances, their expressions conveying mutual confusion. Neither of them spoke either, waiting for Ajay to say something. Ajay, however, was lost in his own swirling thoughts. I know these two, so should I still approach them like I would with strangers? Asterisk, but wait, both of them are important to the boss. Should I act friendlier? But changing my behavior feels like so much effort. Asterisk. Asterisk, man, I really regret not listening to Chi-Chi earlier. All I've been doing is punching stuff. Asterisk. Ajay wasn't incapable of thinking. Quite the opposite. His thought process was so fast and chaotic that it often spiraled off track, leaving him unsure how to proceed. 5 minutes passed in tense silence. Tony, growing increasingly impatient, finally decided to break it. Time was precious, especially in the early stages of a mission. Standing around doing nothing felt like a waste. Ajay, Tony began, his voice cutting through the quiet. Is there a reason you called us here? Something we need to discuss. Ajay snapped out of his thoughts, momentarily bewildered. His carefully constructed air of aloofness shattered instantly. Seeing Ajay's startled expression, Tony actually felt relieved. Asterisk, there he is. That's the Ajay I know. Asterisk. I was asking, Tony continued, if you brought us here to talk about choosing a faction. Ajay realized his attempt at maintaining a stoic image had completely fallen apart. With an internal sigh, he decided to drop the act. Yeah, that's right, Ajay said, nodding as he tapped his arm thoughtfully. He was trying to mimic Chi-Chi's methodical approach to avoid getting sidetracked again. Since this is a cooperative mission, it's best if we all join the same faction. Fighting each other in a difficult world like this would be suicide. I agree, Tony said, regaining some confidence. Despite being physically outmatched by his teammates, he realized he could contribute in other ways. The three of us need to stick together. Alice, what do you think? I don't mind, Alice replied softly, but this setting feels familiar somehow. She frowned, her brow furrowing in concentration. Her immense psychic power allowed her to delve into her own memories with incredible clarity. After a moment, her eyes lit up. I remember now. This feels like a story from a manga, Alice said, her voice calm but confident. A manga? Tony blinked, momentarily thrown off. Reaching into his personal space, he summoned a small, compact drone that floated beside him. From his ear, a single lens HUD extended outward, scanning the room. JRVS, search the database. Keywords, Naruto manga, Tony ordered. The drone trembled slightly as JRVS kicked into high gear, processing the command. While the search was underway, Alice extended her psychic senses outward, carefully probing the surrounding area for information. Search results incomplete. No relevant data found. JRVS finally reported. I couldn't find anything, Tony admitted, glancing at Alice. Ajay, do you know anything about this Naruto manga? Ajay thought for a moment, but the only things that came to mind were his worn-out sandbags and endless training sessions. He shook his head. Tony sighed, disappointed. So much for that lead. All right, Tony said after a moment. Here's the plan. The three of us will split up to gather information. We'll regroup here by tonight to decide which faction to join and how to approach them. Sounds good. Ajay agreed. But remember to stay discreet. Don't talk about the mission in public areas. And hide your abilities, Alice added. I just extended my senses a little and detected a massive energy presence nearby. It's extremely dangerous, like nothing I've ever encountered. I've sent the details to the team channel. You should check it out. Tony was about to ask about the team channel when it automatically opened in his field of view. Sure enough, there was a message from Alice containing the results of her scan. Due to your intelligence being more than double the target's, you have acquired all available information. Note, data is incomplete due to the influence of an abnormal seal. Full information will be revealed if the seal is broken. Name * nine-tailed fox, seal damaged. Type * ultra energy aggregate. HP/MP/energy * 9000/9000. Strength * 21. Agility * 17. Intelligence * 9. Endurance * infinity. Charisma * 15. Skills *. Skill 1. Large energy aggregate. Passive. LV45 energy is everything. All actions and attacks consume HP/MP. Total energy is calculated as intelligence x 1000. Skill 2. Undying body. Passive. LV40 death cannot fully claim this entity. Upon depletion of all energy, it will reincarnate at another location within this world. Skill 3. Flame embodiment. Passive. LV40 flames are its greatest ally. Reduces energy cost of flame-based skills by 40%, increases their power by 40%, and allows normal attacks to carry fire attributes. Skill 4. Tailed Beast Bomb. Active. LV40 after charging. Fires a tailed beast bomb. Damage equals consumed energy x 4. Note, energy consumption is based on original value. Skill 5 * unknown. Skill 6 * unknown. Tony stared at the data in disbelief. His mind reeled. What the hell kind of world is this? He couldn't fathom encountering a creature this powerful right out of the gate. The stats alone were ridiculous. In the main god space, even small increases in stats created exponential differences in power. A strength stat of 21 wasn't just 1 point higher than 20. It was an entirely different league. And that was before factoring in its absurd skills. Tony felt like he was reading the profile of a raid boss. As he processed the information, Ajay stood up and began removing his jacket. He cracked his knuckles, his expression serious. "What are you doing?" Tony asked warily. "It's been a while since I've had a worthy opponent," Ajay said, his voice brimming with excitement. "This creature sounds like a good challenge." Tony's jaw dropped. "Are you crazy? What about the mission?" Even Alice seemed surprised by Ajay's boldness. Though she didn't dismiss the idea outright, she raised an eyebrow. "You're not wrong. It's strong, but it's not unbeatable. I could probably take it down if needed." Ajay froze mid-step, his excitement cooling. He sighed, pulling his jacket back on. "Fine. I'll stick to the mission for now." Watching Ajay's deflated expression, Tony felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "I swear, as soon as I expand my personal storage, I'm building an entire armory. If I can't win with quality, I'll win with quantity. With their plans set, the three of them prepared to leave. Ajay gave them a casual wave before heading out. "See you tonight." As the door closed behind him, Tony and Alice exchanged a glance. Neither said it, but they both knew one thing. This mission was going to be anything but simple. As Ajay left the inn, his mood was visibly sour. Walking down the streets of Konoha, his head hung low, he looked like a man weighed down by disappointment. He couldn't stop thinking about the powerful energy Alice had detected. The sheer excitement of fighting a worthy opponent had him itching for a battle. But Ajay knew better. The mission came first. Both Chi-Yun and Chi-Chi had emphasized how important this task was, and even though he might not be the brightest in the group, the last thing he wanted was to drag them down. "Come on, Ajay," he muttered to himself, clenching his fists. "No time to waste. Focus on the mission. Let's figure out this village's combat capabilities. You can do it." His pep talk seemed to work, and Ajay lifted his head, determination igniting in his eyes. But as he looked around, he realized he had no idea where he was. The streets of Konoha were unfamiliar, and the crisscrossing roads and alleys only made things worse. To make matters more awkward, his earlier dramatic self-encouragement had scared away most of the passers-by, leaving him unable to ask anyone for directions. Scratching his head, Ajay glanced at the intersecting paths ahead of him. Well, this is a problem. With no map and no one to guide him, he resorted to a highly scientific solution. Picking up a small stick from the ground, he stood it upright at the intersection and balanced it carefully with one hand. "All right, wherever it points when it falls, that's where I'll go," he declared. He released the stick, watching it intently as it wobbled and finally toppled over. Just as it landed, a sudden gust of wind changed its direction, pointing toward a path leading out of the village center. "Huh, looks like destiny has spoken," Ajay said with a laugh, picking up the stick and heading down the chosen road. After repeating this process several more times, Ajay found himself in a quieter, more secluded part of the village. It was a training ground, sparsely populated and mostly occupied by a few ninja practicing their skills. It was sheer dumb luck, or perhaps his unusually high luck stat, that had brought him here. Before he even stepped into the training area, the rhythmic thudding of fists striking would caught his attention. The sound was steady, powerful, and relentless. Curious, Ajay followed the noise and saw a man furiously punching a wooden training post. The man's sharp features were set in a focused grimace, and his fists moved with such intensity that blood had seeped through the bandages wrapped around them. Yet he didn't stop. Ajay stood at a distance, observing the man in silence. He didn't have any detection skills, but his instincts were sharp enough to tell him that this man was no ordinary fighter. After a while, Ajay decided to make his presence known. He stomped his foot twice, the sound echoing faintly across the training ground. The man stopped mid-punch and turned toward Ajay. His sharp gaze softened slightly when he saw what appeared to be a civilian. "Are you lost?" "This is a training ground," the man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. His tone was curt, but not unkind. Ajay took a moment to size him up. "What's with this guy's outfit?" he thought, noting the full green bodysuit. Doesn't he feel self-conscious wearing that? No, I'm not lost. Ajay hesitated briefly before speaking again. You're a ninja from this village, right? That's right, the man replied, crossing his arms. Why? Do you need help with something? No, not really. Ajay took a step closer, flexing his muscles in a show of strength. But, do you need a sparring partner? The man blinked, clearly taken aback. Huh, come on, Ajay said with a grin. Hitting a wooden post all day isn't fun. Let's have a match. He struck a fighting stance and gestured for the man to step forward. For a moment, the man stared at Ajay as if he were crazy. Then, slowly, a wide grin spread across his face. You're right, he exclaimed, his voice booming with enthusiasm. What's the point of punching a post when I could face a real challenge? Let's do it. Ajay's grin widened as he saw the man's mood shift. By the way, the man added, his tone suddenly serious. You're not from around here, are you? You must be facing some kind of difficulty. Listen, no matter what problem you're dealing with, don't back down. Face it with all your youthful spirit. Exactly, Ajay agreed, his voice rising with excitement. That's why you shouldn't hold back. Come on, show me what you've got. The man stared at Ajay for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, I like your spirit. His mind briefly flashed to his student, Rock Lee. Asteriskly, I will find a way to help you recover. I swear it. As the blue beast of Konoha, asterisk, turning back to Ajay, the man gave him a thumbs up. All right, let's do this. But be careful. My punches can be pretty heavy. We'll see about that, Ajay replied, his grin never fading. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ajay vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage where he had stood. The man's eyes widened in shock. Asterisk what? He's moving as fast as a ninja using the body flicker technique, and he's doing it with pure physical speed. Asterisk. Lowering his stance, he scanned his surroundings carefully, his instincts screaming that he was facing a formidable opponent. Despite the surprise, his blood boiled with excitement. Asterisk, a true challenge. Finally, asterisk. Boom. Ajay reappeared behind him, slamming his fist into the ground. The sheer force of the punch created a crater in the dirt, sending shockwaves through the air. You'll need to focus, Ajay said, his tone calm but challenging. If you let her guard down, this won't be any fun. The man turned, his grin even wider than before. You no ordinary guy, are you? He clenched his fists, his chakra beginning to flow through his body. Let's see how serious you are. The fight that followed was nothing short of spectacular. Ajay darted around the man like a blur, throwing rapid punches with precision and power. The man, in turn, defended and counterattacked with skillful precision, his movements a perfect demonstration of advanced taijutsu. Their blows collided with explosive force, sending shockwaves rippling across the training ground. Boom! Their fists met in midair, the impact generating a powerful gust of wind that uprooted the wooden training posts nearby. Huh, this is amazing, Ajay exclaimed, landing a few meters away. His body was already warmed up, and his excitement was palpable. Okay, warm-up's over. Time to get serious. Let me know if you can't handle it. Serious? The man laughed, his voice full of energy. Youth doesn't allow for giving up. Bring it on. Despite his bravado, the man knew he couldn't hold back anymore. Dropping into a stance, he began channeling his chakra, preparing for his ultimate technique. 8 inner gates, he muttered under his breath. The training ground erupted into chaos as the two fighters unleashed their full power. Ajay's fiery red aura surged around him, his eyes glowing crimson like bloodied gems. The man, meanwhile, activated the first 3 gates of the 8 inner gates technique. His chakra exploded outward in a blue torrent, creating a whirlwind of energy that clashed with Ajay's aura. From a distance, it looked like a dual-colored tornado had formed in the training ground, the winds howling with raw power. It was fortunate that the training ground was located on the village's outskirts. If this battle had taken place closer to the heart of Konoha, there was no doubt it would have drawn the attention of every ninja in the area. Feeling that Kai's combat power had more than doubled after opening the gates, Ajay was thrilled. Hey, how many times can you use that move? Ajay asked after performing a scorpion tail kick that sent Kai flying. Why are you asking? Kai grew slightly wary, As a ninja, he was always cautious about leaking information. I want to see your full strength, Agia said seriously, his eyes fixed on Kai. From their brief exchange, Agia quickly deduced that Kai's move was a percentage-based buff skill that grew stronger over time, and he was eager to witness its full potential. Kai shook his head, glanced at the setting sun, and withdrew from his attack stance. That ability can only be used in special circumstances. Now's not the right time. Agia blinked and retracted his energy. Oh, I see. Well, never mind then. This fight was great fun. Want to grab a bite together? No, thanks. Kai shook his head again. I have to check on my disciple. Disciple? Where? Take me with you, Agia said, tagging along beside Kai. At the hospital. Now calm. Kai began contemplating other ways, apart from finding Tsunade, to help Lee. Oh, I get it. Your disciple must be seriously injured, Agia said, stroking his chin. No wonder you seemed so down earlier. Kai let out a heavy sigh. Seriously injured was an understatement. Lee might never be able to continue as a ninja. Don't sigh. Maybe I can help you, Agia said, patting Kai on the shoulder. Thanks. Kai smiled faintly but didn't take Agia's words seriously. Hey, give me one of your kunai, Agia suddenly said. You don't believe me, do you? Give me one, and I'll prove it to you. Oh, Kai blinked, then pulled a kunai from his pouch and handed it to Agia. Agia raised the kunai and plunged it heavily into his own arm. Clang, the kunai snapped cleanly in half, leaving only a small white mark on Agia's arm. For a moment, things got a little awkward. Holding the broken kunai, Agia looked slightly embarrassed. Kai, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. Despite their closely matched fight earlier, enduring a blade with nothing but flesh, without chakra reinforcement, was something even he couldn't achieve. Do you have anything sharper? Let me borrow it to test again, Agia asked. No need. Kai, now looking at Agia as if seeing a glimmer of hope, realized that Agia had inadvertently demonstrated his ability. There might just be a chance to save Lee. Follow me, Kai said before leaping onto a rooftop. With Kai leading the way, the two began heading toward the hospital. At this moment, the faction selection panel on Agia's mission interface lit up. He had fulfilled the conditions to join. Would he choose to align with a Leaf Village? Meanwhile, Alice's luck wasn't nearly as good as Agia's. She had wandered the streets for half a day without discovering any useful information or encountering any bandits to showcase her skills. The only conflict she had was when someone dressed in black accidentally bumped into her, though they quickly apologized. Although she hadn't made much progress, Alice was still happy. A world without zombies was simply wonderful, making her feel as though she'd returned to her younger days, though she wasn't exactly old now. Every little shop caught her eye, and if it weren't for the mission weighing on her mind, Alice could have easily spent a month exploring the streets. After taking a few more steps, Alice suddenly noticed a sign pointing to a hot spring. Maybe I'll overhear something useful while soaking in the hot springs, Alice mused, smiling as she casually found an excuse to head in that direction. As she approached the entrance to the hot spring baths, Alice spotted 3 people standing there from a distance. One of them was even standing right outside the women's bath. Upon closer inspection, Alice realized that the person in black was the same one who had bumped into her earlier. In that moment, Alice froze. As expected, there were perverts in every world. Hey, you 2 perverts. What are you doing? Alice stopped in her tracks and shouted at them. Hearing her voice, Ebisu turned around and saw a woman catching him near the women's bath. No, it's not what it looks like. Ebisu flailed his hands nervously, trying to explain. Tisich, 2 filthy creeps, Naruto scoffed. He glanced disdainfully at the 2 adults, as he was only interested in Sakura, not like these grown-ups. Enough excuses. Doing something this perverted. Get ready to go to jail. Alice demanded, then paused. Wait, was there even a police station in this world? Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Ebisu stammered, panicking. Although it was indeed a misunderstanding, being caught outside the women's bath was indefensible. It was probably best to flee. With that thought, Ebisu reached out to grab Naruto, intending to escape together. Boom! Alice dashed forward and landed an uppercut on Ebisu. Ebisu was sent flying several meters into the air before crashing to the ground and passing out. Trying to take a hostage. Alice flipped her hair and turned to Naruto. Don't worry, kid. I'm here. The girls here are still as fiery as ever. I love that, Jiraiya muttered with a lecherous smirk as he watched Alice. Alice turned and pointed at Jiraiya. Hey, are you with him? I am. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Miss, you've got it wrong. I was merely here for research. Research? Actually, I'm a writer. Here's my book, Jiraiya said proudly, pulling out a copy of Ica Paradise. As she eyed the cover, Alice's face darkened instantly. She imagined her likeness appearing in such a book, becoming widely circulated. Put it down and come with me to the station, Alice demanded. She wasn't sure if there was a police station here, but it sounded authoritative enough. Jiraiya's toad companion leaped up. Go to the station? Jiraiya interpreted it as being taken to the police force. That would be way too embarrassing. Miss, my apologies for today. Farewell. Watching Jiraiya leap high into the air, Alice realized this was a good opportunity, a chance to test the combat strength in this world. She had every reason to act, and so she raised her hand and lightly grabbed at Jiraiya, using her telekinesis. Since she wasn't fully sure of Jiraiya's capabilities, Alice held back her strength. Jiraiya's hair bristled as he broke free from the telekinetic hold. Flipping in midair, he landed steadily on the ground and looked at Alice with newfound caution. No hand signs. Was this a Kekkei Genkai? Miss, who exactly are you? Jiraiya asked, his tone more serious now. Who I am doesn't matter. You're not getting away, Alice replied after a brief pause, having just detected some of Jiraiya's information. This only solidified her resolve to test him further. Big sis, creepy old man, stop fighting. You knocked out my teacher. How am I supposed to train now? Naruto interrupted, pointing at the two of them. Train? Alice furrowed her brows. Did people here grow stronger by being more perverted? This world was bizarre. Yeah, water walking practice, Naruto explained, pointing at the unconscious Ebisu, and then at the nearby open-air hot spring pool. That's my teacher. Alice glanced at the unconscious Ebisu, stunned for a moment. She couldn't quite grasp the logic of Naruto's words. Water walking practice. How did that even work? I'll be your teacher. Jiraiya jumped at the opportunity, grabbing Ebisu and Naruto while keeping a wary eye on Alice. I don't want you. I want Big Sis to teach me. She's stronger than you. Naruto protested, squirming in Jiraiya's grasp. Alice looked at Naruto and decided not to escalate things. Hey, I'll let it go this time. But seriously, you're too old for this. Go find a girlfriend and stop doing things like this. After Alice's words, Jiraiya remained silent, still wary of the potential bloodline limit, Kekkei Genkai, she might possess. In his eyes, Alice didn't seem to be targeting Naruto specifically, but that could also just be part of her script, so he couldn't completely let his guard down. Once Jiraiya and the others left, Alice finally had time to review the information she had just gathered. Scanning. Due to your higher intelligence stat, you've obtained more basic information. Combat mode activated. You've gained additional details. Asterisk asterisk. Name asterisk Jiraiya. Category asterisk human. Health asterisk 300 of 300. Mana/chakra asterisk 150 out of 150. Strength asterisk. Agility asterisk. Intelligence asterisk 15. Stamina asterisk 15. Charisma asterisk 11. Skill 1 asterisk ninjutsu mastery. Passive LV39 reduces chakra consumption by 39%, increases ninjutsu power by 39%. Special effect at this level. Shortens casting time and reduces recoil damage. Skill 2 asterisk taijutsu expertise. Passive LV20 base health increases by an additional amount equal to stamina times 20, reduces physical damage taken by 20%. Skill 3 asterisk battle hardened. Passive LV30 increases nerve reflex speed by 3%, reduces ninjutsu damage taken by 30%. Skill 4 asterisk indomitable, will unknown. Skill 5 asterisk sage mode, unknown. Skill 6 asterisk unknown. The stats revealed from the scan showed that Jiraiya's attributes were no joke. Alice wasn't particularly shocked by his numbers. After all, even with these stats, her own attributes surpassed his on the surface. What did surprise her, however, was seeing such impressive stats on a pervy old man caught spying on the women's bath. If she extrapolated from this, in a village this size, there were probably hundreds, if not thousands, of people like him. Based on this calculation, Alice estimated that her overall combat power might not even rank in the top 100. In just a few short hours, her scans had already revealed two powerful figures, Kurama, the Nine Tails, and now Jiraiya. Thinking about it, Alice felt fortunate that she hadn't been casually throwing around her detection skill. If she had, they might have made enemies all over the place right from the start of the mission. After reviewing the stat sheet, Alice uploaded the information she had gathered into the team channel. Everyone, this world might be extremely dangerous. I just scanned a pervy old man spying on the women's bath, and his stats were already astonishing. I think we need to keep a low profile during our investigation to avoid unnecessary trouble. A few seconds later, Ajia's reply popped up. Agreed. This village is full of hidden dangers. I just made a friend who's incredibly strong. I have a feeling that if he goes all out, I might not be able to beat him. And I asked. He's just a jonin, and there are still ranks above that. As he made his way to the hospital with Kai, Ajia typed his response into the channel. Got it. I'll be careful. By the way, how do I use the detection skill? Or do I need to learn it back in the main god space? Tony chimed in next. If your intelligence stat reaches a certain threshold, it'll unlock automatically, but that's inefficient. The main god space has basic skill scrolls for this kind of ability, and they're not expensive. You can learn it next time we're there, Ajia replied. At that moment, Tony was standing atop a mountain peak. From his vantage point, he could easily observe the village below. His armor had transformed into a shoulder guard, allowing him greater mobility while working with his AI to gather physical data on the entire village. To ensure his safety, Tony had deployed all his available drones. These devices were spread out across the area and would alert him of any incoming threats. The drones utilized three types of detection systems: optical, thermal, and electromagnetic. If someone could bypass all three, Tony figured he'd have no choice but to accept his fate. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, Ajia and Kai finally reached the hospital after leaping across rooftops for a while. With Kai leading the way, Ajia easily passed through the ninja-guarded entrance. The two quickly made their way to Lee's hospital room. When they pushed the door open, the room was empty. Doctor! Doctor! Kai called out in a panic. A nurse hurried over. What's wrong? What happened? Where is he? Kai pointed at the room. Where's the patient who was here? The nurse peeked into the room and saw that Lee was indeed gone. She sighed and looked at Kai. I've told you before, you teachers need to keep a closer eye on your students. Despite his serious injuries, he's already snuck out multiple times. He sneaks out? Where does he go? Kai was stunned. Did this mean Lee had been running off frequently during his recovery? The courtyard downstairs. He's probably there doing push-ups. I've told him many times, his body isn't ready for exercise yet. It'll only worsen his injuries. The nurse's tone was stern. The three of them headed to the hospital courtyard, where they found Lee wrapped in bandages, using his one relatively uninjured arm to do push-ups. 201 arm push-ups. If I can't do it, I'll punish myself with 100 handstand push-ups. Lee gritted his teeth, pushing himself through the pain as he encouraged himself. With a whoosh, Kai darted over and landed beside Lee, tears streaming down his face as he watched without interrupting. Ajia waved the nurse off, signaling that she could attend to other tasks. The nurse hesitated, casting them a suspicious glance before reluctantly leaving. The hospital was short-staffed after all. If anything happens, call us immediately. And tell him to stop training, she warned. Ajia nodded, but whether they'd heed her advice was another matter entirely. He turned his attention back to Lee. 190. Lee pushed his body to its absolute limits, determined to reach his goal. Come on, you're almost there. Just one more. Kai cheered passionately by Lee's side. 200. The moment Lee completed the final push-up, his arm gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Kai quickly caught him. Kai-sensei, I did it. Lee, drenched in sweat and flushed red, looked up at Kai with a weak but proud smile. Lee, this is the true essence of youth. Kai shouted, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Even Ajia was slightly moved. In Lee, he saw a reflection of his past self. When he'd first been created by the main god, Ajia had trained relentlessly to master his body's power and unlock his potential. During that period, he had pushed himself to the brink, training to the extreme. However, unlike Lee, Ajia had the main god backing him. ensuring he wouldn't end up in Lee's condition no matter how hard he pushed. Azure walked over to Kai, crouched down, and spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Kai, let me take a look at him, okay? Kai nodded. Lee, this is my friend. He might be able to help you recover. Don't worry, Kai-sensei. I'll always trust you. Lee's eyes brimmed with tears. Kai-sensei was so good to him, going to such lengths to find someone to help treat him. While Lee was touched, the combination of his and Kai's over-the-top enthusiasm left Azure at a loss for words. As Ajure's hand rested on Lee's body, the energy within him flowed through the contact point, traveling throughout Lee's body and conducting a thorough examination. How's it looking? Can you help him? Kai asked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he waited for Ajure's response. Meeting the hopeful gazes of both Kai and Lee, Azure nodded confidently. It's not a big problem. It's just a case of severe compound fractures. The real issue lies in choosing the right treatment plan. Treatment plan? Kai asked in disbelief. The entire village had been unable to find a solution for Lee's injuries, and now Azure casually presented multiple options. After settling Lee back in his bed, Azure and Kai headed to the hospital rooftop. By now, the sun was halfway below the horizon. Kai, I've thought this over for a while and have come up with 3 potential treatments. As his mentor, you should decide first, Azure said, leaning against the wall with his head tilted. Tell me, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens, Kai declared, thumping his chest as he sat down nearby. First, the energy I practice, different from your chakra, has powerful restorative capabilities. If I channel it into Lee over a period of time, he'll naturally recover. Kai remained silent, knowing Azure wasn't finished. However, the drawback of this method is that Lee's chakra may completely disappear. His injuries are closely tied to his chakra, so to ensure success, we need to first disperse his chakra entirely. Hearing this, Kai's thick eyebrows furrowed. You mean Lee would have to refine chakra all over again? Azure nodded. Don't worry, that's just the first option. The second one involved a friend of mine who's a mechanic. A mechanic? Think of it as someone who builds advanced machines, Azure explained, referring to Tony. The reason you can't heal Lee is that chakra can't perfectly mend every microscopic fracture. With him assisting, it'll be much easier. However, Lee's internal injuries will still linger, and this incident will limit his future potential. Kai fell in a deep thought. One option required starting again from scratch, while the other meant sacrificing future achievements. But Azure wasn't done yet. The third option involves another friend of mine. She has a special virus that can restore vitality, even to the dead. But I'm not entirely sure how well it would work on Lee, and there's a risk of mutation afterward. After hearing all 3 options, Kai opened his mouth, but found himself unsure of what to say. With so many choices, he was at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Kai raised his head. Let Lee decide. I believe he's capable of making the right choice for himself. Azure grinned. He had expected Kai to say something like this. Don't worry, I already told them about the situation. They'll be here soon. Let's talk to Lee first, so he's mentally prepared, Kai said, pulling Azure back into the hospital room. After learning about the treatment options, Lee looked to Kai, hoping for some guidance. Lee, your life is your own to decide. Believe in yourself, Kai exclaimed, gripping Lee's hands tightly. Youth is never perfect. We must embrace it. Can you keep it down? Other people are trying to rest. A nurse scolded as she opened the door and glared at Kai. Kai bowed apologetically, knowing that in the hospital, the doctors and nurses had the final say, even over a Jonin like him. I choose the first option, Lee declared decisively, shouting in unison with Kai. I believe that with enough hard work, I can make up for everything. Lee, Kai-sensei. And just like that, the two of them hugged once again, tears streaming down their faces. Watching from the side, Azure rubbed his temples. After meeting these two, he was starting to feel that he might actually be the normal one. Knock, knock. The door opened again, and Alice and Tony stood in the doorway. Excuse me, is Azure here? You're here. The patient is this guy. Go take a look. I need some fresh air, Azure said hastily, pulling the two of them inside before practically fleeing the room. Alice and Tony exchanged confused glances, unsure of what Azure was up to. But since they were there, they decided to examine the patient. Healing him might fulfill the conditions for joining the Leaf Village faction. Hello. May I examine the patient first? Alice asked, walking up to Kai. Kai immediately sprang into action, grabbing a chair and placing it beside her. Please sit. Go ahead. Sitting down, Alice leaned in to examine Lee, whose body was wrapped head to toe in bandages. It might feel a little uncomfortable, but bear with it, okay? Lee nodded earnestly. Alice unleashed her immense mental energy, which radiated from her body, causing her hair to float in the air. Her psychic power delved deep into Lee's body for a comprehensive scan. The more she examined, the darker her expression grew. Lee's physical condition was horrifying, far worse than being hit by a heavy truck. His bones were fractured from within, and his muscles were similarly damaged. It was as if a monstrous force had burst out from inside him. What's more, Alice detected something unusual. Where her scan was complete, she turned to Tony. With a wave of his hand, Tony deployed a floating medical scanner, a module he had specifically added to his suit before arriving. Jarvis quickly processed the scans and projected the results onto Tony's glasses. The injuries were far worse than what Tony had endured during his captivity by terrorists. Under such detailed analysis, Tony also noticed the unusual detail Alice had picked up on. How does it look? Kai asked in a hushed tone. Well, we need to discuss this. Please wait here, Tony said, pulling Alice out of the room. After regrouping with Agia in a quiet corner, Tony's expression turned serious. Agia, I've discovered a problem, Tony began. What problem? Does Lee have additional internal injuries? Agia scratched his head. No, his injuries aren't the issue. Like you said in the team channel, all three of us have ways to help him recover. Tony shook his head. The real issue is that Lee seems to be parasitized by some kind of plant spores. We're not yet sure if the parasitism is benign or harmful. Spores? Agia frowned, thinking it over. Isn't that just part of his injuries? My treatment plan already includes clearing out the spores. But since his chakra is tightly linked to them, he'll definitely need to retrain his chakra afterward. No, you're misunderstanding, Alice interjected. I can sense that the spores are a separate life form. However, their current state is unusual. Lee's consciousness is still dominant, but based on my scans, his chakra exists because of the spores. So if we remove them, he won't just lose his chakra. He'll lose the ability to extract chakra entirely, Alice explained. Hearing this, Agia was stunned. Actually, don't you think those spores are a little similar to your T-virus? Tony asked, glancing at Alice. Exactly, Alice nodded. But with the help of the main god space, the T-virus has fully integrated into my genetic structure. It's truly a part of me now. Lee's situation is different. I have a feeling we might have stumbled upon something huge, Agia murmured, his gaze shifting toward Lee's hospital room. ***, side quest discovered. The truth about chakra. Warning, difficulty level LV 69. Would you like to accept? The prompt from the main god space rang out at the perfect moment. Agia, Alice, and Tony exchanged glances and, as if by unspoken agreement, swiftly changed the topic. So, now that you've checked him out, do you have any treatment suggestions? Agia asked. There's no way around it. His injuries are tied to those spores. For any of our methods to work, the spores would have to be removed, and that would mean he'd never be a ninja again. His chakra will completely disappear, Alice said, her tone troubled as she shook her head. Do you really think he's cut out to be a ninja, though? Agia asked thoughtfully. What do you mean? Tony turned to Agia, a hint of realization dawning on his face as he began to guess where Agia was going with this. If we replace chakra with chi, wouldn't he be more like a martial artist? Agia's eyes lit up. If he's trained properly, I don't see why Lee couldn't surpass his former self. You've got a point, but are you sure Lee would be willing to go through with it? You need to consider the societal pressure he might face in this world, Tony said, his voice laced with concern. He's still just a kid, after all. You're overthinking it. Agia shot back. Kids in a time of war aren't like those in times of peace. Besides, how will we know unless we ask? Fine, it's your call, Tony sighed, leaning against the wall. What a tragic world this is. Alice stayed silent. From her perspective, Lee was already incredibly fortunate. At least his world hadn't faced an apocalyptic crisis. After their discussion, the three returned to the hospital room, where Lee was waiting anxiously for their answer. Kylie, Azure began, his expression turning serious. We have some bad news. If we're the ones treating you, you won't be able to be a ninja anymore. Your chakra will be completely erased from your body. How could this happen? Lee clenched his hands tightly, gripping the bedsheet until it wrinkled under his grasp. Lee, don't worry. There's still hope. If we can find Lady Tsunade, we still have a chance. Kai inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm as he held Lee's hand tightly. Lee remained silent. Tsunade had been missing for who knows how long. If his injuries dragged on any further, it wouldn't matter even if they found her. He might already be beyond saving. Hold on, Kai. Azure placed a reassuring hand on Kai's shoulder before stepping forward and locking eyes with Lee. Lee, how would you feel about gaining another teacher? Lee looked up in surprise, not understanding what Azure meant. Kai, however, seemed to catch on. Azure gave Kai a confident nod. The path I walk doesn't require chakra. Based on what I've observed about you today, you're well suited for this path. So what do you say? Will you be my disciple? Lee's mouth hung open as he turned to Kai for guidance. Kai lowered his head in thought. He had sparred with Azure earlier and could vouch for his combat abilities. As for his character, Azure seemed decent enough for now. His identity had also been vetted by the village, with no immediate red flags. The main god space had meticulously crafted their cover identities. After careful consideration, Kai nodded at Lee. Lee turned back to Azure, his face filled with determination as he struggled to sit up. Azure pressed Lee back down with one hand. Just say it. No need to overdo it. I'm willing. Azure-sensei, please guide me from now on. Lee said resolutely, his face full of conviction. Azure burst out laughing, giving Lee a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good. Then get ready. My training is strict, and starting over means we won't waste a single moment. The treatment starts immediately. The moment Lee agreed, notifications began popping up for all three of them. Precondition for the Leaf Village collapse plan fulfilled. You have joined the Leaf Village faction. Faction affinity unlocked. Faction shop unlocked. Mission updated. ***. Leaf Village collapse plan. Mission overview. Omitted. Mission objective. Minimize Leaf Village faction losses during the upcoming conflict and increase faction affinity. Mission rewards. Pathfinder title. A significant amount of world source. 5,000 main god points, 2 merit points, personal storage space. Mission penalty. Deduction of 3 points from primary attributes. Increased difficulty in the next main god mission, world difficulty escalation, and main mission alteration. Faction affinity unlocked *, 100/1000 indifferent. Faction shop unlocked. Shop items successfully retrieved, ***. Tony and Alice exchanged a knowing smile. It seemed they were now temporarily tied to the Leaf Village's fate. But that was fine. They weren't the type to willingly invade others' worlds anyway. Once Azure began treating Lee, the three of them were promptly ushered out of the room. Mr. Kai, doesn't Lee becoming Azure's disciple need to be officially reported to your village? Tony asked as they walked down the corridor. It's fine, Kai replied, shaking his head. I'll take care of it. Besides, thank you for your help. No need to thank us. If you need anything, just say the word. By the way, do you know someone named Orochimaru? Tony asked, carefully watching Kai's face for a reaction. Orochimaru, why are you asking about him? Kai immediately grew wary. Orochimaru had been spotted during the earlier rounds of the Chunin exams, and the Leaf Village was still maintaining high alert against him with a special task force. Oh, nothing. We're just curious about him. His bounty has always been high, so we wanted to learn more, Tony said casually. There's nothing worth saying, Kai replied firmly, not letting anything slip. And I suggest you avoid mentioning him in the Leaf Village. It'll only bring trouble. Sorry about that. He's just a bit money-driven, you know? Rare materials are getting pricier these days, Alice interjected, trying to smooth things over. Tony quickly adopted an apologetic expression, which seemed to ease Kai's suspicions slightly. It's fine, but some things are better left unasked, Kai said bluntly. Tony nodded, refraining from further questions as he began communicating with Alice through their team channel. You were too direct. They might start suspecting us, Alice said. It won't have any major consequences. Think about it. Before we even got to the hospital, Kai probably already reported us. Otherwise, why would there suddenly be so many people watching us? Tony replied, leaning against the corridor wall. The presence of the ANBU around them hadn't escaped Jarvis's detection. Bringing up Orochimaru was deliberate. Once his name was mentioned, other nearby ninjas might start discussing related events, allowing Jarvis to eavesdrop. Still, it's better to play it safe, Alice said. She couldn't shake the feeling that Tony seemed to be in a hurry. Tony stared at the ceiling, choosing not to argue further. Ever since leaving the Marvel world, he'd felt uneasy. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had gone quiet after their usual shameless antics, which was unlike them. Tony feared that Pepper might not be able to handle the pressure back home. Aegis' treatment lasted the entire night. While simply repairing the damage wouldn't have taken so long, Aegis made sure to meticulously clear out every trace of the spores hidden within Lee's body. He wasn't about to let his one and only disciple walk around with such a dangerous vulnerability hanging over his head. By early morning, as Aegis opened the hospital room door, he immediately noticed the tense atmosphere outside, as if a standoff was about to erupt. "Peeping Tom, what are you doing at the hospital? Here to remove your tools of the trade?" Alice exclaimed, pointing at Jiraiya with an accusatory finger. Kai turned to look at Jiraiya, who stood there awkwardly and could only sigh in helpless frustration. He couldn't help but think back to the third Hokage's questionable choices in mentoring. All three of his students, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, embodied vices like gambling, debauchery, and, well, worse. It wasn't something just anyone could achieve. The nurses in the hallway shot Jiraiya disdainful glances, no doubt recalling his infamous reputation. Back when candidates for the fourth Hokage were being considered, Jiraiya hadn't been a serious contender, largely due to his eccentric hobbies. After all, the leader of the Leaf Village couldn't be a novelist of certain books. Imagine the ridicule from the other villages. "Alice, stop it. This is a hospital," Tony interjected, tugging at Alice's arm. Her reaction to Jiraiya seemed a bit over the top. "You don't get it. This guy spies on women's baths," Alice accused, her voice filled with righteous fury. "Isn't that something every man has thought about at least once? Besides, I was just conducting research," Jiraiya mumbled, attempting a weak defense. "You dare call it research? Name one other man who does what you do." Alice shot back, glaring at him. Jiraiya silently turned his gaze toward Tony. Tony quickly averted his eyes, suddenly taking great interest in the ceiling. While he'd never done such a thing himself, he couldn't deny that the thought had crossed his mind once or twice. Alice's forehead sprouted 3 dark lines as irritation visibly surged through her. "Why on earth would you spy on women's baths anyway?" Aegis asked curiously, jumping in at just the right moment. "Is there some high-level martial arts technique hidden there? Or are there powerful female warriors inside?" As Aegis' questions grew more animated, his excitement only made the atmosphere even more awkward. Alice, momentarily derailed by Aegis' tangent, turned her head away with an exasperated scoff. "Man." Aegis looked around, still confused about why everyone seemed so worked up. Naruto suddenly popped out from behind Jiraiya, waving a small bouquet of daffodils. "Kai-sensei, I came to visit Lee. Is he in his room?" "You don't need to visit me, Naruto. You should focus on preparing for the upcoming battles," Lee said cheerfully as he walked out of the room with ease. "You're okay now? That's amazing," Naruto exclaimed, overjoyed. Lee scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Jiraiya, however, fell silent as he observed Lee. Naruto might not have noticed, but Jiraiya could see it clearly. Lee no longer had any trace of chakra within him. "Aegis, is Lee all right now?" Kai asked with concern. Bang, 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 Lee pounded his chest with his fists. "Kai-sensei, I'm perfectly fine now." That's good, Kai said, gripping Lee's hands as a somber expression crossed his face. Although he'd mentally prepared himself for this, seeing Lee lose so much of what he'd worked so hard for over the years still pained Kai deeply. "All right, enough standing around. Let's head out to train," Aegis said, patting Lee on the shoulder. "If anyone's interested, feel free to come watch." 10 minutes later, outside the village walls at the training grounds, Aegis stripped off his top, revealing his well-defined, muscular physique. "Lee, pay attention. Martial artists fight in a way similar to how you did before. But remember this. Our ultimate weapon is always our strong, powerful muscles. Every single one of them," Aegis declared, flexing dramatically. He motioned to Alice, signaling for her cooperation. Alice crossed her arms, and the ground around them began to tremble. One by one, massive trees were uprooted from the surrounding forest and hurled toward Aegea at high speed. With a loud roar, Aegea's internal energy burst forth, enveloping his body. Elbows, shoulders, fists, knees, every part of Aegea's body became a weapon. The trees shattered as they collided with him, splintering into countless pieces. The shattered fragments, controlled by Alice, swirled menacingly in the air, launching continuous attacks. Aegea didn't use any special techniques. Relying purely on raw, physical strength and precision, he neutralized every single fragment. Moments later, over a dozen massive trees had been reduced to fine splinters scattered across the ground. Whoosh! Aegea exhaled deeply, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Jiraiya and Naruto stood in stunned silence, their jaws practically on the floor. However, both of them quickly realized this style of combat wasn't suited for them. As ninjutsu-focused shinobi, taijutsu was merely supplementary for them. Kai and Lee, on the other hand, grew more and more fired up as they watched. As shinobi who relied minimally on chakra, close-quarters combat was their primary weapon. Suddenly, a masked figure dressed in black leapt from the forest and landed beside Jiraiya. Leaning in, the figure whispered something into his ear. Jiraiya frowned slightly and waved the individual away, signaling them to leave. The masked figure was a member of the Umbu, reporting that the body of the proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams had been found on a rooftop. They suspected Aegea's group might be involved. However, with Tony, Alice, and Aegea being accounted for the previous night, Tony and Alice with Kai, and Aegea treating Lee, it was unlikely they were culprits. Still, the Umbu had approached Jiraiya for assistance, concerned that Aegea's displayed combat prowess might make it difficult to invite him in for questioning. Jiraiya flatly refused their request. Based on what he'd seen, there was no way this group had committed the murder. Beyond their alibis, Jiraiya trusted Kai's judgment. Kai might seem like a musclehead, but anyone who underestimated his intelligence would be making a grave mistake. Aegea-sensei, how should I begin my training? Lee asked, his excitement palpable as he practically vibrated with energy. Aegea put his shirt back on and turned to Lee. Your body is weak, but has reached the minimum threshold. Weak. Naruto glanced at Lee in disbelief. If Lee's body was considered weak, then what did that make him? The first step is to teach you how to sense chi. Are you ready? Aegea said, glancing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, grabbing the eager Naruto and dragging him away. I don't want to leave. Naruto protested, flailing his arms. Stop whining. Jiraiya gave Naruto a light smack on the head. Naruto might not understand, but Jiraiya did. There was no way someone would reveal their most prized techniques so easily. Tony, standing off to the side, silently observed. The calculations required to analyze Aegea's movements were so complex that Jarvis's systems had nearly overheated. After Jiraiya left, Kai also prepared to step away, but Aegea called out to him. Kai, you don't need to leave. Let's spar later and learn from each other, Aegea said with a grin. Kai blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to be allowed to stay, but seeing Aegea's sincere expression, he decided to remain. Once Jiraiya had called off the Umbu surveillance, Alice descended from the sky, satisfied. The plan had gone smoothly. Sometimes, showing your strength was the most effective way to get things done. As Aegea began teaching Lee how to sense chi, far beyond the boundary of the Naruto world, Chien also felt the shift. With his operatives working diligently as infiltrators, a portion of the world's accumulated energy was being siphoned out. The world's consciousness, detecting this energy loss, grew uneasy. However, due to its lack of experience and extremely low spiritual intelligence, it struggled to pinpoint the source of the problem. With the timeline of the world still in its early stages, resetting it would result in significant losses for the world's consciousness. If this were a fully self-aware and highly intelligent world, it might choose to reset to minimize damage. But clearly, the Naruto world's consciousness wasn't one of those. Accompanying the leaking energy were the world's unique exports, including the plant spores that Tony and his team had discovered. Standing before the world's consciousness, Chi-Yun continued to divert its attention while a sample of the god tree's fruit, essentially a composite of these plant spores, formed in his hand. With the sample in hand, Chi-Yun assessed its potential. Perhaps because chakra itself wasn't a particularly high-tier energy, its specificity was relatively low. As a result, chakra was surprisingly adaptable within the greater cosmic system. These spores functioned like converters, blending a person's cellular energy and spiritual energy in a precise ratio to create chakra. With a flick of his hand, Chi-Yun let the spores fall, purging them of their impurities. This cleaned, refined version could now be introduced into the main god space as a product. Given the Naruto world's long timeline and medium-high overall energy level, Chi-Yun estimated that it might take hundreds of missions for the main god space to fully conquer it. These spores could serve as an appealing early-stage reward. After all, not everyone was like Tony, Alice, and Agia, who had carved out their own paths before entering. For most newcomers, learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu would be a practical and lucrative gain. Meanwhile, back in the Naruto world, Agia received an unexpected surprise during his lesson on sensing chi. Hidden side quest unlocked. Master's Triumph. Mission overview * your actions have irreversibly altered the fate of Rock Lee within this timeline. Whether these changes are for better or worse must be determined by time. However, before that, Rock Lee must survive in these chaotic times. Mission objective * enhance Rock Lee's immediate combat capabilities and future potential, helping him become a true warrior. Mission rewards * Naruto World Entry Scroll, a small amount of world source, 2,000 main god points, 1 merit point. Upon confirming that all 3 team members had received the mission, the responsibility of teaching Rock Lee shifted from Agia alone to the group of 3. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Agia, Tony, and Alice truly embraced their roles as teachers. Together, these experts from 3 different disciplines built a solid foundation for Lee. As the timeline inched closer to the final Chunin exams, Chi-Yun's actions grew increasingly aggressive. He could see that the world's timeline was approaching a critical juncture. The world's consciousness, forced into defense, had no choice but to focus most of its attention on Chi-Yun. In a Leaf Village training grounds. Boom! Rock Lee was sent flying through the air by a single telekinetic strike from Alice. Lee, I've told you before, never pause unnecessarily in battle. Sometimes, a single moment's hesitation can cost you your life. Agia shouted from the sidelines. At the moment, the training ground were the site of Alice's combat lesson. Though Lee was flying through the air, he remained eerily calm. This sort of thing had happened countless times already. A faint green chi emanated from Lee's legs, condensing in midair. The instant it formed, Lee used it to change his trajectory, pushing off the air and avoiding a follow-up strike. The next moment, the fragile chi was obliterated by Alice's psychic whip. Alice had placed restrictions on herself for this combat training. The most basic rule was that her telekinesis and psychic power couldn't directly target Lee. If she didn't hold back, she could simply wave her hand and turn Lee into a neatly bound bundle. Left side. As Lee sped through the air, he instinctively tracked the direction of the next attack. After weeks of relentless training, this had become second nature to him. Dodging a psychic strike, Lee barely had time to catch his breath before Alice's controlled splinters of wood came flying at him again. With no space left to evade, Lee didn't panic. He gathered all his chi into his fists. Explosive chi, shattering strike. The violent chi collided head-on with the psychic attack, shattering it into harmless fragments. Before Lee could even register his achievement, his energy depleted, and he collapsed face-first onto the ground, unconscious. Alice waved her hand, dispersing the dozens of psychic traps scattered around the training grounds. With a single leap, she joined Agia at Lee's side. Looking at the battered and bruised Lee, even Alice felt a twinge of guilt. Agia, aren't you pushing him a bit too hard? At this rate, even a machine would break down. Over the past week, Lee's total sleep time hadn't exceeded 12 hours, most of which was spent unconscious. Instead of proper rest, Agia had Lee rely on meditation and focus exercises to recover. But while these methods provided temporary restoration, they couldn't fully replace sleep. Now, With his chi depleted, Lee's body had finally given out. Azure placed both hands on Lee's shoulders, channeling a steady flow of chi into his body to nourish him. I have a feeling that the key moment in our mission is about to arrive. Once we complete it, we'll have to leave. If we don't leave Lee with enough to build on, are we really going to make him start from scratch? I get what you're saying, but Alice trailed off, glancing at the two relentless individuals before her, unsure what to say. Ugh, whatever. If you two want to work yourselves to death, that's on you. Don't worry. It's just a small matter, AGS said with a smile. By the way, where's Tony? He's been disappearing a lot lately. What's he up to? AGS asked, glancing around. Oh, him? He's been hanging out with Jiraiya every day. Apparently, he's trying to reverse engineer the mechanics behind explosive tags. He's borderline losing his mind over it, Alice replied, exasperated. Figures. I was hoping to borrow Jarvis for a bit to refine the 8 Gates formation's energy pathways, AGS said, scratching his head. Ugh, two lunatics, Alice muttered, rolling her eyes. She was beginning to feel overwhelmed by their relentless enthusiasm. Over the past week, Tony had been obsessively studying the mechanics behind Naruto's explosive tools, while Agia had been working with Kai to refine the 8 Gates formation. Agia chuckled, but said nothing, his focus divided. While helping Lee recover with one hand, he used a faint thread of his chi to test the revised 8 Gates formation within his own body. As Alice distanced herself from Agia, she perched on a wooden bench at the edge of the training grounds. From a large bag beside her, she pulled out a collection of scrolls. The bag contained all the Jinjutsu materials she had exchanged her reputation points for. Since Jinjutsu was generally high-level and the Leaf Village wasn't known for it, these scrolls represented the entirety of the village's low-level Jinjutsu knowledge. The flow of time is relative. For Ajay and his companions, whose days were packed to the brim, a few days, or even a week felt like the blink of an eye. It passed in an instant. Xiaoli, no training today. Let's go watch the match instead. Early in the morning, just as Xiaoli arrived at the training field, Ajay, who had already been there for some time, spoke to him. Oh, right. The match. Xiaoli clapped his hand against his forehead. He had been so busy lately that he almost forgot about it. No wonder Kai wasn't there. Kai was usually one of the earliest to arrive. After Xiaoli left, Ajay turned his attention back to the matter at hand. He, Alice, and Tony stood in a small circle. In the center was a projected map of Konoha Village displayed by Tony. Konoha's main district and all critical facilities are surrounded by a massive wall, Tony said, pointing to the markings on the map. This wall might have been useful against ancient forms of attack, but in this day and age, it's hard to see its purpose. The only thing it might be good for is collecting an entrance toll, Tony quipped, adding a touch of sarcasm. After his comment, Tony snapped his fingers, and the map suddenly lit up with countless red dots. These, Tony continued, are the potential enemy forces Alice has detected with her mental scanning over this period. 222 individuals in total, all scattered throughout the forest outside Konoha's walls. Based on the current intel, Tony analyzed, we can pretty much confirm that there's an insider within Konoha working for the enemy. Otherwise, this group would have no choice but to launch a full-on assault. Even though Konoha's military strength has been declining in recent years, it hasn't deteriorated to the point where just over 200 ninjas could successfully take it down. Tony spoke while leafing through intelligence reports compiled by Jarvis. Ajay, however, was only half following the conversation. Recently, his mind had been preoccupied with the general use of the 8 Gates formation, leaving him little mental bandwidth for anything else. Only Alice was fully engaged with Tony's analysis. The two of them grew increasingly animated as they spoke, as if they were unraveling the entire so-called Konoha collapse plan. Aji, Tony's voice snapped Ajay out of his daze. Ajay blinked. You want to assign me a task? Just tell me what to do. We'll divide into 2 teams, Tony explained. You and Alice will head to the Chunin exam venue to prevent the enemy from causing chaos there and coordinating with outside forces for an attack. And what about you? Are you planning to face over 200 ninjas alone? What? Do you think you're invincible or something? Ajay asked, clearly baffled. Of course not. My job is just to stall them. Once you've dealt with the enemies inside, come out and assist me, Tony said, opening his personal storage space. 3 suits of armor floated out and hovered beside him. If this Konoha collapse plan really aims to bring Konoha down, their main target will definitely be Konoha's upper leadership. In other words, the enemy's main force will likely be inside, striking directly at the command center like a sharp blade. Wait, didn't you just say that the enemy inside would primarily cause chaos to assist the outside forces? Ajay interrupted, confused. That's perfectly normal. Main forces and support roles can shift depending on the situation, Tony explained. The people inside create chaos, while those outside launch a full-scale assault. This divides Konoha's combat forces, weakening the defenses around key personnel. Then, a decisive strike can take them out. It's a textbook example of special operations. All right, I don't really get it, Ajay muttered, scratching the back of his head. To him, assassination didn't need to be so complicated. Just take out everyone, and problem solved. No worries, Tony reassured him. You and Alice just focus on protecting the third Hokage. I'll handle the rest. Tony's confidence shone through. The tactics of the ninjas in this world were outdated in Tony's eyes, predictable and limited. Once the tasks were divided, the three went their separate ways. Tony immediately headed to the location he had identified as the most likely point of attack. The area outside the wall was densely forested, perfect for concealing movements. If he were the enemy, this is exactly where he'd strike. Meanwhile, the Chunin exams proceeded smoothly and without interruption. That was until the moment when people were reminded of the fear that had once gripped them so tightly. A massive summon creature, as large as the nine-tails fox itself, appeared outside the wall during the exams. The towering wall only reached the neck of the three-headed serpent. With terrifying strength, the serpent smashed through the wall. Inside the wall, only a few Chunin were on routine patrol. Their strength was far too insufficient to counter such an overwhelming assault. A few scattered explosive tags detonated on the serpent's body, but they didn't even scratch its scales. It's my turn to step in, Tony muttered, swiping his right hand down as his armor's faceplate snapped into place. Anti-Ajay armor, anti-Alice armor, and his latest custom-marked suit, deploy. The sound ninjas who had just breached Konoha's gates barely had time to celebrate when they noticed countless lasers raining down from the sky. Before they could react, the lasers pierced the air around them. But the targets weren't the ninjas themselves. They were aimed at the ground beneath their feet. In an instant, the crisscrossing laser beams etched a massive array into the earth. As the symbol finished forming, it began to glow brightly. The leading sound ninja's pupils contracted as he realized what they were standing on. A massively enlarged explosive tag. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently as a series of devastating explosions engulfed the breached section of the wall. In this overwhelming display of firepower, the first wave of invading ninjas and their summoned creature were utterly annihilated. But the enemy forces seemed to be under strict orders. Despite such heavy losses, wave after wave of ninjas continued to charge in recklessly. The makeshift laser array generators had all been overloaded. After all, simultaneously carving explosive tags and infusing them with sufficient energy placed immense strain on the materials. For the improvised multi-barrel laser emitters to work even once was already a success. Tony charged directly into the fray. The remaining firepower from his 3 suits of armor was still enough to slow the enemy's advance. Meanwhile, the massive explosions had roused Konoha's ninja clans and standing forces. Apart from the Umbu stationed at the Chunin exam grounds, everyone else was rushing toward the breach. The Hyuga clan, the Inoshikicho trio, and other ninja families also joined the scene. The only notable absence was Danzo's root division, which remained hidden in the shadows. Just as Tony thought victory was within reach, a message from Alice and Ajay shattered his confidence. Tony, be careful. Orochimaru isn't at the exam venue. You guessed wrong. Alice's frantic warning flashed repeatedly in the team channel. Ajay's message was much more concise. Tony, you've got a strong enemy headed your way. 10 minutes earlier, Ajay and Alice arrived at the Chunin exam venue without a hitch. Everything unfolded exactly as Tony had predicted, until the moment the Jinjutsu began. Pure white feathers started drifting down from the sky. Anyone who saw the feathers suddenly felt a drowsy spell overtaking them, their eyelids growing heavy as sleep tried to claim them. In this situation, Alice, seated in the very front row of the viewing stands, unleashed a surge of mental energy that swept across the entire venue. Alice had never encountered this particular genjutsu before and wasn't familiar with how to counter it properly. But if she couldn't solve the problem itself, she could deal with the person responsible for it. Her overwhelming mental force followed the genjutsu's trail backward, striking directly at the caster. Under the crushing pressure, the ninja releasing the genjutsu began bleeding from all 7 orifices before collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. The sudden appearance and swift dispelling of the genjutsu shocked everyone present. Well, almost everyone. The only 2 who seemed unfazed sat at the very center of the venue. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and the 4th Kazekage. Hiruzen remained seated in his chair, silent for a moment, before turning his head toward the Kazekage. What's the matter? Still not planning to show yourself? Even in front of your teacher, you choose to hide? Hiruzen's tone was complex, a mixture of disappointment and suspicion. Silence. More silence. The air in the Chunin exam venue grew heavy with it. Finally, the Kazekage removed his hat and lowered his mask. Teacher, you must be mistaken. The moment Hiruzen saw the face beneath, he stood up abruptly from his chair. Uchiha sure sway. No, it was clear face technique. Hiruzen immediately realized what was going on, but his reaction came too late. 2 hands emerged from within the Kazekage's cloak. It wasn't Orochimaru himself, but one of his subordinates, Kidamaru. The hands moved in synchronization, forming seals that extended a purple barrier out from Kidamaru's position. There were 4 more focal points, 1 for each of the Sound 4. This time, they had all been deployed, surrounding the entire exam venue with a massive 4 violet flames formation. Another barrier spread out from the Sound 4's position, forming 5 triangular prisms. Not only did it trap Hiruzen and those with him, but it also separated the Sound 4 from the rest of the people in the venue. This time, the shock rippled through nearly everyone present. Sand Ninja leader Baki glanced around in alarm. There wasn't a single extra Sound Ninja in the venue. They'd been sold out by Orochimaru. No, Gaara. Baki's thoughts immediately turned to the center of the arena. Gaara was in an increasingly unstable state. The moment the 4 violet flames formation went up, it was as if something triggered him, sending him into a dark, spiraling mood. Within minutes, Gaara passed out, and the one-tailed Shikaku within him seized control of his body, breaking free easily. All of this happened in less than 30 seconds. Ajai's team had just sent out their warning when Shikaku began its rampage. Back at the wall, Tony hadn't yet processed what was happening when an attack suddenly came his way. A massive tree erupted from the ground, lifting Tony into the air. The tree's upper branches seemed to come alive, coiling around Tony like serpents and binding him tightly. The crushing force made Tony's armor groan under the strain, the metal screeching in protest. Tony? Tony, can you hear me? Respond. Alice called out repeatedly, but there was no reply. She and Ajai exchanged a glance before leaping into action. Aji, break the barrier. I'll deal with that monster. Alice shouted, charging straight toward the rampaging Shikaku. No problem. Ajai unleashed his full power, a fiery red aura surging around him and shooting into the sky. Explosive chi, tiger strike. A massive, ferocious tiger roared as it materialized in midair, then lunged straight for Kidamaru. It seemed Orochimaru had brainwashed these subordinates thoroughly, as Kidama didn't even flinch in the face of such an attack. It was as if his posture said, Asterisk, go ahead, kill me if you can. Otherwise, you're not getting out of here. Asterisk. Ajai's full force strike left the 4 violet flames formation covered in cracks. One more blow, and it would shatter completely. But just as Ajai prepared to deliver the final hit, a cold chill ran down the back of his neck, and he instinctively abandoned the attack. A gleam of light flashed behind him, a blade slicing through the air where his neck had just been. If Ajai hadn't reacted in time, the attack would have landed true. With the interruption, the barrier quickly repaired itself, returning to its original state. Ajai landed on the ground and turned to face his attacker, a white-haired ninja with long locks. Despite the blank look in his eyes, the sharp aura surrounding him was unmistakable, even from a distance. From a stance, Kakashi's hand clenched around the railing, shattering it. "That's my father, Tsukumo Hatake." But Tsukumo Hatake had died years ago, by his own hand, driven to suicide by relentless public condemnation. At the sight of Tsukumo, Hiruzen Tsurutobi finally lost his composure. He tore off his Hokage robe, revealing a full combat outfit underneath. "Orochimaru, to toy with the dead like this, you will face divine punishment." Tsukumo Hatake. Ajay rolled his shoulders, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Good name, good opponent. Unfortunately, the figure before him was likely an imitation or an incomplete copy, which left Ajay less than impressed. Still, this was a good thing. It meant he needed to find Tony quickly. The longer this dragged on, the worse things would get. 8 gates formation. First gate. Asterisk gate of opening. Open. Asterisk. Ajay activated his modified version of the 8 gates formation, his entire body radiating a fiery red glow that became the brightest color in the arena. Explosive chi strength. Explosive chi speed. Ajay's internal energy surged twice in succession, his power growing exponentially. His fiery red gaze locked onto Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo lowered his stance, and in the next second, he vanished. Among those present, only 2.5 people could track Tsukumo's speed. Ajay, relying on his sharp eyes and experience. Alice, using her omnipresent mental and psychic abilities. And Hiruzen, who could only guess based on instinct. Tsukumo's attacks were simple, yet devastatingly effective. The sword in his hand seemed capable of cutting through anything, a weapon wielded by a ninja who didn't move like a ninja at all. Ajay, enhanced by the 8 gates, was just slightly slower than Tsukumo, but under the circumstances, that small disadvantage was negligible. Ajay's goal was clear: shatter the 4 violet flames formation. Meanwhile, Tsukumo, a top-tier assassin, was now forced into the role of bodyguard, a situation he clearly found frustrating. Even with the odds stacked against him, Ajay quickly found an opening. Tiger Strike. A slightly smaller tiger leaped from Ajay's aura and expertly struck Tsukumo, shattering him into pieces. But in the next moment, Tsukumo reformed as if nothing had happened. Ajay frowned. An immortal body. Young man, ordinary methods won't send the dead back where they belong, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said as he made a sweeping motion with his hand, summoning his old comrade, the Monkey King Enma. As soon as Enma appeared, his form shifted, transforming into the indestructible adamantine staff, which landed firmly in Hiruzen's grasp. Wielding the adamantine staff, Hiruzen let out a loud battle cry. What does it mean to be an international superstar? Wait, no. He actually shouted, "Tsukumo, taste my staff." The heavy staff came crashing down, but Tsukumo Hatake once again began moving at high speed. Using his extraordinary agility, he danced between Hiruzen and Ajay, skillfully evading their attacks. His task was simple: stall these combatants for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Alice was locked in an evenly matched battle with the one-tailed Shikaku. As the embodiment of the wind god, Shikaku's raccoon-like form and sandy body posed a unique challenge for Alice. Lacking a physical form, Shikaku was immune to Alice's typical methods of attack. Even her formidable mental energy couldn't replicate the effects of ninjutsu to force Shikaku back into its Jinchuriki host. Thus, the battle on her side was repetitive. Shikaku relentlessly fired air bullets at Alice, while Alice, with her immense mental and telekinetic powers, deflected each one. All the while, she tried to figure out how to deal with the beast before her. Orochimaru's strategy and deployment were far more calculated than Tony had anticipated. The reanimated Tsukumo Hatake had a pseudo-immortal body, and Shikaku was similarly indestructible. Even though Shikaku didn't cooperate with Tsukumo directly, its playful yet vengeful nature was enough to make Hiruzen's task extraordinarily difficult. If not for Ajay and Alice, breaking out of the barrier would have been unimaginable. Survival within it might not have even been guaranteed. Ajay surveyed the situation and shook his head. This was no good. At this rate, they could be stuck here for who knows how long. By the time they fought their way out, Tony's remains might already be scattered to the 4 winds. Seizing an opportunity, Ajay charged toward Shikaku, his aura blazing with power. Tiger Strike. His punch scattered Shikaku's sandy body into pieces. Then, with a forceful grip of his right hand, Ajay condensed his energy into a sphere, encapsulating Shikaku. He lifted the sphere and slammed it down with all his might, creating a massive crater in the center of the arena. The sheer physical force broke through Shikaku's defenses, forcing it to retreat back into the Jinchuriki host. With one major problem resolved, Alice finally had her hands free. She unleashed her mental energy into the atmosphere without reserve, transforming the air into a thick, viscous quagmire. Under this suppression, Tsukumo Hataki's speed noticeably declined. Hiruzen, who had been relying on his experience to hold his ground defensively, saw his chance. His eyes lit up as he spun the adamantine staff in his hands and brought it crashing down on Tsukumo's head. Following up with his sealing jutsu, Hiruzen successfully freed Tsukumo from Orochimaru's control. With no top-tier fighter left to stall them, the four Violet Flames formation became little more than a joke. The trio worked together to shatter the barrier entirely. The Sound Four were completely defeated. Kakashi and the others, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally stepped in to apprehend any remaining enemies attempting to flee. Without hesitation, Alice and Ajay dashed toward the direction of the wall. It wasn't hard to figure out where to go. Those towering trees suddenly sprouting up were a dead giveaway that something was wrong. When they arrived, the forest of trees had fallen completely silent. The only signs of a battle were the bloodstains on the trees, evidence of the fierce conflict that had taken place there. Tony was in the middle of the tallest tree. After spending so much time with him, Ajay didn't need to see Tony to recognize his presence. He could sense it. With a burst of speed, Ajay leaped to the top of the tree, where he found a massive, cocoon-like structure. The wood here was far harder than the surrounding trees, and each of Ajay's strikes could only chip away at it bit by bit. To make matters worse, the living wood kept repairing itself. Out of concern for Tony's safety, Ajay had no choice but to patiently break through the cocoon piece by piece. After a painstaking effort, Tony's figure finally came into view. Ajay let out a sharp exhale, channeling his energy into a massive circular force within the passage he had created. Grabbing the freed Tony, he hurled him outward. Alice, with perfect timing, caught Tony with her mental energy and gently placed him on the ground. Tony's armor was covered in cracks, and pieces of it fell off with even the slightest touch. Ajay, seeing Tony alive despite his battered state, finally let out a sigh of relief. At least Tony still had his life. Kai and Xiaoli arrived shortly after. After administering some emergency treatment to Tony, Ajay entrusted him to Xiao Li's care and headed off with the others toward the final battlefield. Orochimaru's forces far exceeded Ajay's expectations. It was a relentless onslaught, as if nothing could stop them. Even with Konoha's declining defenses, the village shouldn't have fallen this quickly. Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? Jiraiya's furious roar echoed as they neared the battlefield. Orochimaru stood at the forefront of the Sound Ninjas, his expression cold and detached, as if the people before him were nothing more than lifeless objects. Seeing how much Orochimaru had changed, Jiraiya was overcome with a deep sense of helplessness. Sage Mode, activate. Two toads appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, and his appearance transformed completely. Mystical markings spread across his face, signaling his entry into Sage Mode. Fire Style, Giant Flame Bomb. A massive, terrifying blaze erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, hurtling straight toward Orochimaru. This time, there was no holding back. Finally giving up those childish ideals, Orochimaru murmured without moving an inch. Jiraiya, you've grown up. It was a jarring statement for two men in their 50s, and Jiraiya had no time to process it before the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, emerged from the side. With his appearance, a wall of wood rose to intercept the flames. The fire's natural advantage over wood seemed meaningless against Hashirama. The flames couldn't even scorch the trees he had created. Hand over Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. You can't stop me on your own, Orochimaru said, issuing his final ultimatum. Jiraiya glanced at the civilian district behind him. His resolve hardened. Orochimaru would advance no further, not while he still drew breath. Kid, looks like we're going all out this time, Fukusuku, the elder toad, said grimly as he gazed at Orochimaru. Boom! Just then, A streak of light shot down from the sky, landing with an explosive impact. The martial artist, Ajay, had arrived. Almost simultaneously, another figure descended from above, leaving a trail of sonic booms in her wake. The perfect T-Virus evolutionary, Alice, had arrived. The instant Orochimaru saw Ajay and Alice, his expression finally shifted. Unfamiliar faces? Variables? Orochimaru muttered, before breaking into a crazed laugh. Oh, you wretched heavens! Looks like you're out of tricks now. On his way to the battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't stop turning over the events in his mind, trying to pinpoint where he had gone wrong. The moment Orochimaru's presence was revealed during the Chunin exams, Hiruzen had felt an ominous premonition. He had even anticipated some of what might happen next. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered climbing up to the Hokage rock earlier to gaze at his own carved face. Nor would he have worn full battle armor underneath his Hokage robes just to watch a simple match. But now, everything that had unfolded was far beyond his expectations. The most surprising part was that Orochimaru had chosen a direct frontal assault rather than infiltrating stealthily. This was completely contrary to a ninja's typical methods and far from the optimal strategy. It was as if Orochimaru had chosen the harder, more complicated path despite an easier option being right in front of him. There is only one explanation for this. Orochimaru's true objective wasn't what Hiruzen had assumed. Though he still couldn't grasp what Orochimaru was really after, he realized he had made a critical error. On the front lines, Alice had been silently observing Orochimaru for a long time. Finally, she leaned closer to Ajay and spoke softly. He's an awakened one. Ajay turned his head toward her, puzzled. Alice mistook his reaction as a lack of understanding about the term. An awakened one retains memories of countless cycles of time loops. You could think of them as glitches in the world, a bug in the system. That explains why none of Tony's analysis came true, she continued. All the intel he gathered was limited to this current timeline. It's outdated, and Orochimaru has likely set countless traps within it. Having identified these anomalies, Orochimaru became more convinced that his current course of action was the right one. Over countless loops, he had tried countless approaches. He had attempted to help Konoha unify the ninja world. He had plotted to eliminate Obito, Uchiha, and Black Zetsu in advance through meticulous schemes. He had even intervened in Jiraiya's travels, helping to guide and protect Nagato. But no matter what he tried, the loops never stopped. Eventually, after failing repeatedly, Orochimaru came to understand the limits of human power. He no longer wanted to be human. In subsequent loops, he chose a different path, massacring the ninja world, leading the Akatsuki to fulfill Madara Uchiha's dream, and more. But in the end, all those plans were thwarted by the same two people, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. No matter how many loops passed, those two were like indestructible cockroaches. Their combat abilities would explode at critical moments, their power growing at unbelievable speeds. They could even seemingly resurrect themselves on the spot. This time, Orochimaru decided to take a different approach. He chose to bide his time, amass his power, and then strike all key figures in one decisive frontal attack. He wanted to see how the world would react to such a move. If Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha were prematurely forced into becoming the reincarnations of Indra and Azure, the timeline would be completely disrupted. In his mind, forcing the world to adjust its timeline might finally break the cycle. To execute this true Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru had gone all in. He had depleted his resources, using the Edo Tensei to summon every powerful dead ninja he could muster. He had also perfected and modified forbidden jutsu across countless timelines. The so-called title of Legendary Sannin, a laughable label. If he hadn't wanted to keep the timeline under his control for as long as possible, Hanzo the Salamander would have been taken care of by him alone long ago. But as Orochimaru laughed, he noticed something in Alice's expression: sympathy. To Alice, Orochimaru seemed like a naive fool. She had done similar things before in her own world. But without the appearance of a wild card, her efforts had always been futile. The biohazard outbreaks always happened. The world always reached its end. Despite her sympathy, Alice couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for Orochimaru. They were both fighting against their respective worlds, and that was never easy. Her expression seemed to agitate Orochimaru. He signaled to the three figures behind him, who removed their cloaks and masks. The three were revealed to be Izuna Uchiha, Tsukumo Hatake, and Might Dewey. That's right. Hiruzen's sealing jutsu had proven insufficient. The heavily modified Edo Tensei not only granted the resurrected greater power, but also allowed them to bypass ordinary sealing techniques. Only the Reaper Death Seal might still work to some extent. Now Konoha was facing a true crisis. Izuna Uchiha, younger brother of Madara Uchiha, and one of the key figures in the founding of the Hidden Leaf, was a powerhouse beyond question. With Orochimaru's help, he now possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukumo Hatake, the strongest swordsman in Konoha's history, bore the title White Fan for a reason. And now, armed with Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, his prowess had reached new heights. Lastly, Might Dewey. Though he had little reputation, he was the father of Might Guy and the creator of the Eight Gates formation. If he had lived longer, the phrase, "You almost killed me, but I survived," wouldn't have been directed at Guy. It would have been Dewey. As the three emerged, Orochimaru clasped his hands together in a seal. Two pale snakes slithered out from his sleeves, biting into either side of his neck. Sage Mode, activate. The attacking side's lineup now bordered on the absurd. First Hokage Hashirama Senju. Second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Izuna Uchiha, Madara's brother. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang. Might Dewey, creator of the Eight Gates. And Orochimaru, the Awakened One. On Konoha's side, the contrast was stark. Aging third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. 50-something Jiraiya, the pervy sage. Might Guy, who couldn't fully open the Eight Gates. Kakashi Hatake, without the Mangekyo Sharingan. A half-crippled Tony Stark, the mechanic. Ajay, the martial artist. Alice, the perfect T-virus evolutionary. The rest of the Konoha forces were hardly worth mentioning, their combat abilities negligible in a battle of this magnitude. Kakashi and Guy only made the cut because of their connections to Tsukumo and Dewey, respectively. The sudden escalation threw the world's narrative completely off track. Orochimaru, in his brilliance, had created a situation that defied every rule. The world's very consciousness now faced a dilemma. Its only solution was a complete reset of the timeline, erasing everything and starting over. But doing so would require dealing with Orochimaru, the Awakened One. Otherwise, who knows what chaos he might cause again. Yet, standing just outside the fray was Chi Yun, who wouldn't simply sit idly by. A full reset of the timeline would leave the world's consciousness in a state of extreme vulnerability. And that was when Chi Yun would make his move. The world's consciousness was now at an impasse, trapped on a blazing platform. To its left was a bottomless abyss. To its right, a battlefield bristling with swords and chaos. As the will of the world deliberated upon its next course of action, the battle within Konoha erupted in full force. Whether by cruel humor or mere coincidence, Might Guy found himself face-to-face with his resurrected father, Might Dewey, on the battlefield. Staring at the father he had lost long ago, Guy's emotions were a chaotic storm of grief, nostalgia, and determination. "Guy, you've grown up," Might Dewey said suddenly, his voice calm yet filled with a father's pride as he gazed upon Konoha's blue beast. Orochimaru, in his quest to maximize the power of the resurrected, had not completely erased their memories, though he had imposed countless restrictions upon their free will. "Father," Guy replied, his trademark shining smile breaking through the tension. His teeth gleamed brightly, a reflection of his indomitable spirit. "It's been a while." "Yes, it has," Dewey said with a small, rueful smile. "You've gotten so tall. It's a shame we can't sit and talk or train together this time. Think of this as me coming to check your homework." Dewey's voice carried a tinge of regret. He could still speak freely, but his control over his own body was limited, a prisoner within his own flesh. Eight Gates formation, first gate, asterisk gate of opening, open, asterisk. Both father and son activated their family's signature technique simultaneously, their chakras erupting in perfect harmony. Second gate, asterisk gate of rest, open, asterisk. Third gate, asterisk gate of life, open, asterisk. Fourth gate, asterisk gate of pain, open, asterisk. Fifth gate, asterisk gate of limit, open, asterisk. Sixth gate, asterisk gate of view, open, asterisk. The two warriors charged ahead with 6 gates open, their combat power escalating to unimaginable levels. But even with this incredible synchronization, Guy began to feel himself falling behind his father's relentless pace. Might Dewey's resurrected body, though not as powerful as it had been in life, still retained enough strength to overcome these limitations through sheer numbers. Seventh gate, asterisk gate of wonder, open, asterisk. Dewey's aura surged, his overwhelming chakra pushing him far beyond his son's current capabilities. Guy hesitated for a fraction of a second, fully aware that his 6 gates alone wouldn't match his father's strength. But he had no choice. If he didn't rise to the occasion, who could possibly shoulder this battle? Dewey, meanwhile, fought against Orochimaru's control. He struggled to suppress the command to open the 8th gate, knowing it would mean sacrificing both his body and his son's hope. Seizing the opportunity, Guy charged forward, his green chakra forming radiant wings around him. Morning Peacock, Guy unleashed one of his most devastating techniques, his fists creating a dazzling storm of fiery punches that illuminated the battlefield like peacock feathers in full display. But Dewey, moving with the speed and precision of the 7th gate, evaded every strike effortlessly. In the next instant, a massive fist loomed in front of Guy's vision. He barely had time to raise his arms in defense. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the battlefield as Guy was sent hurtling backward, faster than he had charged in. Crashing into the ground, Guy coughed up blood but forced himself to his feet. His aura dimmed, his energy dwindling. Dewey's relentless assault followed without pause, each strike pushing Guy closer to his limit. Even with the 8 gates' regenerative effects, Guy's body was nearing its breaking point. Realizing he was out of options, Guy made a desperate decision. Boom! The green aura surrounding him flared violently, erupting like gasoline meeting flame. This was explosive chi, a technique Guy had learned from Ajay. In the realm of taijutsu, Guy's talent was unmatched, allowing him to adapt and master even foreign techniques with ease. Using the surging chakra, Guy compressed the energy within his body, forcing his limits further. He began pushing toward the 7th gate. The pain was excruciating, drawing a guttural scream from Guy's throat. Even if I die here today, I will never abandon my ninja way. Father, I will not lose. This is the power of youth. Hearing his son's words, Dewey felt an immense pride swelling within him. His son had grown into a man, one who could stand tall in the face of overwhelming adversity. Under the immense strain, Guy forced the 7th gate partially open. The green aura surrounding him shifted to a brilliant blue, towering like a fiery beacon. Roar, my youth. 7th gate, daytime tiger. The highly compressed chakra, shaped into the form of a tiger, roared as it launched from Guy's hands, crossing the battlefield in a devastating surge of energy. Everyone in its path instinctively scattered, unwilling to face the destructive force head-on. Dewey, however, stood his ground, his will battling against Orochimaru's control. Forcing his body not to dodge, he raised his right fist and met the tiger head-on. Boom! The explosion rocked the battlefield, the tiger's head seeming to cave inward under Dewey's strike. It was clear that Dewey, with no preparation or proper stance, could not match the desperate power of Guy's attack. After a brief standoff, the daytime tiger broke through Dewey's defense, hitting him squarely. The compressed chakra tore through Dewey's form like countless tiny blades, reducing his body to particles finer than dust. The sheer force exceeded the limits of Edo Tensei, severing Dewey's connection to the physical world and sending his soul back to its proper place. Orochimaru's backup vessels for Dewey became useless, forcing him to start over from scratch if he wanted to summon Dewey again. As Dewey faded, his expression was one of pure contentment. He had seen his son's growth, his unyielding spirit. That was enough. Guy, barely able to stand, watched his father's departure with a wavering gaze. His body trembled before he collapsed. Carrying the injured Tony, Lee arrived just in time to see Guy fall. With a determined expression, Lee rushed forward, catching his sensei mid-fall and cushioning him with his own body. Placing his hands on Guy's limp form, Lee realized the extent of the damage. Guy's once rock-hard muscles now felt soft and weak, and the bones beneath them were shattered in many places. Guy-sensei, Lee cried out, his voice filled with desperation. Guy turned his head weakly, his eyes fluttering open and closed. Lee, leave this place, this battlefield isn't meant for you. Guy's voice was faint, barely louder than a whisper. Wiping his tears, Lee's expression hardened with resolve. He hoisted Guy onto his back. With chakra surging through his body, Lee entered his own explosive chi state, pushing his senses and speed to their limits. Asterisk, inhale. Exhale, asterisk. Everything around him seemed to slow. Even the chaotic battlefield appeared to move in sluggish increments, revealing small openings in the endless flurry of attacks. Exploiting these gaps, Lee managed to slip through the battlefield, evading every obstacle. Any sound ninja who tried to stop him was sent flying with a single kick. Within seconds, less than 10, Lee had reached the rear lines. He and Guy collapsed together, their bodies utterly spent. Witnessing real power for the first time, Tony's overconfidence deflated. His prideful demeanor was replaced by a quiet determination. Using the remaining scraps from his 3 suits of armor, Tony cobbled together a makeshift stretcher. Ignoring the pain racking his own body, Tony gently placed Lee and Guy on the stretcher. With Jarvis's guidance, he began administering emergency medical treatment. For now, all he could do was stabilize them. Full recovery would have to wait until the battle was over. Amid the chaos of Konoha's battlefield, another father-son pair clashed, one whose relationship was far more complex and fraught with history than might Guy and might Dewey. This was the confrontation between Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi Hatake. Tsukumo, the famed White Fang of Konoha, had died by his own hand, crushed under the weight of public disgrace. His suicide had left Kakashi an orphan, forced to endure the village's scorn all by himself. This burden shaped Kakashi into the cold, withdrawn person he had been in his early years. It was only through the warmth of the friends he later found that his personality softened, transforming him into the man he was today. The moment Kakashi laid eyes on Tsukumo, a torrent of emotions surged through him, a mixture of anger, grief, and unresolved resentment. Without hesitation, he pulled down his forehead protector, exposing his Sharingan. His mind burned with fury at his father's perceived irresponsibility. Tsukumo's actions had left him alone to face the harsh judgment of the village. But fury did not make Kakashi stronger. He wasn't the Hulk. Anger didn't grant him power. He was still Kakashi, a skilled but ultimately mortal ninja. Unfortunately, the Sharingan's 3-tomo design wasn't enough to fully track Tsukumo's movements. Within minutes, Kakashi was battered, his body covered in wounds. His injuries weren't the only problem. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. As a non-Uchiha, Kakashi's body struggled to sustain the Sharingan's immense chakra demands. "You disappoint me, Kakashi," Tsukumo said flatly, slicing through a tree summoned by Kakashi's substitution jutsu. He exerted enough willpower to momentarily reclaim control of his body, halting his movements. Breathing heavily, Kakashi glared at his father. "I don't need someone like you to lecture me." Electric chirping filled the air as lightning gathered in Kakashi's hand, crackling with deadly intensity. The sound echoed like the cries of 1,000 birds. Lightning style, Chidori. Kakashi lowered his body, his Sharingan locking onto the paused figure of Tsukumo. In a burst of speed, he shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow. The electrified chakra propelled him, his body blurring into motion as he closed the gap between them. As Kakashi thrust his lightning-coated hand toward Tsukumo, the White Fang executed a simple yet precise body flicker. He avoided the attack entirely, reappearing directly above Kakashi. With a decisive kick, Tsukumo sent Kakashi hurtling through the air, slamming him into the ground. "Your movements are stiff, your attacks predictable, and your approach reckless," Tsukumo said as he landed gracefully. "I don't remember teaching you to fight like this." Struggling to his feet, Kakashi wiped the blood from his mouth. The sting of his father's criticism cut deeper than the physical injuries. But rather than fueling his anger further, it forced Kakashi to think clearly. Years of neglecting taijutsu and kenjutsu had left him unable to keep up with Sakomo's speed. If he wanted to stand a chance, he would need to change tactics. Ninjutsu. Kakashi's title as the copy ninja wasn't for show. Beyond his vast repertoire of stolen techniques, his hand seal speed was among the fastest of all jonin. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Kakashi cast 2 jutsu simultaneously. The wind-enhanced fireball expanded into a massive inferno, engulfing the area where Sakomo stood. You still don't understand, Sakomo's voice rang out, his figure appearing behind Kakashi. With a swift motion, he struck Kakashi again, sending him flying. All these years, and you still haven't found your own path, he continued, overtaking Kakashi midair and kicking him in another direction. Do you think that having the Sharingan makes you an Uchiha? Sakomo's form blurred as he moved rapidly across the battlefield, his speed creating the illusion of multiple copies. Copy ninja? What a ridiculous title. With those final words, Sakomo's relentless assault ended, leaving Kakashi sprawled on the ground. His body was bruised and battered, his chakra nearly depleted. He was on the verge of collapse. But his father's taunts had awakened something within him. His unyielding determination refused to let him fall. Kakashi forced himself to his feet, though his Sharingan flickered, barely maintaining its active state. Sakomo shook his head. If you're lucky enough to survive this, you should give up being a ninja. Stop shaming the Hatake name. It's you who brought shame to the Hatake name. Kakashi shouted, propping himself against a wall for support. You broke the code of the ninja. So what? You couldn't even stand by your own choices or convictions. What right do you have to judge me? Sakomo's expression remained stoic. Oh, then tell me, Kakashi, what is your conviction? Kakashi coughed, blood dripping from his lips. I don't have a conviction of my own, he admitted, but I can fight to protect the convictions of others. Regaining his composure, Kakashi assumed a battle stance. The Tomo and his Sharingan spun rapidly, their movements accelerating. Come on, you've already taken your own life once. Let me send you back down a second time. Fueled by newfound resolve, Kakashi's vision sharpened. The world became clearer, his Sharingan pushing past its limits. The Tomo morphed, merging into the intricate pattern of a Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, achieved. Sakomo noticed the transformation. Though his soul brimmed with pride, his face betrayed no emotion. With the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi's entire approach shifted. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, and Sharingan worked in perfect harmony, forming a seamless triangle of power. Earth style, earth flow river. Catching sight of Sakomo's position, Kakashi created a flowing river of mud to restrict his father's movements. But to Sakomo, the mud was little more than an inconvenience. He raised his sword and sliced through Kakashi's next attack with ease. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi raised a barrier of stone between them, only for it to be cleaved in half. As the wall crumbled, Sakomo found himself face to face with a lightning clone. Boom! The clone exploded, sending arcs of electricity crackling through the air. Kakashi appeared behind Sakomo, ready to strike. But Sakomo twisted mid-air with incredible agility, his blade flashing like white lightning. Kamikaze! Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, its pattern spinning rapidly. He locked his gaze on the space in front of Sakomo. The fabric of reality began to twist, warping everything around the focal point. The vortex of Kimui pulled at Sakomo, threatening to consume him. With no leverage to anchor himself, Sakomo contorted his body, narrowly avoiding the distortion's pull. Against the overwhelming force of Kimui, Sakomo's human body couldn't hold out. Even the legendary White Fang had his limits. "You've finally understood," Sakomo said as he landed, his voice laced with approval. "What are you talking about?" Kakashi demanded, his bloodshot Sharingan glaring at his father. He prepared himself to strike again if necessary. "Just this," Sakomo said softly. "I'm sorry." His voice was filled with warmth, and his eyes with love. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone to bear so much. I've been a terrible father." Kakashi froze, stunned by the apology. It was something he had never expected to hear. In his memories, Sakomo had always been infallible, never admitting fault. A short laugh escaped Kakashi's lips. He felt an unexpected lightness in his heart, as if a weight he'd carried for years had suddenly lifted. "I forgive you," he said with a faint smile. "But I'm afraid I'll have to apologize too, because I'm sending you back down again." With Kakashi now possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, his power had grown significantly. The Kamui technique gave him a formidable edge, both offensively and defensively. However, Kakashi had only one Sharingan, and that limitation was glaringly apparent. He could do little beyond holding Tsukumo Hatake at bay, unable to assist his allies in their own battles. Nearby, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were locked in a savage duel, both in Sage mode. Watching their ferocity, it was hard to imagine that these two had once been close friends, like brothers. Orochimaru, having experienced countless time loops, had used his accumulated knowledge to refine and enhance numerous jutsu. His raw power and arsenal of techniques far surpassed Jiraiya's. The only reason Jiraiya was still holding his ground was because Orochimaru's Sage mode, derived from Ryuchi Cave, was less effective than Jiraiya's Toad Sage mode, backed by Mount Myaboku. The two sanctuaries offered vastly different levels of support to their respective sages. Even so, Jiraiya was in dire straits. His once proud white mane was nearly singed and torn to the point of baldness. Bald, but not stronger. What kind of nonsense is this? Jiraiya muttered bitterly, dodging another attack. Slurp! Orochimaru's tongue retracted into his mouth, the faint metallic tang of blood lingering on it. "It won't be long now, Jiraiya," he hissed, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Taking advantage of a brief lull, Jiraiya caught his breath and surveyed the battlefield. His heart sank. The destruction was catastrophic. Half of Konoha was already in ruins, and the other half seemed unlikely to survive. While Jiraiya grappled with his desperate thoughts, the rest of the battlefield fared no better. Ajay was locked in a battle with the resurrected Hashirama Senju. Though Hashirama's raw power couldn't compare to Ajay's, his wood-release techniques were infuriatingly troublesome. The battlefield had transformed into an impenetrable forest, every tree and leaf seemingly alive and hostile. Despite his martial prowess, Ajay's lack of large-scale area attacks left him at a disadvantage in this environment. His fists, as powerful as they were, couldn't destroy an entire forest with a single strike, making it nearly impossible to flush Hashirama out of hiding. "Damn it!" Ajay roared, his eyes blazing red as he pulverized a towering tree into splinters. "Stop hiding, you coward! Come out and fight me!" But there was no reply, only the relentless sound of trees growing and shifting. Ajay gritted his teeth in frustration. Hashirama refused to take the bait, and without a clear target, the stalemate persisted. Elsewhere, Alice was one of the few holding her own. Her immense mental power and resistance to Genjutsu allowed her to counter most of Tobirama Senju's illusions. However, Tobirama's true strength lay in his mastery of water release and his devastating flying thunder god technique. His ability to teleport unpredictably forced Alice to dedicate a significant portion of her focus to defense. Flying Thunder God Slash. Tobirama appeared at sharp angle, his blade slicing toward Alice's neck. At the last moment, Alice's telekinetic shield deflected the strike, but before she could retaliate, Tobirama vanished into thin air again. Psychic Storm. Alice unleashed a torrent of telekinetic energy, snapping nearby trees and creating a swirling vortex centered around her. Yet Tobirama, with his spatial manipulation, emerged unscathed. Throughout the battle, Alice had yet to identify the markers Tobirama was using for his teleportation, making it impossible to predict his movements. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in dire straits against Izuna Uchiha. The aging third Hokage, once renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, could barely keep up. His advanced age had sapped much of his vitality and speed. Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan, though not excessively overpowered, still gave him a significant edge. Hiruzen relied on compound ninjutsu to hold his ground, but the enormous chakra cost was rapidly pushing him to his limit. Despite his efforts, Hiruzen's chakra reserves were nearing the red line. In the rear of the battlefield, Tony Stark, now stripped of his armor, had become a mere spectator. Without his suits, Tony had lost 80 to 90% of his combat capability. In close combat, He wasn't even on par with a fresh Ninja Academy graduate. Though Tony's intelligence and ingenuity far outclassed them, his lack of combat experience left him woefully inadequate in a fight. Forced to watch from the sidelines, Tony was struck by a harsh realization. His current combat style was poorly suited for the chaotic and unpredictable battles of the main god space. To rely solely on pre-prepared armor was an insult to his pride as an inventor. This epiphany sparked an idea, still fuzzy but promising. He couldn't afford to dwell on it now, though. Surviving the current ordeal took precedence. From Tony's perspective, the Konoha collapse plan had already succeeded. Even if Orochimaru were to retreat now, the damage to Konoha was severe enough to destabilize the village. The other 4 great ninja villages wouldn't miss the opportunity to exploit Konoha's vulnerability. The Land of Fire's fertile lands and favorable geography were too enticing to ignore. Tony could already envision the aftermath. Orochimaru declared a wanted criminal by all 5 villages. Konoha forced to cede territory and reduce its sphere of influence, and the village subjected to prolonged suppression. And that was assuming Konoha didn't outright lose the current battle. If they did, none of those concerns would even matter. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly dire. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen were all nearing their limits. The collapse of even one of them would trigger a chain reaction, leading to a total breakdown of Konoha's defenses. Although Ajay held a slight advantage against Hashirama, adding another opponent would tip the scales against him. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Just as the battle seemed on the brink of collapse, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the direction of Konoha's original walls. The sound was accompanied by the sight of countless trees being shattered and flung into the air. The source of the commotion was none other than the 3rd member of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju. Known for her monstrous strength, Tsunade tore through the forest with ease, the once imposing trees reduced to mere splinters in her path. As for her hemophobia, the will of the world had invested immense effort to bring her here, creating countless coincidences to ensure her arrival. Naturally, it wouldn't leave her condition unaddressed. If anyone with spiritual sight were present, they would see a dark cloud hovering over Tsunade's head. This cloud dulled her awareness, temporarily suppressing her fear of blood. With the arrival of Konoha's strongest medic and combatant, a glimmer of hope shone amidst the darkness. Tsunade's arrival did bring a glimmer of hope to Konoha, alleviating some of the crushing pressure on the defenders. As one of the legendary Sannin, her combat prowess, though slightly behind Jiraiya and Orochimaru at this stage, was still among the elite of the ninja world. But for Orochimaru, her appearance was cause for celebration, not concern. The 5th Hokage herself had entered the fray, proof to him that this loop was nearing its breaking point. Victory was within his grasp, far beyond the battlefield, outside the fragile barrier of this world. Chi-Yun observed with an unsettling calm. Like Orochimaru, he too was pleased, but for very different reasons. From his elevated vantage point, every move the world consciousness made was laid bare. The chaos within the storyline had reached the point of absurdity, and the world consciousness was now acting with increasingly reckless desperation. Chi-Yun extended a finger, lightly tapping the void. A ripple of invisible energy shot forth, striking the barrier surrounding the Naruto world. The impact sent waves of distortion cascading across the boundary. The results of his probe were telling. The resistance from the world consciousness had markedly weakened. The effort to manipulate the storyline by prematurely introducing Tsunade had not only drained its resources, but also divided its focus. Floating closer, Chi-Yun now hovered so near to the Naruto world that the distance between him and the barrier was negligible. Under the immense pressure Chi-Yun exerted, the world consciousness grew increasingly tense. Though this tension wasn't visible to an outside observer, the rapid flow of energy within the world told the true story. Desperate commands were issued from the world consciousness, but the figures within the storyline were far too self-aware to follow blindly. Many of them, upon sensing discrepancies in their actions, halted altogether. Guiding events required time the world consciousness no longer had. Through the markers he had placed on Ajay and the others, Chi-yun continued to monitor the unfolding chaos. Orochimaru's forces advanced relentlessly, and Konoha was on the brink of total collapse. Just as the situation seemed beyond salvation, reinforcements finally arrived. But this only signaled the unveiling of Orochimaru's true trump card. A cluster of coffins erupted from the ground, their lids creaking open with an ominous snap. One by one, the figures within stepped out, their appearances striking dread into the hearts of the living. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face paled as he recognized the faces of those emerging from the coffins, faces he knew all too well. These were the deceased members of the Uchiha clan, victims of Konoha's internal political strife. Leading the resurrected were two immensely powerful figures, each wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shursui Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Hiruzen's heart sank. It finally made sense why Danzo had been conspicuously absent from the battlefield. Danzo, ever the schemer with ambitions of becoming Hokage, would never have let such a grand opportunity to bolster his reputation slip by. The only explanation for his absence was that he was already dead. Indeed, Danzo's collection of Sharingan had become the very medium for these Edo Tensei summonings. It was a darkly ironic twist. Danzo had sought to use Orochimaru's power to eliminate obstacles in his path to the Hokage seat. Instead, Orochimaru had come not as an ally, but as his executioner. With his vast knowledge and superior information, Orochimaru had dismantled Danzo's defenses with ease, rendering the Sharingan in his possession little more than trophies. Danzo and the root operatives accompanying him had been annihilated in short order. Orochimaru had initially intended to summon Danzo as well, believing it would further destabilize Konoha's defenses. But when the summoning began, he discovered that Danzo had taken measures to ensure his soul could not be summoned. No matter, the reappearance of the Uchiha clan alone was more than enough to devastate Konoha. Apart from Shursui, the revived Uchiha harbored deep resentment toward Konoha's leadership. Without Orochimaru needing to impose commands, they attacked viciously, exploiting every opportunity to exact revenge. Their combat prowess was already staggering, and their Edo Tensei-enhanced immortality made them nearly unstoppable. The Uchiha massacre would never have succeeded without Itachi's involvement, and now a legion of undead Uchiha had joined the battlefield. The defensive lines of Konoha crumbled almost instantly. The world consciousness, now utterly overwhelmed, found itself at a complete loss. This situation was beyond the scope of what a few high-ranking ninja could resolve. The only viable reinforcements capable of turning the tide were titans like Madara Uchiha or Nagato with his Rinnegan. But neither of them aligned with Konoha's faction. Summoning them would only ensure Konoha's complete annihilation. And to rewrite their allegiances at this stage was an unfeasible task. Left with no alternatives, the world consciousness resorted to its last, desperate option, resetting the timeline and prematurely initiating a new loop. Chi-yun, observing the world consciousness throwing caution to the wind, smirked. Behind him, the illusory form of the main god's space materialized. The concentrated energy within the main god's energy pool churned violently as Chi-yun drew upon its reserves. Empowered by the main god's space, Chi-yun's strength surged exponentially. He extended a hand toward the Naruto world, his palm pressing gently against its fragile barrier. Waves of powerful energy radiated from his palm, locking the timeline in place and trapping the world consciousness. The plan to reset the timeline was brought to an abrupt halt. Realizing that its efforts were futile, the world consciousness lashed out in desperation. The energy it had accumulated seeped through the cracks in Chi-yun's suppression, flooding into Orochimaru and his forces. This was its final gambit, a scorched earth strategy. If it could not retain control, it would rather see the world collapse and reform anew than surrender it to Chi-yun. Orochimaru froze mid-attack as he felt his chakra spike uncontrollably. Something was wrong. Looking to the sky, he saw it fractured like a shattered mirror, threatening to break apart entirely. The earth groaned in protest, and the entire world seemed on the brink of collapse. How could this happen? Orochimaru muttered, turning his gaze to the battlefield. The figures around him were distorted, their forms twisting unnaturally. None of the combatants seemed to notice the world's impending doom. Their minds were consumed by bloodlust, their only thoughts of destruction. Is the world ending? Orochimaru whispered, his voice laced with disbelief. For all his schemes to break the loop, he had never intended for the world to meet its end. His goal had been to free its inhabitants from their predetermined cycles, not to obliterate them. No, there's still hope. Orochimaru's eyes darted toward the last anchors holding this fractured timeline together. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. In Orochimaru's vision, the two boys glowed with a golden radiance. Wherever the light touched, the cracks in the world began to mend. But the rate of repair was far too slow to keep up with the rapid fragmentation. In that moment, Orochimaru's priorities shifted. No longer was he intent on killing Naruto and Sasuke. Now, he sought to protect them. Raising his hand, he attempted to call off his forces, but the resurrected dead no longer obeyed his commands. They carried on their assault, heedless of his orders. To make matters worse, the destruction of the world had driven weaker-willed ninjas mad. In the chaos, even Konoha's rear lines had devolved into senseless slaughter. Naruto and Sasuke, the last hope for this world, were in grave danger. Tony was the first to notice something was amiss in the rear lines. The nearby medical nin, who were supposed to be tending to the injured, now had eerily glowing red eyes, not unlike Ajai's during combat. A sinking feeling gripped Tony's chest. Alert! Unknown factors detected. World difficulty has spiked drastically. World collapse initiated. ***. World collapse? Tony froze as the main Godspace's notification reverberated in his mind. Bad news was piling on top of bad news, and it felt like the entire world was spiraling out of control. Notification. Due to the sudden rise in difficulty, high-level pioneers will enter the world in 10 minutes. ***. Main mission updated. New mission acquired. Protect the temporal anchor points. ***. Protect the temporal anchor points. Emergency main mission. Mission description ***. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the world has begun to collapse. Inhabitants affected by the collapse have started indiscriminate attacks. Mission objective ***. Protect Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke for 10 minutes. Ensure neither of them dies during this time. As the mission details updated, a golden glow suddenly enveloped Naruto, who stood beside Lee and the unconscious guy, and Sasuke, who stood silently watching the chaos in the distance. At the same moment, the nearby ninja began attacking indiscriminately, their eyes glowing with madness. Jarvis, deploy defensive mode. Tony barked. The makeshift, patchwork armor he had hastily constructed began shifting. The specialized materials elongated and curved, forming a small but sturdy shelter that encased Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, Guy, and Tony safely within its protective walls. Tony-san, what's happening to everyone? Naruto's voice trembled, his wide eyes darting between the chaotic scene outside and the people within the shelter. He had just seen some of his closest friends turn against each other, attacking without reason. I don't know, Tony snapped, his eyes glued to the shifting chaos outside. He reached into the suit's compartments and pulled out a mechanical longsword, its segmented structure gleaming ominously. Naruto's attention shifted back to the chaos outside, where a familiar figure was flung through the air. His heart sank. It was Hinata. Her body, battered and bruised, was struck by a volley of jutsu as she fell, and it was clear she wouldn't last much longer. Hinata's in danger. Naruto's instincts screamed at him to act. He clenched his fists, his entire being rejecting the thought of standing idly by. No, I can't just sit here, he shouted, his body moving before his mind could catch up. But just as he began to run, Tony's hand shot out, grabbing Naruto by the collar and yanking him back. Stay inside, Tony barked. If you go out there, you'll die for nothing. Let me go, Naruto growled, pulling a kunai from his pouch and slicing through the fabric of his collar. Tony's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wrist, the segmented sword in his hand unraveled into a mechanical whip. The whip shot forward, coiling around Naruto and binding him tightly. Stop struggling. You'll only make things worse. Tony's voice was stern, tinged with the desperation of someone trying to hold everything together. Let me go. Let me go. Naruto thrashed wildly, his voice breaking. A faint red chakra began to seep from his body, forming 3 swaying tails behind him. Aorg! Naruto roared, his strength amplified by the 9 tails chakra. With a tremendous effort, he began to break free of the whip's hold. Mechanics augment, Tony commanded, his internal systems redirecting additional power to the whip. The coils tightened, straining against Naruto's growing power. The whip creaked under the pressure, cracks forming along its surface. Sasuke, Tony yelled, help me hold him down. You're the only other one here who's still thinking straight. Sasuke stood nearby, his gaze distant as he stared at the distant battlefield. His father, mother, and countless Uchiha clansmen, people long dead, were locked in a senseless, brutal melee. Sasuke! Sasuke! Tony shouted again, snapping the boy out of his daze. Huh? What? Sasuke blinked, his mind struggling to process the chaos around him. Help me restrain Naruto. If he gets out there, we're all done for. Still disoriented, Sasuke hesitated but eventually stepped forward, instinctively doing as Tony said. Together, they managed to keep Naruto contained for now. But holding Naruto back wasn't the only issue. The shelter's defenses, while sturdy, were not invincible. It could withstand a few dozen standard jutsu, but the sheer number of crazed ninja attacking was quickly overwhelming it. Cracks began forming on the shelter's surface, and the glow of Naruto's chakra tails intensified. Moments later, Naruto's eyes turned toward the battlefield, where Hinata's body finally succumbed to the relentless assault. She was gone. No, no! Naruto's voice broke, his grief and rage fueling the 9 tails' power. 2 more tails formed behind him, bringing the total to 5. Naruto pushed forward, taking up a defensive stance in front of Lee and Guy, gripping a kunai tightly. His entire body radiated a menacing red aura. The cracks in the shelter widened further, and Tony gripped his sword tightly. 5 minutes left, he muttered to himself, glancing at the timer in his HUD. Suddenly, a wave of psychic energy burst through the area, scattering the attacking ninja. Alice had arrived, breaking away from her battle with Tobirama to reinforce the shelter. Get out of here! Alice shouted, telekinetically flinging several attackers away. But the reprieve was short-lived. Tobirama, his eyes glowing with madness, teleported back into the fray and re-engaged Alice. Meanwhile, other high-level enemies began converging on the shelter. Ajay returned just in time, positioning himself as a human shield near the shelter's perimeter. His body was covered in wounds, his aura flickering as his energy reserves dwindled. Despite their best efforts, the situation continued to deteriorate. No matter how fiercely they fought, it was only a matter of time before someone broke through. Tobirama seized an opening, slipping past Alice and charging directly toward the shelter. Tony exhaled deeply, his grip tightening on his sword. As the only adult still lucid within the shelter, it was his responsibility to protect those inside. He stepped forward, prepared to face Tobirama head-on. But before the deadly confrontation could occur, 3 massive iron gates slammed down from the heavens, blocking Tobirama's path. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru leapt into the center of the shelter's defenses, his presence drawing immediate tension. Alice and Ajay instinctively repositioned themselves, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Orochimaru made no move to defend himself. Instead, countless snakes erupted from his sleeves, clearing the nearby area of hostile attackers. For a brief moment, the chaos subsided. While Alice and Ajay didn't lower their guard, it was clear Orochimaru had switched sides, at least temporarily. 2 minutes left. Hold on, Tony yelled, his voice cutting through the tension. Hearing this, Orochimaru gritted his teeth. With no other options, he chose to trust the strangers fighting alongside him. In a blur of hand seals, Orochimaru prepared his next move. Modified, multi-layer Rashomon. Dozens of massive gates rained down from the sky, encircling the shelter in a fortress of iron. Though the gates were sturdy, the relentless barrage of jutsu quickly began to wear them down. Orochimaru pushed his chakra reserves to their limits, maintaining the barrier for as long as he could. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slowly, 2 minutes felt like an eternity. By the final 30 seconds, Ajay was barely standing, his body riddled with wounds. His once fiery aura had dimmed to a faint glow. Alice, too, was at her limit. Overusing her psychic abilities had left her with searing headaches, and even standing required immense effort. Asterisk 3, 2, 1 asterisk. As the timer reached 0, a brilliant cascade of multicolored light erupted from the sky. A portal materialized above the shelter, its edges shimmering with ethereal energy. From the portal, a small, stubby leg stepped out. The figure that emerged was Chi-Yun's other retainer, Chi-Chi-Chi. 10 minutes earlier, as the mission update came through, Chi-Yun immediately contacted Chi-Chi, who had been waiting on standby in the main god space. Chi-Yun had to remain where he was, suppressing the world consciousness's desperate final struggles, while also harvesting the spoils of this chaos. As such, the task of saving the collapsing Naruto world fell to Chi-Chi. To ensure the mission's success and prevent the world's complete collapse, a process that would take immense effort to rebuild, Chi-Yun connected a direct energy link from the main god space's energy pool to Chi-Chi. With a world consciousness in turmoil, there was no way it could sever the link. As Chi-Chi stepped out of the shimmering portal, her bright, curious eyes scanned the battlefield below. Orochimaru, stunned by the sight of the small figure, turned to Alice and asked incredulously, "This is your reinforcement? A little girl?" Alice shot him a reassuring look, her confidence unwavering. "Trust me, even if she looks like a child, anyone who's climbed to this level in the main god space is anything but ordinary. And if she's been sent to save this world, she's more than capable." Nearby, Ajay let out a breath of relief. He knew exactly how powerful Chi-Chi could be when given access to unlimited resources. Confirming the situation, Chi-Chi's energy began to surge. Behind her, a projection of a glowing blue book materialized, its pages fluttering open as if caught in an unseen breeze. From within the pages stepped a strikingly elegant woman clad in translucent blue garments. She exuded an otherworldly beauty, and the moment she appeared, the temperature of the entire world plummeted. Snowflakes began drifting down from the sky, blanketing the battlefield in icy stillness. "Who?" The Ice Queen, Elsa, lightly exhaled, and with her breath, a crystalline wave of frost swept across the land. Every inch of the battlefield froze in its wake. The ground, the trees, even the air seemed to glitter with frost. The once chaotic battlefield was transformed into a pristine snowfield, serene yet deadly. Asterisk // asterisk. A shiver ran down Orochimaru's spine, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as the unnaturally cold air seeped into his bones. Unable to endure the biting chill, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Orochimaru hoped to conjure some warmth, but in this frost-saturated world, even a mighty fireball jutsu was reduced to a pitiful flicker of flame. The tiny ember sputtered out almost instantly. Elsewhere, Hashirame's wood release had created a massive, layered wooden sphere, a fortress designed to shield him from the cold. For a moment, it seemed to hold, but the relentless frost seeped in, freezing the layers of wood and coating Hashirama himself in ice. In seconds, he was immobilized. With the primary threats neutralized, Chi-Chi lifted her hand, and the blue book behind her flipped to another page. This time, the projection that stepped out was vastly different from Elsa. A small, timid girl clad in a tattered coat emerged, clutching a basket filled with matches. Her frail body shivered in the cold, and she instinctively hid behind Chi-Chi, her wide eyes darting nervously around the frozen battlefield. Chi-Chi sighed in exasperation, extending a hand toward the girl and motioning for her to come closer. The little match girl, however, shook her head and retreated further, clutching her basket tightly. Seeing no other choice, Chi-Chi reached into her pocket and pulled out a coin, a special, glowing currency from the main god space. She handed it to the girl, who hesitated before taking it. In exchange, the little match girl produced a box of matches from her basket and reluctantly handed Chi-Chi a single match. Holding back an eye roll, Chi-Chi struck the match against its box. The tiny flame that sparked to life cast a warm, golden glow against the icy landscape. Despite the bone-chilling cold, the flame burned steadily, its light cutting through the frost. As the flame's glow spread, a sense of calm washed over the battlefield. Those caught in its light saw visions of warmth and happiness, memories of better times. The madness in their eyes began to fade. Slowly but surely, reason returned to their minds. Under the influence of the flame, Orochimaru found that he could finally deactivate the Edo Tensei. One by one, the reanimated shinobi dissolved, their icy forms crumbling into dust. The battle was over, but the world's collapse continued. Naruto and Sasuke's anchoring effect could only stabilize a small area. Chi-Chi sighed, her energy link to the main god space doubling in intensity. Behind her, the glowing book began to shift and transform. After a prolonged buildup of energy, a radiant, multicolored gem materialized behind her, a seven-colored stone imbued with the power to mend worlds. Chi-Chi carefully held the stone in her hands before sending it skyward. The gemstone floated toward the fractured sky, radiating brilliant light. Its glow spread like threads of silk, weaving through the cracks in the heavens and stitching them back together. Bit by bit, the world stabilized. Alice watched the scene with a contemplative expression. The golden light from the match seemed familiar to her, evoking a deep, inexplicable sense of warmth. It was as though she'd seen it before, in another time, another place. With her mission complete, Chi-Chi turned and stepped back into the portal, vanishing from the world. At the same time, Tony, Ajay, and Alice disappeared as well, their task in this world finished. The battlefield fell silent as the remaining Konoha shinobi registered the sudden absence of their mysterious allies. Orochimaru collapsed onto a frozen block of ice, his energy spent. He looked up at the sky, where the seven-colored stone continued to shine alongside the sun. The cycle of reincarnation was broken. His plan had succeeded. But as he surveyed the ruined world around him, he couldn't help but feel a hollow ache. The world he had fought to free was now a shadow of its former self. Meanwhile, Naruto wandered the battlefield, tears streaming down his face as he searched for the bodies of his fallen friends. He was determined to give them a proper burial, to ensure they could rest in peace. Sasuke sat silently beside Guy, his mind reeling from everything he had witnessed. The display of true power and the near destruction of the world had shaken him to his core. In that moment, all his previous goals, his vengeance, his desire to kill Itachi, felt meaningless. It was then that a voice echoed in the minds of everyone present. Do you wish to restore this broken world? To reclaim the beauty of the past and mend the devastation of the present? The main god space welcomes you. Asterisk, asterisk. Who's there? Orochimaru sprang to his feet, his eyes darting around. His first thought was that it might be a Jinjutsu, but he quickly realized that no one capable of casting such a powerful illusion was still alive. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke, he saw that they had heard the same voice. Their expressions confirmed it. After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru gazed at the ruins of Konoha and closed his eyes. He gave a small nod. In the next instant, he disappeared from the Naruto world. Naruto, glancing back at his village one last time, made his decision. He couldn't abandon his home, not when there was still a chance to rebuild. He, too, chose to join. Sasuke stood motionless for a long time. The rage and purpose that had once driven him were gone, leaving him feeling empty. In search of a new goal, a new beginning, Sasuke finally made his choice. He vanished, following the others into the unknown. Having reaped a fresh batch of recruits, Chi-Yun considered this operation a resounding success, far exceeding his initial expectations. Not only had he gathered new potential in Orochimaru, Naruto, and Sasuke, but the Naruto world itself had been left in a fragile, damaged state, its timeline tangled like an unraveled ball of yarn. Repairing this world would take a considerable amount of time, and Chi-Yun knew he had to tread carefully when drawing energy from it. Sustainability was the key. Harvesting recklessly from a damaged world would do more harm than good. Minutes later, Tony and the others returned to the main god space, their mission complete, and a familiar notification resounded in their minds. Suitable participants have returned to the main god space. Mission settlement commencing. Asterisk asterisk. Derived world asterisk Naruto. World difficulty asterisk LV5. LV. World source energy obtained asterisk 113%. Completed missions asterisk 2. Mission rating asterisk A+. Overall rating asterisk S. Rewards are being distributed. Tony let the words wash over him, his mind already churning through the possibilities. Main profession, LV10 mechanic, LV13 mechanic. Intelligence +1, agility +1. Notice, profession level exceeds LV11. Beginner mechanic has advanced to professional mechanic. Please select a profession advancement reward. Asterisk asterisk. 1. Mechanical uprising asterisk sacrifice defense for higher instantaneous attack power. Upon durability reaching 0, trigger an explosion. Explosion damage equals mechanical level times explosive material content times additional invested mechanical force. 2. Mechanical fortification asterisk permanently increases the defense and durability of all associated machinery. Grants extended operational time when durability reaches 0, with additional operational time equals additional invested mechanical force divided by mechanical level. 3. Sea of Machines asterisk significantly enhances rapid production capabilities and greatly increases the success rate of produced machinery. When a created machine is attacked, the incoming attack's power is redistributed to nearby machinery at 200%/150%/100%, depending on the mechanical level. Asterisk. Note. Effects improve at mechanic levels 18 and 21. Asterisk. The choices were straightforward, yet profound. The first skill focused on offense, the second on defense, and the third on mass production. Each offered a distinct path forward, shaping the future of a mechanic's combat potential. Tony didn't dwell on it for long. His decision was swift and resolute. He chose Sea of Machines. The reasoning was simple. After completing 2 missions, Tony had gained clarity on his future path. His reliance on traditional combat armor was outdated. While his suits were still formidable, they couldn't match the raw individual power of teammates like Ajay or Alice. The anti-series of armors? Tony had already abandoned them. Every time he built one meant to counter someone, he'd been beaten by that very same type of opponent. It was a running joke he'd rather not continue. The Sea of Machines aligned perfectly with his vision for the future. Mass production, the ability to rapidly deploy swarms of machines, and enhance mechanical efficiency. This was how he would adapt to the ever-evolving challenges of the main god space. The moment he made his choice, Tony felt an indescribable shift within his body. The mechanical energy within him began to morph, subtly yet profoundly. Reward selection complete. Rewards are being distributed, asterisk asterisk. Blank attribute point x1, S rank rating. Main god points, plus 8,000. Merit points, plus 4. Personal storage space, permanently unlocked. Title, Pioneer awarded. Mission completion summary asterisk. Main mission asterisk Konoha collapse plan, protect temporal anchor points. Brief asterisk Konoha sustained significant structural damage, reputation declined. Heavy personnel loss, reputation declined. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha survived, reputation increased. Rating asterisk B, normal rewards distributed. Hidden mission asterisk Mentor's legacy. Brief asterisk Rock Lee's immediate combat, potential significantly improved, potential for future growth increased. Rating asterisk S+. Notice, Naruto World is under repair. Scroll access temporarily unavailable. Additional rewards being distributed. Rock Lee's training suit. Quality asterisk purple. Type asterisk defensive/support equipment. Durability asterisk 5 out of 5. Requirements asterisk main or subprofession includes martial artist or ninja. Effect 1 asterisk rapid comprehension. Increases the efficiency of learning martial arts or taijutsu techniques by 50%. Skill level cap. LV30. Effect 2 asterisk frugal genius. Reduces the main god points required for basic skills by 30%. Each use reduces the equipment's durability by 1. Skill level cap. LV20. Rating asterisk 100. Asterisk this is the power of youth. Rock Lee asterisk. The additional reward, though impressive, wasn't of much use to Tony. Unless he decided to pick up a secondary profession, the training suit wouldn't see much action. And taking a secondary profession would slow his main profession's progression, a price Tony wasn't willing to pay. His priority was to reach level 21 as quickly as possible. That was when the true potential of Sea of Machines would be unleashed. Still, Tony carefully stored the training suit in his inventory. While it wasn't useful to him now, it could fetch a high price in the future. The main Godspace's trading market was still in its infancy, making it difficult to sell rare items at their true value. Dumping it to a recycling shop would be a waste. Once the trading market matured and more participants reached higher levels, Tony planned to auction it off for a considerable profit. He briefly considered gifting it to Ajay, but the skill level restrictions made it impractical. With Ajay's explosive strength and mastery, it was unlikely he had any major skills below LV30. On top of that, using the suit for minor skills felt like a waste. Setting the equipment aside, Tony turned his attention to his newly acquired title. Pioneer, Quality * Unknown. Type * Title. Effect 1 * Pioneers will periodically receive high-level world missions. Every 3 missions, one must be selected. Upon accepting a mission, the main God space will grant advanced rewards in the form of main God points and merit points based on the mission's difficulty. Effect 2 * for each high-level world mission completed with an S rating or higher, receive 1 Pioneer's Emblem. Pioneer's Emblem * grants a non-main God space participant the qualification to join. New recruits will face 1 mission world exceeding their current evaluation within 3 missions. * Explore the unknown. Face the impossible. You are the pioneers of worlds. Main God space *. Tony's eyes gleamed as he read the description. It was as though the main God space had read his mind. He had been wondering how participants were selected and how to bring in reliable teammates. Now he had his answer. The only drawback was the requirement to face high-level world missions, but for Tony, this was hardly a concern. Both missions he'd participated in so far had seen difficulty spikes, so he was no stranger to the challenges ahead. Additionally, Tony had amassed a substantial haul of loot during the mission. Between defending Konoha's rear lines and the initial assault by the Sound and Sand forces, he'd managed to rack up 26 white chests, 2 blue chests, 1 purple chest. As Tony reviewed his spoils, he couldn't help but smirk. The future was looking brighter than ever, and he was ready to take the next step. After returning to his private space, Tony wasted no time and immediately opened all 26 white chests in one go. As expected of white tier chests, they truly lived up to their reputation as white give chests. Collectively, they yielded only 2,600 main God points. Nothing else, not even a scrap of gear or resources. Looking at the results, Tony frowned and opened his personal stats panel to double-check his luck stat. Yep, still 5 points. No deductions. Reassured that he hadn't been mysteriously exiled to the land of bad luck, Tony moved on to the 2 blue chests. The results were marginally better. One contained a packet of soldier pills, and the other had a basic 3-substitution jutsu scroll. Both were items destined to gather dust in his inventory for now. Finally, his attention turned to the lone purple chest, which had dropped from defeating the 3-headed serpent earlier. Its appearance was notably different from the white and blue chests, sleek, regal, and exuding an aura of prestige. Tony carefully retrieved the chest from his rewards list and placed it on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the lid with his left hand while reaching inside with his right. The moment his hand entered the chest, it vanished with a soft pop, leaving behind a single scroll in Tony's grasp. As he held it, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Ninja Squad Scroll. Quality * blue. Type * consumable. Effect * upon use. Forms a temporary squad with up to 2 other eligible participants. Squad members can enter mission worlds together. Attacking a squad member will result in the loss of 1 primary stat point and the immediate dissolution of the squad contract. Rating * 31. * Behold my righteous backstab. Anonymous *. Tony stared at the scroll, deep in thought. The scroll's constraints were minimal. A single primary stat point was a significant penalty, but hardly insurmountable for anyone truly determined to betray their allies. Ultimately, it was a tool that encouraged cooperation but didn't guarantee it. Still, the scroll hinted at a broader pattern. The days of lone wolves dominating the main god space were numbered. Teamwork and alliances would become increasingly necessary as the missions grew more complex and dangerous. With this in mind, Tony reached out to Ajay and Alice, both of whom he had exchanged main god space business cards with during the Naruto mission. If he could form a squad with them, future missions might become significantly more manageable. The responses came quickly. Ajay declined outright. As one of Chi Yun's retainers, his role was to act as the main god space's firefighter, stepping into missions only when needed. Regular missions with Tony were out of the question. Alice also declined, explaining that she had to focus on supporting the newcomers she had brought into the main god space from the Resident Evil world. The demographic imbalance within the main god space was glaringly obvious. An estimated 80 to 90% of participants came from the Marvel Universe. While this wasn't explicitly stated, anyone who spent enough time in the space would eventually notice. With both potential allies unavailable, Tony wasn't too disheartened. The right teammates come with time, he muttered. If the timing wasn't right, there was no forcing it. As Tony began planning his next steps, the Marvel world was brewing its own storm. Since the last incident involving Obadiah, Stain's transformation, various factions, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., the military, and even some larger organizations had started catching wind of the main god space's existence, albeit in fragmented whispers. Tony, as the most visible participant, had naturally become the focus of their attention. When days passed without any word from him, pressure began mounting on pepper pots from all sides. These factions wanted one thing: the secrets behind Tony's armor technology. But Pepper wasn't someone who could be easily swayed. As the steward of Stark Industries, she remained composed and unyielding, deflecting every inquiry with precision. Her message was simple: if you want the armor, you'll have to wait for Tony to return and ask him yourself. Meanwhile, in New York City, atop one of its many skyscrapers, Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin, stood by a window, gazing at the bustling metropolis below. "How's the situation with Stark Industries?" he asked suddenly, his deep voice cutting through the silence. One of his subordinates stepped forward to report. "Not great, but manageable. Once Tony Stark resurfaces, everything should fall into place. What's strange is that he's been completely off the radar for some time now." Kingpin nodded slowly, absently turning the ring on his finger as he listened. His expression was inscrutable. After a long pause, he waved his subordinate away, signaling for him to leave. Once alone, Kingpin walked to the massive dining table at the center of his private room and sat down. He picked up a dossier filled with information on Tony Stark. Based on Tony's behavior and actions over the past few months, Kingpin strongly suspected that Stark was also part of the main god space. In fact, he was almost certain that Stark had entered the space before him. "How troublesome," Kingpin murmured, setting the dossier aside. "People like him, righteous, nosy, always meddling, are the absolute worst to deal with." Since joining the main god space, Kingpin's perspective had shifted dramatically. The vastness of the space made New York, and even Earth, feel insignificant, a mere speck on the larger stage. Tony Stark had become a potential obstacle on his path forward. Analyzing Stark's behavioral patterns, Kingpin saw no doubt that their goals would inevitably clash. The question was, should he pivot toward a more legitimate front, abandoning his criminal empire? Or should he eliminate Stark before the man became an even greater threat? As he pondered, Kingpin's hand absently grazed the folds of fat around his neck. A flicker of savagery crossed his eyes as he recalled his last mission in the main god space. He could still vividly remember the feeling of being swarmed by countless zombies in the Resident Evil world. They had bitten, clawed, and torn at him relentlessly. Were it not for his considerable reserves, he might not have survived long enough to return. But that survival had come at cost. The mission had yielded only a meager amount of main god points, most of which had been spent on repairing his ravaged body. His thoughts drifted as he continued to devour the food before him. A mountain of burgers, steaks, and other dishes disappearing down his throat in quick succession. This voracious appetite wasn't just gluttony. It was tied to his unique personal talent, gluttony. This ability allowed him to convert massive amounts of food into special energy and rapidly heal injuries. While powerful in the long term, gluttony had been utterly useless during his first mission. The zombies of the Resident Evil world hadn't exactly given him the chance to sit down and eat. Finishing the last of his meal, Kingpin wiped his mouth and leaned back, deep in thought. Killing Tony Stark was no longer an option. Not because it was impossible, but because the consequences would be catastrophic. Stark Industries would undoubtedly retaliate with everything they had. Worse, those self-righteous players in the shadows, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and others, would seize the chaos to further their own agendas. Even Kingpin's current allies might turn against him, eager to curry favor with the world's major powers. In such a scenario, the entire planet would want him dead. No, the risk wasn't worth it. At least, not yet. For now, Kingpin would bide his time, quietly expanding his influence within the main god space, while keeping a close eye on Tony Stark. The game was far from over, and Kingpin intended to come out on top. Having decided to clean up his image, Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin, saw this as the perfect opportunity to extend a gesture of goodwill. People like Tony Stark weren't entirely blind to shades of gray, but in their minds, the world was largely black and white. Fisk didn't expect to be fully embraced as an ally, but he did hope to avoid being lumped into the black category. Fisk wasn't afraid of Stark causing trouble. Men like Tony tended to confront issues head-on, and that kind of directness was manageable. But if a major headache could be avoided altogether, why not? Still, offering goodwill required finesse. Too little, it wouldn't be noticed. Too much, and it could be perceived as weakness, inviting more trouble. Meanwhile, back in the main god space, Tony had spent the entire day burning through his main god points and merit points, leaving his reserves completely dry. But despite the rapid expenditure, Tony's immediate combat power hadn't increased much. Most of his spending had gone toward auxiliary functions. First on the list was a detection skill. Following Alice's advice, Tony had shelled out a hefty amount of points at the notoriously overpriced main god space marketplace for a basic detection ability. After the purchase, Tony found himself wishing more participants would join the main god space soon. A functioning free market couldn't come fast enough. He was tired of the massive discrepancy between buy and sell prices. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just been played like a sucker. Beyond that, his only other upgrade was to his personal storage space. Using merit points, he linked previously segmented compartments, then spent the bulk of his remaining points to expand the space. The result? Tony now had a storage area large enough to set up a small factory, a crucial step forward for his plans. With these upgrades complete, Tony finally returned to the Marvel world. The return point was his newly constructed villa. "Sir, welcome back," Jarvis's familiar voice greeted him. Tony exhaled in relief. There was something deeply comforting about hearing Jarvis again. "Jarvis, anything happened while I was gone?" Tony asked as he stepped into the villa. Zip, several holographic screens flickered to life, displaying neatly compiled reports. 11 days ago, Miss Potts was summoned to a hearing led by the military. S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to contact Miss Potts privately on 7 occasions during your absence. Per your orders, no surveillance was placed on Miss Potts. During this time, 34 individuals attempting unauthorized access were expelled. Identity analysis indicates that most were operatives affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. As Tony listened to Jarvis's report and reviewed the data, he wasn't surprised. He'd known those people wouldn't back off so easily. Of course, they'd set their sights on Pepper. Additionally, sir, during your absence, Fisk Security provided some assistance in alleviating the pressure on Stark Industries, Jarvis continued. Security company? You're telling me Stark Industries needed to rely on a security company for help? Tony asked with a raised eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. You misunderstand, sir. Fisk Security acted independently to shield Stark Industries. No evidence suggests any contact between Miss Potts or the company's executives and Fisk Security. Furthermore, records indicate that the principal shareholder of Fisk Security is Wilson Grant Fisk, also known as the Kingpin. Hearing the name, Tony's expression darkened slightly. Tony had never liked Kingpin. That said, he could begrudgingly admit that Fisk's presence in New York's chaotic underworld had some unintended benefits. By imposing his own set of rules, Fisk had managed to reduce some of the senseless violence. But no amount of rebranding could erase the man's heinous past. So why was someone like Fisk suddenly extending goodwill to Stark Industries? It was a question worth pondering. Compared to Fisk's unexpected gesture, the military's antics were hardly worth mentioning. Tony had seen their playbook before. Same tactics, no creativity. Fisk, 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 Tony muttered, pacing as he mulled over the situation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could this guy have joined the main god space? And maybe he's figured out who I am? The more Tony considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Jarvis, do we have any recent intel on Fisk? Anything that might hint at his whereabouts or activities? Apologies, sir. Fisk has implemented highly effective counter-surveillance measures. No relevant data has been identified, Jarvis replied. Though he lacked concrete evidence to back his theory, Tony's instincts told him he was on the right track. Well, this just got interesting, Tony said with a faint smirk. Jarvis, get Pepper on the line. Pepper, where are you? I'm planning a press conference. Across town, atop the Fist Tower skyscraper, Kingpin was engaging in his usual daily ritual, eating. The table before him was laden with familiar dishes, burgers, steaks, pizzas, the only variation being the occasional change in seasoning. Boss, Tony Stark has resurfaced. Stark Industries announced that a press conference will be held today at 3 p.m., with Stark himself expected to speak. A subordinate reported, head bowed. Fisk nodded, downing a massive bowl of mushroom soup in one gulp. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he flipped the entire table. Crash! The table flew over 20 meters, shattering against the wall. The subordinate flinched at the sound, his body trembling slightly. Didn't I tell you to diversify the menu? Fisk asked, dabbing his hands with a napkin. Boss, you've already cycled through over 200 dishes in the past few days. We're running out of new options to fill the table, the subordinate explained, his tone tinged with frustration. Fisk's standards were impossibly high. Even a slight change in pizza toppings counted as a new dish. Coming up with over 200 variations had already been a monumental effort. Didn't I tell you to hire chefs from China? Where are they? Fisk demanded, turning to glare at the subordinate. They refused to come. As soon as they heard it was you, not a single one applied. We tried forcing the issue, but a few martial artists showed up and drove us off, the subordinate admitted, his voice filled with grievance. Fisk approached the man, placing a massive hand on his shoulder. With a single, casual motion, he crushed the man's bones, leaving his body limp as he collapsed to the floor. You, Fisk pointed to another subordinate. Use a different name and get me those chefs. I want to see new dishes on my table by tonight. The new subordinate nodded frantically, not daring to argue. Darling, what exactly do you want to say at this press conference? You're not telling me anything. How am I supposed to help you prepare your speech? Pepper plopped down in front of Tony, looking at him as she asked. Hearing Pepper's voice snapped Tony out of his daze. He stood up and gave her a hug. Don't worry, I can handle myself. I'm just going to announce one thing, that's all. Pepper looked into Tony's eyes, and whatever she imagined made her suddenly blush. Oh my, you don't need to make such a big deal out of proposing. What? No way. How could I propose in such a plain setting like this? If I were proposing at the very least, I'd set off a hydrogen bomb as fireworks. No way I'd do it without preparation. Tony chuckled as he held Pepper. Their relationship had developed so naturally, so seamlessly, it was definitely time to think about proposing. A hydrogen bomb as fireworks? Who even does that? Pepper lightly smacked Tony, feigning annoyance. Mr. Stark, the press conference is ready. When should we start? Happy pushed open the door and stepped in, freezing slightly at the sight of Pepper and Tony embracing. Wait, where are they? They're not here, right? Happy's brain worked at lightning speed as he pretended not to see anything. He wasn't about to get fired tomorrow for stepping into the room at the wrong moment. All right, stop joking around, Pepper called after Happy. Darling, you go first, Pepper said as she helped adjust Tony's suit. All right, wait for my good news. Tony slicked back his hair with a touch of flair and headed toward the stage. For most ordinary people, this press conference was just a rare public appearance by Tony Stark to prove that he was still alive. But for others, it carried a completely different significance. Crunch! Kingpin bit into a massive meat sandwich, leaning back on his sofa as he watched the live broadcast of the press conference on TV. What is he up to? Kingpin mulled over the situation. If Tony's trying to manipulate public opinion to gain the upper hand, he's overestimating himself. Managing public narratives? That's the domain of official organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., not some lone billionaire. Elsewhere, other key figures were also glued to their screens, including General Ross from the military, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, and Alexander Pierce of Hydra's U.S. division. On the screen, Tony Stark, dressed in a sharp suit, walked slowly to the podium. The reporters below fell silent, their cameras all trained on Tony. Everyone waited for him to speak. Everyone, today, I just want to make one announcement. Tony adjusted the microphone, his eyes locking onto the camera. Through the television, it felt as though Kingpin and Tony were staring directly at each other. "I am a mechanic," Tony declared, his words deliberate, each syllable striking firmly. As his voice echoed through the room, 3 suits of armor emerged from the stage, facing the reporters. Their sleek, cutting-edge designs stunned the audience. The reporters hadn't even had time to process what the mechanic meant before their attention was wholly captured by the incredible sight of the armors. Click, click, click. The room was instantly flooded with the rapid flashes of cameras. "Mr. Stark, what does the mechanic mean? Mr. Stark, are these suits the latest weaponry developed by Stark Industries?" Questions fired off one after another, but Tony remained silent. The armors around him deployed their weapon systems. Rows of gun barrels and missile launchers revealed in a show of force that left no doubt these were not mere display pieces. After this striking display of power, Tony didn't answer a single question. He simply turned around and walked off the stage. Gulp. Kingpin downed an entire plate of spicy mapo tofu in one go, then tossed the plate aside. "Interesting. Declaring his identity like that. He's aiming to become a leader, isn't he?" Kingpin laughed heartily. None of his subordinates dared to speak. Despite Kingpin's laughter, no one could guess what he was truly thinking. "Go. Send Tony Stark a formal letter in my name," Kingpin ordered, his mind still preoccupied with the armors Tony had just showcased. "Yes, sir. But, sir, what should the letter say exactly? Or under what pretense should we send it?" A subordinate hesitated to ask. "The content doesn't matter. Just make sure it gets him to meet with me. If that doesn't work, ask if the suits are for sale," Kingpin instructed. "Understood." Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the top-floor office of the Triskelion, Nick Fury sat at his desk, watching the chaotic press conference unfold on the screen. He tapped his fingers on the table. Beneath his knuckles lay a thick document, a proposal for creating the Avengers Initiative. "Coulson, bring me that case. And adjust my schedule. I need to meet with Tony Stark." Nick spoke softly into the phone. Earth was growing increasingly turbulent, harder and harder to manage. Some of the suitable candidates had already caused quite a bit of trouble, resulting in casualties. Nick had initially planned to meet with Tony privately to discuss the matter of the main god space. But now that Tony had revealed his identity publicly, those plans needed to change. At the military headquarters, General Ross sat in his office, his face dark and brooding as Tony's bold declaration played on the screen. For the longest time, Ross had refused to believe Tony might be one of the first people on Earth to enter the main god space. But now, denial was no longer an option. Self-deception would lead nowhere. The main god space, what is it really? And what's its purpose? Ross muttered, picking up a dossier from his desk. So far, his team had identified 4 individuals under his command who had entered the main god space. These were elite soldiers, the best in their fields. Unfortunately, the survival rate for the first mission was only 50%. 2 of the elite soldiers had vanished without a trace, never to return. To investigate their disappearances, Ross had begrudgingly sought help from S.H.I.E.L.D., working with them to confirm that the 2 soldiers were indeed dead. "Sir, there's progress in our research." An officer burst into Ross's office, grinning as he reported the news. "Really? Take me there now." Ross jumped up from his chair. Their current research focused on synthesizing the super soldier serum, Hulk's gamma blood, and the T-virus from the Resident Evil project into a controllable, enhanced fusion. In simpler terms, they aim to combine the adaptability of Captain America, the limitless strength potential of the Hulk, and the genetic stability and psionic abilities of Alice to create the ultimate superhuman. If they could eliminate the negative side effects and fuse the positive traits, Ross's influence would skyrocket. At that point, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't dare oppose him. He'd crush them in an instant. Of course, the key was ensuring that the resulting superhuman was completely obedient. That evening, after wrapping up the press conference, Tony and Pepper had dinner together. "Sir, Kingpin has sent a formal letter inviting you to lunch," Jarvis reported through Tony's earpiece. Lunch together? Tony chuckled to himself. The last thing he wanted was to share a meal with a corpulent crime boss. Too greasy. He might lose his appetite. Replied to him, "Lunch is off the table. If he's serious, tell him I'll be waiting at Stark Tower the day after tomorrow at noon." "Understood, sir." Additionally, Nick Fury has been waiting outside your villa for quite some time, Jarvis continued. Nick Fury? Tony raised an eyebrow, giving it some thought. Jarvis, now enhanced, had once pulled some data on Nick Fury. The head of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Standing outside like a good boy. He didn't try to sneak in. He made an attempt, Jarvis described in vivid detail, but after encountering certain active security measures, he ceased his efforts and chose to wait at the door. Tony could easily picture it. Nick trying to climb over the wall, only to find himself staring at multiple turret barrels aimed squarely at him, retreating quietly to the front door to shiver in the cold night air. Watching Tony handle things so efficiently, Pepper felt a sense of pride. In the past, with Tony's reckless personality, he would never have dealt with such matters, let alone during his downtime. "Darling, if you have something to take care of, go ahead," Pepper said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin and looking at Tony. "No need. Almost everything is handled." Tony waved her off casually. "You don't have to accommodate me, and I'm already finished," Pepper smiled gently. "Just listen to me. I'll take you home first. It's no rush." "Let him wait a bit longer," Tony said with an authoritative tone as he stood up. At that moment, he exuded the aura of a classic dominancio straight out of a novel. An hour later, after dropping Pepper off, Tony made his way back to his villa. Nick Fury stood under the porch light, illuminated as he waited for Tony. It wasn't that he was unwilling to linger in the shadows. It was that the lights wouldn't let him. Wherever he moved, Jarvis made sure the lights followed him, an utterly frustrating experience. "Why not come in and sit? Aren't you agents supposed to be adept at scaling walls and sneaking in?" Tony stepped out of the shadows, smirking as he teased Nick. The host wasn't home. "Why would I enter uninvited?" Nick replied with a straight face, staring at Tony. "Is that so? Well then, I'll head inside first," Tony remarked, making no effort to invite Nick in as he walked straight toward his villa. "Wait, I'm here to deliver something," Nick said begrudgingly. Sometimes, you had to lower your pride, especially when you needed something. "Something? What kind of something?" Tony asked, arching an eyebrow. "Something your father left for you." Nick quickly got to the point. "Huh, he left something for me." Tony let out a cold laugh. "Even if he did, why would it be in your hands? We can discuss it inside." "This isn't exactly the place for a conversation," Nick sighed inwardly. He couldn't remember the last time he had to lower himself like this. Tony stared at Nick for a moment before nodding. "Follow me." Once inside the villa, the outside world was completely shut out. Since the incident with Stain, Tony had upgraded his villa's security to rival the vaults of major banks. "This is something your father entrusted to us to give to you. He wanted it delivered when you were ready to stand on your own," Nick said, placing a case on the table. "We believe now is the time." Tony glanced at the case, but didn't open it immediately. "Noted. If that's all, take care and see yourself out." "There's one more thing," Nick said, pulling a file from his bag and handing it to Tony. "I want you to join the Avengers Initiative. You want me to be your subordinate?" Tony's voice turned icy as he shot Nick a glare. Was this guy delusional? Nick shook his head. This world is already full of challenges humanity can barely face. And ever since that thing appeared, such incidents have grown more frequent. I'm hoping to assemble a team to deal with these threats. Tony's interest was piqued, albeit slightly. He picked up the file. "Oh? Sound intriguing. So, besides me, who else is on this team?" "At the moment, just 2 of my top agents," Nick admitted with no embarrassment. Tony snapped the file shut. "They've been to that place as well." Nick shook his head. He was just as puzzled as Tony about why Black Widow and Hawkeye hadn't been selected. No matter how you looked at it, they were leagues ahead of the clumsy candidates under Ross. "Take care and see yourself out." Tony gestured toward the door. The Avengers team's shared database contains every bit of information we've gathered about that place. Additionally, we can provide certain amounts of its currency, Nick quickly added. Based on intel from his subordinates, Nick was confident that even someone like Tony wouldn't have many points to spare. It was simply too easy to run out of them given the demand. Hearing this, Tony paused to think. When it came to collecting points in the main god space, there was no way he could outpace an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. However, as for the Avengers Initiative, it didn't quite sit right with him. Change the name, Tony finally said after some thought. What about the Avengers Squad? Nick blinked, momentarily confused. Was there really any difference between the two names? Noticing Nick's expression, Tony stood up. I'll figure out how to secure an entry slot for someone on my own team to join. But it won't be free. You'll need to pay for it with points. Nick finally understood. The real distinction wasn't the name. It was about control. Tony wanted to establish his own solid team. After some thought, Nick nodded. Agreed. But I have one more condition. What's that? We want to purchase a certain number of your suits of armor, Nick said, along with any replicable abilities or training methods. Deal, Tony replied without hesitation. After all, showcasing the suits at the press conference had always been part of his plan to sell them. However, he wouldn't sell to warmongers. The world was already riddled with enough wars. Ordinary people were struggling just to live. Of course, the currency for the suits won't be dollars, and there will be strict usage restrictions. Violating them gives me the right to take action, Tony declared. Under this friendly atmosphere, Tony and Nick began hashing out the specifics. Everything from the suit models and weapon configurations to pricing and after-sales service. While Tony was preparing for his next mission, Chi-Yun successfully untangled the intertwined timelines of the Naruto world. The original world consciousness was completely shattered by Chi-Yun. To be honest, this particular world consciousness was the most reckless one Chi-Yun had ever encountered. It actually sought to destroy its own world, like a general losing a war and recklessly dropping nuclear bombs on their own territory in desperation. After Chi-Yun's repairs and reorganization, the Naruto world was now capable of preliminarily accepting suitable candidates for trials. However, its stability was still shaky and required time for gradual self-repair. Stretching his muscles, Chi-Yun returned to the main god space, where Chi-Chi and Ajay were seated together, staring at a screen with solemn expressions. That's the fourth batch. What kind of world is on the other side? Chi-Chi scratched her head, clearly frustrated. It's just too unreasonable. How about I go take a look? At this rate, if we keep sending people, no one will survive, Ajay chimed in. Who's dying left and right? What are you two talking about? Chi-Yun asked as he approached Chi-Chi's side, listening to their conversation. Hearing Chi-Yun's voice, Chi-Chi leapt out of her chair, her face lighting up with excitement. My lord, you're back. No need for such formality. What's going on? Why do you two look so tense? Chi-Yun glanced at the screen, but didn't notice anything particularly unusual. It was just a few suitable candidates who hadn't returned from the mission world. Some losses were normal. After all, opening up new worlds often came with a price. My lord, it's happened 4 times now, 16 suitable candidates in total, and not a single one has come back, Chi-Chi explained with a furrowed brow. A high-level world? Chi-Yun asked. For the main god space in its current state, cracking a high-level world would still be a stretch. No. According to multiple layers of detection, it's just an ordinary low-level technological world. The world consciousness isn't even fully formed. Chi-Chi shook her head, clarifying. Then what's going on? What caused their deaths? That's the strange part. Some of them died in car accidents, others from electrocution, and even some from choking on food, Chi-Chi said, her mood worsening as she recounted the bizarre fatalities. These kinds of deaths, they're an embarrassment to the main god space. All accidents? Isn't the world consciousness still dormant? Are you sure there wasn't an error in the detection? Chi-Yun asked as he walked toward the connection point. There shouldn't be any mistakes. I've checked multiple times. Besides, if the world consciousness had awakened, it wouldn't approach us so willingly. Most low-level worlds try to avoid us as much as possible, Chi-Chi explained as they walked. Chi-Yun nodded, arriving at the portal. Beyond the gate lay the strange world that had devoured 16 suitable candidates. To ensure safety, Chi-Yun only placed his hand on the gate. A fragment of his powerful consciousness split off, infiltrating the world beyond through the portal. After circling the area around the portal a few times, Chi-Yun didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. On the surface, this world seemed to be nothing more than a low-level technological world struggling to even venture beyond its home planet. Yet the more innocuous it appeared, the less inclined Chi-Yun was to enter it physically. Any world that could annihilate 16 suitable candidates and achieve a 100% mortality rate was far from simple. For all he knew, it could be a trap specifically designed for outsiders. Chi-Chi, halt all exploration of this world for now. When we have more people and sufficient combat strength, we'll revisit it, Chi-Yun commanded, sealing the portal with a wave of his hand. Understood, Chi-Chi replied. As the two of them were heading back, Chi-Yun sensed a disturbance in one of the already connected worlds. It felt as though a massive object brimming with energy had pierced through from the outside. Following the disturbance, Chi-Yun's perspective shifted. In a Marvel world, within a sparsely populated area of the United States, a hammer had descended from the sky and now stood firmly embedded in the ground. With his spiritual sight, Chi-Yun observed that the hammer was surrounded by countless runes of lightning. These runes were entirely absent from his database, a language unlike anything on Earth. With a whoosh, Chi-Yun's figure flickered, and he appeared directly above the hammer. Looking up, he noticed that someone was monitoring the area. He briefly considered blocking the surveillance, but on second thought, if the Ancient One hadn't intervened, why should he? When it came to Earth, the Ancient One cared far more than Chi-Yun did. Her inaction likely meant she believed the hammer wouldn't bring irreversible disaster to the world. Remaining invisible, Chi-Yun approached Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. As he advanced, the runes surrounding Mjolnir parted down the middle, as though they had encountered their natural nemesis. Up close, with the obstructive flashes of lightning dispersed, Chi-Yun could better examine the object. The hammer wasn't particularly large, but its density was astonishing. Moreover, every inch of its surface and interior was inscribed with intricate symbols of immense power, runes painstakingly carved by Odin using divine energy. For a moment, Chi-Yun considered replicating the hammer and creating a few more Thors. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Not worth it. Odin had poured tremendous effort and divine power into crafting this hammer for his son, Thor. At present, there was no one in the main god space worth that level of investment. Although he decided against replication, Chi-Yun still extended his hand toward Mjolnir. After all, he'd been the main god for so long and hadn't yet encountered an artifact of this caliber. It was time to broaden his horizons. The moment Chi-Yun grasped the handle, a powerful repelling force erupted from the hammer, one of Odin's built-in contingencies, designed to deter those strong enough to physically lift Mjolnir. It wasn't meant to stop them outright, but rather to deliver a message, hoping they'd show some respect. Boom! Above Mjolnir, dark clouds gathered, lightning crackling through them as if ready to strike at any moment. Within the repelling force, alongside Odin's explanations, was a comprehensive collection of runes. Chi-Yun had to admit, Odin had been incredibly thorough in his planning for Thor. For someone like Chi-Yun, or the Ancient One, the value of a non-cooperative artifact laden with personal imprints was far less than the runes used to forge it. Since Odin had been so considerate, Chi-Yun decided to play nice. Letting go of Mjolnir, he allowed it to return to its original spot. Then, Chi-Yun vanished from the site and returned to the main god space. With these runes, the shop catalog would soon expand with new, intriguing items. Director, there's an anomaly in New Mexico, Coulson said as he entered Nick Fury's office, carrying a stack of documents. I'm already aware, Fury replied, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. The display showed the situation around Mjolnir, including data on how many people had attempted to touch the hammer and whether anything unusual had occurred in its vicinity. Coulson, take a team over there and secure the area around the hammer. Also, bring in some experts from nearby to see if they can find anything. By the way, has Tony Stark responded to the files we sent him? Fury continued, rubbing his temples. No, sir. He said he's busy and handed me this button before walking off, Coulson said, pulling out a red button. I see. You go ahead and handle the New Mexico situation, Fury replied, massaging his forehead. Lately, Too many things had been giving him headaches. The growing number of people in the main god space had also led to an increase in those committing crimes with their newfound abilities. No problem. Carlson nodded before heading out. The next day in New Mexico, Carlson led a team to lock down the area around Mjolnir, confiscating some leaked research materials from nearby scientists in the process. "Melinda, what's the status of the hammer?" Carlson asked after returning with the confiscated data. "It's the same as before. No matter what we try, we can't lift it off the ground," Melinda May replied, shaking her head. "That doesn't make any sense," Carlson muttered, scratching his head as he walked with Melinda toward the hammer. Near the hammer, 2 wrecked cranes stood as a testament to their failed attempts to lift Mjolnir. Even with both machines working in tandem, they couldn't budge the hammer an inch. If it's really that heavy, then why hasn't it crushed the ground beneath it? Carlson wondered aloud, circling the hammer in confusion. Who knows? At this point, my worldview has been shattered so many times I've lost count, May said with a resigned sigh. Just a few days ago, she had seen someone with the ability to telekinetically move objects. The person had been using their powers to steal from convenience stores, only to get caught because they didn't bother avoiding security cameras. Now that person was locked up in a shield lab, being studied. Sigh. Tighten the perimeter defenses. Tony sent word that he'll swing by in a few days to take a look, Carlson said, his tone filled with exasperation. At the moment, Tony Stark was the only person they could turn to who had enough expertise and influence to handle situations like this. And even then, he wasn't a SHIELD agent, making him notoriously difficult to summon. That night, outside the secured base, a burly man with golden hair lay prone on a nearby hillside, carefully observing the area. This man was Thor, banished to Earth by Odin. He was here to retrieve his hammer. Without it, he was nothing more than an unusually strong Asgardian with decent healing abilities, far from the mighty god of thunder. After hours of observation, Thor managed to identify a few patterns in the patrol routes. While he wanted to continue studying them, fully understanding the entire schedule would likely take until morning. Lowering his body, Thor crept toward the base, using a pair of pliers to cut a hole in the steel wire fence. Here, we have to acknowledge a flaw in Carlson's setup. While time might have been tight, the perimeter defenses shouldn't have been this lax. Avoiding the soldiers, Thor made his way toward Mjolnir. However, it wasn't long before a patrolling soldier discovered the hole he had cut in the fence. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the base. Realizing he'd been spotted, Thor quickened his pace, charging toward the hammer's location. Dark clouds began gathering in the sky, creating a somber and foreboding atmosphere. Running through several plastic-enclosed corridors, Thor found himself nearly at his destination. Whoosh! An arrow shot down from above, embedding itself in the ground before him. A warning shot from Hawkeye. Thor looked up to see Hawkeye, standing on the highest point in the base, longbow drawn, and aimed directly at him. Crash! Rain began pouring down, shrouding the entire base in a veil of water. The sound of soldiers' boots grew louder as they closed in. Thor rolled forward, slipping into a covered pathway, and continued his charge toward Mjolnir. He believed that as long as he could grasp the hammer, he could break Odin's seal and reclaim his title as the invincible god of thunder. In the monitoring room, Carlson watched Thor's progress on the cameras. Pressing the intercom button, he gave a calm order, "Hawkeye, let him through. I want to see what he's trying to do." Hearing the command, Hawkeye relaxed his grip on the arrow. The man below was clearly a highly trained elite soldier. Any ordinary person would have been taken down by now. Carlson kept his eyes fixed on Thor. He had a hunch this guy wasn't normal. From Thor's demeanor, he sensed an aura similar to that of those involved in the main god space. Maybe, just maybe, this man could lift the hammer. With no one stopping him, Thor reached Mjolnir. His steps slowed as he approached, his nerves visibly on edge. Taking a deep breath, Thor stopped in front of the hammer. He reached out with his right hand and gripped the handle. "Up!" Thor shouted, pouring every ounce of his strength into lifting the hammer. But Mjolnir didn't budge, not even a little. Realizing something was wrong, Thor lowered his head, rain streaming down his face and dripping onto the ground. Unwilling to give up, he gripped the handle with both hands and roared in frustration. Still, the hammer remained immovable. After several minutes of struggling, Thor finally gave up, collapsing to his knees. He looked up at the sky through the opening in the canopy, rain pelting his face. "What?" Coulson, hearing Thor's anguished cry, stepped out from nearby and sighed. Why couldn't things ever go according to plan? Waving his hand, he signaled for 2 soldiers to restrain Thor. The once proud god, now utterly defeated, offered no resistance as he was dragged away, his spirit crushed into the dirt. Bound to a chair, Thor didn't see Coulson. Instead, he was greeted by his brother, Loki. Outside, Coulson was busy with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, dealing with who knows what. Suddenly, Coulson felt a heat emanating from his neck, as if something was warming up. Instinctively, he reached for it. Pulling out, he saw it was the jade pendant Nick Fury had given him before sending him to New Mexico. The pendant, called the Serene Mind Pendant, was something S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel had exchanged from the main Godspace shop. The name was a bit tacky, but it worked. It kept the wearer mentally clear and focused. Crack! The pendant suddenly shattered, releasing a refreshing energy that surged to Coulson's head. Under its influence, his thoughts became razor-sharp. The moment Coulson regained his clarity, he immediately recognized that something was off. He had originally planned to interrogate Thor, yet here he was, aimlessly wasting time. That wasn't normal. Without drawing attention to himself, Coulson cast a subtle glance in the direction of the holding cell. Then, he quickly averted his eyes, blending back into the crowd of aimless agents who were also under the spell. The Serene Mind Pendant was a one-of-a-kind item, and Coulson knew he had to act as if he were still under Loki's influence. If Loki figured out that Coulson was no longer being controlled, a second attempt at mind control will be the least of his worries. Loki might decide to eliminate him altogether. Time dragged on, and Coulson had no idea how long had passed. Eventually, the sound from the holding cell faded into silence. Maintaining his controlled demeanor, Coulson continued to feign obedience. As a seasoned agent, his acting skills were flawless. No one would notice anything amiss unless they scrutinized him closely. Nearly an entire day passed. By the afternoon, someone finally arrived to pick up Thor. "Hello, we're here to collect Donnie. He's my colleague and got lost last night. He accidentally wandered in here," said the visitor, who turned out to be the meteorologist whose research materials Coulson had confiscated earlier. Standing to the side, Coulson watched as May took the visitor's ID card, scanned it through the reader, and then promptly returned it without a word. Even though the computer displayed the glaring message, "no records found." Coulson's unease deepened as he observed this. The amount of unknown factors in this world was staggering. 2 soldiers escorted Thor out, and, after a brief conversation, May handed him over to the visitor. After the group left, May returned to her computer, seemingly absorbed in her work. Coulson, seated nearby, remained patient. Until he was sure Loki, or whoever had cast the spell, was gone, he wouldn't risk revealing his awareness. About 30 minutes later, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed above the base. Coulson hurried outside. A team member jumped out of the helicopter and handed Coulson a metal briefcase. "The director said if this thing breaks, you might have to forfeit 10 years of your salary to cover the cost." "A what?" Coulson blinked, caught off guard. "I have to pay for damage to equipment? That's ridiculous." "Well, fine, hand it over. I'll take it up with the director later." The team member, satisfied with Coulson's answer, finally released their grip on the case. The moment Coulson had regained his awareness, he had used coded language to report the situation to Nick Fury and request backup. Now, the reinforcements had arrived. Back in the control room, Coulson noticed that everyone was still ignoring the security alerts flashing on their screens, acting as though nothing was wrong. He sighed inwardly. Opening the briefcase, he found a strange device comprised of intricate components. The machine didn't provide audio instructions, only text-based feedback. No abnormal psychic emanations detected. Safety level, yellow. A yellow light illuminated on the top right corner of the device. Coulson blinked. This likely meant that the caster had already left. He reached into the case and pressed the red button inside. An excruciatingly sharp, grating sound erupted from the device, spreading throughout the base and directly affecting everyone's minds. The noise was akin to nails scraping against glass, but far more piercing and unbearable. Melinda and the others clutched their heads, their expressions contorted in pain as they struggled against the effects. Carlson pressed his fingers tightly into his ears, bracing himself until the sound finally stopped 5 minutes later. Melinda, drenched in sweat, looked as though she had just run a marathon. She collapsed to the floor, dazed and unfocused, staring blankly ahead. "Melinda? Melinda!" Carlson crouched down and called out to her. After a moment, Melinda snapped out of it, lifting her head to look at Carlson. "I feel like I just woke up from a really long dream. Am I awake now?" "You're awake. Don't worry," Carlson reassured her, helping her to her feet. As she regained her composure, Melinda quickly reverted to her usual no-nonsense demeanor. She stormed off toward the control room, unlocking the alert system on the computer with her internal credentials, and began sifting through the surveillance footage. "What's gotten into her? I haven't seen her this fired up in ages," Hawkeye said, rubbing his temples as he approached Carlson. "Who knows? Maybe she had a bad dream." Carlson replied with a shrug. "Hey, you all right? You don't look great either," Carlson asked, glancing at Hawkeye. "I'll live. Better than being mind-controlled, that's for sure," Hawkeye replied with a faint smile. His mind drifted to a conversation he'd had with Nick Fury not long ago. The main god space. "I need to find a way to secure a spot." Hawkeye was already strategizing internally, thinking about how he could surpass Black Widow and claim one of the coveted slots. Currently, they were the only two candidates under consideration. "Got it. Come take a look," Melinda called out, motioning for Carlson and Hawkeye to join her. The computer screen displayed grainy footage of a shadowy figure, Loki. After quietly taking control of everyone around him, Loki had confidently strolled into the holding cell. The footage cut off after that. The holding cell security was apparently a level higher, with even the cameras unable to penetrate its defenses. "I swear I'm going to catch that guy one day and make him listen to that horrible sound for an entire day." Melinda fumed, grinding her teeth in frustration. Carlson shrugged and exchanged a glance with Hawkeye. Women, they sure knew how to hold a grudge. Meanwhile, Thor had found his way to a bar, drowning his sorrows in drink. The day had been too much for him. First, he discovered he could no longer lift Mjolnir. Then Loki had shown up, claiming Odin was dead. Blow after blow had left Thor utterly dejected. Yet amidst the chaos, Thor had begun to change. He was letting go of certain things and starting to see the world differently. Chi-Yun stood nearby, concealed by his formidable mental abilities, which rendered him invisible to everyone around him. Loki's pathetic lies might work on someone like Thor, whose head was more muscle than brain. But to Chi-Yun, the truth was glaringly obvious. Odin's divine energy still shimmered within Thor. With the vitality of that power, who could possibly believe Odin was truly dead? "Friend, you look troubled. Care to share a drink?" Chi-Yun said, sitting beside Thor and observing him up close. Thor turned to him. As the son of a god, Thor's passive divine awareness allowed him to perceive Chi-Yun's presence, especially now that Chi-Yun had chosen to reveal himself. Without a word, Thor raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to talk. He just wanted a drink. "Thor, there you are," Jane called out, pushing her way through the crowd to reach him. "You're here," Thor said, his voice slurred as he looked at Jane through bleary eyes. "Yeah, but who were you clinking glasses with just now?" Jane asked curiously. Thor turned to the spot beside him, only to find that Chi-Yun had vanished. Was I hallucinating from the booze? Thor thought, momentarily stunned. By the early morning of the next day, Thor, who had drunk through the entire night, failed to get drunk himself, but had successfully knocked out everyone else around him. Asgardian physiology was truly formidable when it came to drinking. It could probably rival the Russians in a contest. "Yura, good morning, everyone," Thor greeted cheerfully, holding a small frying pan with breakfast inside. After a long night of reflection, Thor had figured things out. Since he could no longer be the god of thunder, he might as well live life as a regular person. At least the environment here wasn't bad, and with his strength, making a living wouldn't be an issue. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Thor was cooking breakfast, the piercing sound of alarms blared throughout the defense base, jolting everyone awake. Carlson rushed into the research lab, where the alarm had originated. "An extremely powerful energy signature has been detected," one of the researchers reported in a panic. If this energy continues to escalate, it could destroy Earth completely. The researcher's forehead was now glistening with sweat as he spoke. Coulson leaned in to look at the screen, noticing that the energy source was alarmingly close, just 10 or 20 kilometers away. Chi-yun, standing silently off to the side, raised an eyebrow in disdain. Asterisk, it's just the Bifrost. If that were enough to destroy Earth, then what's the point of the Ancient One? And Dormammu might as well find a piece of tofu to bash his head against. Asterisk. The Bifrost Bridge was powerful, no doubt. It could slice a planet the size of Earth clean in half, if necessary. But it wasn't just a means of rapid troop deployment. It was also Asgard's most overt nuclear deterrent. Thor, too, felt the familiar energy signature of the Bifrost and immediately rushed out of his room with Jane. By the time they got outside, the rippling energy of the Bifrost had already begun to dissipate. On the road leading into town, Sif and the Warriors 3, clad in full Asgardian armor, walked boldly toward them, having just arrived via the Bifrost. "Sif, long time no see," Thor exclaimed, pulling her into a hearty embrace. Jane stood off to the side, her eyes narrowing as she observed the new arrivals, especially Sif, the striking and confident warrior woman. "Come, let me introduce you," Thor began, turning to Jane. "Wait, Thor," Sif interrupted, grabbing his arm. "We're here on urgent business. Loki has rebelled." "What?" Thor froze. But Father declared Loki the king of Asgard before he passed. "Passed? Lord Odin is only in the Odin sleep," Sif said, her tone laced with surprise. "And Loki was never the heir to Asgard's throne. Where did you even hear such nonsense?" "What?" Even Thor, as thick-headed as he could be at times, understood now. Loki had lied to him yet again, just like when they were children, but this time it was far worse. "We've come to bring you back. Without you, no one in Asgard can stop him." Sif's words came in quick succession, clearly pressed for time. Before Thor could respond, the energy of the Bifrost erupted again in the distance. Beyond the town, in a desolate area, dark clouds began to gather ominously. Boom! A massive suit of armor, the Destroyer, appeared on the ground, its smooth, seamless exterior gleaming under the stormy sky. Coulson stared, utterly captivated. The smooth, metallic surface of the Destroyer's armor left him awestruck. Asterisk, a giant mech. Truly, a man's ultimate fantasy. Asterisk. Damn it, it's the Destroyer. Sif turned, her expression darkening. "Loki's gone mad. Jane, go back and hide." Thor pulled Jane into a quick embrace, looking her straight in the eyes. "What about you?" Jane clung tightly to Thor's shirt, reluctant to let go. "I can't run. The Destroyer is one of Asgard's most terrifying weapons. There's nothing on Earth that can rival it. Loki sent it here for me, and I need to put an end to this," Thor said, his voice firm and resolute. He gently pried her hands off his shirt. Taking one last look at Jane, Thor turned and dashed into the crowd of fleeing townspeople, moving against the flow as he headed directly toward the Destroyer. The Destroyer's exterior was forged from Asgardian materials using advanced techniques, granting it unparalleled defensive capabilities, flexibility, and self-repair functions. Chi-yun stood at a distance, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, capable of piercing through all illusions. The world, stripped of its superficial layers, revealed itself in raw, data-like clarity under his gaze. As he focused on the Destroyer, the magical armor initially resisted his scrutiny, but was soon completely exposed. The materials used for the outer shell, the intricate manufacturing process, it all unfolded before Chi-yun in precise detail. Dozens of materials, thousands of steps, none of that was surprising. What caught Chi-yun's attention was that some of the materials and processes were beyond his current understanding. The main Godspace's material library wasn't expansive enough yet, and while he could forcibly decode the information, it would take more time. Peering beyond the outer shell, Chi-yun examined the Destroyer's core, a furnace burning as brightly as a miniature sun. Surrounding the core were markings left by Odin, which obstructed Chi-yun's view of its deeper workings. Between the core and the outer shell lay countless runes, intricately interconnected to form a flawless magical circuit. As Chi Yun analyzed the destroyer, his understanding of runic magic advanced by leaps and bounds. As expected of an Asgardian artifact, without someone like the Ancient One stepping in, this weapon, at full power, could easily level Earth. However, Loki, using the scepter to barely activate the destroyer, was only able to unleash a fraction of its true potential. Moreover, Loki's limited understanding of runic magic and Asgardian technology left many of the destroyer's functions inaccessible. For the most part, the armor was running on automatic mode, defending and attacking by default, which further diminished its overall power. Even so, the destroyer's strength far exceeded the combined abilities of Sif and the Warriors 3. Their attacks were useless against its partially activated defenses, and they were forced to dodge constantly, wasting their energy. Coulson, watching the destroyer wreak havoc on the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The shield weapons at their disposal weren't even capable of scratching the thing, let alone stopping it. Then he remembered the red button Tony Stark had given him. Reaching into his pocket, Coulson retrieved a small metal case. He entered a password and scanned his fingerprint, causing the case to pop open with a soft ding, revealing the button inside. Taking it out, Coulson didn't hesitate. He pressed the button firmly, the signal transmitting rapidly through the air before being received by a facility far away. This factory, Tony's long-awaited project, was one of his most significant accomplishments and a critical component of his envisioned future. The factory was composed of 4 main modular units. 1. The Central Control Room. This housed a simplified artificial intelligence system. While far less advanced than JRVS, it was intelligent enough to manage the factory's automation. 2. Energy Conversion Unit, capable of harvesting various energy sources, including coal, oil, natural gas, and solar power. These energies were converted internally to power the factory's weapons and systems. 3. Automated Weapons Production Line. Upon receiving commands from the control room, the factory could mass-produce lightweight weapons. The most defining feature of these weapons was their unmanned operation. Aside from weapons, the factory could also manufacture specific custom components. 4. Repair Station. This facility could repair most mechanical devices, including Tony's various suits of armor, as long as the necessary parts were available. When deployed to a mission world, if Tony was given enough time to establish a base and activate the factory, he could single-handedly become an army. Secondary directive received. Should production commence as per the directive? The factory's central AI prompted Tony as Coulson pressed the button. Tony glanced at the screen, verifying the encoded password embedded in the directive. Directive verified. Begin operations, Tony commanded. The moment the order was issued, the factory's production lines roared to life. One by one, miniature drones rolled off the assembly line. When supplied with adequate resources, the factory could assemble over 1,000 miniature drones in just 10 minutes. These drones, however, were heavily stripped down. Only their weapons systems, propulsion, and navigation were enhanced by Tony. In simpler terms, they were fragile, remote-controlled firepower, designed to overwhelm with numbers rather than durability. Within 5 minutes, the first wave of drones, organized into squadrons, launched from the factory and headed toward New Mexico en masse. Production speed is decent, and the failure rate is within acceptable limits. Now the main issue is miniaturization, Tony muttered, gazing out over the factory from his vantage point. In his vision for the future, this entire factory would be capable of growing from a single, portable control unit. And that control unit needed to be compact enough to fit inside a personal storage space. Unfortunately, no matter how much effort Tony had poured into the project, the control unit remained far too large to meet his requirements. Meanwhile, Coulson was left baffled after pressing the button. There was no immediate response, leaving him staring at it, dumbfounded. "Is this thing broken?" Coulson mumbled, giving the button a couple of tentative taps. Still nothing. No time to think about it. "Combat personnel, follow me." Coulson barked, resolute. Even if their opponent was a nigh unstoppable force, they couldn't afford to abandon their duty or their courage. A few minutes later, Coulson led his team cautiously toward the destroyer. Currently, the destroyer's attention was locked on his Sif and the Warriors 3. It seemed that Loki intended to eliminate these rebels first before turning his attention to Thor. "Sir, please set a target." The button suddenly spoke, startling Coulson. He hastily picked it up, noticing a red laser beam emitting from the button's center. "Please aim the laser at the designated target and press the attack button on the side," the voice instructed. Following the instructions, Coulson aimed the laser at the destroyer. The beam hit its polished surface but elicited no reaction. "Target not detected. Please reconfigure," the device announced. The destroyer's Asgardian-crafted armor rendered the laser's scanning system completely ineffective. "Reconfigure? What does that even mean?" Coulson exclaimed in frustration, aimlessly waving the laser across the destroyer's surface. Wait, a realization struck him. If the destroyer itself couldn't be locked, maybe he could target something near it. With a flick of his wrist, Coulson redirected the laser to the ground beneath the destroyer. Target confirmed. Saturation strike countdown. 26 seconds. As the countdown ticked down, Coulson began to hear a faint buzzing sound in the distance. It grew louder and louder, reminiscent of the ominous hum of a locust swarm, except these locusts were far more advanced and destructive. When the designated area entered the drone's attack range, beams of energy rained down from the sky. The drones targeted the ground beneath the destroyer, attacking from above. With the destroyer caught in the path of the beams, it became enveloped in a curtain of energy. Hundreds of drones unleashed their strikes simultaneously, creating a shimmering, overwhelming cascade of firepower. Coulson stood there, mouth agape, watching the spectacle. This level of firepower was absurd. Even SHLD's helicarriers wouldn't survive such an assault. The destroyer, under Loki's control, instinctively adopted a defensive stance. But as the attacks landed, Loki quickly realized he had overestimated their strength. The energy beams impacted the destroyer's armor like water droplets on a boulder, completely ineffective. The only effect they had was momentarily disrupting the destroyer's vision, buying Sif and her companions a brief reprieve. The drones continued their relentless assault, even as their weapons overheated. Finally, the destroyer's faceplate opened, unleashing a massive energy beam. As the destroyer's head rotated, the beams swept across the sky, obliterating swarms of drones like mosquitoes hitting an electrified racket. In moments, the once crowded sky was nearly empty, with only a few drones managing to continue their futile attacks. "Let me go," Thor said, placing a hand on Sif's shoulder as he watched the drones fall one by one. "This is my responsibility, and I need to end it." But Sif began a protest. Thor interrupted her with a gentle smile. "No buts. Loki came here for me. As long as I face him, he'll stop wreaking havoc here. Besides, Asgard has plenty of unfinished business that needs addressing." In that moment, Thor's usual bravado gave way to a rare clarity. He seemed, at last, to embody the qualities of a true king. A king wasn't someone who simply waged war against enemies. A king was someone who could assess the costs of conflict and strive for victory in every battle. If one lacked the strength to win, then recklessness was not an option. This, ultimately, was the root of Odin's disappointment in Thor. Not that he lacked intelligence, but that he acted without thought even when his strength was inadequate. "Loki!" Thor shouted, stepping out of the crowd, his voice ringing with clarity and resolve. "You're here for me, not them. I'm standing right here. There's no point in creating meaningless slaughter." The destroyer ceased its preparations for an attack, its armored shell shifting and rotating, reversing its front and back until it faced Thor directly. Thor stood firm, his gaze locked onto the towering figure. His eyes held no fear, no hesitation, only unwavering determination. "Come on, do it," Thor declared, spreading his arms wide. "You think saying that will make me spare you?" Loki's voice echoed coldly from within the destroyer. "I never had that expectation." "You've misunderstood me," Thor replied, raising his hand calmly. "If you truly want a king, then act like one. When this is over, you have a duty to rule Asgard properly." Thor's voice carried a peculiar calm. He finally understood. He had never truly wanted to rule. It was only because he was the rightful heir, the son of Odin, that everyone had treated him as a king and judged him by the standards of one. Loki didn't respond immediately. Compared to Thor's newfound clarity and decisiveness, Loki felt like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. The only difference was that this child wielded far too much destructive power. Under Loki's command, the destroyer began to charge energy, preparing to deliver a devastating blast. Thor closed his eyes. Father, I think I finally understand. You were right. I wasn't fit, not as a king, nor as a brother. From a distance, Chi-Yun watched Thor closely. In just this brief moment, he could feel the shift in Thor's presence. It was becoming increasingly pronounced. Odin, you gambled well, Chi-Yun murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. Thor had finally lived up to Odin's expectations. Boom! The destroyer unleashed its energy beam, aimed directly at Thor. The intense heat scorched the ground, leaving it blackened and cracked. Within the shield defense base, Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, began to rattle violently, despite no one touching it. The immense surge of power disrupted the surrounding instruments. Above the hammer, storm clouds gathered, lightning crackling and leaping between them. ZZZZT. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Mjolnir squarely. Odin's contingency plan was activated, re-establishing the bond between Thor and his hammer. As the destroyer's beam closed in, Thor opened his eyes, puzzled, and turned toward the defense base. Boom! Purple lightning erupted from Thor's body, colliding with the destroyer's beam in a dazzling explosion of energy. He's back. Thor is back. Sif exclaimed, relief washing over her face as she witnessed the transformation. I knew it. Loki muttered to himself back in Asgard, staring toward the direction of Odin's slumber. You couldn't just let him die, could you? This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? I refuse. I refuse to accept this. What makes me any less worthy than him? Is it because I carry the blood of a frost giant? Loki's face twisted with rage and jealousy, his emotions consuming him. Bathed in the electric glow, Thor felt the familiar surge of power coursing through him once again. From the base, Mjolnir shot through the air like a missile, leaving a brilliant arc in the sky as it returned to Thor's hand. As the hammer reached him, Thor's armor reappeared, adorning him in the full regalia of the god of thunder. Take this, Thor roared, swinging Mjolnir with all his might. The hammer struck the center of the destroyer's beam, redirecting it with a powerful force. I'm back, Thor declared, raising Mjolnir high as he ascended into the sky. Lightning surrounded him, crackling and dancing around him like stars orbiting a celestial body. Charging with immense energy, Thor descended, bringing Mjolnir down with devastating power. The hammer struck the destroyer, sending it flying across the ground. For the first time, the destroyer's armor showed significant damage, dents and warps that its regenerative capabilities couldn't immediately repair. Oh, what a waste! Chi-Yun muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Thor was recklessly dismantling the destroyer, a treasure of Asgard. Even as a mere observer, Chi-Yun felt a pang of sympathy for the artifact. If the destroyer had been operating at full capacity, it would have been a challenge even for Odin to subdue it, let alone Thor, who had only just regained his powers. Feeling the rush of battle, Thor unleashed his energy in full force, charging toward the destroyer for another strike. But just as the hammer was about to connect, the destroyer suddenly vanished from its position. Thor came to an abrupt halt mid-air, scanning his surroundings with a wary expression. Moments later, the destroyer reappeared on the ground not far from Thor, its systems completely shut down. Standing beside it was Chi-Yun, who had discreetly severed Loki's control over the armor. Loki's rudimentary understanding of runic magic made his control laughably easy for Chi-Yun to override. Ahem. Chi-Yun cleared his throat, his figure now fully visible. Thor, now that you've regained your power, maybe don't act like a reckless puppy destroying everything in sight. This thing wasn't easy to make, Chi-Yun said, patting the destroyer's armor. It's you, Thor exclaimed, recognizing Chi-Yun. You were the man at the bar yesterday. Your memory's not bad after all, Chi-Yun said with a chuckle. Here's the deal. I'll take the destroyer for now and keep it safe. If you want it back, have Odin come find me. With a casual wave of his hand, Chi-Yun stored the destroyer away. Such an important artifact falling into the hands of a stranger. Thor couldn't let that slide. Lightning surged as Thor hurled Mjolnir at Chi-Yun, aiming to stop him. But Chi-Yun merely snapped his fingers. Instantly, the lightning dissipated, and Mjolnir fell harmlessly to the ground. Let's not be so hasty, shall we? Fighting doesn't solve everything, Chi-Yun said nonchalantly, picking up Mjolnir and tossing it back to Thor. Catching the hammer, Thor landed on the ground. Sif and the warriors three quickly gathered around him, their expressions tense and wary as they glared at Chi-Yun. Chi-Yun ignored their hostility, glancing up at the sky. Not sensing any action from Odin, he assumed the All-Father had tacitly accepted the situation. Not a bad haul, Chi-Yun thought to himself. Acquiring an artifact like the Destroyer was quite the reward, even if it felt a bit opportunistic. Of course, Chi-Yun had no intention of keeping it forever. When Odin awoke, he'd return the Destroyer, after thoroughly studying and understanding its inner workings, of course. Turning back to Thor and his group, Chi-Yun flashed them an enigmatic smile before vanishing into thin air alongside the Destroyer. Thor immediately launched Mjolnir at the spot where Chi-Yun had stood, but it only left a crater in the ground. "He's gone," Sif exclaimed in disbelief. "Leave it," Thor said, stopping her. "We have more pressing matters to attend to." Though he said this, Thor's thoughts were complicated. From Chi-Yun, he had sensed a presence even more imposing than his father's. Picking a fight with someone like that, especially now, would be anything but wise. Chi-Yun carried the Destroyer back to the main god space, eager to begin analyzing the destructive artifact using the advanced systems available to him. However, Odin's divine energy infused within the Destroyer acted like a natural anti-tampering lock. This divine signature significantly slowed Chi-Yun's progress. Each step forward required painstakingly erasing or bypassing the embedded divine power. "My lord, a world has sent us a distress signal," Chi-Chi informed Chi-Yun as she approached. "Wait, a distress signal? Didn't the previous main god's policy of aggressive invasion ruin the main god space's reputation across the multiverse? Which world has the audacity to ask for help from us?" Chi-Yun asked, intrigued. "I'm not entirely sure. The world consciousness on the other side is extremely weak and unable to articulate its situation clearly," Chi-Chi explained, shaking her head. "But judging by the frequency of the distress signals, the state of that world must be dire, perhaps even on the brink of collapse." "Understood. I'll take a look," Chi-Yun said with a nod. The connection portal to the world was surprisingly stable, as if the world itself had placed all its hopes on the main god space. "What kind of world is this?" Chi-Yun muttered, staring at the portal in astonishment. The entire portal was encrusted with ice. Upon touching it lightly, Chi-Yun discovered the temperature was an astonishing -150 degrees Celsius. At such a temperature, survival for most life forms, aside from ice elemental beings, was nearly impossible. "Let's see what's going on," Chi-Yun said as he projected his consciousness into the portal. A biting wind howled through the frozen landscape, the bitter cold cutting to the bone. This was Chi-Yun's first impression of the world. The terrifyingly low temperatures had transformed the entire planet into a realm of ice and snow. For a long while, Chi-Yun saw no signs of life. The cities he came across were desolate, devoid of people. Only skeletal remains, frozen in place, bore witness to the fact that this world had once been inhabited. Walking through the abandoned streets, Chi-Yun observed the remnants of a civilization whose technological level seemed rather primitive. Most of their devices were powered by coal, a stark contrast to the advanced energy systems of other worlds. A faint yellow barrier shimmered around Chi-Yun, shielding him from the extreme cold. The temperature appeared to drop further as he moved, now reaching -170 degrees Celsius. Not far from where he stood, Chi-Yun spotted a patch of burnt-out ruins. The remnants were relatively fresh, suggesting they had been created not long ago. With a light tap of his foot, Chi-Yun ascended into the air to get a better view. However, even from above, he could feel the lack of energy in the world. The very air seemed inert, suppressing the effectiveness of spells and doubling their energy consumption. From the sky, Chi-Yun scanned the ruins below until his gaze landed on a cluster of small black dots. Curious, he flew closer. What he found was a group of human corpses huddled together, frozen solid. They were dressed in thick coats, and their faces bore faint smiles, as if they had died in a fleeting moment of peace. Chi-Yin paused, his expression somber. He couldn't imagine what these people had endured. Why would they smile in their final moments? After a moment of reflection, Chi-Yin understood. These people, in their desperation, had set their homes ablaze. The fire provided a brief, illusory warmth, a fleeting return to normalcy before the cold claimed them. Sigh, just another group of unfortunate souls, Chi-Yin thought, shaking his head. With a wave of his hand, dozens of graves appeared in the ground, giving the frozen bodies a proper burial. After completing the burial, Chi-Yin continued forward. In the distance, a dark, technologically advanced structure loomed. Several kilometers later, he stood beneath the tower. The once proud structure had collapsed, apparently due to a massive explosion. Piles of coal surrounded the tower, and Chi-Yin circled the area until he found an intake vent for the coal. Nearby lay the body of a burly man, clad in a heavy coat and wearing a mask. This man had not died from the cold. A fatal wound, piercing straight through his chest, was the cause of death. Judging by his attire and the fact that his body hadn't been looted, a rarity in a world so starved of resources, this man must have held a position of authority. His killer had likely avoided taking anything from him out of fear or respect. The corpse was frozen in place, its lifeless eyes fixed on the ruined tower, as if contemplating something in its final moments. Chi-Yin shook his head and stepped past the body. The name of the tower came into view: London Energy Tower. What an odd name, Chi-Yin remarked, placing a hand on the tower's surface. As he did, the history of the structure unfolded in his mind. The London Energy Tower had once replaced the sun, serving as the city's sole source of warmth in this frozen wasteland. It was a beacon of hope, a final torch in a world of ice. But humanity, as always, proved its capacity for folly. Once the tower provided them with a modicum of comfort, their short-sightedness and selfishness took over. A few days prior, before the tower exploded, a faction known as the Escapees had gathered around the structure. These individuals, desperate to leave the frozen city, sought to seize a significant portion of the coal supply and flee. In their minds, other cities beyond London must surely be warmer and safer. This delusion had reportedly been spread by a wandering vagabond, a drifter who convinced the masses to abandon their struggling government and leaders. The city's leader, the man whose body Chi-Yin had found, had led the remaining police force in a desperate attempt to maintain order. For days, they patrolled the tower, trying to suppress the growing chaos. But over time, even some of the police defected to the escapees. Eventually, the faction became the dominant force in the city. The leader, watching helplessly as the escapees looted the city's remaining food and coal, didn't intervene. He knew it was over. During the chaos, an engineer among the escapees pushed the energy tower to its maximum output, hoping to extract as much warmth as possible before leaving. The prolonged stress caused the tower to reach critical levels, and just before the escapees could depart with their stolen resources, it exploded. The blast annihilated the tower and destroyed much of the city's remaining supplies. Without the tower, temperatures plummeted even further. Within half a day, the city, already hanging by a thread, collapsed completely. Those who had chosen to flee met their end in a sudden blizzard, their bodies scattered and lost to the winds. Meanwhile, those who had stayed, like the leader, lit their homes on fire and passed away in the fleeting warmth of the flames. Chi-Yin stood silently before the ruins of the tower, his expression unreadable. Even in a world of ice, humanity still finds ways to destroy itself, he muttered. After witnessing the full history of the London Energy Tower, Chi-Yin stood in silence, his mind heavy with thought. This world was pitifully underdeveloped in terms of energy resources, and its intelligent beings were not only weak in combat, but also shockingly foolish. They weren't just lacking in strength, they seemed to lack common sense entirely. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Such a simple principle, yet they can't grasp it? Has no one here ever gone to school? He thought, shaking his head in frustration and pity for the fallen leader who had tried to hold the city together. As Chi-Yin reflected, he suddenly heard faint sounds coming from the edge of the city. With a swift motion, Chi-yun concealed himself and appeared at the city's outskirts. "Hey, are you sure they've completely collapsed?" A man dressed in white cautiously asked his companion. "Come on, when have I, the rat, ever let you down? Trust me, it's done. I spent 3 days stirring up their people, convincing them to turn. Their leader never resorted to forceful suppression. He couldn't hold them back," said the man called the rat, grinning as he stroked his scruffy beard. "Yeah, it looks like the energy tower's gone cold," the other man confirmed, scanning the distance. "Exactly. Before I left, they'd already attacked the tower guards several times. If they could hold that place, that'd be a miracle," the rat bragged. All right. No need to keep tooting your horn. Once we've hauled the resources back, I'll report to the higher-ups and make sure you get extra food. Though honestly, I don't know why you eat so well when you live alone," the other man replied with a mix of annoyance and sarcasm. The rat simply chuckled, saying nothing but looking smug. At the man's signal, a group of people wearing white coats emerged from the snow, carrying tools and sacks for scavenging. Chi-yun listened to their conversation, his disdain growing by the second. He felt an even deeper sense of injustice for the fallen leader. These people, their actions and mindset are utterly revolting. Without a word, Chi-yun turned and left. But as he did, a 5-sided wall of ice erupted from the ground, trapping the group within its freezing confines. "What is this?" the rat shouted, pounding on the ice wall with growing panic. "How should I know? Break it. If we don't get out of here, we'll freeze to death." The leader of the group yelled, grabbing a weapon and frantically smashing it against the ice. But Chi-yun's spell wasn't so easily broken. The ice wall absorbed the surrounding frost and snow, growing thicker and stronger with each passing moment. Satisfied with their impending fate, Chi-yun sighed and walked away. They're as good as dead. The blizzard will arrive soon, and they'll pay the price for their actions. More importantly, Chi-yun had already decided not to accept this world's plea for help. The damage to the world's systems was too severe. Its ability to draw energy from the void had been crippled. Saving it would require a significant and prolonged subsidy of energy from Chi-yun himself, an inefficient and impractical endeavor. Beyond that, the intelligent beings of this world simply weren't worth saving. If they were to join the main god space, they would undoubtedly disrupt its balance and poison its ecosystem. Having lived in a world of order for so long, Chi-yun had no patience for chaos. He could tolerate certain criminals if they brought value, but these people would only upset the delicate balance he had worked hard to maintain. As he solidified his decision, Chi-yun detected movement on the opposite side of the city. Though he had no intention of aiding this world, he wasn't against eliminating its vermin. If he were to clean up the rot, he'd make sure to do so thoroughly. Chi-yun flashed to the other side of the city, where he found a group of people clad in mismatched clothing, each one visibly exhausted. They appeared to have been traveling for a long time. "Boss, it looks like the London settlement is completely lifeless," one of the weary men said, addressing the group's leader. "That can't be." The leader, a man called Brother Liu, replied, shaking his head in disbelief. A settlement this large couldn't possibly have been wiped out entirely. "Brother Liu, give it up. If the energy tower's been out for over a day, there's no way anyone's alive in there," another man said from the back of the group. "They weren't as prepared as us when this all started." "I hear you," Brother Liu sighed after a moment of silence. "All right, here's the plan. We'll split into 2 groups. A few of us will search for survivors, while the rest gather whatever resources are left. Let's move quickly." "But Brother Liu, the blizzard is set to hit in less than a day. If we don't leave soon, we might not make it back. Our families are waiting for us." "Listen to me," Brother Liu barked, his voice firm. "If there are survivors, we have to help them. Every extra pair of hands means a better chance of surviving through this disaster. One day, this world will return to what it once was." "Fine, but remember, the leader always said to help others only if you can protect yourself first. If you try to extend our stay, I won't agree to it," the man grumbled. I know," Brother Liu responded, nodding. He had no intention of overstaying. They had their own people to look after all. Chi-yun observed silently, unsure of what to make of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, he had encountered 2 vastly different groups of survivors. The actions of this second group gave him a glimmer of hope for the world. As the search party moved forward, They soon stumbled upon the graves Chi-yun had created. "Brother Lu, over here, there's a cemetery." One of the men called out, his voice filled with excitement. "This is great. If there's a cemetery, that means there are still people alive in this city." Brother Lu exclaimed, his face lighting up as though he'd discovered treasure. "Is anyone there? Are there any survivors? We're from the Winter Haven. If you're alive, call out and we'll take you home." Brother Lu shouted, his voice echoing into the distance. The sound carried to the group trapped within the ice wall. "Did you hear that?" The rat suddenly perked up, his despair turning into hope. "Yeah, it sounds like someone's looking for survivors." The leader of the group said, equally excited, "If they help us break this ice, we might still have a chance." Yes, those fools will definitely help us." The rat laughed, his confidence returning. "Everyone shout together. We're here. We need help." The group yelled in unison, their voices desperate. Chi-yun glanced coldly in their direction, then silenced their cries with a wave of his hand. "These people don't deserve salvation." Brother Lu and his men continued searching, unaware of the trapped group. After a while, Brother Lu began to worry. "Why hasn't anyone responded? Did we come too late? Could they already be dead? Let's stop shouting and keep looking. Maybe they're unconscious. We have 5 hours until we have to leave. Let's pick up the pace." Brother Lu said, his determination unwavering. "Understood." The search party split up again, covering more ground. Meanwhile, the rest of Brother Lu's group reached the ruined energy tower and began loading coal onto their carts as quickly as possible. Chi-yun watched their movements from above, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Asterisk humans, such complex creatures. But perhaps there's still some hope for them yet. Asterisk. For the first time since arriving in this world, Chi-yun felt a flicker of willingness to lend a hand. As Lu Ge continued his search through the desolate city, his heart grew heavier. The place didn't have the slightest hint of life. No sounds, no movement, just the oppressive emptiness of frozen ruins. "Hello," a calm voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Startled, Lu Ge spun around instinctively, adopting a defensive stance. His eyes quickly locked onto Chi-yun, who was standing there, dressed in seemingly inadequate, lightweight clothing for the blistering cold. "What are you wearing? Are your clothes damaged? We have spares back at base. I'll grab one for you." Lu Ge said hurriedly, his words brisk and efficient, born of a lifetime surviving in this unforgiving cold. In a world where every second of exposure could mean death, people learned to act fast. "No need for that," Chi-yun replied, the faintest trace of a smile appearing as he observed Lu Ge's immediate concern for another. It was a reaction he appreciated. With a light gesture of his hand, the yellow barrier surrounding Chi-yun expanded outward, enveloping Lu Ge as well. Suddenly, warmth flooded over Lu Ge, spreading through his body like a comforting embrace. The biting cold dissipated instantly, leaving him standing in a cocoon of surprising heat. What is this?" Lu Ge asked cautiously, his wide-eyed gaze darting around, trying to make sense of the golden barrier. "Oh, it's just a simple warming spell," Chi-yun said casually. "A spell? You're a mage." Lu Ge stammered, his astonishment only deepening. He had lived in this frozen world for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone with such extraordinary abilities. "You could say that," Chi-yun nodded. "And by the way, you don't need to search for survivors anymore. I've already checked this entire city. There's no one left." "The graves?" Lu Ge asked hesitantly, still clinging to a sliver of hope. "Perhaps the survivors had left before Chi-yun arrived? I buried them," Chi-yun replied flatly. "Leaving their bodies to rot in the open isn't my way." "I see." Lu Ge's shoulders slumped for a moment, processing the news. But the despair quickly passed. He had seen too much death and loss in this world to let it break him. After a pause, Lu Ge straightened up and asked, "I know this may be rude, but could you teach me this spell? If we had something like this, it could save so many lives." Chi-yun considered him for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I can't teach you the spell directly." Seeing Lu Ge's face fall in disappointment, Chi-yun continued, "But I can give you a chance to learn it yourself." "Really?" Lu Ge's expression immediately brightened, his eyes filled with hope. "Yes." Chi-yun produced a small gold embossed card and held it out to him. "If you truly wish to change your circumstances, even this entire world. Then open this card. Lu Gu took the card reverently, his hands trembling slightly. He looked up, about to ask something, but Qian was already gone, leaving only a parting message. The warming spell will last around you for 10 hours. That should give you enough time to make your decision. The warmth surrounding him was Qi-yun's way of rewarding Lu Ji's selflessness. Those who carried the fire for others should not be left to die in the cold. Testing the spell's effects, Lu Gu cautiously extended his hand outward. Confirming the barrier's warmth, he noticed that the snow around him was melting within a 50-meter radius, a sphere of miraculous heat. The size of the barrier was astounding. To maintain such a large, comfortable area using coal would have required an astronomical amount of resources. Realizing this was no dream, Lu Gu carefully tucked the card into his innermost pocket. He tied several knots in the fabric of his coat to ensure the card wouldn't be lost, even in the event of his death. With his resolve firm, Lu Gu turned to regroup with his team. "All of you, stop what you're doing and gather here now." Lu Gu called out from a nearby rise, his voice commanding. The team immediately obeyed, dropping their tasks and moving toward him without question. "Captain, what's going on?" one of them asked as they crossed the invisible boundary into the warmth of the spell. The man stopped mid-step, startled. He stepped forward, then backward, feeling the difference between the warmth and the freezing cold just outside. What's going on here?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. "Calm down," Lu Gu said, motioning for him to come closer. "Wait until everyone gathers. I'll explain then." Within 10 minutes, all the team members had assembled within the warmth of the barrier. Lu Gu recounted everything that had happened, meeting Qi-yun, the spell, and the opportunity he had been given. "You're telling us you met a mage? And he's giving you a shot at learning magic?" one of them asked incredulously, his expression full of disbelief. "Honestly, this sounds too fantastical. If it weren't for this spell, I'd think you'd frozen your brain," another chimed in. "I wish this spell would last forever," one of the men pulling a sled muttered wistfully. "It will," Lu Gu said with a determined look. "If I can learn it, and we can spread it, we can finally end this endless cold. We can rebuild the warm world we once had." "Then hurry up and open the car, Captain. Don't waste it," a team member urged excitedly. "No," Lu Gu said firmly, shaking his head. "I'm not the smartest person here. If I fail to learn the spell, it'll waste this incredible opportunity. We need to return to base and select the smartest person we have for this." "Got it. With this warmth, I'm confident we can make it back in 5 hours tops," another team member said enthusiastically. The barrier's heat had melted some of the snow along their path, creating a solid surface beneath their feet. While slightly slippery, it was far better than wading through the deep drifts of snow. "All right then, let's pack up the supplies we've gathered and head home," Lu Gu ordered. With renewed vigor, the team worked quickly, buoyed by the warmth and the hope it represented. As they trekked across the ice fields, the cold winds were kept at bay by the protective warmth of the spell. The team made incredible progress, covering more distance than they ever thought possible. Within just 3 hours, they had already traveled more than halfway back to their base. As night began to fall, Lu Gu spotted the faint glow of warm red light in the distance, their base. He let out a small sigh of relief. Nighttime on the ice fields was far more dangerous than during the day. Predatory creatures, adapted to the cold, became active under the cover of darkness. These creatures were the reason hunting was mostly done at night, despite the risks. Under normal circumstances, the group would have accepted the danger as part of life in this frozen world. But not tonight. Tonight, they carried something far more important than themselves. They carried hope, hope that could change everything. If that hope were lost to the beasts of the night, Lu Gu knew he would never forgive himself. At the heart of the massive pit that housed Winter Haven, the survivor base stood resilient against the harsh, frozen world. The pit's natural geography provided insulation from the piercing cold winds, making it an ideal location for the settlement to thrive, if only barely. At the center of the base stood its most vital structure, the energy tower. This tower served as the sole source of heat for the entire settlement, keeping its residents alive in the bitter, unrelenting cold. Near the edges of the base, a tall beacon-like tower stood watch. As night fell, The beacon would release a glowing white balloon into the sky, shining brightly to guide any returning expedition teams back to safety. Guards stood at their posts along the base's perimeter, bundled in thick coats and armed with swords or crossbows. They were stationed near the dispatch stations, large elevators used to transport people in and out of the pit. There were 2 such stations, symmetrically positioned on opposite sides of the base. As Niel Lu and his team arrived, they passed by a group of hunters preparing to ascend via the elevators. Fully armed and equipped, the hunters were heading out to the ice fields to check their traps and bring back much-needed food. These traps provided 70% of the base's food supply, with the remaining 30% coming from the settlement's greenhouses. As Niel Lu walked through Winter Haven, people turned their heads to stare at him. He was like a walking heater, radiating warmth that melted the snow around him and formed a trail of steam in his wake. Despite the allure of the heat, the strict discipline and strong sense of duty among the base's residents kept them focused on their tasks. It was this cohesion and determination that allowed Winter Haven to remain strong and even search the ice fields for other survivors. Niel Lu quickened his pace, heading toward the energy tower. The base leader's office was located nearby. Winter Haven's leader was the most visionary person Niel Lu had ever met. From the very beginning, the leader had ignored widespread opposition and allocated significant resources to collect mechanical cores from nearby cities. These mechanical cores were later used to construct enormous robots that became the backbone of the base's operations. During the brutal blizzards that followed, the leader's decision proved to be a lifesaver. Without the robots, countless lives would have been lost digging for coal in the deadly cold to keep the energy tower running. After walking for a while, Niel Lu finally spotted the leader near the energy tower, conducting a routine inspection with a group of engineers. The moment Niel Lu stepped within 50 meters of the group, the leader immediately noticed the shift in temperature. Niel Lu, the leader turned, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity as he looked toward the source of the warmth. What's going on here? 10 minutes later, Niel Lu and the leader sat in the latter's office, discussing the situation. I see what you mean. If such a spell truly exists, it would be a game-changer for the base, the leader said thoughtfully. The room's heaters had been turned off, yet the space remained as warm as spring, thanks to the spell surrounding Niel Lu. That's exactly why I rushed back. I'm afraid I might not be able to learn the spell myself, Niel Lu admitted, pulling the mysterious golden boss card from his coat and placing it on the table. What are you doing? The leader asked, blinking in confusion. To him, it looked as though Niel Lu was carefully placing an invisible object onto the table. Putting down the card, Niel Lu explained, frowning as he noticed the leader's puzzled expression. Wait, can't you see it? The leader shook his head. I don't see anything. That's impossible, Niel Lu exclaimed, his shock evident. Calm down, the leader said, standing and pacing as he considered the situation. If the mage told you this was your chance, then perhaps only you can see it. Let's confirm. I'll call in some people to check. Niel Lu nodded, keeping one hand pressed firmly on the card, as if afraid it might vanish. One by one, a dozen engineers entered the office, but none of them could see the card. When the last engineer left, the leader sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Niel Lu's shoulder. It seems this responsibility falls squarely on your shoulders. Niel Lu wiped his face with a hand, the weight of the task pressing down on him. I'll do my best. Should I open it now? Not yet. Let me prepare a few things for you first. Learning magic is unlikely to be easy. It may even be dangerous, the leader replied, pulling open a drawer and retrieving a pistol. He placed it on the table in front of Niel Lu. This gun has been with me for over 10 years. I've taken good care of it, so it's still functional. I'm entrusting it to you. Use it well. Niel Lu took a deep breath and picked up the pistol, examining it before scratching his head. But I don't know how to use it. That's a minor issue. We still have a few hours, right? I've already called the head of the police team to give you a crash course. Before you leave, you just need to learn the basics. It's still better than fighting with a shovel, the leader explained. A few hours later, with only half an hour of the spell's duration remaining, Niel Lu sat alone in a specially prepared room. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly opened the card. A flash of light enveloped him, and the next moment, Niel Lu was gone, transported through a dimensional channel to another world. In the main god space, Chi-Yun paused his work analyzing the destroyer as he sensed the activation of the card he had given. Chi-Chi, come here. I have something for you to handle, Chi-Yun called out. Moments later, a portal opened beside him, and Chi-Chi stepped through. The man from the frozen world has arrived. Assign him a suitable task. Nothing too difficult, Chi-Yun instructed. Understood, Chi-Chi replied with a nod. Shouldn't we give him some extra assistance, though? The mortality rate for first-timers isn't exactly low. No special treatment, Chi-Yun said firmly. Helping him once won't guarantee his survival the second time. Only those who save themselves can truly change their fate. Got it, Chi-Chi said, turning to leave. Wait, Chi-Yun called after her. He paused in thought before adding, give him the ability to ask 3 questions. Let him use them wisely. It'll keep him from running around like a headless chicken. Understood, Chi-Chi replied, smiling faintly before disappearing. The 3 questions would be Chi-Yun's final act of assistance for Nielu. If he failed in his task, it would be a shame, but Chi-Yun had no choice. The frozen world was in such a dire state that even the recently awakened main god space couldn't spare the resources to save it. Helping it fully recover would be an enormous drain, slowing the space's progress significantly. For now, Nielu's survival and determination would decide the path forward. When Nielu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar, pitch-black void. It was as if the world around him had been swallowed by darkness. Confused and unsure of where he was, he began to look around. Just then, a voice echoed in his ears, calm yet emotionless. Welcome to the main god space. Initial welfare selection is complete, ***. Before Nielu could process what he had just heard, the golden card he had been holding floated out of his hand and into the air. Slowly, it began to fade, vanishing into nothingness. He froze in place, staring blankly at the spot where the card had disappeared. Everything happening around him was far beyond the limits of his imagination. Detected the presence of an invitation card. Inquiry limit raised to 3. Please ask your questions, ***. The voice brought Nielu out of his daze. His heart raced. While he didn't fully understand what this main god space was, one thing was certain. He was in an extraordinary, perhaps even sacred place, and it seemed he had been granted a rare opportunity to ask 3 questions. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. After a moment of thought, Nielu asked his first question. Why did my world suddenly start freezing over? Ice Chi world failed its ascension process. Its ability to draw energy from the void has been significantly diminished. The world core has sustained damage, resulting in a drastic temperature drop. Additionally, the world's lifespan has been affected. Estimated remaining lifespan, 125 years. Nielu's jaw dropped as he heard the answer. 125 years. For a human being, it might seem like a long time, but for an entire world, it was terrifyingly short. It suddenly dawned on him. They wouldn't have to worry about running out of coal anymore. The world itself would die long before they could exhaust its resources. The revelation left Nielu overwhelmed. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, but with only 3 chances, he couldn't afford to waste any. He needed to stay focused. After taking a few moments to collect himself, Nielu asked his second question. What can I do to save my world? Based on analysis, the 2 methods with the highest success rate for a suitable candidate are as follows. 1. Provide external energy to support the world until its mechanisms recover. 2. Use special means to accelerate the world's energy absorption rate. The more Nielu listened, the more confused he felt. Support the world, accelerate its energy absorption. He was just a small squad leader from Winter Haven, someone who only managed a handful of survivors. Now, he was somehow being tasked with saving an entire world. The scale of it was mind-boggling, almost paralyzing. He sat in silence for a while, letting the information sink in. Eventually, he steadied his breathing and asked his third and final question. What do I need to do to achieve either of those 2 possibilities? Complete tasks to the best of your ability. Improve your task evaluation to earn main god points and merit points. Exchange these points for special items related to world restoration. Inquiry limit reached. Welfare selection now available. ***. Nielu closed his mouth, realizing he couldn't ask any more questions. He had wanted to inquire about the mage and the spell he had been promised, but the opportunity to do so was gone. He would have to figure out on his own later. Turning his attention to the options presented by the main god space, Nielu carefully studied the welfare choices displayed before him. Welfare Option 1, Awakening of Ice Bloodline. Awaken the dormant ice bloodline within you. Gain significant resistance to ice-based effects, a small set of bloodline-based spells, and a chance to develop casting abilities. Welfare Option 2, Weapon Master's Trial. As someone accustomed to using improvised weapons, you are eligible for a chance to become a weapon master. Welfare Option 3, Physical Enhancement. Recover from minor injuries and receive a one-time boost to your physical attributes, increasing resilience, recovery rate, and damage resistance. Welfare Option 4, Reverse Walker, Invitation Option. Gain the title of Reverse Walker. At the end of every task world, you will receive rewards based on your performance as a Reverse Walker. The minimum reward is none. Nielu took a moment to consider his options. The first to be eliminated was Option 3, Physical Enhancement. While it sounded useful, it seemed more like a foundational boost, something better suited for someone who already had a clear path ahead. Next, he dismissed Option 1, Awakening of Ice Bloodline. While the ice resistance and potential spells sounded appealing, Winterhaven and the Ice Chi world didn't need more ice. They needed warmth. Choosing this wouldn't help others. It would only make survival easier for him, which wasn't enough. Option 2, Weapon Master's Trial was tempting. The idea of becoming a weapon master sounded impressive, but Nielu was painfully aware of his own limitations. His skill with weapons was mediocre at best, and his habit of using improvised tools stemmed from necessity, not talent. This choice seemed like a gamble he wasn't ready to take. That left Option 4, Reverse Walker. On the surface, it seemed like the least practical option. It offered no immediate combat advantage. But the description hinted at long-term benefits, and Nielu couldn't ignore the fact that this was tied to the mage's invitation. Trusting the mage, he decided to take a leap of faith. I'll choose the fourth option, Nielu said firmly. Welfare Selection Complete. Semi-digitalized combat assistance system activated. Warning, this system is for auxiliary purposes only. Damage to critical organs, such as the heart or brain, will still result in death. Semi-digitalized combat assistance system? Nielu wondered aloud. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a personal interface appeared before him. Name, Nielu. Profession *none. Level *none. Vitality *77%. Strength *7. Agility *7. Intelligence *4. Endurance *6. Charisma *5. Luck *7. Traits *1. Blessing of the God of Luck. Innate talent ***. All your actions receive a slight luck-based boost. During combat, the luck difference between you and your opponent will impose misfortune on them and grant you additional fortune. This effect lasts up to 10 minutes. 2. Indomitable will ***. Long-term suffering has given you unshakable resolve. You gain bonuses to all mental and willpower-based checks. Looking at his stats, Nielu couldn't help but feel grateful for his decision. His intelligence was only 4. Choosing the first option would have made developing spellcasting abilities highly unlikely. Initial stay time expired. Please choose to return to your original world or enter the task world early. Note, returning will result in automatic task world entry after 24 hours. Entering early grants additional identity disguises. Faced with the choice, Nielu didn't hesitate. Returning to Winterhaven would only waste resources and time. Besides, the promise of a disguised identity in the task world was too valuable to pass up. I'll enter early, Nielu said decisively. With that, the darkness around him deepened, and his vision was consumed once more. This time, the transition was so brief, it felt like less than 5 seconds before he found himself in a new world. Nielu found himself standing in a large, unfamiliar room after the transition. The surroundings were filled with strange devices and objects he couldn't comprehend. For a moment, he felt completely out of his depth, as though he had been thrown into a world far beyond his understanding. World traversal complete. Task issued. The monotone voice of the main god space echoed in his mind, breaking his moment of disorientation. Task World * Marvel 199,999 to 616. World Difficulty * LV5, LV99. World Source Energy * 0%. World Description *. The trickster god, Loki, has failed in his bid for the throne and fled the galaxy. However, his schemes are far from over. Meanwhile, Earth's defenders have undergone significant changes due to various events, altering the expected outcomes. The ultimate conclusion will only be revealed over time. Main task * Protect New York City. Task description * New York City, a bustling metropolis, will soon become the site of the greatest battle. Task hint * Failure to protect New York City will result in the city's destruction. Task reward * 3,000 main god points, 1 merit point. Task penalty * Next task difficulty increased by 100%. Protect New York City? Nielu murmured as he stepped toward a nearby window. Lifting the curtain, he was greeted by the sight of a vibrant cityscape, the streets below teeming with cars and bustling pedestrians. Identity assignment in progress. Importing world knowledge. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into Nielu's mind, overwhelming him for a moment. He clutched his head, feeling the weight of countless facts, memories, and new instincts being forcefully implanted. Character template * Shield agent. Name, Nielu. Identity description * You are a newly recruited field agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. with minimal mission experience. Additional identity, perks * Basic firearm proficiency. Temporary, you can competently handle and use most automatic rifles, semi-automatic rifles, and handguns. Basic stealth. Temporary, prolonged stealth training has granted you a strong ability to blend into your surroundings and evade detection by non-professionals. As the tide of knowledge receded, Nielu noticed subtle changes in his body, calluses on his hands corresponding to firearm use, a shift in his posture favoring stealthy movement. Everything about his physicality now reflected the skills he had been temporarily granted. Panting slightly, Nielu moved to close the curtains. The influx of knowledge had included a clear warning: avoid surveillance cameras at all costs. His implanted identity also came with an assigned mission. He was stationed in New York City to monitor the activities of its underground kingpin, Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin. His orders were strict: observe and report any findings to superiors, but under no circumstances was he to act without authorization. Nielu rubbed his temples. He had also learned that this particular surveillance post was essentially a training ground for rookie agents. Kingpin already knew about the S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house, and both sides tacitly acknowledged it as a low-stakes game. The agents stationed here were essentially messenger pigeons, relaying the signals Kingpin intentionally displayed to S.H.I.E.L.D. Closing the curtains completely, Nielu sat down to think. The room, at least, appeared to be free of cameras. His unusual behavior shouldn't attract attention for now. Knock, knock. The sudden sound of someone knocking on the door startled Nielu. Who is it? He asked cautiously. Delivery. Open the door, please, a man's voice replied from the other side. Nielu frowned, instinctively reaching for the automatic rifle nearby. His implanted memories told him he hadn't ordered any delivery. You got the wrong address. I didn't order anything, Nielu called back, moving to the safest corner of the room, a blind spot where bullets from the doorway couldn't reach him. The walls here were reinforced, capable of absorbing even a grenade blast. He waited in silence, his grip on the rifle tightening. But after a while, there was no response. Nielu exhaled slowly, allowing himself to relax slightly. Pulling out a phone from his pocket, he unlocked it with his fingerprint and accessed the door's surveillance camera feed. The screen showed the hallway outside. There was no one at the door. Rewinding the footage, Nielu saw that the delivery man had left a pizza box on the ground before walking away. The man was dressed entirely in black, with a hat obscuring his face. The camera couldn't capture any identifying features. Observing more closely, Nielu noticed that the man's body shape appeared slightly unnatural, as though modified or disguised. This level of concealment wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. It was highly likely this so-called delivery man was a trained operative. With this suspicion in mind, Nielu used S.H.E.L.D.'s internal network to report the incident. The response came quickly. The delivery man had been sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. as part of a standard test for new agents. Nielu double-checked the response to ensure its authenticity before cautiously approaching the door. His rifle at the ready, he opened the door just enough to grab the pizza box and quickly shut it again. Back inside, he opened the box to find not food, but a strange device accompanied by an instruction manual. The manual explained that this was a new detection device developed with Tony Stark's technological support. When activated, it could scan up to a 1-kilometer radius for individuals with energy levels exceeding the average human threshold. Following the instructions, Nielu positioned himself by the window and aimed the device at Kingpin's headquarters. After a minute of scanning, the results appeared on the screen. The building was filled with standard white dots representing ordinary people. However, there were also 3 yellow dots, indicating individuals with enhanced physical abilities or energy signatures, and 1 red, an individual exceeding the device's detection limit. Nielu immediately transmitted the data to headquarters, marking the completion of his task. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Phil Coulson sat in his office, reviewing the detection reports submitted by agents across New York City. Since Tony Stark had delivered the detection devices, S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted a citywide sweep, uncovering numerous yellow energy signatures, representing individuals with enhanced physical capabilities or minor energy manipulations. Notable individuals like Black Widow and Hawkeye fell into this category, alongside some senior agents. However, the red energy signatures were far more concerning. These indicated beings whose power levels exceeded the device's upper limits. Most of the time, such individuals were affiliated with the main god space, and they were rarely newcomers. So many exceptional individuals concentrated in New York, Coulson muttered, rubbing his forehead. According to the data, there were 23 individuals in the city with energy levels surpassing their perceived identities. Among them, 7 were marked as red-level threats. As Coulson sat in his office, struggling to piece together a coherent report on the detection results across New York City, chaos was quietly brewing just outside the city limits. At SHELD's top-tier research facility, located near New York City, helicopters buzzed through the cold night sky as alarms blared across the entire base. Attention! Evacuation orders have been confirmed. All personnel, proceed to your designated evacuation points immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill. Evacuate now. The voice echoed urgently through every corridor and chamber, pulling researchers and staff from their sleep. Disoriented and panicked, people poured out of their rooms, rushing toward the evacuation zones with hurried and unsteady steps. As the chaos unfolded, a helicopter descended onto the base's helipad, its blades slicing through the air with a deafening roar. The moment it touched down, the imposing figure of Nick Fury stepped out, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. The base's lead administrator hurried over to meet him, his face pale and tense. Normally, Coulson would have been the one to receive Fury, but Coulson's current workload and monitoring duties had kept him at headquarters. How bad is it? Fury asked immediately, his single eye locking onto the administrator. Bad, sir. The worst part is, we don't even know what's going on. The administrator replied, his voice strained. Fury's expression darkened as he followed the administrator toward the source of the commotion. 4 hours ago, Dr. Selvig detected a power surge from the Tesseract. The administrator explained, his tone clipped and hurried. Dr. Selvig wasn't authorized to run tests on the Tesseract, Fury said sharply. He didn't. He wasn't even in the room. It activated itself. It turned itself on. Agent Hill, walking behind them, interjected, her tone skeptical. What are the current energy levels? Fury demanded. They're rising, sir. When it became clear Dr. Selvig couldn't shut it down, we issued the evacuation order. How long until the base is cleared? 30 minutes, sir. Make it faster. Yes, sir. The administrator nodded and peeled away to oversee the evacuation process. Clearing out a base of this size in half an hour was no small task, but they had no choice. As the administrator left, Hill spoke up again, her voice low but firm. Director, evacuation might not make much of a difference. Fury glanced back at her. What are you suggesting, Agent Hill? We let them go back to bed. No, sir. But if we can't control the energy from the Tesseract, I'm not sure there's anywhere we can hide where it won't reach us. Noted. Fury's tone was curt. I want you to ensure the Phase 2 prototypes are safely transported off-site. Director, is now really the time to prioritize that? Hill protested. Unless this is the end of the world, we still have a job to do, Fury replied, his voice brooking no argument. Inventory everything. Get all related equipment packed and out of here. Yes, sir, Hill said reluctantly, though her frustration was evident. And contact Tony Stark. We may need his tech support, Fury added. Understood. With Hill now overseeing the evacuation and equipment transport, Fury made his way into the research lab. The moment he stepped inside, the compact scanner on his belt began to beep rapidly. The results were transmitted directly to the device in his eye patch, overlaying his vision with a glowing red display. The entire lab was bathed in red. Every inch of it was saturated with energy levels far beyond normal thresholds. Dr. Selvig, what's the situation? Fury called out. Dr. Selvig was bent over the Tesseract, surrounded by an array of probes and instruments, trying to make sense of the chaotic data. The Tesseract is misbehaving, Selvig replied, stepping down from the console. Dr. Selvig, now isn't the time for jokes, Fury said, his tone icy. I'm not joking. The Tesseract is a power source, but even after we cut the power supply, it's still outputting energy we can't control. It's also emitting interference and low-level gamma radiation, Selvig explained, gesturing to his instruments. Gamma radiation? Fury's expression didn't change, but his voice carried a sharp edge. Low levels. Nothing to worry about, Selvig added quickly. Tell that to Bruce Banner. Fury muttered under his breath, clearly unconvinced. Where's the agent I sent to monitor this? Selvig motioned upward. Your bird's in his nest. Barton, Fury called out. From above, Agent Clint Barton, Hawkeye, descended gracefully, sliding down a rope to land near Fury. I thought I gave you a job to do, Fury said, walking toward the Tesseract. And I've been doing it. You get a better view from up high, Barton replied casually. The doc hasn't touched the Tesseract, and there hasn't been any communication from it. He's clean. Did you see anything that could have triggered this? No one's been in or out. If something activated it, it wasn't us, Barton said, his gaze fixed on the glowing cube. If it wasn't us, then who? Fury asked, more to himself than anyone else. Maybe it wasn't who. The Tesseract is a doorway to the other side of space, right? Doors open both ways, Barton said, hitting closer to the truth than anyone expected. As if in response, the Tesseract suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. The entire base trembled from the force of the reaction. The high-energy reaction did not go unnoticed. In the main god space, Chi-Chi, the system administrator under Chi-Yun, was diligently monitoring the Marvel world as part of her duties. When the Tesseract's energy levels began to spike, surpassing her own capacity to handle the situation, she hesitated. Chi-Yun was still in seclusion, focused on analyzing the destroyer, and summoning him prematurely would disrupt his work. After a moment of deliberation, Chi-Chi accessed the main console and sent a mass notification to all main god space participants currently active in the Marvel world. At the same time, she reviewed the automatically assigned missions related to the developing crisis. Meanwhile, in the New York Sanctum, the Ancient One's disciples also sensed the Tesseract's escalating energy. However, with the Ancient One currently negotiating with Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, the Sanctum's inhabitants were hesitant to act without explicit orders. The Sanctum's policy of isolation remained unbroken. Back at the shield base, the Tesseract's energy continued to intensify. A beam of light shot out from its core, striking the far end of the laboratory. Moments later, a portal began to form, its edges crackling with volatile energy. The portal burst open, revealing none other than Loki, the god of mischief. Sir, put down the staff, Fury commanded, eyeing the scepter in Loki's hand. Loki glanced at the scepter, a sly smile playing on his lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, a beam of energy erupted from the scepter's tip. Barton reacted instantly, shoving Fury out of the way as the energy blast struck the ground behind them, leaving a smoldering crater in the reinforced floor. The lab erupted into chaos. Loki, wielding the scepter's power, began tearing through the room, dispatching S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and security personnel with ease. Fury's reinforcements were no match for the Asgardian god. One by one, they fell, unable to withstand the might of Loki and his weapon. While chaos erupted at the research base, a broadcast message from the main god space stirred the entire Earth into motion. In the suburbs of New York, Tony Stark was immersed in his factory, working on how to further miniaturize and make his new weapons factory more portable. At that moment, a notification popped up. Temporary emergency mission. Mission coordinates. Marvel World. Except, Tony initially wanted to decline. He was swamped. Miniaturization was at a critical stage. However, the mention of this Marvel World piqued his interest. A new world? Opening the mission briefing interface, Tony glanced at it, and his expression froze. Marvel World? This mission was happening in his world. Emergency mission, invaders. Mission world * Marvel World. World difficulty * LV5, LV99. World overview * omitted. Mission objective * the Tesseract, as Earth's most prominent external invasion link, has long been a point of concern. The link has now been activated. Invaders have arrived. Mission tip * investigate the nature of the invaders. Mission reward * unlock the next mission cycle. Mission penalty * none. Damn it, Tony cursed under his breath. He had anticipated that missions would eventually appear in his world, just like they had in Alice's world. But he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the Marvel world was the most unique. Tony had studied the personnel distribution in the main god space. Aside from a few veterans like Ajay, most candidates for the main god space were selected from Earth, Tony's Earth. He even suspected he was among the first batch of candidates from this world. JRVS, patch me through to Nick Fury. This mess is definitely connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. Those idiots, never solving real problems, always making them worse. The moment he saw the mission, S.H.I.E.L.D. came to his mind. Sir, Director Fury tried calling you 15 minutes ago, but you had his number blocked. Should I unblock it? JRVAS inquired. Unblock it. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper under surveillance by Nielu, Wilson Fisk, a.k.a. Kingpin, suddenly stood up. His massive frame made the floor beneath him tremble. He was elated. At last, his status as the Underground Emperor could play a vital role in a mission. Gather all elite units. We've got work to do. Kingpin barked at his subordinates. Yes, boss. But about S.H.I.E.L.D. Should we set the rally point outside New York City? S.H.I.E.L.D. Kingpin smirked, chuckling softly. Huh. Do you honestly think they'll have time to bother with us? They're probably racking their brains trying to explain this mess to their higher-ups. The Tesseract, invaders, whether or not they're directly responsible, you can bet they're involved. Kingpin's tone was resolute. With his knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was confident in his assessment. At the same time, far away in a Chinese command center, a man wearing a Taoist robe was inspecting his equipment. Beside him, another man shadowboxed the air. Hey, everyone, the application's been approved. We depart for S.H.I.E.L.D. in 20 minutes. Any last words before we set off? A striking man with a long sword strapped to his back appeared before them. Give my regards to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, the boxer muttered without turning his head. Never thought I'd get a mission in my own world. It screwed up my training schedule. So annoying. Why don't you give him your regards yourself? I don't have the patience to deal with that guy, the swordsman replied. What about you, Taoist? Make sure you prepare plenty of materials for me. I've got a bad feeling about this one, the Taoist said, opening his eyes. He had been feeling unsettled recently. These three were the top 3 combatants of the Chinese faction in the main god space. They were also the individuals Nick Fury had been trying to recruit for his Avengers initiative, though, for various reasons, Fury's plans had yet to succeed. This time, the 3 had volunteered for field duty. After all, civilians were innocent, and with such chaos unfolding, someone had to clean up the mess. Similar occurrences were happening all over the globe. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s monumental blunder had shattered any confidence others had in their ability to handle the situation alone. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research base, Nick Fury carefully removed the Tesseract from its containment equipment and placed it inside a briefcase. During this process, Dr. Selvig and Clint Barton, Hawkeye, had already fallen under Loki's control, thanks to the Mind Stone and his scepter. Ring, ring. Nick's phone rang. Put the case down, a voice demanded. Loki, standing with his back to Fury, slowly turned around. He had been watching Nick's every move. Is this really necessary? Nick calmly asked, turning to face Loki. I'm here for it. I hail from Asgard, and this is a grand endeavor. Something you mortals could never understand, Loki sneered. Well, why don't you explain it to me? Fury pressed. Sir, Director Fury is stalling, said Barton, now under Loki's control, as he briskly walked to Loki's side, exposing Fury's ploy. Yes, sir. The portal will collapse entirely in 3 minutes. If we don't leave, we'll be buried under rubble, Dr. Selvig added. Ah, I see, Loki said, tilting his head. Bang! Barton raised a handgun and shot Fury. The group stepped over Nick's fallen body and made their way to the exit with the briefcase. Down the hall, Agent Maria Hill was finishing up with the equipment delivery when she noticed Barton and the group walking out. Barton, who's that? Hill asked, pointing at Loki. Something fell off. He didn't tell me to tell you, Barton replied as he climbed into the driver's seat. Hill froze in confusion. Just then, her earpiece crackled with Nick's voice. Agent Hill, Barton has betrayed us. Hearing this, Hill immediately dove to the side. Barton's bullet narrowly missed her and struck the spot where she had been standing moments before. Nick gasped for air. Thankfully, his clothing always included a layer of body armor. Without it, things could have turned out much worse. After a few seconds to recover, Nick bolted toward the exit. The portal was seconds away from detonating. It didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and Nick, who had narrowly survived, was in danger of being buried alive. With every ounce of effort, Nick managed to board a helicopter just in time, avoiding a fatal collapse. As the helicopter ascended, Nick pulled out his phone. There was one missed call from Tony Stark. Convenient. Nick was planning to reach out to Tony anyway. After all, in times like these, they needed to unite every available force to face the enemy together. While the world rallied to support S.H.I.E.L.D., Nielu was enjoying his first dinner in this world. The meal wasn't elaborate. As a covert agent, secrecy was paramount, and the safe house was stocked only with various military-grade, convenient, compressed rations. Yet, even with such simple food, Nielu found it to be incredibly delicious. After all, back in Winter's Haven, most people survived on meat broth mixed with sawdust. That gruel was not only unpalatable, but often caused illnesses. The leader didn't intend to deprive them of better food, but the hunters' daily yields were inconsistent. Without tightly controlling rations, food shortages could easily lead to riots and unrest. Sitting by the window, savoring his self-heating meal and sipping hot tea, Nielu's face was full of contentment. If not for the countless lives and responsibilities urging him forward, he wished this peaceful life could last forever. But as he enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility, Nielu suddenly noticed something unusual with his surveillance target. There were far more people entering and leaving the building than usual. Quickly setting down his meal tray, Nielu grabbed his binoculars. From a distance, he observed numerous individuals in bulletproof vests, armed with various weapons, emerging from different streets and converging at the entrance of the building. The commotion put ordinary pedestrians on high alert. Many passers-by and cars, upon noticing the gathering, instinctively chose to take a detour. As the crowd grew, Nielu reached for his phone to report to his superiors. However, before he could make the call, a pinned message popped up on his screen. It was an order summoning all field agents who weren't currently engaged in the research-based rescue mission. Nielu was on that list. After quickly summarizing the situation in a written report and sending it to his superior, Nielu picked up his meal tray and, in just a few bites, finished the remaining food. He then armed himself with as much gear as he could carry, locked the safe house from the inside, and exited through a hidden passage. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the opposite building, Kingpin stood observing the safe house. Although Nielu had been careful not to expose himself by altering the lights or anything else in the room, Kingpin's instincts told him that the person surveilling them had already left. Boss, the crew's all assembled. What's the plan? Where to? One of Kingpin's men whispered from behind him. Kingpin pointed to a car parked across from their headquarters. Spread out across the nearby streets and tail that car. But until I give the order, no one makes a move. The henchman looked out the window and spotted Nielu darting out a nearby building and climbing into the car. Confirming the target, he quickly relayed Kingpin's instructions to the rest of the crew. Once Nielu was inside, the car's central screen lit up, displaying navigation routes. The screen was split into two sections. One showed Loki's group's current movement trajectory, while the other displayed Nialu's own location. Before coming to this world, Nialu had only driven old, outdated cars. To be honest, he wasn't particularly confident in handling his current vehicle. Even with the partial memories of a trained agent, nothing beats hands-on experience. Feeling a bit nervous, Nialu started the engine and cautiously stepped on the gas. The car shot out of the parking space, nearly colliding with a black Jeep in front of him. "Boss, the guy we're supposed to tail is right behind us, and he almost crashed into us," a wiry man in the Jeep exclaimed after checking Nialu's license plate. "Damn it, I can see that. Don't state the obvious." The man in the passenger seat cursed. "That idiot's got some nerve. Does he even know whose territory this is?" "Hey, boss, take it easy." The big guy said no action without his orders. The driver reminded him nervously. I know. If it weren't for his orders, that guy would already be full of holes." "Just keep close to him and don't lose track," the passenger muttered, sitting back with a scowl. With Kingpin's orders hanging over them, he didn't dare act out. Nialu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank goodness the brakes hadn't failed. Adjusting the steering wheel and easing off the gas, he started driving more carefully. As he passed the Jeep he'd nearly hit, Nialu even leaned out the window to apologize. "Boss, he apologized to us," the wiry man remarked. "Apologized? That was a provocation. Stay on his tail." The boss smacked the back of the driver's head, pointing furiously at Nialu's car. After driving for a while, Nialu started to get the hang of it. Honestly, driving wasn't that hard. It was driving without breaking any rules that was the real challenge. Luckily, as an agent on a mission, he didn't have to worry about traffic violations. But before long, Nialu noticed something troubling. The screen showing the target vehicle's location hadn't updated in quite some time. "All units, be advised. The target has disabled the tracking device. Begin the pre-assigned wide area search. Report immediately if the suspect vehicle is spotted." A superior's voice crackled through Nialu's earpiece. This development didn't surprise Nick Fury. After all, Hawkeye wasn't just anyone. He was one of SHLD's top agents. If he couldn't even handle a tracking device, he wouldn't be worthy of his title. Fortunately, the route from the research base to New York City was relatively remote. Loki's group wouldn't have many opportunities to switch vehicles. SHLD's field agents began sweeping the outskirts of the city according to their assigned routes. The search dragged on for half an hour with no results. It was as if Loki's car had vanished into thin air. All Nialu could do was keep circling the area, Kingpin's men still trailing behind him. That's right. Nialu had already noticed the large group of cars tailing him. No one is that stupid. One or two cars might pass for coincidence, but a whole convoy? In the relatively quiet outskirts of New York, it was laughably obvious. "Boss, I think he knows we're tailing him. He's been leading us in circles," one of Kingpin's men said, glancing at the electronic map. "I know." Kingpin thought for a moment. "Send someone to cut him off. I want to know what orders he's received." "Got it," the henchman replied eagerly. Interrogation? That was something they excelled at, far better than tailing someone. "No violence," Kingpin added coldly. "Huh?" The henchman froze. How were they supposed to extract information from an agent without force? Nialu wasn't exactly going to roll over and talk. Kingpin turned and fixed the man with a frosty glare. "Do as I say. Don't mess this up." "Yes, sir," the henchman replied reluctantly. Without violence, he had no idea how they were supposed to pull this off. After racking his brain for a solution and coming up empty, the henchman finally decided to contact the team ahead, instructing them to force Nialu to stop first and figure out the rest later. The order was issued, and Nialu noticed the cars tailing him suddenly accelerating. Before he could react, one of the vehicles swerved in front of him, cutting off his path. Nialu's expression remained calm as he slammed on the gas, aiming directly at the car blocking his way. To his surprise, the thugs didn't flinch, holding their ground even as he charged forward. For his own safety, Nialu braked at the last moment, reducing his speed before he opened the car door and leaped out. Rolling on the ground to reduce impact, he quickly rose to his feet, an automatic rifle already trained on the group closing in on him. The lead thug raised his hands in a show of cooperation. "Relax, we just want to ask you a few questions." Nialu glanced at the group, slowly forming a circle around him, calculating his options for breaking out. "I have nothing to tell you. Back off. At least 10 meters," or I'll open fire. As a first-time field agent, Nielu wasn't entirely sure if this was the right move, but he was determined to avoid unnecessary confrontation. With so many adversaries, breaking through their encirclement seemed impossible. "Take it easy," the lead thug said, motioning for his men to stop advancing. While they maintained a safe distance, the circle remained intact, leaving Nielu with no clear path to escape. Through his earpiece, Nielu heard his superior's voice. "Try to avoid a confrontation. Reinforcements are on their way. Just stall them." Nielu frowned in frustration. It was the same superior who had earlier instructed him to keep these thugs circling aimlessly, promising there would be no issues. And now, this mess was far from resolved. At the same time, Kingpin was relaying orders to his men. "No one fires a shot. Absolutely no open gunfire, or I'll personally wring your neck." Caught in a situation where neither party wanted to make the first move, the standoff dragged on. Kingpin had no intention of engaging S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. A full-on confrontation with a government agency would escalate into an uncontrollable firefight, and even if Kingpin managed to suppress the fallout, it would cost him dearly. Most importantly, it could completely derail his plans for legitimizing his operations. In the distance, Loki's vehicle approached leisurely, seemingly unbothered by the tension ahead. "Sir, there's a situation up ahead," Hawkeye informed Loki. "Don't bother with them. Just drive past," Loki said dismissively, casting a brief glance at the scene. Finding nothing threatening, he gave the order while his scepter began to emit a faint glow. The glow spread rapidly, enveloping everyone on the road. Nielu shook his head, feeling a strange sensation. As Loki's vehicle drew closer, something surged from deep within Nielu's consciousness, repelling the scepter's influence. Subjected to mental influence. Initiating resistance check. Unyielding will activate it. You are immune to this instance of influence. The combat assistance system transmitted the notification to Nielu, who narrowed his eyes, focusing on the approaching vehicle. "Sir, someone has resisted the influence," Hawkeye alerted Loki again. "Impossible. Keep driving. How much farther to the safe house?" Loki snapped, refusing to believe that an ordinary human could resist the power of the scepter. Meanwhile, the system's notifications continued, reaffirming that the widespread but low-intensity mental influence could not penetrate Nielu's will, especially not after he consciously began to resist it. The surrounding thugs also noticed Nielu's unusual behavior. The lead thug glanced back, scanning the area for anything out of the ordinary, but saw nothing. "Target identified." Requesting further instructions, Nielu murmured into his earpiece. "Are you sure?" his superior asked, clearly shocked. "Pursue the target immediately. You now have full authorization to engage. Fire at will. I'll take full responsibility. I'm going to open fire," Nielu suddenly announced. The lead thug froze, realizing Nielu wasn't joking. He quickly signaled his men to step aside, and the encirclement opened up to create a path. Watching the scene unfold on a monitor, Kingpin snatched the radio from his subordinate. "Everyone, stay alert and monitor the target's actions." Kingpin hadn't fully grasped Loki's involvement. The scepter's power worked subtly, even on observers. Still, his instincts told him something unusual was happening. Hawkeye's vehicle sped forward, and Nielu's mind raced. If he returned to his car now, the target would be long gone. The only option was to slow them down. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of gunfire echoed as Nielu opened fire, aiming his rifle directly at Hawkeye's vehicle. With a sharp screech of tires, Hawkeye performed a rapid, evasive maneuver, dodging most of the bullets. "Sir, we've been made," Hawkeye repeated, his tone calm but firm. By this point, Loki realized Hawkeye was right. Raising his scepter, he aimed at Nielu, firing a beam of energy from its tip. The key to avoiding a hit is to keep moving. Nielu knew this well. From the moment he pulled the trigger, he was already on the move, dodging and weaving as the energy beam pursued him. Anticipating the trajectory, he evaded each blast with calculated precision. But Nielu's goal had been achieved. By engaging them, Loki's group had blown their cover. Kingpin, hearing updates through his own system, quickly shifted his focus to Loki's vehicle and issued new orders to his men. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Loki extended his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier around the car. Unaffected by the bullets, Hawkeye pushed the vehicle to its limits, maneuvering through the chaos like a race car driver and plowing straight through the throng of thugs. Nielu rolled into his own car, adrenaline sharpening his reflexes as his driving skills kicked into high gear. In a quick turn, he sped after Hawkeye's vehicle, leaving Kingpin's goons firing into the empty air. "You idiots! Get moving and follow them." Kingpin's voice roared through the radios. Jolted by his fury, the thugs scrambled into their cars, forming the second wave of pursuit behind Loki's vehicle. Back at his command center, Kingpin grabbed a wrist-mounted device from a sofa, strapping it on with a determined expression. "Stop wasting time. Get my car ready, and don't let them out of your sight. No one escapes." Meanwhile, Nielu's earpiece crackled with a directive from SHIELD HQ. "Agent 9527, report your current location and situation." "I'm attempting to track the target," Nielu responded, glancing at the navigation display. "They're on a separate road ahead of me. Their driving skills are far beyond mine. I'll lose them soon. Catch up at all costs. Reinforcements are en route. Keep us updated on your position." His superior barked. "I'll do my best," Nielu replied grimly. In truth, Hawkeye's driving skills were leagues ahead of his, and if not for various factors slowing the target down, Nielu wouldn't have even managed to maintain the current gap. Nielu slammed his right foot down, flooring the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, its sudden burst of speed capturing the attention of every driver on the road. Under the influence of some inexplicable force, all the surrounding vehicles instinctively moved aside, clearing a path for Nielu just as they might for an ambulance. Up ahead, however, Hawkeye and Loki encountered their own set of problems. At every intersection they approached, the traffic lights seemed to be perpetually red. While they had no intention of obeying traffic laws, the real trouble lay in the sudden influx of reckless drivers who, ignoring the lights, plunged into intersections, disrupting traffic even further. The streets became clogged with stalled vehicles, significantly slowing their progress. This disparity in speed allowed Nielu to close the gap between them. Loki glanced around, his sharp eyes scanning the increasingly chaotic scene. Something felt off. Everything in the world seemed to be conspiring against them in these crucial minutes. But there was no time to investigate the cause. Loki raised his scepter, and a brilliant light erupted from its tip, scattering in all directions. Explosions rippled across the street, flipping cars and clearing the way. With the obstacles removed, their vehicle regained its speed. Watching the fleeing car accelerate once more, Nielu gritted his teeth and continued to report their position through his comms. It was the only thing he could do now, as he struggled to keep up. While Nielu was falling behind, Kingpin's men were proving much harder to shake. This was their home turf, and they knew every street, alley, and turn like the back of their hands. Their intimate knowledge of the area allowed them to stay hot on Hawkeye's trail. As the minutes ticked by, the 10-minute mark finally arrived. Loki's temporary streak of good fortune faded, and with it, Hawkeye's skill as a driver began to truly shine. With just 2 sharp turns, Hawkeye managed to lose almost 90% of the pursuers. However, the time Nielu and his allies had bought was enough. From the sky, a streak of blue light rapidly approached, Tony Stark in his latest suit of armor. Through the rearview mirror, Hawkeye spotted Stark closing in fast and immediately began recalculating their route. He adjusted their course toward an underground tunnel, hoping to neutralize Tony's aerial advantage. JRVS, lock onto all nearby surveillance systems and track the target, Tony commanded as he soared through the air. He had received intel from Nick Fury about Loki's capabilities and knew that relying solely on his own senses could be dangerous. Direct the attack. Make sure no civilians get hurt, but we need to keep Loki contained. Yes, sir, JRVS replied. The artificial intelligence locked onto Loki, unaffected by the scepter's influence. As an AI, JRVS lacked the kind of consciousness that could be manipulated, and its targeting systems operated entirely without subjective bias. Boom! Just as Hawkeye was about to enter the underground tunnel, a massive object crashed down in front of them, completely sealing off the entrance. Hawkeye slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. As the dust settled, the obstruction became clear. A wrecked heavy-duty truck now blocked the tunnel. Up on the bridge above, Kingpin appeared, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. He had personally shoved the truck off the bridge to block their escape. With their car stopped, the surrounding forces quickly closed in. Loki stepped out of the vehicle, brushing the dust off his hair with an air of disdain. Barton and Selvig followed closely behind. Loki's retreat hadn't been out of fear. He simply found the idea of fighting here beneath him. After all, how could a future king of Asgard stoop to such an undignified scene? But a series of unexpected events and rapid reinforcements had completely derailed his plans. Seeing their target exit the vehicle, Tony performed a sharp stop midair, hovering about 20 meters from Loki. He kept his distance, his suit's sensors locked onto Loki with caution. Meanwhile, Kingpin's men emerged from their vehicles, taking cover behind them as they aimed their weapons at Loki and his companions. From another direction, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, securing nearby high-ground positions. For this brief moment, Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Kingpin's forces found themselves in rare, perfect alignment, focused entirely on Loki as their common enemy. "Loki, you've got nowhere to run." Tony's voice boomed through his suit's speakers. "Drop the scepter and surrender immediately." Kingpin remained silent, observing the scene from the bridge. He wasn't one to seek the spotlight. In the underworld, those who craved attention often met their end the quickest. Still, the swirling, ominous gases around his massive frame hinted that he was ready to strike at any moment. Loki glanced at Kingpin's towering figure, then at Tony in his armored suit. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "Do you really think a bloated brute and a man in a tin can, backed by a bunch of nobodies, can capture a god?" Everyone present watched Loki's theatrical display in silence. In their minds, this so-called god had clearly lost his grasp on reality. If Loki truly had the power to break through, this entire chase would have been pointless. "Ridiculous!" Loki sneered, his laughter fading. Raising his scepter, he slammed its base into the ground with force. Seeing Loki's movement, JRVS reacted instantly. The missile launchers on Tony's suit opened, and a barrage of micro-missiles fired toward Loki. The moment the scepter struck the ground, divine energy surged from Loki's body, amplified through the scepter and channeled into the earth. Boom! The ground split apart with a deafening crack, sending chunks of debris flying in all directions under the influence of Loki's magic. Tony's missiles intercepted the debris, shattering the incoming projectiles aimed at him. But before he could get a clear view of Loki's position, a flash of purple light emerged from behind a cloud of stone fragments. The light shot toward Tony with incredible speed. In the final moments, the mechanical systems within Tony's suit surged to focus their energy, generating a protective shield around him. The shield formed just in time to absorb the brunt of Loki's attack, but the impact was still devastating. Tony was sent hurtling backward, his suit's systems struggling to stabilize him. "Sir, you've sustained critical damage to the outer armor. I recommend retreating immediately," JRVS advised. Still spinning in midair, Tony finally managed to regain control. But before he could respond, Loki surged toward him, his face a mask of fury. The humiliation of the chase had wounded Loki's pride deeply, and now he was determined to remind everyone just how powerful the future king of Asgard truly was. Tony glanced at his suit's display, showing that his other mechanical reinforcements were still a distance away. Without backup, all he could do was brace for Loki's next attack. Loki's scepter traced a glowing blue arc through the air, its trajectory aimed directly at Tony's heart. At this critical moment, a thunderous shout echoed from the bridge above. Asterisk, asterisk, whale swallow. Asterisk, asterisk. Kingpin inhaled deeply, unleashing a powerful suction force from his massive mouth. The vortex of air latched onto Loki's form, pulling him toward the bridge. Loki's body momentarily faltered, his speed slowing just enough for JRVS to execute a rapid maneuver, dragging Tony and his sparking, damaged suit out of harm's way. Frustrated by his missed strike, Loki turned his scepter toward Kingpin and swung it forcefully. A crescent-shaped energy blade shot through the air, aiming directly for Kingpin's face. Assessing the attack, Kingpin made a quick judgment of his own abilities and decisively ended his whale swallow technique. He threw himself off the bridge with a heavy roll, narrowly evading the attack. The crescent blade struck the bridge, blasting open a massive crater. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk the sound of relentless gunfire filled the air, creating a chaotic backdrop to the battle. But the protective shield surrounding Loki was no ordinary defense. It was impervious to the conventional bullets being fired. Without additional reinforcements, the only ones present capable of posing a real threat to Loki were Tony and Kingpin. Asterisk firepower enhancement. Barrage mode. Asterisk. A voice called out from a nearby street, cutting through the commotion. From a distance came a volley of glowing red bullets, streaking through the air like meteors. Tony turned to see an unfamiliar figure, a man wielding a massive, human-sized heavy firearm. The weapon glowed with flickering red flames, clearly the product of something beyond ordinary craftsmanship. The sudden barrage forced Loki into a moment of disarray. These bullets were far more powerful than standard ammunition, and even a god would prefer not to endure dozens of them striking at once. However, while the firepower was immense, the sheer weight of the gun hindered the shooter's mobility. The newcomer lacked the flexibility to adjust his aim with precision. All he could manage was to unleash overwhelming firepower in one direction. Dodging the rain of bullets, Loki began chanting under his breath. Frozen prison. A surge of icy energy erupted from Loki's body, spreading rapidly outward. Everything it touched was encased in a thick layer of frost within seconds. "Cover me. I can't move yet," the man shouted. His weapon was clearly a prize from the main god's space, a devastatingly powerful firearm, but came with significant drawbacks, a long preparation time before firing and an extended cooldown before he could even move. From above, Tony aimed his repulsors at the ground in front of the man, firing 2 beams of concentrated heat. The intense energy from the repulsors created a barrier of warmth, temporarily halting the advance of the frost. Loki's sharp eyes caught sight of several scattered stones nearby. He raised his scepter and pointed it at the debris, commanding them to rise into the air. With a flick of the scepter, the stones hurtled toward the man wielding the firearm. But before the debris could strike, Kingpin, covered in dirt and dust from his fall, raised his hand toward the incoming stones. With a clench of his fingers, he activated his suction force again. I absorb. The clash between the kinetic energy of the flying stones and Kingpin's suction force left the rocks suspended in midair, trembling as neither force could fully overcome the other. Without sparing a glance, Loki stomped the ground lightly. The frost creeping toward Kingpin surged forward, lifting countless shards of ice into the air. The shards, like frozen needles, shot toward Kingpin in a deadly barrage. Kingpin raised his other hand to shield his face, showing no intention of dodging. His body, built from layers of dense muscle, could endure such attacks for some time. As the others continued to provide cover for him, the gunman gritted his teeth. Though he had initially planned to move, he now planted his feet firmly on the ground. Turret mode. His weapon began to transform. The already massive firearm expanded further, 2 reinforced steel support legs extending from its sides and embedding themselves into the ground. The barrel rotated outward, revealing an even larger central cannon. Caliber is justice. Eat this, Loki! A terrifying barrage of shells erupted from the gun, as if the man had no concern for conserving ammunition. The shells all hurtled toward Loki with unrelenting force. Loki shifted in an instant, disappearing from sight. Above, JRVIS alerted. The gunman looked up to see Loki high above his previous position, a translucent rune circle forming under Loki's right hand. I've been a mercenary for years. You think I'm scared of you? The gunman shouted, refusing to dodge. With all his strength, he began tilting the massive weapon upward, aiming for Loki in the sky. As the cannon aligned with its target, Loki's spell was complete. Frost Ray. A massive beam of freezing energy erupted from the rune circle, so wide it could engulf an entire bus. The icy blast crashed down toward the gunman like an avalanche, dwarfing Tony's repulsor blasts in sheer power. Kingpin, noticing the frost shards around him had stopped, opened his eyes just in time to witness the devastating attack. Despite being an earthling, Kingpin couldn't hold back his own competitive spirit. A heavy snort escaped his nostrils, and with it came another surge of suction force from his mouth. This time, the suction latched onto the frost ray itself, diverting a portion of the massive beam and drawing it toward him. The battlefield shifted rapidly. Just as the frost ray fragmented under Kingpin's suction, Tony's reinforcements arrived. A swarm of drones filled the sky. Under JVIS's precise control, the drone's laser emitters charged simultaneously. Red beams of concentrated energy cut through the frost ray, dispersing another portion of its power. Added to this were the relentless shells from the gunman's turret. Together, they managed to reduce the frost ray's intensity by nearly 2/3. Yet, the remaining energy was still enough to kill the gunman several times over. "You've been enhanced, go now," a female voice called out from behind the group. A figure dressed in the uniform of a Konoha ninja, radiating golden light, dashed forward. After a few shunshin techniques, the ninja reached the gunman's side and slammed their hands onto the ground. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A sturdy earthen barrier erupted from the ground, rising just in time to shield the gunman from the frost ray's remaining blast. Tony's HUD displayed the scene behind him. Two women stood at the rear of the group. Chains of glowing energy extended from one of them. One golden chain connected to the ninja, while a blue chain linked to the second woman standing beside her. The woman with the glowing chains chanted continuously, her hands weaving spells of black and red energy. Witchcraft, life-sharing. Witchcraft, elemental repulsion. Red energy shot through the frozen battlefield, connecting the gunman and the ninja to the witch's red gemstone. The black energy, meanwhile, surged toward Loki, weakening his control over his own energy and dramatically increasing the cost of his spells. The frost ray finally dissipated, its last remnants shattering into a shower of crystals. These icy fragments spread across the battlefield, creating a zone of interference that disrupted even JVIS's detection systems. Tony's screens went blank, leaving him with no choice but to lift his helmet's faceplate and rely on his own eyes to search for Loki. He scanned the frozen battlefield cautiously, knowing full well that Loki wouldn't let this opportunity for a sneak attack slip by. As the icy crystals gradually dissipated, the battlefield came back into focus for Tony. During the time the frost had obscured their vision, Loki had already made his escape, taking the captured Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig with him. Tony shook his head in frustration. The absence of an attack from Loki had already made him suspect this outcome, but knowing it and preventing it were two entirely different matters. They simply lacked the means to stop him. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, Tony's gaze landed on a massive ice sphere standing over 10 meters tall. Inside the transparent ice, the figures of Rambo and the ninja were clearly visible, frozen in place. In front of them, the earth wall they had raised earlier was similarly encased in ice, as were the suspended shells midair, frozen in their trajectory. Whoosh! Flames erupted from the jets of Tony's armor as he propelled himself toward the ice sphere. Extending his hands, he pressed the emitters of his laser weapons directly against the icy surface. With the emitters blocked, the lasers couldn't disperse their energy outward, causing them to generate immense heat instead. It was a crude but effective way to melt the ice. Thin wisps of white steam began to rise from the ice sphere as it started to melt. However, given the thickness of the ice and the limitations of his equipment, it would likely take Tony hours, if not an entire day, to carve out a tunnel large enough to free the two trapped individuals. "Big metal guy, at this rate, you'll be at it until the next ice age," a voice chimed in. The witch, Anna, flipped her hair over her shoulder as she approached the ice sphere. Tony turned his head to look at her. Only now, with the immediate chaos gone, did he notice that both women in the group were strikingly beautiful, far from the stereotypical image of witches from fairy tales. "And what do you plan to do?" Tony asked, curious. Anna waved her hand, gesturing for him to step back. Once she had enough space, she extended her arms, summoning twin flames, one black, one white, that danced in her palms. Tony hovered nearby for a minute, watching intently, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what she was trying to accomplish. Dropping down beside the other woman, he casually asked, "Hey, since you're together, mind explaining what your friend over there is doing?" The woman glanced at Tony and introduced herself. "Annie, and my sister is trying to pull them out of the ice directly." Annie pointed toward the twin flames in Anna's hands. "See those? The white flame represents life. It can establish a connection with living beings. The black flame represents death. It connects with inanimate objects. Once the connection is established, my sister can use herself as the center point to swap the positions of the connected targets." Tony nodded slowly. He wasn't exactly an expert in magic, but Annie's explanation was clear enough for him to grasp the concept. He could see what Anna was aiming to do now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, another smaller ice block stood out. Encased within was Kingpin, who had contributed significantly during the fight. After absorbing a portion of Loki's frost ray, only his stomach remained unfrozen, while the rest of his massive frame was locked in ice. Tony hadn't bothered trying to rescue Kingpin. According to JVS's scans, Kingpin was slowly absorbing the energy stored in the ice around him, causing it to thin out. If he wanted to break free, he could have done so long ago. Suddenly, a loud "ha" echoed through the area. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ice, encasing Kingpin as the sound of splitting frost filled the air. Those outside the ice could see Kingpin moving within, his body straining against the frozen prison. With a final burst of strength, Kingpin shattered the ice around him into countless fragments. Free at last, he took 2 deep breaths, his massive chest heaving. This encounter hadn't been for nothing. Loki's frost ray had left Kingpin's stomach thoroughly satisfied. The ice that had formed around him was the result of his body's inability to fully absorb the energy immediately. Now, most of that energy was stored in his stomach, slowly being digested. It seemed Kingpin wouldn't need to gorge himself for quite some time. Casting a regretful glance at the shattered ice on the ground, Kingpin waved to his subordinates. "Gather all the ice shards and bring them back with us." "Yes, boss." The henchmen were still slightly stunned. Without realizing it, they'd found themselves involved in a monumental battle. Kingpin's performance during the fight had only solidified his status as their unshakable leader. After ensuring his post-battle shaved ice supplies were secured, Kingpin turned his attention back to Tony's position. By now, Rambo had been freed, and the ninja wasn't far behind. Satisfied, Kingpin turned and left with his men. Neither the SHIELD agents nor the police officers on the scene made any move to stop him. That's right, by now, even the NYPD had arrived. However, given the scale of the battle, all they could do was observe from the sidelines, completely outmatched. As he walked away, Kingpin couldn't help but feel pleased with the growing respect, or fear, he sensed from those around him. His attempt to whitewash his reputation was progressing smoothly. As someone who'd lived in the shadows for so long, he didn't expect to ever fully step into the light. But even moving from pitch black to a shade of gray was an accomplishment. "Sir, Kingpin has left the area," JRVS reported. "I figured," Tony replied nonchalantly. They weren't exactly allies, and forcing an interaction would only make things awkward. Knowing how Kingpin would act in truly critical moments was more than enough for now. Just then, Happy arrived, pulling up in a car and jogging over to Tony's side. "The rescue team is ready, sir. Anything else you need?" Happy asked, slightly out of breath. "Prepare a meeting room and some hot water," Tony instructed. He then turned to the 2 sisters. "Ladies, care to join me for a break?" After successfully pulling the ninja out of the ice, Anna dispelled the flames in her hands. This was the first time she had used her abilities so intensively since her talents had been awakened by the main god space. She was overdue for some rest. Besides, the sisters had originally intended to talk to Tony about something. This presented the perfect opportunity. Ever since Tony had revealed his identity as Iron Man, many candidates from the main god space had been eager to contact him. Seeing the sisters nod in agreement, Tony raised his hand. The remaining functional drones descended from the sky, linking together to form a platform. They gently lifted Rambo and the ninja, preparing to transport everyone away from the battlefield. From a distant rooftop, Nick Fury observed the scene below. He stopped his agents from intervening. "Let them leave. Also, have Agent 9527 report to me immediately," Nick ordered. Though the Avengers' initiative had fallen apart under the influence of the main god space, things didn't seem so bad now. In such a short time, New York alone had managed to repel Loki. Given more time to develop, What would they have to fear from extraterrestrial threats? Avengers? This time, vengeance was served on the spot. Loki, along with Hawkeye and Selvig, retreated to a safe house, licking their wounds after the humiliating failure of his plan to assert dominance. Earth's defenses were far stronger than Loki had anticipated, forcing him to reconsider his strategy. It was clear his original plan needed a change. Selvig, Loki abruptly spoke, his tone sharp. Is it possible to open multiple portals using the power of the Tesseract? Selvig fell into thoughtful silence. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., opening even a single portal had been the ultimate goal for their research team. However, with Loki's assistance, the difference in difficulty between opening one portal and several didn't seem insurmountable. In theory, it should be possible, my lord, Selvig replied cautiously. But accomplishing it on my own would take significant time. Additionally, it would require far more equipment. As long as it can be done, that's all I need to know. Make a list of everything you need. I'll see to it that it's provided, Loki commanded, nodding decisively. Then, turning to Hawkeye, Loki gave his next order. From now on, I want you to monitor the area closely. If there's even the slightest risk of exposure, report to me immediately. Yes, my lord, Hawkeye responded without hesitation. While Loki was revising his plan, Nick Fury was facing an intense inquiry from the World Security Council. The recent battle in New York hadn't just caused massive damage to public infrastructure. It had left a significant political and social impact. Nick Fury, the Chinese representative, began, his tone sharp. How is your Avengers initiative progressing? The inquiry was nearing its conclusion, and Fury knew this was one of the final questions on the agenda. The initiative has been temporarily suspended, Fury admitted, standing before the holograms of the council members. Given the recent increase in New York's defensive capabilities, I believe we are transitioning from being in a position of complete weakness to one where we have a voice at the table. He paused, then added, I'll provide a detailed report on future plans by the end of tomorrow. The Chinese representative nodded, seemingly satisfied. Our reinforcements will arrive at S.H.I.E.L.D. by the end of the day. I expect you to allocate them appropriately. I've already begun drafting plans for Lin Daozhong and the others, Fury assured him. Fury had reviewed the profiles of the 3 Chinese operatives. Each of them was a top-tier combatant, comparable to Tony Stark in terms of skill and versatility. Their abilities could significantly influence the outcome of future battles. While Fury and the Chinese representative discussed reinforcements, the other council members remained silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to offer support. They simply couldn't. Due to the differing circumstances in their respective countries, many hadn't even completed their investigations into the number of candidates from the main god space within their borders. This included the United States. As for the few candidates they had identified, some had initially expressed interest in assisting. However, after reviewing footage of individuals like the Hulk, Thor, and the recent battle, most had quickly abandoned the idea. After a brief discussion of logistical details, the inquiry concluded. However, Fury could sense the Council's growing disappointment in S.H.I.E.L.D. losing the Tesseract was an inexcusable failure, no matter the reasons behind it. Exiting the meeting room, Fury was immediately approached by Agent Hill. Director, Agent 9527 is already waiting in your office, Hill reported. I know, Fury replied. Have you reviewed his records? I don't recall there being any Chinese operatives recruited from New York. We've checked, Hill confirmed. So far, there's nothing unusual. His full file has already been sent to your computer. Inside the office, Niao Lu sat in a chair, feeling a mix of nervousness and curiosity. He was about to meet the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., a man known for his sharp instincts. Would he be able to keep his cover? Despite his anxiety, Niao Lu was relatively pleased with his performance on his first mission. While he hadn't been able to contribute to the final confrontation due to his lack of strength, he had played a significant role in identifying the target and tracking them during the earlier stages of the operation. As Niao Lu pondered how to present himself, the office door opened, and Fury walked in. Taking his seat, Fury eyed Niao Lu carefully. From his desk drawer, Fury retrieved a small black box and placed it on the table. Pressing a button, he activated a signal jammer, cutting off all external surveillance. Elsewhere, Alexander Pierce frowned as he stared at the now blank monitors. Fury's use of the jammer left him momentarily speechless. He couldn't very well march in and demand that Fury turn it off. Agent Nielu, Fury suddenly spoke, his deep voice breaking the silence. Startled, Nielu jumped to his feet. Yes, sir. Fury's expression softened slightly at the young agent's nervousness. Relax. I just have a small question for you. Ask away, sir, Nielu replied, his tone steady despite his racing thoughts. You're not from this world, are you? Fury's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, studying Nielu's reaction. What? Sir, you must be joking. Nielu responded smoothly, his expression and tone both convincingly normal. But it was precisely this smoothness that gave Fury all the confirmation he needed. For someone like Nielu, who lacked extensive field experience, being too composed was its own kind of tell. Fury, a master manipulator, silently filed this detail away. Yes, just a joke. Fury leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. Take a seat. No need to stand there like that. In just those few seconds, Fury had gleaned more than enough information to satisfy his curiosity. You contributed significantly to this mission, Fury continued. Is there anything you need? At that moment, Nielu received a notification from the main god space. Faction store unlocked. Current faction favorability, 900/1000, neutral. Caught off guard, Nielu hesitated. He wanted so many things, from weapons to food, and if it were possible, even a nuclear power plant. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Fury spoke again. No rush. Take your time to think about it, Fury said. If any other agents had been present, they would have immediately noticed something strange. Fury's tone and demeanor toward Nielu were far more accommodating than they ever were with a typical agent. Could I just get a cash reward? Nielu finally asked after a long pause. Money was universally useful, and in this relatively stable world, it could buy almost anything. That's not an additional reward. It's part of your standard compensation. Your bonus will be transferred to your account shortly, Fury said as he stood. If you can't decide now, take some time to look around. When you figure out what you want, let me know. We'll work something out. Thank you, sir. Nielu broke into a wide grin. Due to the faction leader's promise, you may request one item with a clearance level below 5, shield classification, or reduce the exchange requirements for all level 3 and below items by 30%. The main god space's notification explained everything. Nielu realized he'd managed to pass this encounter unscathed, and judging by Fury's attitude, he'd even gained some favor. Though he wasn't sure exactly what had tipped the scales in his favor, Nielu knew one thing for certain. This time, he'd managed to secure his standing safely. At Tony's home, the ninja and Rambo were undergoing the most comprehensive treatments available, something only Tony Stark's reputation could guarantee. If it weren't for his impeccable credibility, Anna and Annie wouldn't have dared to entrust their recently fought comrades to him so easily. In a private room, where there were no outsiders to overhear, Tony leaned back in his chair and asked casually, So, ladies, mind if I ask, when did you first enter the main god space? Anna and Annie exchanged glances before Anna replied, her voice measured. It's been not quite a month, I think. To be honest, with the intensity of the missions, we've kind of lost track of time. 2 missions in under a month. Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise. That matched his own number of completed missions. Could be he'd spent too much time designing and building his new factory? Exactly, Anna confirmed with a sigh. The main god space has definitely brought us a lot of benefits, but the time constraints are brutal. She rubbed her temples. The gap between our missions has been less than a week. Every time we finish one, we're immediately on edge for the next. There's barely any time to rest. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, you'll get used to it. Eventually, he scratched the back of his head, deciding not to mention his own experience. His last mission, set in the Naruto world, had been over a month, maybe almost 2 ago. Compared to their schedule, his seemed practically leisurely. Anna's tone shifted as she leaned forward slightly. Aside from the emergency mission, we actually wanted to reach out to you for another reason. Oh, and what's that? Tony asked, tilting his head with mild curiosity. We wanted to connect with you, Anna said bluntly. Connect with me? Tony repeated, intrigued. Yes, Anna continued. Tony Stark, the man who dared reveal his identity as a main Godspace participant to the public. You must be a veteran, right? Someone who's experienced many missions. Her gaze held a faint glimmer of of admiration. Right. And we've also looked into some of Stark Industries' products. Annie chimed in excitedly. Especially that new missile line. That's Umbrella Corporation tech, isn't it? What? Tony shot up from his chair, visibly offended. That is my genius at work. How dare you compare it to those hacks at Umbrella? Annie flinched slightly, realizing her words had struck a nerve. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean. Stop talking. Anna scolded, giving her sister a light smack on the head. Even if it's true, you can't just say it out loud. Oops, my bad. Annie said sheepishly, flashing Tony an apologetic smile. Tony, still fuming, folded his arms and muttered, Ugh, forget it. Think whatever you want. Don't be mad, Anna said with a playful grin, scooting closer to Tony. She's got a loose tongue and no brain to match. It's a bad combination. Enough of this nonsense. Tony waved her off, stepping back slightly to create some distance. Just tell me what you really want. Anna's expression turned serious. We wanted to know if you have any information on other mission worlds you could share with us. And, she added, we were wondering if we could order some of your battle suits. We don't have much money, though. Would you accept points instead? Of course. Tony's demeanor shifted immediately. He straightened up with a businesslike air. In fact, I only accept points as payment. Anna's eyes lit up. Amazing. How much for the world information? Can you give us a discount? She leaned forward, her gaze sparkling as if her enthusiasm alone could persuade him. Tony sighed. He genuinely didn't have much he could share, but outright admitting that didn't align with his interests. How about this? You tell me about the worlds you've experienced, and we'll trade intel. 1 for 1. Tony took a sip from his glass, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. Fair enough, Anna agreed, glancing at her sister with a knowing look. These two weren't as innocent as they appeared on the surface. While Tony and the sisters engaged in their lively exchange, across the city at Oscorp Industries, Norman Osborn was in a towering rage. I leave for a few days, and now you're telling me multiple scientists from my company have vanished? Norman bellowed, his voice echoing through the office as he glared at his assistant. The assistant, visibly nervous, swallowed hard. Why, yes, sir. According to our records, 4 scientists have mysteriously disappeared. 3 of them were members of the gamma radiation research team you recently assembled, and the 4th was biologist Dr. Connors. Crash! Norman hurled the glass in his hand against the wall, shattering it into pieces. His fury was palpable. The disappearance of these scientists was a major blow to his operations. Have you found any leads? Anything at all? Norman demanded after taking a moment to compose himself. None so far, the assistant admitted. Both the police and our internal security have reviewed the surveillance footage. The scientists all left the building of their own accord, without interacting with anyone. The bizarre nature of the situation had already caused panic within the company. Many researchers had stopped their projects entirely, choosing to stay home rather than risk being the next to disappear. The halls of Oscorp felt eerily empty, as if the company were haunted. Send the surveillance footage to my computer. I'll review it myself, Norman ordered, his tone cold and unwavering. Yes, sir. The assistant quickly exited the office, his movements careful and deliberate. Norman's temper had softened somewhat in recent times, but the assistant knew better than to push his luck. Outside the office, Harry Osborn waited by the door. When the assistant stepped out, Harry pulled him aside. What's going on with my dad? Harry asked quietly. He could hear Norman's shouting even from the hallway. It's nothing serious, the assistant assured him. Just some setbacks with the company. Your father didn't want to burden you with it. All right, I'll go check on him myself, Harry said, nodding. When Harry entered the office, Norman was seated at his computer, his expression unreadable as he worked. Dad, you called for me? Harry asked hesitantly. Norman's face lit up the moment he saw his son. Harry, come sit down. Harry complied, though he was still unsure why his father had pulled him out of school so abruptly. So, what's this about? Norman ignored Harry's impatience, accustomed to his son's youthful attitude. He opened a drawer and retrieved a sleek, futuristic-looking box, placing it on the desk. What's this? Harry asked, intrigued by the sci-fi aesthetic of the box. Inside are special serums, Norman said, pushing the box toward him. Take it home. Drink 1 vial daily after lunch. The lock on the box is biometric. Your fingerprint will open it. Harry furrowed his brow. Serums? What kind of serums? Norman's smile didn't waver. For your health, of course. It'll help strengthen you. Harry hesitated. He wasn't opposed to taking medicine. Having grown up surrounded by treatments and remedies, he was practically a walking pharmacy. But even after all those years, his body remained frail. "What's in them, Dad?" I don't mind taking them, but I'd like to know what I'm putting in my body," Harry said cautiously. Norman's smile faltered ever so slightly, but he quickly masked it. "Trust me, son. You'll feel the difference soon enough. It's a type of genetic repair serum," Norman said slowly, his tone measured as he tried to reassure his son. "It's good for your body. Trust me, Harry. I'm your father. I'd never harm you, would I?" The serum was a product of Norman's collaboration with Dr. Charles during one of his missions in the main god space. Unlike most participants who sought direct confrontation or destruction, Norman had taken a different approach. He joined Umbrella Corporation, using its resources and authority to complete his mission. It was during this time that he met Charles, a brilliant scientist who shared his vision of pushing the limits of human biology. Thanks to the main god space, Norman's own hereditary condition had been temporarily stabilized. However, the same couldn't yet be said for his son. The genetic disorder that had plagued their family for generations remained a looming shadow over Harry's future. Norman had seen the invitation within the main god space, offering to bring others into its realm. Yet the cost was astronomical, far beyond what Norman could afford. It was like a fresh college graduate trying to buy a penthouse in Manhattan. Worse, Norman needed to focus on strengthening himself for future missions. If he perished prematurely, all his plans would crumble into nothing. "Genetic repair serum?" Harry echoed, his brows furrowing. "What's wrong with my genes? Is there something you're not telling me?" "It's not just you. It's our family," Norman admitted, rising from his seat to pace the room. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed. "It's time you knew the truth." Harry blinked, sensing that whatever he was about to hear would be life-changing. Over the next 10 minutes, Norman laid everything out, explaining their family's long history with the genetic disorder, a ticking time bomb that had shaped his relentless pursuit of biological research. "No wonder you've poured so much into human repair technologies," Harry murmured, his expression one of dawning realization. "So, this serum is the latest breakthrough?" "Something like that," Norman replied, nodding. "But it's expensive to produce. The materials are extremely rare, so for now, this is all we have. You'll start with this batch while we work on reducing production costs for mass use." Harry studied the sleek box, unlocking it with his fingerprint as instructed. Inside were 10 vials, each about the size of a finger, containing a shimmering liquid. "I get it, but what about you, Dad? Aren't you going to use it too? Maybe we should split it. Half for you, half for me." Norman's expression softened at his son's concern. Placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, he said warmly, "Don't worry about me, son. My condition is under control for now." What Norman didn't say aloud was how much work still lay ahead. To mass-produce the serum in this world would require significant time and resources, and even then, it was only a temporary solution. He needed to find other ways to address the root of their genetic disorder. Ultimately, it all came down to money. Norman's mind began racing. What could he sell the other main Godspace participants to fund his research? 2 images surfaced in his thoughts. The nearly completed human enhancement serum he'd been working on and Tony Stark, who had already exposed his identity to the world. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., after sending Niel Lu on his way, Nick Fury mulled over his next steps. The team needed a stronger, more cohesive leader, someone who could present a united front, especially with the Chinese reinforcements arriving soon. SHLD's disorganized state wouldn't leave a favorable impression, and that could hinder its future development. With the team leader in mind, Fury headed to a specific location. In a dimly lit basement in New York, the sound of fists pounding a punching bag echoed through the room. "You seem to be adjusting well," Fury remarked as he stepped into the space, his voice calm but deliberate. Steve Rogers turned to glance at him. The former soldier wasn't particularly fond of Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D., even if they had been the ones to pull him out of the ice. "What do you want, Fury? Another mission?" Steve asked gruffly, removing the worn-down punching bag and replacing it with a fresh one. "It's a mission, all right," Fury replied, his tone carrying weight. "A mission to save the world." He handed Steve a file. "The Tesseract has been stolen." "I know," Steve said, surprising Fury. He hadn't even opened the file yet. "You know," Fury raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Steve nodded, his gaze steady. I received word about it through other channels. Fury's suspicions deepened. Looks like you've joined the main god space too. Interesting. Fury's unease about the main god space only grew. For now, it seemed to be working in their favor, but what if someone from another world came to disrupt theirs? Or worse, what if a future mission involved destroying Earth itself? Nielu's presence was already a troubling sign of what could happen. The most surprising part, however, was that Steve Rogers, a man of unshakable principles, had also become a participant. Fury understood Steve's character well. It would take something extraordinary to push him into joining. Yeah, it's quite the place, Steve replied, his voice tinged with sarcasm. If I hadn't joined, I wouldn't have learned that you've had the Tesseract in your possession this whole time. His gaze sharpened. Fury's expression didn't falter. Howard Stark found it while searching for you. It's the key to providing Earth with clean, unlimited energy. He deliberately mentioned Howard, knowing how much Steve respected him. Oh, is that so? Steve set the file aside, grabbing his bag and heading for the door. Funny, I've heard you've been using it to build weapons instead. That's just a rumor, Fury said evenly, his face betraying nothing. Hope you can convince yourself of that. Steve shot back without looking over his shoulder. For what it's worth, I think the Tesseract would have been better off staying at the bottom of the ocean. As Steve walked out, Fury shrugged. He didn't mind Steve's attitude. He knew the man well enough to be certain he wouldn't turn a blind eye to global threats. Checking his watch, Fury sighed. He still had to prepare for the arrival of the Chinese reinforcements, including Taoist Lin. There was no time to waste. On a private jet bound for New York, the 3 Chinese operatives were holding a small meeting of their own. Stop punching the air. A task requiring 10,000 full-strength punches isn't something you can cheat your way through by sitting down, Zhao Jian said with a mix of exasperation and authority. All right, Captain Zhao, he muttered, lowering his fists reluctantly. He found Zhao Jian irritatingly nosy, less like a sword immortal and more like a nagging parent. Zhao Jian turned to Lin Jingying, his tone becoming more respectful. Taoist Lin, you're the most senior among us and have the most experience. When we meet Nick Fury and his team, I hope you'll take the lead. We don't want to be caught off guard by their tactics. Don't worry, Lin Jingying replied with a calm smile. I'll handle it. Before becoming a candidate in the main god space, Lin Jingying had spent decades as a Taoist priest. He had encountered all kinds of people in his life. No matter how cunning Nick Fury was, Lin was confident he could handle him. An hour later, the plane carrying Lin Jingying and his team landed at SHLD's New York headquarters, where Nick Fury was waiting to greet them. As the aircraft door opened, the 3 operatives descended the steps, with Lin Jingying leading the way. Nick stepped forward, extending his hand. He was familiar with some of the traditions of China. Those at the head of a group were often the leaders. Captain Lin, welcome. Apologies, but I'm not the captain, Lin Jingying said with a polite smile, stepping to the side to reveal Zhao Jian behind him. Nick felt a brief flash of awkwardness. The dossier from China hadn't indicated who the team leader was, an oversight he found surprising. Still, his composure remained unshaken. It was just a minor misstep, and with a thick enough skin, such things hardly mattered. Turning to Zhao Jian with the same professional expression, Nick extended his hand again. My apologies, Captain Zhao. It's not important, Zhao Jian replied with a friendly smile. Lin Daozhong is our spokesperson, so in a way, you weren't entirely wrong. Behind them, He snorted quietly, clearly unimpressed by the politeness exchanged between the two. He found the formalities tedious and insincere. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group proceeded into the building. Director Fury, let's skip the small talk, Lin Jingying said, steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. Can you brief us on the current situation? Of course, Fury replied with a nod. With a wave of his hand, several holographic screens appeared, displaying relevant information. Our target is Loki, Fury began. He was once a member of Asgard, but due to a major political incident, he has since been exiled. Detailed information about him has been sent to you in advance. Yesterday, Loki arrived on Earth using the Tesseract. He immediately launched an attack, using the scepter he wields to brainwash 2 key individuals, Agent Clint Barton and Dr. Eric Selvig, before escaping our research base with them. So, what you're saying is that we're now dealing with 3 people? Zhao Jian asked, glancing at the data. He resisted the urge to point out how Fury's phrasing made their escape sound more like a strategic withdrawal than the blunder it actually was. No, it's more complicated than that, Fury continued. According to recent reports, several researchers from Oscorp Industries have gone missing. It's highly likely that Loki abducted them to further his plans. Fury gestured to another screen. Additionally, based on prior studies, releasing the Tesseract's energy could potentially open a portal, allowing an alien army to invade Earth. Zhao Jian nodded, indicating he understood. Fury then switched to another screen, showing footage of the recent battle in New York. A few hours ago, a group of special individuals clashed with Loki. The fight caused significant destruction. 5 streets were damaged, and nearly 20 people lost their lives. Special individuals? He rolled his eyes. Just say main God space candidates. Why make it sound so mysterious? Are those individuals still here? Lin Zhengying asked, ignoring Ma Yi's comment. No, they're not government-affiliated, Fury replied smoothly, though he was lying through his teeth. However, we've already reached an agreement with most of them. There will be an important meeting tomorrow at a secure location. In reality, Fury only had confirmation from Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. The others hadn't been contacted yet, but admitting that would only make S.H.I.E.L.D. look inept. All right, Zhao Jian said, his voice neutral. And how do you plan to track Loki? The Tesseract constantly emits trace amounts of gamma radiation, Fury explained, pulling up another hologram. We've dispatched agents to invite Dr. Bruce Banner, the world's leading expert on gamma radiation, to assist us. Bruce Banner, Ma Yi exclaimed, recognizing the name immediately. Isn't he that green? Before he could finish, Zhao Jian smacked him lightly on the back of the head, shooting him a warning glare. It's not green, guy. Fury corrected, his tone calm. He's the Hulk. But before transforming, Dr. Banner is the foremost authority on gamma radiation in the world. Fine, he muttered. Let's just hope he doesn't smash anything while helping. Very well, Zhao Jian said, bringing the conversation to a close. We'll discuss this further tomorrow. About 15 minutes later, Fury brought the group to the designated rest area. Lin Daozhong, what do you think of Fury? Zhao Jian asked as he discreetly checked the room for hidden devices. A compulsive liar with skin thick enough to deflect bullets, Lin Zhengying replied without hesitation. But that's to be expected from a politician. Even with limited interaction, it's easy enough to see through him. Figured as much, Zhao Jian said, placing a small hidden camera he'd removed from his pocket on the table. I'm skeptical about the meeting tomorrow. Who knows if those people Fury mentioned will even show up. I've already received intel from headquarters, Zhao Jian continued. Based on their analysis, Tony Stark is the most likely to attend. The others are uncertain. Kingpin, for instance, is unlikely. He's the underground emperor of New York. Even if he's trying to whitewash his reputation, it's doubtful he'd risk exposing himself. Why overthink it? He said dismissively as he sat on the bed, pulling out his gloves and bandages. If they don't show up, they don't show up. It's just one exiled Asgardian. The 3 of us should be more than enough. Don't underestimate him, Zhao Jian warned, shaking his head. Given the combat footage we've seen, it's hard to imagine how Loki managed to stage a coup in Asgard. He must have something up his sleeve. Doesn't matter. Isn't that green guy going to be there? He said with a grin. I've read about him. The Hulk's combat power is insane. For the last time, he's called the Hulk. Zhao Jian said, exasperated. And don't even think about challenging him to a fight. Control your battle hunger for once. Fine, he muttered. I wasn't planning on it anyway. Geez, you're so naggy. It's Hulk. Yeah, green guy. Zhao Jian sighed, giving up on correcting him. He removed the sword from his back and began his routine practice. Meanwhile, Agent Hill followed Fury as they walked through the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, what do you think of the 3 Chinese operatives? Hill asked. Why do you ask? They don't seem to trust us, Hill replied. And Zhao Jian pushing his team members to the forefront shows a lack of sincerity. It's perfectly normal for them to be suspicious of us, Fury said, stopping to glance at her. And sincerity? Why would you even expect that? Just remember, they're here to deal with Loki. As long as we're on the same side, defending Earth, that's all that matters. I understand, Hill nodded, dropping the subject. You made sure all surveillance and listening devices were removed from their rest area, right? Fury asked, his tone firm. Of course. Everything's been thoroughly cleared, Hill confirmed. Good. Fury nodded, satisfied. While Nick Fury was busy preparing to locate and capture Loki, the true guardians of Earth stood beyond its atmosphere, watching from the vastness of space. They're quite lively, aren't they? It seems I can rest easy knowing Earth will have capable protectors in the future, the Ancient One remarked softly, her gaze piercing through the planet's atmosphere as she observed Tony Stark and the others in action. What do you think? She added, her words seemingly directed at no one. To the untrained eye, she appeared to be speaking to the void of space itself. A moment later, a brilliant display of colors erupted in the vacuum of space. A shimmering rainbow materialized nearby, scattering its light across the darkness. From the bifrost, Odin emerged, clad in his majestic armor. His imposing presence remained undiminished, though the faint traces of decay in his aura hinted at the passage of time. Even a god as mighty as Odin could not escape the relentless march of mortality. Have you dealt with Dormammu? Odin's question was abrupt, seemingly unrelated to the Ancient One's musings. More or less, she replied, turning to face the once mighty Allfather. Though his strength was waning, his presence still commanded the respect of those who knew him. Loki is your son's brother, isn't he? Don't you plan to step in and do something about him? She asked, her tone curious but calm. Whatever happens between them, they must handle it themselves. I can't protect them forever, Odin answered sternly, his face as stoic as ever. Ah, I see. You're leaving soon. After all, children must learn to stand on their own. The Ancient One sighed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. She had known Odin for centuries. Though their paths often diverged and occasionally clashed, their relationship had grown into one of mutual respect, even camaraderie. They were, in a way, kindred spirits, guardians who bore the weight of their realms. Odin remained silent, his gaze distant. Perhaps even he didn't know how to handle Loki's situation. What about Thanos? The Ancient One asked after a moment. Do you plan to take any action against him? No. As long as we're alive, he won't dare come. Odin replied, his voice filled with pride but tinged with resignation. Yes, as long as we're alive, the Ancient One echoed, her tone reflective. She had spent centuries protecting Earth, but the time was approaching when that responsibility would pass to others. And what about the main god space? Odin asked suddenly, his sharp eyes narrowing. The Ancient One shook her head. There's no trace of it on the timeline. If it exists outside the flow of time, I'm not inclined to interfere. Change isn't always a bad thing, after all. You might be right, Odin acknowledged. Then, his gaze shifted, and his voice grew sharper. But I think someone intends to explain it to us directly. From the void of space, a figure emerged, stepping smoothly into view. Chi-Yun, with an air of calm confidence, approached them. Greetings, All-Father Odin, Ancient One. Chi-Yun said respectfully, giving a slight bow. His demeanor was polite, but his presence carried a weight that couldn't be ignored. Speak your mind. Hiding in the shadows isn't exactly a sign of good intentions, Odin said, his voice commanding as he straightened his posture. Though his time was running out, the godly power within him surged, a reminder of the force he once was. No need to be so tense, the Ancient One interjected with a faint smile. Besides, I doubt you came here to witness the end of two old protectors, did you? Despite her outward warmth, Chi-Yun could feel the Ancient One's subtle probing. In the brief moments since his arrival, she had already jumped across multiple timelines, attempting to trace his origins. Of course not. I'm not that petty, Chi-Yun replied casually, unfazed by her subtle actions. After all, the main god space wasn't so easily unraveled, even by someone of the Ancient One's caliber. Many worlds held beings far more adept at manipulating timelines, yet none had succeeded in penetrating its core. I'm here to return something. As Chi-Yun spoke, he reached behind him, grasping at the void. With a firm pull, he brought forth the destroyer, its imposing form appearing before them. Return something? Odin sneered, a cold laugh escaping his lips. This looks more like a show of force to me. Though Odin's words were harsh, he refrained from taking action. He knew his time was limited. Recklessly engaging in battle would only shorten the time he had left to prepare Thor and Asgard for what was to come. In the past, Odin might have struck without hesitation, but now, even he was forced to temper his pride. Not at all, Chian said lightly. The younger generation didn't seem to appreciate its value, so I took the liberty of safeguarding it. Now, I'm simply returning it to its rightful owner. With a gentle push, Chi Yun sent the destroyer back toward Odin. Keep it. Consider it a gift, Odin said dismissively, waving his hand. The destroyer flew back toward Chi Yun at great speed. Chi Yun smirked, snapping his fingers to retrieve it. A weapon of such power? He wasn't about to turn it down. Anything else you'd like to say? Odin asked, his tone curt. Just one small matter, Chi Yun replied, stepping closer to join Odin and gazing at Earth. You know, my organization is still in its infancy. I don't exactly have a surplus of capable operatives. Would it be possible to borrow some manpower? For a long time, Chi Yun had avoided involving individuals like the Ancient One or those of Asgard in the main god space. Recruiting them wasn't difficult, but managing the aftermath was far more complicated. Both the Ancient One and Odin were renowned not just for their power, but for their wisdom and influence. I have no objections, as long as you're prepared to bear the consequences, the Ancient One said, her tone calm, but her gaze piercing. From her perspective, Chi Yun was entwined with countless threads extending from Earth. These threads represented the planet's rejection of him. If things continued as they were, it wouldn't be long before Chi Yun could no longer freely enter the Marvel world. Chi Yun was well aware of this growing resistance. The main god space, existing in the void, was vulnerable to invasion. He couldn't be the one to act personally every time a crisis arose. It was unsustainable. I can handle it, Chi Yun said confidently, turning his gaze to Odin. Odin remained silent for a moment, his expression contemplative. With Thor not yet fully matured, having an external force to help safeguard Asgard wasn't necessarily a bad idea. Moreover, Chi Yun's willingness to approach them directly demonstrated a degree of respect. Do as you wish, Odin finally said, but let them make their own choices. Don't force anyone. Understood. Thank you both, Chi Yun said with a smile. As he spoke, Chi Yun glanced toward the other side of Earth. Ever since his arrival in space, he had felt Thanos' gaze fixed upon him. The Mad Titan had been watching both Earth and Asgard closely, a natural reaction, given the number of Infinity Stones concentrated in this region. Chi Yun knew his appearance would only draw more of Thanos' attention. But that was part of the plan. He needed a powerful opponent to test his own limits. As long as Thanos didn't have all 5 stones, Chi Yun was confident he could hold his own. And if things went south, well, retreat was always an option. In the void, without the support of a world's power, Thanos would be far weaker. Perfect for a counterattack. Dormammu again? The Ancient One suddenly said, her tone casual, but her attention elsewhere. I'll take my leave. With that, she vanished in an instant, leaving Chi Yun and Odin alone. Odin turned without a word, walking away with the air of a disgruntled child refusing to acknowledge someone. Chi Yun chuckled, shaking his head. 2 old kids? Quite amusing, really. 2 days later, Nick Fury finally managed to gather the key players for the ongoing conflict. Though the group wasn't particularly large, the collective strength of these individuals, and the forces backing them, formed an intimidating powerhouse. As Zhao Jian had predicted, Kingpin ultimately didn't show up. However, he did send a message. If they found any information on Loki, he'd be happy to lend a hand. Dr. Banner, any updates? Zhao Jian asked, turning to Bruce Banner, who walked in carrying a laptop. Not great, Banner replied, shaking his head. His hands, however, didn't stop moving, fingers flying over the keyboard as he analyzed data. Zhao Jian turned back to the large screen in front of him, which displayed footage from the cameras carried by all the personnel in the field. With Banner unable to pinpoint Loki's location quickly, the team decided to cast a wide net, scanning the city for any trace, however small. Got something, a researcher suddenly shouted. Zhao Jian and Banner immediately moved closer, leaning over as the researcher tilted his chair to give them space. One of the field cameras, belonging to Ruo Yi's team, had captured a critical moment. The researcher had zoomed in on the footage, isolating a face. It was unmistakably Loki. Zhao Jian grabbed his phone and made a call. Captain? What's up? Ruoyi's voice was listless, clearly bored from the monotonous search. Be on alert. Loki was spotted 13 seconds ago, behind and to the right of your position. He might be tailing you. Stay sharp. Zhao Jin instructed quickly. Got it, Ruoyi replied, instantly snapping to attention. His eyes scanned his surroundings, body tense, ready to capture Loki at a moment's notice. Lin Jingying, who had been listening in through the comms, subtly shifted his hand within his wide sleeve, letting a yellow talisman slide between his fingers. Target sighted, another researcher shouted. Loki's figure now appeared in Tony Stark's feed. Target spotted here, too. Loki's appearance began cropping up all over SHLD's surveillance network. His image was seen in different locations almost simultaneously, throwing everyone into confusion. Which one is the real Loki? Someone muttered. Don't panic, Banner shouted, his eyes locked onto the screen of his laptop. Gamma radiation levels are steady. There's been no spike. This is likely a diversion. All units, hold your positions. Zhao Jin quickly issued orders. Stay cautious and monitor your surroundings. Open all channels for communication and prepare for a potential ambush. While the team remained on high alert, Nick Fury sat calmly to the side, sipping tea as if he had all the time in the world. Director, are you sure it's a good idea to hand over command entirely to them? Agent Hill asked in a low voice. Do you think you can command this group? Fury replied casually, taking another sip. Fury knew the truth. If he tried to take command, only Natasha Romanoff might listen to him outright. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers might consider his input. Zhao Jin's team would only follow orders they agreed with, and Banner. Well, Banner hardly cared about hierarchy to begin with. Most importantly, Fury's job was already done. Getting this group to come together was his mission. What happened next depended on the team itself. For the next 10 minutes, everyone remained on edge, their vigilance unwavering. Loki's figure continued to appear sporadically, creating distractions and drawing attention all across the surveillance network. Found it, Banner suddenly exclaimed. The gamma radiation levels at Oscorp Industries' central energy hub just spiked by 300%. He reported, his fingers flying across the keyboard. And it's still climbing. In 3 minutes, the energy output will reach the minimum threshold needed to activate the Tesseract. Understood, Tony said as his helmet snapped shut. Without hesitation, he shot into the air, heading toward Oscorp, accompanied by a swarm of drones locking onto the same location. Got it. Daozhong, let's move, Ruoyi said, grabbing Lin Jingying's arm and pulling him along toward Oscorp. But Lin Jingying gently shook off Ruoyi's hand, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. Something felt off. You go ahead. I'll stay here a bit longer, Lin Jingying said calmly. But Director Fury said there should only be one portal. It's probably at Oscorp. What are you staying here for? Ruoyi asked, confused by the Taoist priest's choice. Everything is going too smoothly. Trust me, go ahead. If the real action is at Oscorp, one more or less person won't make much difference, Lin Jingying replied, his tone firm. All right, but take care, Daozhong. Let me know if anything happens. Ruoyi relented, hesitating for only a moment before running off toward Oscorp. Meanwhile, others were also mobilizing. Kingpin's forces began making their own moves in the shadows of New York, while Anna, Annie, and the rest of Tony's allies prepared to act. Rambo and the ninja, still recovering, were left behind in the safe room to recuperate. High above the earth, Chi-Yun hovered in the atmosphere, watching it all unfold. He had already seen through Loki's ploy. There were 5 devices scattered across New York emitting gamma radiation, but Oscorp's central hub was the most obvious one. Chi-Yun knew full well what was happening, but he chose not to warn the others just yet. If he revealed the truth now, some people might decide not to show up at all. Ruoyi sprinted through the streets of New York, moving so fast that the wind seemed to ripple in his wake. His speed carried him past buildings, across sidewalks, and even through bustling crowds. Snap! A nearly invisible tripwire suddenly went taut across the busy street. Hidden among the chaos of the crowded area, the trap had escaped Ruoyi's notice until it was too late. His sharp ears picked up a faint, unnatural sound, but by then the damage was done. The next moment, a wire wrapped tightly around his ankle, slicing through his skin and hooking onto his bone. Ruoyi's body was yanked off balance, sending him spinning through the air. Ambush! From a nearby alley, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, emerged, carrying an automatic rifle. Without hesitation, he opened fire, the bullets aimed directly at Ruo-Yi. Despite the ambush, a wide grin spread across Ruo-Yi's face. His body twisted as he used the momentum to right himself mid-air. With a powerful swing of his right fist, he created a spinning vortex of wind. The sudden gust caught the incoming bullets, throwing them off course and scattering them harmlessly away. With a heavy thud, Ruo-Yi landed on the ground. The wound on his ankle, though still bleeding moments ago, was already starting to heal. Boom! Ruo-Yi's foot slammed into the pavement, creating a crater as he launched himself forward. His speed surpassed Hawkeye's ability to track, leaving the archer struggling to react. By the time Hawkeye caught sight of Ruo-Yi again, the man was already less than 2 meters away, too close for any meaningful counterattack. Ruo-Yi's left fist shot forward, aiming directly at Hawkeye's rifle. But before the punch could connect, a flash of green entered Ruo-Yi's peripheral vision. A massive, scaled tail whipped through the air, narrowly missing Ruo-Yi's body as he twisted to grab a clothesline pole on the second floor of a nearby building. Hanging in midair, Ruo-Yi glanced down, his eyes narrowing in surprise. The creature below hissed, its long tongue flicking out menacingly. The lizard, its thick, muscular tail and sharp, armored tip were clear indicators of its destructive power. Ruo-Yi cracked his knuckles, his earlier grin returning. This was going to be interesting. Surprised, but not overly concerned, Ruo-Yi didn't take the lizard too seriously. The earlier attack had only caught him off guard. The lizard let out a guttural roar, and suddenly, the surrounding alleyways filled with the sound of movement. One by one, more lizard-like creatures emerged, until their numbers swelled to nearly 20. Well, this is starting to get a little troublesome, Ruo-Yi muttered, releasing the clothesline pole he had been holding. The sharp crack of a sonic boom echoed as he disappeared in an instant, moving at a speed too fast for the average eye to follow. The lizards, thanks to their natural dynamic vision, could vaguely track Ruo-Yi's movements, but tracking was one thing, stopping him was another. Huh, take this, Ruo-Yi shouted, his afterimages flickering among the lizards. One by one, he struck them down, each blow sending them flying into walls or crumpling to the ground unconscious. When the last lizard hit the pavement, Ruo-Yi came to a halt, blood dripping from his fist to the ground. The blood wasn't just from the lizards, it was his own. Ruo-Yi's raw physical strength and rapid recovery ability were among the best in the group, but his defense left much to be desired. Perhaps that was the price of possessing such extraordinary speed. That's it. You guys are weak, no strength, not even enough numbers. Ruo-Yi taunted, grabbing the unconscious Barton by the collar and holding him up like a trophy. Go on, roar some more. Call for reinforcements. I could take on 50 more of you. From below, the sound of rapid movement echoed through the sewers. Ruo-Yi leapt onto a nearby platform, tossing Barton onto a balcony for safekeeping, his sharp eyes fixed on the ground. The sound grew louder, closer, and heavier. Bang! A manhole cover was blasted into the air, and swarms of lizard creatures began pouring out of the sewer. Ruo-Yi's face twisted into a grin of excitement. Finally, a real fight. But as more and more lizards emerged, his grin began to falter, replaced by a blank expression. When the last of them crawled out, their numbers had soared to nearly 200. Requesting backup, Ruo-Yi muttered into his earpiece. About 200 lizards here. I don't think I can handle this alone. The sound of hissing and tongue-flicking filled the air below him, sending shivers down his spine. 200 lizards? Tony's voice crackled through the comms, a mix of disbelief and irritation. Jarvis immediately projected a live feed onto Tony's HUD, revealing the sea of green scales. Ugh, that's unsettling. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tony redirected half of his drones to assist Ruo-Yi. A moment later, a flash of blue light streaked toward Tony. He performed a quick aerial roll to evade it and turned to see the source. It was Loki. Loki spotted. Looks like the real deal, Tony announced over the comms. I'll keep him occupied. Everyone else, focus on retrieving the Tesseract before the portal opens. Understood. We're on it, Steve Rogers responded, leading Natasha toward the target location. Oddly, their team hadn't encountered any resistance, a fact that didn't sit well with him. With Steve's confirmation, Tony hovered in place, locking eyes with Loki. Raising his right hand, Tony activated a custom-designed weapon. A powerful stream of superheated flames burst forth, intercepting the beam Loki had fired in return. The two forces collided, canceling each other out. Can't you come up with something new? You always use the same tricks, Tony quipped, his tone laced with sarcasm. You're bold, speaking to a god like that, Loki replied coldly, his expression unchanging. A god? You mean a god who only knows how to ambush people? Tony shot back. As Tony spoke, the ground below him shimmered, and over a dozen identical Lokis appeared. Trying to outnumber me? You've got the wrong guy, Tony said with a smirk. From behind him, 20-plus suits of armor flew into formation, surrounding him like a mechanical shield. Each suit was unique, with several bearing the distinct designs of his Hulkbuster series. Under Jarvis's precise control, the suits launched a coordinated assault on the multiple Lokis. The attacks were relentless, a seamless barrage of firepower that left no room for counterattack. Using the opportunity, Tony pulled back to observe from a safer distance. But his relief was short-lived. Just 2 or 3 minutes into the fight, a chilling sound reached his ears, a cracking, splintering noise. Crack! In an instant, all the suits of armor were encased in ice, frozen solid before Jarvis could even react. Loki stood amidst the icy wreckage, silent as he tucked a small, box-like device back into his cloak. Interesting. I knew he had something up his sleeve, Zhao Jian remarked from the shield helicarrier, watching the scene unfold on the monitors. There's nothing left to command for now. If anything happens, just update me through the channel, Zhao Jian said, removing his headset and replacing it with a smaller earpiece. You're heading out? I can call a pilot for you, Hill offered. No need. I'll go on my own, Zhao Jian replied. Under the curious gazes of the crew, Zhao Jian stepped onto the deck. Forming a sword seal with his fingers, he summoned a flying sword under his feet. In a flash, he shot off the helicarrier like a streak of light, heading straight for the battlefield. Back at Oscorp, the gamma radiation levels continued to spike, causing disruptions in the building's power grid. The lights flickered erratically throughout the tower. What's going on? What now? Norman Osborn stormed out of his lab, shouting in frustration. He had deliberately avoided taking on emergency missions to focus all his time on developing a cure for Harry. But now, it seemed the chaos had come to him instead. I am not sure, sir, his assistant stammered. The police just told us to evacuate. They said terrorists have infiltrated the energy center. The energy center? 10 kilometers away. What kind of terrorists would warrant locking down such a large area? Norman snapped, grabbing the phone handed to him. The police notification was legitimate, but before he could process it, his phone rang again. It was Kingpin. Norman, my friend, does your energy center have any special security measures in place? Kingpin asked, his tone almost too polite. Norman frowned. While he and Kingpin were business partners of sorts, their relationship wasn't close enough to warrant this level of familiarity. Why do you care? Are you the so-called terrorist? Terrorists? Don't be ridiculous. I'll be honest with you. The mission target is in your energy center. I just want to confirm there aren't any self-destruct systems in place, Kingpin explained casually. Mission target? Norman finally understood the situation. Don't worry, you're safe. I don't have time for such measures, Norman replied, sighing. By the way, did you manage to collect what I asked for? Part of it. My men will deliver it to you soon, Kingpin said before hanging up. Norman rubbed his temples. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, but it seemed fate had other plans. After confirming that there were no special defensive mechanisms within the energy center, Kingpin felt relieved. That made sense. Policies would never permit Osborn to install self-destruct facilities so close to the city limits. Leading a team of elite operatives, Kingpin stood at the entrance of the energy center. He took a deep breath, and as complex particles in the air entered his nostrils, a vivid mental image of the biological layout inside the energy center appeared in his mind. Putting on his headset, Kingpin made a sweeping gesture with his large hand, signaling the elite team to disperse and infiltrate the energy center. It was time for a full offensive. As soon as they entered the building, everyone came to an abrupt halt. In front of them lay countless visible explosive traps. The density of the traps was so overwhelming that it would take an entire reinforced battalion to clear them all. Kingpin tilted his head slightly, and one of the team members, a demolitions expert, stepped forward. At this critical moment, there was no time to defuse the traps one by one. They could only rely on brute force. After a brief calculation, several grenades were thrown from the team, precisely detonating the majority of the traps in the pathway. With the obstacles cleared, Kingpin twisted the ring on his right hand. A defensive suit of armor unfolded from the ring, enveloping him entirely. This was a custom-made suit designed by Tony specifically for Kingpin. Due to Kingpin's unique physical attributes, the armor was designed to focus almost entirely on defense. As long as Kingpin didn't die immediately, his regenerative abilities could bring him back. Inside the energy center, Dr. Selvig was conducting final checks on the portal activator. According to Loki's plan, this location could technically be abandoned, but activating it would still be ideal. This optional strategy was why the area was only guarded by mass-produced lizard soldiers and Dr. Selvig. When the traps set by Barton at the entrance were triggered, the lizard soldiers seemed to respond to an unspoken command, mobilizing en masse. Although Kingpin's abilities rendered the lizard soldiers' ambushes ineffective, their numbers and familiarity with the terrain significantly hindered the team's progress. The relentless, self-sacrificing soldiers proved to be effective at stalling for time. Minutes ticked by, and reinforcements, Anna and Rogers, among others, arrived one after another. With more manpower joining the effort, the team's advance became noticeably smoother, and they soon reached Dr. Selvig. Dr. Selvig stood in the center of the room, with the device behind him connected to Osborne's energy distribution console. "So you finally made it." Before Selvig could finish his sentence, an energy ball shot from the rear of the team struck him, knocking him unconscious. There was no time for lengthy speeches. "Is this the Tesseract?" The group gathered around, their gazes fixed on the perfectly cubic object at the center of the apparatus. "Why does it look a little transparent?" "I don't know, but the mission isn't over yet, and we haven't reached the next phase," Anna remarked. "Let's take this thing out first and deal with the rest later." The others tacitly stepped back, giving Anna and her sister Annie space to proceed. From Annie's body, two threads extended, one golden and one blue, connecting to her sister Anna. Boom! Dark energy surged out, enveloping Anna entirely before crashing against the protective barrier surrounding the Tesseract. At this moment, the Tesseract revealed its true power. The energy from the attack was redirected elsewhere, leaving no visible effect on the barrier. "What's going on? It doesn't absorb energy-based attacks," Anna asked in astonishment. "Maybe," Rogers replied. "Let me try." He reached back, grabbed his shield, and hurled it forward with all his might. The shield spun as it collided with the barrier, only to be deflected and embedded into the ceiling without achieving anything. Even Rogers' boomerang-like precision failed to make a dent. Kingpin stepped up next, channeling energy into his right arm, which swelled to nearly double its size. With a powerful punch, he struck the barrier, only to be sent flying backward by the Tesseract's counterforce. Anna froze for a moment, a name flashing through her mind: Accelerator. But who was that? Why would she even think of him? She scratched her head, feeling puzzled. Another minute passed, and despite everyone's efforts, the barrier remained unbroken. Meanwhile, the portal was on the verge of activation. Suddenly, a voice came from above. "Excuse me, mind clearing the way?" Everyone looked up, just in time to see the ceiling crack open, accompanied by the piercing sound of something slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, a streak of silver light shot through all the walls and struck the barrier. The light moved so quickly that no one could react in time. It was just a blur as it passed. Sizzle. The attack exceeded the barrier's defenses, with the sword's tip piercing through. The clashing energies created a crackling sound, and within seconds, the barrier disappeared. A silhouette leapt through the opening created by the sword. With a casual wave, the sword returned to the figure's hand. "Why are you all staring at me?" Zhao Jin asked, glancing around. Nothing, just a bit surprised, Anna replied, swallowing hard. Wait, don't relax yet. Who took the Tesseract? Rogers suddenly exclaimed, pointing forward. The Tesseract? Anna turned, only to see that the central apparatus was now empty. The transparent cube that had been there moments ago was gone. Damn it, it's a trap. Zhao Jian's mind raced, and in an instant, he understood why Loki had willingly allowed a weakened Tony to keep him occupied. At the same time, Tony, hovering in the air, was stunned to realize that Loki had vanished from sight. What the hell? Tony muttered, coming to an abrupt stop. Before he could get a response through his earpiece, the sky answered his question. From massive blue energy beams shot into the heavens. One of those beams was right next to Lin Zhengying, and in that moment, he finally understood the source of his unease. The beams slowly unfolded, revealing portals that now hovered above New York City. Beyond the portals, an interstellar fleet stood ready, inching closer to the opening. Aboard the SHIELD helicarrier, Banner silently turned to glance at Nick Fury, who was calmly sipping tea nearby. Ahem. Well, expensive tea does have its perks, Fury said awkwardly, scratching his nose. His critical misjudgment of the situation had been the key flaw in the plan. But why would someone as cautious as Fury place so much faith in an inexplicable gut feeling? And why had everyone else unquestioningly followed his lead? The answer lay in the Mind Stone clutched in Loki's hand. When the portals materialized, New York City officially entered a state of emergency. At the same time, China sent a timely message to America. The gist of it was, Eagle, if you can't handle this, just say the word. The rabbit is ready to provide full support. Eagle's response was equally straightforward. Rabbit, your big brother hasn't fallen yet. Stop trying to take my spot. Under the subtle pressure from China, the U.S. military also entered a heightened state of readiness, prepared to intervene immediately if the situation in New York spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Qian stood outside the Earth, his hand extended toward the planet. Qian knew that Thanos, the giant purple potato, was watching this unfold. Thanos' goal this time wasn't just to probe Earth's mid- to low-level combat capabilities. He also hoped to drain some of the energy of the Ancient One and Odin, hastening their eventual demise. Unfortunately for him, Qi-Yun's appearance had thrown a wrench in those plans. With just one strike, Qi-Yun could sever the portals entirely, rendering Thanos' little test meaningless. As Qi-Yun made his stance clear, Thanos' presence was suddenly revealed on a small asteroid just outside the galaxy. To be fair, Asgard's defense network was practically a patchy fishing net, riddled with gaps. Thanos had practically reached their doorstep, and they still hadn't noticed. Thanos' intentions were simple. You want to fight? Well, here I am. Let's see if you're ready to take me on. Satisfied, Qi-Yun withdrew his hand. He never intended to interfere with this battle in New York. After all, the war's conclusion would undoubtedly deepen the primary God Space's connection to the Marvel Universe. In a flash, Qi-Yun teleported to the asteroid where Thanos stood. The asteroid was barren, with nothing but dirt, its only substance. There wasn't even an atmosphere, something only proper planets could sustain. This was Qi-Yun's first time meeting Marvel's ultimate villain. Thanos was not what he had imagined, especially compared to his portrayal in the movies. Then again, someone who could go toe-to-toe with Rogers wouldn't have been enough to make the Ancient One and Odin so wary. As Qi-Yun studied Thanos, the Titan was also scrutinizing this man of Asian descent. Earth's potential was remarkable. Not only had it produced the Ancient One, a sorcerer supreme who could intimidate the multiverse, but now another figure had appeared who was no less formidable. The two didn't waste time with words and began their battle immediately. Qi-Yun knew he wasn't skilled in persuasion, and there was no way a few sentences would convince Thanos to abandon his far-fetched plans. It was better to let actions speak louder than words. The aura of the Eight Gates technique erupted from Qi-Yun's body. Within the primary god space, Qi-Yun could access all available skills, including the cheats of Guy and Li. However, at their level, this physical technique was no longer as effective. Even with all 8 gates open, Qi-Yun was still pummeled by Thanos, unable to find his footing. The disparity in raw strength was simply insurmountable. Every punch from Thanos carried the force of the power law. In the entire Marvel universe, aside from the wielder of the Power Stone, no one could rival his sheer physical might. Despite the relentless blows, Chi-Yun, though disheveled, remained unscathed. "This is getting boring. Are all Earthlings as dull as you?" Thanos asked, pausing. "Don't be so impatient," Chi-Yun replied, landing lightly on the ground. "Oh, my bad. I forgot. There aren't many Titans left, are there?" "Umph." Thanos sneered, his expression darkening at the insult. With a lift of his right hand, the entire asteroid began to fracture under his immense strength. At Chi-Yun's level, one of the most basic demonstrations of power was the ability to break certain rules of reality. Seeing that Thanos was getting serious, Chi-Yun abandoned his playful demeanor. Being used as a punching bag wasn't exactly enjoyable. A strange wave of energy radiated from Chi-Yun's body, infiltrating Thanos' system and activating some of his cells. Under Chi-Yun's command, these traitor cells began attacking the others. "Cheap tricks, utterly meaningless," Thanos muttered. With a slight tremor of his body, the rebellious cells were instantly eradicated, and new ones quickly replaced them. "I said, don't be impatient," Chi-Yun replied calmly. The gateway to the ice energy world within the primary god space was unlocked. A surge of icy energy burst forth, flooding the asteroid. The temperature on the asteroid plummeted by over 50 degrees, and the chilling cold carried an unsettling aura of decay. As the icy energy surrounded Thanos, a solidified force erupted from his position, shattering the frost and clearing a path. In an instant, Thanos closed the distance to Chi-Yun, delivering a heavy punch. Though it was a mere test of strength, Thanos wouldn't mind if he could permanently leave Chi-Yun stranded in the vacuum of space. As Chi-Yun retreated, he tapped Thanos' arm, sending another virus into his body. After fully mastering the biohazard world, anyone who fought Chi-Yun had to first endure the assault of his highly invasive viruses. However, while the virus was formidable, Thanos' immune system was no joke either. As his body temperature rose by 30 or 40 degrees, his immune system successfully identified and destroyed all traces of the virus. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Chi-Yun extended his right hand, and a massive fireball, over 100 meters in diameter, shot forward. Thanos' response was straightforward, a single uppercut that scattered the fireball's elements entirely. Yet in the brief moment of contact with the flames, another mutated virus infiltrated Thanos' body. On Earth, the Ancient One and Odin stood side by side, watching the fight from afar. It wasn't that they didn't want to eliminate Thanos to prevent future threats, but they knew that if they acted, Thanos would undoubtedly flee to some unknown corner of the universe. "Who do you think will win?" the Ancient One asked. "Neither of them," Odin replied. "That Chi-Yun kid has impressive tricks and diverse abilities, but he lacks the decisive power to end the fight. It's all just flashy techniques. Thanos, on the other hand, has mastered the power law to an extraordinary degree, but he lacks any real means of control. What's the point of power if it can't hit its mark?" "Well said," the Ancient One nodded. "But Chi-Yun's power source is something I'll never fully understand. Is the world beyond truly so fascinating?" "You can see for yourself if you want to," Odin said coolly. "I can't stand people like you who rely on abilities. There's no satisfaction in fighting you." The Ancient One chuckled, but said nothing more. Watching Thanos likely reminded Odin of some unpleasant memories from his own past battles. As Odin had predicted, neither Chi-Yun nor Thanos had the means to decisively end the fight. Both were well aware that continuing would only lead to a mutual depletion of their reserves. Thanos had to conserve his strength to carry out his plans and maintain his rule. Chi-Yun, on the other hand, needed to preserve his energy to ensure the continued development of the primary god space. He couldn't afford to revert to square one. As Chi-Yun and Thanos ceased their battle, the conflict on Earth had also entered its final stages. "So you just gonna abandon Loki like that? He's probably quite disappointed right now," Chi-Yun remarked, glancing at Thanos. Beneath their feet was the shattered remains of the once intact asteroid. By the time they left, it was unlikely to even exist anymore. Hopefully, no student had chosen this asteroid as the subject of their thesis. "He's just a pawn," Thanos replied curtly, turning and retreating without further elaboration. Chi-Yun glanced into the distance where Loki's confidence, the fleet in the cosmos, was already retreating. It was clear that Thanos had planned everything meticulously. The moment the fleet began its withdrawal, every single invader on Earth collapsed simultaneously, ceasing all activity. Loki, who had been laughing moments earlier, immediately froze, his expression shifting dramatically. What is this? Loki stammered, completely dumbfounded. No, it couldn't be over yet. He still had the scepter. He still had a chance. Frantically turning around to check, he discovered that the scepter, which should have been safely behind him, had disappeared without a trace. With the enemy force reduced by 99%, Lin Jingying and the others suddenly found their pressure lifted. Looking up at the now clear sky, Lin Jingying let out a long sigh. As expected, their small group had never been the key to this war. That said, the cleanup still needed to be done. Retrieving a fresh set of traditional Taoist robes from his personal space, Lin Jingying draped them over himself. In an instant, a righteous and imposing figure of a Taoist priest appeared before the crowd. Luo Yi, ever the considerate companion, placed a bowl of clear water on the makeshift altar before Lin Jingying. Asterisk, half a bowl of water to stabilize the heavens and the earth. Asterisk, Lin Jingying plunged his wooden sword straight into the bowl. In an instant, the half bowl of water vanished entirely. The air around him grew noticeably darker within a 100-meter radius. A strange energy coursed through Lin Jingying's body, rising to his spiritual sea. Retrieving his wooden sword, a yellow talisman abruptly materialized at its tip. Holding the sword aloft, Lin Jingying took a step forward, his voice clear and commanding as he chanted. Asterisk, urgent decree of the Jade Order. Asterisk, this was no ordinary sword. It determined life or death for the living and judged right from wrong for the departed spirits. Luo Yi stood off to the side, watching Lin Jingying's every move intently. As a longtime ally, he knew full well how demanding Lin Jingying's innate techniques could be in terms of setup and preparation. But once successfully executed, their power was unmatched. Above the dim sky, a few stars began to shine brightly. Their celestial energy was borrowed by Lin Jingying, who then swung his sword forcefully toward the portal. The stellar energy, as thin yet flawless as a sheet of paper, pierced directly into the energy column, destabilizing its balance and sealing the portal entirely. Annie, observing the now-closed portal, turned to her sister. "Big sis, are you done yet? Everyone else is faster than us," Annie teased. "Almost there. I've figured out the elemental distribution and flow within this thing," Anna replied, rubbing her eyes as she stepped back. From her hands, two familiar streams of fire erupted. Anna began her work, attempting to replace some of the energy elements within the column. Raising her hands slowly, the flames danced in her palms as she waited for the precise moment to act. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together, and a surge of energy successfully infiltrated the column. Moments later, Anna dissipated her flames. As the energy column reached its critical point of operation, the key elements comprising it vanished entirely. Without this crucial component, the energy column disintegrated within seconds. "That's another one down," Natasha muttered, bored, as she idly kicked a rock at her feet. "Dr. Banner, Mr. Stark, are you two done yet?" Almost, don't rush us," Tony replied, exhaling deeply. Both he and Banner were hunched over their respective terminals, using JRVIS's hardware and computational power to reverse engineer the energy column generator's fundamental principles. "Okay, done. I really am a genius," Tony declared, the screen on his terminal displaying the energy column's critical mechanisms. "Good thing these scientists, even under mind control, didn't abandon their professional integrity. They left back doors for repairs," Banner said, breathing a sigh of relief. "What's the next step?" Rogers asked. "The next step? I'll need to borrow your shield," Banner replied with a sly grin. "Now, this is the moment. Push it in," Banner directed Rogers, watching the energy column's dynamic model closely. Following the cue, Rogers thrust his shield into the energy column with all his strength. This time, the shield wasn't deflected. The paint on its surface instantly disintegrated, leaving only the vibranium core intact. Thanks to vibranium's absorption properties, The energy column quickly lost its structural stability and completely collapsed. Within minutes, only one portal remained in New York City. At last, it's time to end this, someone murmured as the group's gazes turned toward Loki's position. Thor stood guard over his brother. He had joined the battle in its latter half, and his sole purpose had been to suppress Loki, preventing him from causing further chaos. It's over. Why haven't you given up yet? Thor asked, looking at Loki. You know nothing? Nothing at all. Loki roared, turning to face his brother. Do you think you can lecture me just because you're next in line to the throne? All my life, you've never surpassed me in anything. In intelligence, I've tricked you countless times. In learning, I've mastered spells you can't even begin to comprehend. In politics, I wouldn't recklessly start wars without cause. And yet, despite it all, the throne is yours. Do you know why? Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir as Loki's hysterical outburst continued. Loki wasn't wrong. Thor fell short in many areas. But there was one thing where that wasn't the case. Strength. Asgard needed a ruler like Odin, someone whose sheer might could command respect across the 9 realms, not a god of mischief. You don't understand. You'll never understand. Loki spat, his voice trembling with frustration. But it's not over yet. I haven't lost. With that, Loki produced the casket of ancient winters from his robes. The chilling power of the artifact froze Thor where he stood. By the time Thor broke free, Loki had already reached the final portal. Casting one last glance at Earth, Loki stepped into the portal and vanished, leaving the 9 realms entirely. Tony stood behind Thor, sighing deeply. Asgard really needs to work on its education system. This whole mess is a parenting issue. Guess I'll have to make sure my kid gets a proper education someday, he muttered, making a mental note for the future. How do we handle this thing? Anna asked, standing before the last generator. Unlike the previous ones, this one housed the actual Tesseract, making it far trickier to deal with. Let me, a voice said from behind the group. Dr. Selvig, now back to his senses and supported by Nick Fury, approached the device. Fortunately, I haven't completely lost my scientific integrity. I left a few maintenance pathways, Selvig said with a shrug. The moment the Battle of New York concluded, the influence of the primary god space in the Marvel Universe expanded exponentially, soon enveloping the entire 9 realms. Odin and the Ancient One, ever observant, made no move to intervene. Their approach was one of quiet indifference, allowing Chi-Yun the freedom to enact his plans. After all, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before Chi-Yun would no longer be able to remain in the Marvel Universe. The countless threads entwined around Chi-Yun's body twisted together, gradually forming a small, star-like mark that embedded itself inside him. The Resident Evil world, the Naruto world, and the Marvel world now formed a stable, triangular connection of mutual influence. In that moment, Chi-Yun transcended. The price of this evolution, however, was steep. The Marvel Universe began to reject him more fiercely than ever. Each subsequent entry into this world would subject Chi-Yun to overwhelming repulsion, a force that would persist until he fully mastered the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, in the vast void near the crystalline barrier of a massive, primordial world, a colossal interstellar fleet was stationed there, its flagship's captain resting with closed eyes. The time for the assault was fast approaching. The target world would undoubtedly fall. They had repeated this declaration hundreds of times before. But this time, the captain was exceptionally confident. After all, they now possessed the ultimate secret weapon. Captain, the head of the research division hurriedly entered the room, his tone urgent. The target has appeared. The target? Already? Didn't the seer only sense its awakening a few months ago? The captain raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. That's correct, but headquarters just relayed a message. 1 minute ago, for the first time, the primary god monitoring equipment detected a signal indicating the ascension of a primary god. The target has completed its preliminary cycle. The researcher explained rapidly. I see. Completing the most primitive cycle in just a few months. This primary god is advancing quickly, the captain remarked, a chilling sharpness flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, the energy it released was minimal, and the duration was far too brief, less than 1/10,000th of a microsecond, the researcher added. What are you trying to say? The captain's expression darkened, sensing that something was off. Headquarters has ordered us to retrieve Unit 1. The researchers said awkwardly. What? If we take it back, how are we supposed to launch the assault? The captain was clearly displeased. It can't be helped. Headquarters has determined that the primary god is more important than a single world. Consider it this world's lucky break. It's earned a little more time, the captain said after a moment of thought, ultimately prioritizing the larger picture. Yes, sir. The researcher beamed as he left, having secured the captain's approval. The captain strode to the fleet's command center, falling silent as he reflected. No one could quite remember why their side had started opposing the primary god in the first place. It had become more of a tradition than a reasoned conflict. Let's hope you can endure a little longer. Being invincible is dreadfully boring, the captain muttered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The fleet's dormant, cloaking emitters roared back to life, shrouding the target world in an imperceptible barrier. This barrier severed the world's energy channels, cutting off its access to external resources. Without an energy supply, the world's internal energy density would gradually decline. In a few thousand years, its defenses would weaken to the point where the fleet could claim it with ease. Unit 1, transported via a specialized channel, traversed countless worlds within minutes, arriving at headquarters. With this critical asset secured, a genuine crisis was on the horizon. Back in the Marvel Universe, Chi-Yun remained blissfully unaware. With the completion of the cycle, the primary god space had gained an additional energy source, making the inflow and outflow of resources far more efficient. This newfound stability also meant the primary god space could now accommodate more qualified participants. Master, great news! Chi-Chi came bounding toward Chi-Yun, her excitement evident. Oh, how do you know? I haven't even said anything yet, Chi-Yun asked, puzzled. Could Chi-Chi already sense the changes in the primary god space? Know what? Chi-Chi tilted her head, confused. I'm talking about the ice energy world. It's showing the first signs of recovery. Is that so? Well, that is good news. Let's go take a look. 2 pieces of good news in one day left Chi-Yun feeling elated. His luck had been quite favorable lately. Arriving in the ice energy world, Chi-Yun confirmed that the rate of decay had indeed slowed considerably, just as Chi-Chi had said. Upon closer inspection, he realized the change stemmed primarily from Winter's Haven. It seemed Nielu had brought back quite a few useful items from the Marvel Universe. For instance, internal combustion engines. Chi-Yun paused, dumbfounded. Had these coal-burning people suddenly advanced to oil extraction? And where had they found the strength to dig for oil in the first place? Nielu, clad in a down jacket and holding a peculiar black box, was leading a large team in an exploration around Winter's Haven. The reputation Nielu had built within S.H.I.E.L.D. had been entirely converted into survival resources. With this influx of supplies, Winter's Haven had been pulled back from the brink of extinction. Originally, Nielu hadn't planned to convert everything into resources since he couldn't carry all back. That was until he stumbled upon a space-folding device in SHELD's collection. According to the records, the machine had been salvaged from an alien spacecraft. The device itself was classified as a Level 6 artifact, far beyond Nielu's clearance. However, a single-use authorization was categorized as Level 3, conveniently within the limits of the backdoor provided by Nick Fury. Using part of his special reward permissions, Nielu compressed all the supplies to a portable scale. As for the rest, he acquired a surface-level petroleum detector from S.H.I.E.L.D. Why surface level? Because the device's detection range was less than 100 meters underground, a depth useless in most worlds, but perfect for the untapped reserves of the ice energy world. Watching the bustling activity in Winter's Haven, Chi-Yun fell into deep thought. No longer on the verge of extinction, Winter's Haven could now serve as a vital pillar for the ice energy world. At the very least, the world's intelligent life wouldn't face extinction or regress to a prehistoric state. Come to think of it, this world still held potential. Its faint aura of decay could even serve as a strategic advantage in Chi-Yun's confrontations. Yes, the benefits of preserving this world far outweighed the drawbacks. Chi-Chi, select 10 more suitable participants from the ice energy world, Chi-Yun instructed. Give them a chance to change their world. There might be some pleasant surprises. Understood, Chi-Chi replied cheerfully, always eager for a lively environment. From a moment of her creation, Chi-Chi had always dreamed of wandering through bustling streets. Unfortunately, the primary god space's population was still too small to fill even a modest shopping mall. My name is Mike Guy, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. I always believed that I would fight for my village until old age claimed me, passing the torch of youth to the next generation. But everything changed that day. My world collapsed, becoming one of the most dangerous places imaginable. To contribute to its recovery, I chose to join a mysterious place, the primary god space. Asterisk, youth means fighting with every waking moment. Asterisk Guy leapt out of bed as the alarm clock blared in his ears. Waking up at 4 a.m.? Mission accomplished. However, as Guy stood up and looked around, he froze in confusion. Where is this place? Shouldn't I be resting in my personal room? The unfamiliar decor around him stirred unease in his heart. Then, a flash of realization crossed his mind. He seemed to be inside a task world. But something was off. Guy didn't recall accepting a new mission from the primary god space. Based on the average intervals between tasks, there should have been at least another week before the next one. As his thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain tore through his head. In a haze, Guy seemed to realize that a week might have already passed, but he couldn't recall any of it. The memories were vague and fragmented. Despite his confusion about his current circumstances, Guy forced himself to calm down, preparing to check the mission records in the primary god space. But as he tried to access the records, something felt amiss. He couldn't tell if it was his eyes deceiving him or his mind playing tricks, but the words seemed to shift and morph constantly. Even worse, it felt as though he had suddenly forgotten how to read altogether. What's happening to me? Clutching his head, Guy struggled against the chaos in his mind. No, I can't stay here. This space is too small. If something explodes, there's no room to escape. Fighting against the turmoil in his thoughts, Guy moved toward the door. The moment he stepped outside, the yellow glow surrounding his body flickered a few times before fading completely. Where's this? Guy raised his head, scanning his surroundings. The area was eerily empty. Sunlight bathed the streets, but instead of warmth, it brought an unsettling sense of falseness. The streets were deserted. Not a single soul could be seen, only lifeless objects standing silently in place. The entire world felt dead, save for the traffic lights that blinked mechanically. Yet, there wasn't a single moving car on the roads. Has this world succumbed to a resident evil? Like fate? Guy stood in place, dazed and unsure of what to do. The mission was unreadable, and the outside world was devoid of life. What should he do in such a situation? As he scanned his surroundings, something caught his eye, a subtle but strange detail. Squinting into the distance, Guy noticed a dark line advancing steadily, consuming everything in its path. The houses, the streets, the very world. Without hesitation, Guy turned and ran. In such an eerie and dangerous situation, staying put wasn't bravery. It was foolishness. With every few steps, Guy glanced over his shoulder, only to see the dark line drawing closer and closer. Asterisk 8 gates, open. Asterisk. Chakra surged from Guy's body, the vibrant blue energy enhancing his speed to its maximum potential. But even as his speed increased, the gap between him and the dark line continued to shrink steadily. Realizing this, Guy spun around mid-air and slammed his feet into the ground, bringing himself to a sudden halt. If I keep running, I don't know if I'll escape, but I do know I'll exhaust my chakra. If an enemy appears after that, I won't even have the strength to resist. Rather than wait helplessly for death, Guy decided to take a gamble. With a burst of speed, he charged straight toward the dark line, colliding headfirst into it. In an instant, a sensation of weightlessness overtook him. He floated in a void, unable to touch anything. A deep sense of powerlessness surged into Guy's heart. No, I can change this. Asterisk explode my youth. Asterisk. Under Guy's control, his chakra condensed into a dense layer of energy around him, stabilizing his form. It was then that he heard a voice. The voice was smooth and melodic, but its tone was drenched in despair. Asterisk. Your world was destroyed, and you couldn't stop it. Your comrades perished, and you couldn't save them. Even now, you are powerless to escape this place. You're just an ordinary, powerless person. Asterisk. As the voice continued, the chakra surrounding Guy began to wane. He searched frantically for the source of the voice. If he could find the target, he could find a way out. The voice continued its assault. Asterisk, the youth you so passionately believe in doesn't exist. It's merely a comforting lie you tell yourself, an excuse for your inability to resist. At the end of the day, it's all because you were just a powerless, ordinary person. Asterisk, with each word, Guy's chakra diminished further until it disappeared entirely. He felt as though he had truly become an ordinary villager, devoid of any chakra. Asterisk, the truth is simple. Your death will come from that distant vehicle. This is a murder, asterisk. The voice's logic unraveled as it descended into gibberish, yet everything it said became reality. Before Guy, a single-lane road materialized, and on it, a massive truck barreled toward him at breakneck speed. Guy wanted to dodge, but a voice in his mind whispered incessantly, asterisk, you're just an ordinary person. You can't avoid a truck moving at this speed, asterisk. Paralyzed by this thought, Guy didn't move a muscle. The truck was mere meters away when time suddenly froze. A strange ripple from the void enveloped Guy, and time began to rewind. But as time flowed backward, Guy's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. He clung desperately to a single thread of clarity, fighting to shield himself from the storm of confusion. The faces of his friends, the comrades he had fought alongside, and his cherished students flashed through his mind. One by one, these images were erased by the chaos, yet they were the anchors that kept him grounded. Back in the primary God space, Chi-Yun felt an inexplicable unease. He couldn't pinpoint the source of the problem. Master? Master, are you all right? Chi-Chi asked, concern evident in her voice. Snapping out of his stupor, Chi-Yun shook his head. Chi-Chi, have you noticed anything unusual? Chi-Chi tilted her head, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. Nope, everything seems normal. Is that so? Could it have been my imagination? Chi-Yun murmured, blinking in confusion. In Guy's room within the primary God space, the alarm clock blared once more. Asterisk. Youth means fighting with every waking moment. Asterisk, Guy shouted as he leapt out of bed. He paused, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him. Hadn't he already said this today? Shrugging it off, he headed toward the living room, which he had transformed into a training area. After all, only through relentless training could one continue moving forward. As Guy began his training, Chi-Yun finally pinpointed the source of his unease. With a wave of his hand, Chi-Yun and Chi-Chi appeared in Guy's room. Down below, the training guy carried an unusual thread tethered to him. This thread was not a creation of the primary God space. Judging by its direction, it extended from the sealed-off world Chi-Yun had previously locked away. Chi-Chi, investigate, Chi-Yun ordered, his sharp gaze fixed on Guy as he addressed the assistant at his side. Investigate? How? There are no alerts from the primary God space, and the control console is showing everything as perfectly normal, Chi-Chi replied, her expression fraught with confusion. Manually, go through the records one by one. There's definitely something hidden in the data, Chi-Yun said firmly. Understand. But what about Guy? Are we just going to leave him like this? Chi-Chi asked, nodding in acknowledgement. For now, yes. Judging by the tension in that thread, we still have about a week before the situation fully unfolds, Chi-Yun replied. Also, recall all active participants currently engaged in missions. Start a thorough investigation. Let's hope this is an isolated case. Understood. Chi-Chi quickly left to carry out the orders. 2 days later, after spending sleepless nights combing through the records, Chi-Chi finally found the anomaly. Master, I've found it. There's a time discrepancy in one of the missions. Chi-Chi exclaimed, pointing to the control console. Chi-Yun leaned in to examine the data. After committing the lengthy task ID to memory, Chi-Yun closed his eyes. He couldn't fully trust the console anymore. With the task ID in hand, he decided to trace it back to the primary God space's very source himself. The problematic mission was an exploratory one, set in the very world Chi-Yun had sealed away. The mission's scheduled start date was 5 days in the future. However, its results were already manifesting in the present. Chi-Yun clenched his right fist, and the energy pool of the primary God space saw its reserves drop by nearly half in an instant. Under Chi-Yun's influence, the timeline of the problematic mission began to shift wildly, moving forward and backward as if searching for stability. But no matter how much Chi Yun intervened, the mission start date always reverted to the same point, 5 days from now, in that eerie, forbidden world. In other words, no matter what happened between now and then, Guy would inevitably receive the mission and enter that world. It was as if the outcome had already been locked in, and everything happening now was simply the reverse-engineered cause leading to that result. Moreover, Chi Yun could feel that the force driving this outcome was still active. The result tied to Guy was immutable, unless Chi Yun could rewind the entire timeline of the greater world and eliminate the causality weapon responsible for this mess before it took effect. Alternatively, he could separate the primary God space's flow of time from the greater world's timeline. This would allow Chi Yun to modify locked events without issue. Unfortunately, Chi Yun was incapable of either. Manipulating the timeline of even a derivative world drained him to his absolute limit. Attempting to alter a greater world's timeline was far beyond his current power. Having reached this conclusion, Chi Yun unclenched his fist, opened his eyes, and sighed. The situation was clear now. Someone had set a trap for him, and every perfect solution to this scenario had been blocked using methods far beyond Chi Yun's ability to counter. Guy was no longer simply a participant, a piece of leverage for the primary God space. He had become a ticking time bomb. What made it worse was that Chi Yun had no idea how destructive this bomb would be. Would it only result in the loss of Guy? Or would it cause the complete collapse of the primary God space? Until the outcome arrived, no one could say for certain. Master, you should cut your losses, Chi-Chi suggested gravely. Cut my losses? What's your plan? Chi Yun asked, though he already had a sinking feeling about her answer. The only option is to sever the connection between the primary God space and the Naruto world, then rewind the timeline of the Naruto world to the moment of its collapse. Cancel Tony and AJ's missions there, and let the River of Time's self-repair mechanisms erase the effects of our involvement. That should defuse the bomb, Chi-Chi explained. And the cost, Chi Yun replied, his face expressionless, though he already knew the price. Starting over. But we'd still have a chance. We haven't declared war on any world yet, so we could rebuild. The recovery period wouldn't be too long, better than starting from scratch, Chi-Chi reasoned. Chi Yun shook his head. That's nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst. But are we really going to gamble that their bomb won't be catastrophic? Chi-Chi asked, her voice tinged with desperation. I'm not gambling on that. If I'm going to gamble, I'll gamble big. It's just a trap, isn't it? Let's see me dismantle their pathetic trick, Chi Yun declared, his gaze locking onto the forbidden connection thread. Master, you can't risk yourself like this. If you fail, we'll lose everything. There won't be another chance. Chi-Chi pleaded. Don't worry. I've thought this through, Chi Yun said calmly. The fact that they went through so much trouble to set this trap means they lack the capability to deal with me directly. No matter how dangerous that world is, it won't be an absolute death sentence. Chi Yun's reasoning was sound. Any tool capable of affecting the primary God space wasn't ordinary, and such tools often came with significant limitations. Furthermore, the fact that Guy was chosen as the bomb, rather than Chi Yun himself, indicated a lack of direct power over him. Master, Chi-Chi tried once more to dissuade him, but Chi Yun cut her off with a question. Chi-Chi, if you throw a piece of meat to a starving beast, do you think it will simply walk away satisfied? Chi-Chi lowered her head, understanding the meaning behind Chi Yun's words. Even if we survive this by cutting our losses, what about the next time? And the time after that? If I keep carving pieces off to resolve every crisis, I'll soon be nothing but a skeleton, Chi Yun said firmly. I understand, Chi-Chi replied, nodding reluctantly. I'll prepare immediately. After Chi-Chi left, Chi Yun stood silently in place, lost in thought. He didn't know if his choice was the right one, but he knew he had to make a decision, no matter how difficult. A few months ago, Chi Yun had been an ordinary person. Even after inheriting the primary God space, there had been no manual, no guidance. Perhaps that was why the primary God space remained so peaceful under his rule. Chi Yun preferred to avoid the chaos he had read about in stories before his transmigration. But now, calamity had come knocking, and this particular disaster could very well be the end of Chi Yun himself. He had to admit, for a brief moment, he had considered surrendering, shedding everything down to the bare bones and living quietly in a Marvel world. After all, in a few years, half the population would vanish anyway. Who's to say Chi-Yun wouldn't be among the spared? And even if he wasn't, everyone eventually returned in the end. It was a tempting thought, but Chi-Yun quickly cast it aside, because it was pathetic. It would disgrace his identity as a transmigrator, as the master of the primary god space. Most importantly, Chi-Yun wasn't willing to give up. He had been ordinary all his life. Now, standing on the path to the summit, how could he turn back just because of a tiger in the road? As the 5 days flew by, Guy remained the same as ever, waking up early and training with unwavering enthusiasm. Then, in an instant, the mission arrived. A moment later, Guy accepted it, vanishing from the primary god space in the blink of an eye. Chi-Yun stood by, silently watching as Guy was dragged by the mysterious thread and pulled through the portal. He had been trying to stop it the entire time, yet as expected, his efforts were completely ineffectual. Staring at the still-sealed portal, Chi-Yun waved his hand, lifting the seal, and stepped inside. Before Chi-Yun entered, Guy's predetermined fate continued to play out. The oversized truck still barreled toward him, its wheels ready to crush him, but Chi-Yun intervened. He forcibly canceled Guy's mission and sent him back to the primary god space. The moment Chi-Yun entered the world, the thread binding Guy vanished. It appeared that the orchestrator's goal was merely to lure Chi-Yun into this world. Looking around the dark, ominous surroundings, Chi-Yun remained calm. At least this place wasn't entirely void. It was better than the emptiness of the abyss. "I'm here now. Aren't you going to show yourself?" Chi-Yun called out, his voice steady. "You shouldn't have come." A child's voice echoed as a small figure floated out from the shadows like a ghost. "Idagawa Conan?" Chi-Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So this world, it's the Detective Conan universe?" "I didn't expect you to know me," Conan said, his tone lifeless. As he spoke, Chi-Yun noticed something peculiar. Only Conan's mouth moved. Careful observation revealed that Conan's limbs and head were suspended by black threads, making him look like a puppet in a stage play. "You shouldn't have come," Conan repeated. He had always known what the mastermind intended, but he lacked the power to change anything. The words Conan had spoken to Guy earlier were his true feelings. He was the last survivor in a world that had completely unraveled. To ensure Conan's utter despair, the mastermind had orchestrated the deaths of everyone he cared about. Ran Muri, AI Hybera, and countless others, all before his very eyes. What shocked the mastermind was that, despite the devastation, Conan didn't succumb to despair. He had tirelessly hunted for answers and solutions, refusing to give up until the very end. But when Conan realized he was truly alone in the world, he finally fell into despair. In this state, his abilities were stripped away, and he became nothing more than a puppet, alive, but unable to act or speak freely. "I don't think I made a mistake in coming," Chi-Yun said with a calm smile. He leaned back, and a chair materialized beneath him as if summoned by his will. "You're not very smart. There was still time to escape just now," Conan said, his despair deepening. Chi-Yun returned Conan's gaze with a smile. He understood that Conan had been trying to give him a chance to run, but Chi-Yun had no intention of retreating. Since he had come, he wouldn't leave until the matter was resolved. The puppet strings trembled, causing Conan's eyes to move up and down as they scrutinized Chi-Yun. "You seem confident," Conan said, "but your expression betrays you. You're nervous, terrified, even. You have no real confidence." Conan attempted to deduce Chi-Yun's state of mind. Chi-Yun shrugged casually. "Maybe you're right." The moment Chi-Yun acknowledged the statement, a wave of anxiety surged through him. The fear seemed to materialize out of nowhere, yet felt all too real. Shaking his head, Chi-Yun accepted the fear and suppressed it with his willpower. Anxiety was a natural emotion. As long as it was managed properly, it wouldn't lead to disastrous consequences. Seeing that his emotional manipulation had limited effect, Conan pressed on. "You possess extraordinary power, but even you know the truth. In this vast universe, you're nothing more than a slightly larger ant among countless others." Chi-Yun pondered for a moment. "You're not wrong." As soon as he spoke, the chair beneath him disappeared, and his body shrank rapidly until he was transformed into a comically oversized-headed ant. Chi-Yun scratched his head, unbothered by the transformation. Conan's power was strong, but it wasn't enough to truly threaten him. The energy of the primary god space surged from Chi-Yun's body. Even as a giant-headed ant, he remained a primary god. That much would never change. Suddenly, the black threads controlling Conan vanished, their energy surging into his mind. Spiderweb-like black lines appeared across Conan's face, giving him an eerie, terrifying appearance. "Do you think you're a qualified primary god?" Conan asked. "You don't have overwhelming power or unyielding resolve. You can't even face necessary sacrifices. Compared to your title, you're more like an ordinary person." "Oh, now that's a point worth debating," Chi-Yun replied, flying up to hover directly in front of Conan's eyes. "Power can be cultivated, and resolve can be tempered. As for sacrifice, I've never believed being a primary god means abandoning empathy. And even if I eventually must let it go, that would be my choice, not some predetermined standard. In fact, the primary god doesn't have a standard at all," Chi-Yun declared. "The belief that the primary god space must be ruthless is nothing more than a common misconception. I have no intention of creating a space defined solely by cruelty." Conan listened to Chi-Yun's words, the black lines on his face writhing chaotically. Chi-Yun's response broke all conventional logic, disrupting the deductive narrative Conan had been following. Even Conan's true self couldn't help but feel that Chi-Yun's words held some truth. After a long silence, Conan finally responded, "Perhaps you're somewhat correct. But as an idealist, someone who needs constant growth to mature, how are you any different from an ordinary person?" "Oh, you've misunderstood," Chi-Yun said with a grin. "I never claimed I wasn't an ordinary person. In fact, I've always considered myself pretty ordinary." As soon as the words left his mouth, the oppressive darkness around them shifted dramatically. The black threads quivered, seemingly caught off guard by Chi-Yun's casual admission. "As an ordinary person, you'll meet your end through ordinary means. Car accidents, electrocution, plane crashes, meteor strikes," Conan listed grimly. Whoa, hold on. "Except for the first two, the rest don't really sound like things most ordinary people encounter," Chi-Yun interrupted. But his words didn't stop the scene from unfolding. A massive truck, swaying electrical wires, a crashing airplane, and a plummeting meteor all appeared simultaneously, bearing down on Chi-Yun. "Wait, are you seriously suggesting dying because a crashing plane falls on me? That's not exactly a common accident," Chi-Yun muttered, exasperated. After seeing his skill successfully trigger, Conan closed his eyes, silently awaiting Chi-Yun's inevitable death. Asterisk boom. Bang, asterisk. Two deafening explosions later, Chi-Yun still stood there, his right fist raised above his head. The meteorite, the airplane, everything had been obliterated by a single punch, leaving not even a trace of debris behind. "Well, let me explain something," Chi-Yun said casually as he lowered his fist, looking at the wide-eyed Conan, who had reopened his eyes in disbelief. Conan's face remained expressionless, but internally, his thoughts were in turmoil. Asterisk, did my ability just fail? How is Chi-Yun still capable of superhuman feats? Asterisk. Ahem, about that, Chi-Yun began, scratching the back of his head. The term ordinary person is incredibly broad. I can be an ordinary person, and Saitama can also be an ordinary person. So by that logic, I equals ordinary person equals Saitama. And, well, we both know a few rocks and planes won't kill Saitama-sensei. Chi-Yun's logic soared to the heavens. Completely absurd yet undeniably valid in the current circumstances. The black threads that had orchestrated this encounter began to panic. They were merely a rudimentary tool, lacking advanced intelligence or sufficient experience. This kind of situation had never been part of their programming. Conan, meanwhile, found himself with increasing autonomy as the black threads seemingly lost control. How did you do that?" Conan asked, his voice tinged with shock. "HM, I guess you could call it beating them at their own game," Chi-Yun replied nonchalantly. True to his title as a primary god, Chi-Yun had, during their brief conversation, used his power to infiltrate the rules governing Conan's abilities. By subtly altering those rules, he had gained leverage. In this domain, the rules dictated that whatever Conan declared, even if it was utterly ridiculous, would become reality as long as the target acknowledged or believed it. However, Chi-Yun's ability to twist logic allowed him to redefine those realities. Hence, his assertion that ordinary people can be Saitama held true within this framework. Beating them at their own game, Conan echoed, still processing Chi-Yun's explanation. Exactly. And, honestly, you lack creativity, Chi-Yun said with a smirk. What's this obsession with ordinary people? You shouldn't underestimate them. Every individual, when compared to a collective, can be considered ordinary. Take you, for example. Weren't you just an ordinary person in your original world? Conan nodded slowly. What you're saying does make sense. As soon as Conan agreed, Chi-Yun's control over the dark space increased significantly. The black threads trembled, sensing something was amiss. It had fallen into a trap, and events were rapidly spiraling out of its control. It tried to reassert dominance over Conan, but Chi-Yun's current control was enough to suppress its actions. While Chi-Yun couldn't eliminate it outright just yet, he could buy Conan the time he needed. Good. You're starting to understand, Chi-Yun said with a satisfied nod. You and I are both ordinary people. And that black thread messing with you? Well, it's an ordinary person too. Conan's eyes lit up with realization. That's right. If it's also ordinary, then I can fight back. Black thread, you're just an ordinary person, aren't you? Conan declared. No. Chi-Yun interjected, waving his hand. Conan, that's not how this works. You gotta play along with the process. Just saying it outright won't work. Right. Conan nodded earnestly. You're absolutely correct. Black thread, Conan began again. You went to great lengths to control me. Such elaborate, desperate efforts are exactly the kind of thing an ordinary person would do. Conan's reasoning soared, weaving a flawless display of logic. The black thread quivered violently, its influence beginning to unravel. After taking control of me, you killed countless people. But when it really mattered, you failed. This proves you're not omnipotent. In fact, you're incredibly weak. So weak that someone took control of the situation in just a few minutes. The black thread's power diminished further. Even if Chi-Yun withdrew his interference now, it would be difficult for the thread to regain full control of Conan. And now you're panicking. You're trying to figure out where things went wrong, but you can't. That's understandable. It's because you're just an ordinary person. With those final words, the black thread was forcibly dragged out of Conan's body by an overwhelming force. It twisted and reformed itself into a faceless, generic figure. Chi-Yun squinted at the figure. Why does it look a bit like Zhang Wei? Ordinary person, right? Ordinary people can also be Saitama. The thread stammered, desperately trying to regain power. But its attempts were futile. No energy returned to its form. Chi-Yun cracked his knuckles. Sorry, I just updated the definition of ordinary person. You now qualify as just a regular, powerless human. Each step Chi-Yun took toward the figure made its expression more terrified. Come on, fight me like an ordinary person, Chi-Yun said before launching forward. His fist smashed into the figure's face, pinning it to the ground as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The thread, having never engaged in physical combat, was utterly helpless. Its strategy had always been to manipulate others to do its bidding. Meanwhile, Conan, unable to hide his excitement, joined in. He kicked the figure several times during the brief pauses in Chi-Yun's beatdown, savoring the catharsis. After 10 minutes of continuous pummeling, the black thread, this so-called ordinary person, finally met its end. With its demise, control of the dark space returned to Chi-Yun and Conan. The crisis resolved, Chi-Yun stretched his arms, a satisfied grin on his face. Never underestimate ordinary people. Everyone is ordinary in some way, and ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things. Too bad that thread never understood, Chi-Yun mused. As the dark space dissolved, the surroundings shifted back to a desolate street. Chi-Yun smiled, surveying the empty scene. They're trap a child's play. It felt like a warm-up exercise. Hey, Chi-Yun called to Conan. What are you planning to do next? Conan looked around, lost in thought. I guess I'll start by building memorials for everyone. That alone might take me a lifetime. I think you can do better than that, Chi-Yun said, gazing up at the sky. I've tried everything. There's no way to bring them back, Conan said, his voice heavy with regret. You can't, but I can help, Chi-Yun replied nonchalantly. The black thread had only destroyed the physical bodies of those in this world. While Conan didn't acknowledge the existence of souls, Chi-Yun did, and that made all the difference. Really? You can't? Conan's voice trembled with hope. Of course. Consider a payment for helping me dismantle this trap, Chi-Yun said, ruffling Conan's hair. But resurrection comes with a price. Are you ready to pay it? Yes. Whatever it takes, I'm prepared, Conan said with unwavering determination. Back in the primary god space, Chi-Chi stared at the now-recovered guy and the message Chi-Yun had sent her. It felt like a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The ordeal was finally over. I knew it. The master is amazing. He's the best. Chi-Chi murmured happily, hugging her oversized book. With Chi-Yun's help, the Detective Conan world underwent a complete reset, and all those who had been killed by the Black Threads were brought back to life. It wasn't an easy process. This world had always been a fragmented mess of timelines and jumps in logic. A proper reset was long overdue. The cost of this reset was straightforward. As the protagonist of the world, Conan himself was also reset. His special memories of the events with Chi-Yun were buried deep within his soul, inaccessible to his conscious mind. Watching Conan return to his original form as Shinichi Kudo, solving cases all across Japan, Chi-Yun was quite satisfied. After helping restore the world, Chi-Yun received his due reward. The Detective Conan world willingly joined the primary god space. Having weathered this crisis, Chi-Yun gained a deeper understanding. The development of the primary god space wasn't progressing fast enough. More enemies would come for him in the future, and he needed to accelerate the pace of growth. Fortunately, with the complete cycle now established, Chi-Yun no longer needed to verify a world's stability before issuing invitations. He could now take the initiative, selecting key worlds to send invitations to and gradually converting them into subordinate realms of the primary god space. From this point onward, Chi-Yun's development strategy diverged completely from that of the previous primary god. Sherry, how's the drug research coming along? It's ongoing, Shiho Mayano replied curtly as she walked past the questioning man without sparing him a glance. T.H. acting all high and mighty. If she weren't clinging to Jin's coattails, what use would someone like her be to the organization? Shiho ignored the snide remarks and made her way to her laboratory, where she resumed her work on APDX 4869. Sherry, are you certain that APDX 4869 is essentially a poison when administered to humans? Vodka asked as he entered the lab. You've already conducted your experiments. Why are you asking me? Shiho responded coldly without turning to look at him. Her disdain for the organization's habit of testing the drug on live subjects was palpable. Vodka seemed ready to press further, but Jin placed a firm hand on his shoulder, signaling him to stay quiet. Jin's slow, deliberate footsteps echoed in the lab, each step like a hammer pounding on Shiho's nerves. As the distance between them closed, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. She was terrified. Do your job properly. Don't try anything clever. Understand, Jin said, turning his icy gaze toward Shiho. I don't know what you're talking about, Shiho replied, forcing herself to remain calm. Did he find out about the disc I sent to my professor? She wondered. But I didn't even try to hide it. I used the organization's own channels. There's nothing suspicious about it. Good. Keep it that way, Jin said, straightening up. I'd hate to get the order to deal with you. It'd be terribly dull. Even without turning around, Shiho could sense the cruel smile on Jin's face. Once Jin and Vodka left, Shiho collapsed in her chair, her body trembling as sweat dripped from her tea-colored hair. After a long moment, she ran her fingers through her hair, trying to compose herself. Why did Vodka suddenly ask about the drug? Did something happen? With that thought in mind, Shiho accessed the organization's internal network and began reviewing the drug usage records. The most recent entry noted that APTX 4869 had been used on the famous detective Shinichi Kudo. However, there were no reports in the media about Shinichi's death. Staring at the mission log, Shiho's mind raced. This has happened before, she recalled. There was a lab mouse that didn't die after ingesting the drug. It shrank into an even smaller mouse instead. Delving deeper into the records, she discovered that the organization had already initiated a follow-up investigation. Determined, Shiho picked up the phone and used her authority as the drug's developer to join the investigation. A few days later, after the initial buzz around Shinichi Kudo's disappearance had died down, Shiho accompanied a group of assassins to Shinichi's house. The place was covered in a layer of dust, a clear sign that no one had been there for a long time. Shiho began searching the house. Opening a closet, she noticed something peculiar. All of Shinichi's childhood clothes were missing. Shrinking, a spark of interest flashed in Shiho's eyes. "Sherry, we're leaving," one of the assassins called out from downstairs. "All right, I'm coming," Shiho replied, closing the closet. She stuffed her hands into the pockets of her lab coat and walked out of the room. Downstairs, the assassins waited for her. They were both investigators and her bodyguards. If anything happened to Shiho, the organization would have their heads. As she passed by them, Shiho grabbed the investigation report and scribbled something in the section under Shinichi Kudo's name. "Confirmed dead." "Sherry, this doesn't follow protocol." One of the assassins began hesitantly. Their tone was cautious. Shiho's status in the organization, combined with Jin's looming presence, made them tread lightly. "He's missing, and there's no sign of any activity in his house. If he's not dead, then what is he?" Shiho snapped, tossing the report back to the assassin. She raised her head and stared at him. "Unless you're the one hiding him?" No, of course not." The assassin stammered, panicking. "I'm not dying for this." As Shiho walked out of the house, Assassin B leaned toward Assassin A and whispered, "Should we report this? You want to report it? Be my guest. I'm not getting involved in this mess. Besides, she's the one signing off on the report," Assassin A replied, shoving the papers into Assassin B's hands before following Shiho. Back at her lab, Shiho sat down at her computer, intending to alter the network records. If she erased all evidence, the truth of Shinichi Kudo's survival and potential transformation would be known only to her. As she hit Enter, a line of text flashed across the screen. Asterisk, do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to change everything? Asterisk. Before Shiho could react, the message vanished, leaving no trace behind. Not even a chance to click yes or no. Security Chief. Security Chief. Shiho shouted, her voice urgent. "What's wrong? What happened?" The security chief burst into the room moments later. "My computer's been hacked," Shiho exclaimed, standing up. "Hacked? That's an issue for the IT department, not me." Shiho turned her cold gaze toward the security chief, silencing him instantly. All right. I'll get someone right now," he said hastily, backing out of the room. As he left, he muttered under his breath. "Hacked? These computers are more secure than her clothes." When neurotic Ice Queen. Under Shiho Mayano's insistent demands, the information department conducted a comprehensive examination of her computer, yet they found no issues whatsoever. The security chief, not one to leave loose ends, also reviewed the surveillance footage. From the recordings, Shiho's computer screen had appeared perfectly normal throughout the entire incident. No anomalies, no strange messages, nothing. Well, there you have it. The computer checks out, the surveillance checks out. If you're still convinced there's a problem, I can call in the medical department next, the security chief said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Faced with such overwhelming evidence, Shiho fell silent. Was it possible that she had been hallucinating? Had her stress caused her to imagine the whole thing? Time passed, and soon, another blow struck her already fragile world. Shiho received news of her sister Akemi Mayano's death. Staring at the report detailing her sister's demise, Shiho sat in stunned silence. After a few moments, she abruptly stood and stormed off to confront the one responsible, Jin. "Jin, why? Why did you do it?" Shiho shouted, her voice echoing with fury and anguish as she confronted him for the first time. Unfazed, Jin slowly raised his head, utterly indifferent to Shiho's anger. "Why? She interfered with the mission. Do I need another reason?" The truth of Akemi's death was cruel. She had attempted the impossible, to buy Shiho's freedom from the organization. But freedom for someone like Shiho, a key researcher of APDX 4869, was never an option. Akemi's naivety had cost her everything. But the organization promised me. They promised that as long as I continued researching the drug, they wouldn't harm my sister. Shiho clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling with desperation. Ah, yes. I seem to recall something like that. Jin replied, his tone devoid of emotion. He leaned back as if the matter was of no consequence. But what difference does it make? What's done is done. What are you going to do about it? If you don't give me an explanation, I'll stop the research, Shiho declared, slamming her hand on the table with a resounding thud. Stop? Are you serious? Jin's voice grew cold, his gaze sharp as a dagger. He stood, towering over Shiho, exuding an air of menace. Despite the palpable threat, Shiho didn't flinch. Her usual fear of Jin was gone, replaced by a determination born of grief. With Akemi gone, Shiho had nothing left to lose. Yes, Shiho stared him down, her eyes blazing with defiance. Jin grabbed her arm roughly and dragged her to a nearby confinement cell. With a shove, he forced her inside and cuffed her to an exposed pipe. You can sit here and think about your choices. When you come to your senses, just shout. Someone will bring you food. You won't starve. Jin lit a cigar, the smoke curling around him as he spoke. But listen carefully, Sherry. Don't let yourself walk down the road to death. With that, he left, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. Shiho sat in the dim cell, her hatred for Jin and the organization bubbling to the surface. But she knew the harsh truth. She didn't have the strength to fight them. She was trapped, powerless. Powerless, or was she? Her hand slipped into the pocket of her lab coat. There it was, APDX 4869. She had kept it with her for convenience during experiments, and now it might be her only way out. Shiho banished all hesitation and fear from her mind. She popped the pill in her mouth and swallowed. The worst that could happen was death. If it meant reuniting with Akemi, she could accept that fate. As the drug began to take effect, Shiho's vision blurred, and once again, she saw the strange text that had appeared on her computer screen. Asterisk, do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to change everything? Asterisk. The words lingered this time, giving her ample time to think. But Shiho didn't need time. Her choice was already clear. She decisively selected yes. The next moment, Shiho vanished from the confinement cell. The handcuffs dangled loosely from the pipe, swinging back and forth in the empty room. Shiho clutched her chest as the effects of APDX 4869 ravaged her body. She could feel every cell screaming in alarm. Welcome to the primary God space. Here, you'll have the opportunity to change your life. The voice echoed in her mind as she struggled to stay conscious. The dizzying roller coaster-like sensation of the transfer overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Initial stay duration, 30 minutes. Please be aware of the time. Shiho, of course, did not respond. She was completely out cold. Intelligence level detected, above 99% of sample population. Stay duration extended to 24 hours. 4 hours later, Shiho groggily pushed herself up from the ground, her body trembling slightly. The overwhelming discomfort was gone, replaced by a strange calm. She glanced down at herself and let out a soft sigh. As expected, she had shrunk, just like Shinichi Kudo. The participant has regained consciousness. Please proceed with your selection. Selection? What selection? Shiho asked, glancing around the dark, featureless space. She felt like she had escaped one nightmare, only to stumble into another. You may choose to begin your first mission immediately or return to your world and enter the mission world after one day. Shiho didn't fully understand what mission implied, but she understood the latter option well enough. Go back to that hellish organization? Absolutely not. I choose to start the mission, Shiho said firmly. Selection confirmed. Semi-digitalized combat assistance system activated. Warning, this system is for assistance only. Damage to critical organs, such as the heart or brain, will still result in death. Status asterisk. Name, Shiho Mayano. Profession, none. Level, none. Vitality, 100%. Strength, 2-5. Agility, 3-5. Intelligence, 10. Stamina, 3-6. Charisma, 8-9. Luck, 6-4. Special talent, initial pharmacology prodigy. Description, you may envision an ideal experimental drug and research its development. The time required for development increases exponentially based on the drug's complexity. Unintended side effects may occur during the research process. Asterisk, note, brackets denote original stats before shrinking. Asterisk. Detected. Participant possesses a high-level auxiliary talent. You may opt to become a logistics-type participant. Would you like to accept this designation? This logistics role was a new addition Chi-Yun had implemented recently. Many newcomers to the primary god space had talents unrelated to direct combat. Some of these talents were extraordinarily powerful and valuable, and Chi-Yun had come to see them as crucial assets. After all, the key to selecting participants lay in their initial talents, which Chi-Yun valued far more than physical attributes. Take Conan's innate talent, for example. It was potent enough to allow him to outmaneuver most non-supernatural beings with preparation. Even against beings like the Ancient One or Thanos, his talent could pose significant threats. Looking at the primary god space's prompt, Shiho Mayano pondered her options carefully. Based on the abilities this space had demonstrated so far, Shiho decided to use the organizational structure of the Black Organization from her own world as a reference. While the Black Organization was riddled with undercover agents from various groups, its hierarchical structure was still efficient. The organization was mainly divided into two parts: field operatives like Jin, who handled missions and protection, and support staff like Shiho herself, who focused on research and logistics. As someone who had spent years developing pharmaceuticals, Shiho knew her strengths and weaknesses well. She wasn't a fighter and had no knowledge of combat. If she wanted to gain the strength to one day take down the Black Organization, she'd have to rely on her expertise and skills. With this realization, Shiho raised her head. I accept the designated task. The next moment, she was transported to the world of Resident Evil, directly into the heart of the Umbrella Corporation. World transfer complete. Designated task assigned. Mission world, Resident Evil. World difficulty, LV0, LV5. World overview. The Umbrella Corporation has long been dedicated to developing powerful bioweapons. The T-virus, developed by Dr. Charles for his daughter, fits perfectly into their vision. The corporation has decided to use the T-virus as a foundation for further bioweapon research. Designated task, genetic enhancement agent. Task overview. As a junior researcher, you have been assigned to the team working on the development of a genetic enhancement agent. Task note. Do not perform actions beyond your designated role. Task rewards. Undetermined, based on the success of the agent's development and the level of personal contribution. Task penalty. Loss of logistics personnel qualification. Below the task details was her assigned identity. Character template. Junior researcher. Name. Shiho Mayano. Identity overview. As a multidisciplinary prodigy, you were sponsored by the Umbrella Corporation to complete your education. This is your first research project, and, as a valued individual, you are both monitored and protected by the corporation. As Shiho finished reading the task details, the text gradually faded, and the sounds of the outside world reached her ears. All researchers, focus your attention here. The company is extremely dissatisfied with our current progress and has ordered us to produce viable samples by the next quarter. Otherwise, the consequences for all of us will be severe. Shiho turned her gaze toward the podium, where a balding, greasy middle-aged man stood speaking. A floating nameplate above his head read, Ichite Taro. From the identity memories provided, Shiho recognized him as the team leader of their research group. Seated quietly, Shiho listened to the tasks being assigned, choosing to remain silent. She had just arrived in this world, and the more she spoke, the more likely she was to slip up and expose herself. Perhaps due to her apparent talent or the corporation's high expectations for her, Shiho was ultimately placed in the key genetic fusion subgroup. This subgroup was tasked with incorporating high-quality genes selected by another group into the T-virus, testing whether the virus could express the traits of those genes in hosts. Following the other members of her subgroup, Shiho entered their laboratory. The sleek, futuristic equipment around her caught her attention. She absent-mindedly tucked a strand of her short hair behind her ear. It was clear that her first task wasn't research. It was familiarizing herself with all this advanced machinery. Compared to this, the Black Organization's labs are practically junkyards, Shiho thought. Shiho, what are you staring at? Asked Hazuto Shizumi, one of her colleagues. Most of the subgroup's members were Japanese, part of a team directly affiliated with Umbrella's Japan branch. Nothing. Just a bit nervous, Shiho replied, snapping out of her daze. What's there to be nervous about? Shizumi said, pouring herself a cup of coffee from the machine. The company has invested a lot in you. Even if this project fails, you'll probably get off scot-free. Not like the rest of us. If we don't deliver, we're in serious trouble. Shiho responded with a polite smile, but didn't say much. From Shizumi's comments, Shiho gleaned some insight into her current identity. It seemed she held a position of privilege, a figurative get-out-of-jail-free card. Vichan, open the experiment logs and prepare to record the next session, Shizumi said after sipping her coffee. Vichan. Shiho looked around, confused. There was no one else in the room. The briefing had mentioned that the rest of the team wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Oh, Vichan is in that main terminal over there, Shizumi explained. It's a weak AI system. No holographic interface or anything. This lab is pretty low priority, so it's probably not what you're used to. Shiho forced a smile. Asterisk weak AI, low priority? And this is considered subpar. Asterisk. Compared to the black organization's so-called laboratories, which were closer to makeshift workshops, this place was leagues ahead. She didn't even want to think about how pathetic the organization's equipment was in comparison. Shizumi-senpai, what should I do now? Shiho asked, humbling herself. The technological gap between the two worlds was too vast. Without guidance, she wouldn't even know where to begin. It's simple. See that over there? Shizumi pointed to a cluster of lab-bred ants. That's our current assignment, she said with a wry smile. Ants? Shiho echoed, puzzled. Yeah, some genius higher-up decided that ant genes would be ideal for experimentation. They're trying to use ant genes to alter a host's muscle structure and body composition to enhance strength and resilience. Honestly, I have no idea what they were thinking. Shizumi sighed and continued. I'm pretty sure our subgroup is doomed to failure in the early stages. Let's just hope the other teams make better progress. Ant genes, Shiho murmured to herself. Right? It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Shizumi said, amused. Shiho didn't care about how absurd it seemed. After all, she had developed APTX 4869. Was there anything more ridiculous than that? Plus, she now had her talent ability to rely on. Picking up the research design, Shiho mentally set the target parameters for the ant-based gene enhancement agent as her skills standard. Her talent activated, projecting an estimated timeline. 1 year for initial results. Sigh. Shiho adjusted the parameters, having the benchmarks for stability and safety. The timeline dropped to 9 months. Still too long. They only had 3 months to deliver results. Shiho further lowered the standards, cutting stability and safety again. After several adjustments, she managed to bring the estimated time under 3 months. By this point, the standards have been reduced by over 80%. But with time running out, Shiho had no choice but to proceed. She activated her talent with the adjusted parameters. The next day, after the rest of the team members arrived, Shiho Mayano realized that she might have misunderstood the meaning of her skill. The estimated research time displayed by the skill was calculated based on the current number and quality of researchers involved. With more people joining the research, the estimated time immediately began to shrink, going from 3 months down to 2.5 months. Don't underestimate that extra half a month. It could be the deciding factor between success and error. However, Shiho Mayano needn't have worried. The research progressed exceptionally smoothly, with no major difficulties encountered throughout the process. Additionally, whether it was due to her unique status or the tight schedule, she didn't face any of the awkward situations that a typical new recruit in Japan might encounter. Not a single one. After 2 months and 13 days, the final version of the ultra-weak ant gene enhancement serum appeared in the laboratory. The serum had undergone its last round of non-human testing, conducted on monkeys, and the results were quite promising. The surviving test, monkeys showed significant improvements in abilities. With this phase completed, the subsequent steps were no longer Shiho Mayano's responsibility. After confirming that the serum had no immediate issues, bam, 4 out of the 7 researchers in the lab collapsed. During this period, all the researchers have been working relentlessly. What was pulling an all-nighter? They were practically living nocturnal lives for the sake of research. Now that the task was done, and they finally allowed themselves to relax, it was no surprise that they couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the spot. Fortunately, the medical team was stationed right outside the door, ready to provide assistance at any moment. Shiho Mayano used a mechanical arm to pick up a tube of the serum. She was, without a doubt, the one who had it toughest among them all. She not only had to engage in the research itself, but also had to familiarize herself with various pieces of equipment she had never used before. Back in university, getting to know the equipment alone could take a year. Luckily, Shiho Mayano was a genius who learned exceptionally fast. And gene enhancement serum, type I. Quality * green. Type * consumable. Effect * upon use. There is a 1% chance to increase strength by 3 points and agility by 1 point. A 33% chance to increase strength by 2 points and agility by 1 point while reducing intelligence by 3 points. A 33% chance to increase strength by 1 point while reducing intelligence by 2 points. And a 33% chance of death. Enhancement limit, 13. Rating * 21. * take a gamble. If you win, you'll gain strength. If you lose, you'll lose your life. Maruam *. Looking at the serum's effects, Shiho Mayano was speechless. Would anyone actually be willing to use this thing? One wrong move, and they turn into an idiot. Designated task completed. Would you like to return immediately for settlement? Note, the maximum stay in this world is 6 months. Shiho Mayano shook her head and muttered to herself, not returning. With the serum's current effects, she wasn't confident presenting it, and settling for the final rewards now wouldn't amount to much. It seemed she would need to apply to start the second round of research immediately. The remaining time should be enough to bring the serum's effects to a higher standard. Just as she was about to submit her application, she stepped off her chair, and her legs gave out beneath her, nearly causing her to collapse. The excessive strain on her body over this period had clearly taken its toll. Barely holding herself together, Shiho Mayano returned to her room and drifted into sleep. More than 10 hours later, when she awoke from her deep slumber, Shiho Mayano noticed a message from Ito Taro on her personal terminal. She got up, poured herself a glass of water, and made a call. "Ito-sensei, what's the matter?" she asked. "Shiho, I've heard about your significant contributions to the recent research. The results were quite good. But, unfortunately, I have some bad news. You can't rest just yet. We still need you for something else. I've slept, so I feel all right now. What's the issue this time?" "Well, the infection experiment group has used the T-virus to infect a specially bred canine species, creating a unique type of virus dog they've named the Hellhound. Their progress has far surpassed ours. The current effects of our gene enhancement serum are still inadequate. We need to keep pushing forward. Hellhound? What's its capability? If you're interested, I'll send you the details later. Also, I hope you can join a new research group in 1 day's time." "Understand. I'll join," Shiho Mayano replied while rubbing her temples. It seemed the moment she needed rest, there was always something else to do. What perfect timing. Out of curiosity, Shiho Mayano glanced at the data Ito Taro sent her. She had a feeling she'd be returning to the Resident Evil-like world again in the future. What she discovered truly shocked her. Aside from being rather ugly and having a low infection success rate, the Hellhound far outclassed their current serum in every other aspect. The report described an experiment where, against 13 Tibetan Mastiffs, a single Hellhound wiped out all 13 in a short amount of time. There's a saying, 1 Tibetan Mastiff can take on a tiger, and 3 can challenge a battleship. With 13, you're practically challenging the world. As she stared at the data, a thought suddenly struck Shiho Mayano. What if they could use the already altered Hellhound genes as a baseline for the serum? With that thought, Shiho Mayano took out her phone and messaged Ito Taro. "Ito-sensei, what do you think about using the Hellhound's genes as the baseline for our serum development?" Ito Taro's reply came quickly. "You got a point. That's an excellent idea. I'll report it to the higher-ups immediately." Not long after, Ito Taro's good news came through. Since this research task was completed relatively well, the higher-ups have approved your suggestion. They'll coordinate to provide us with some Hellhound genetic samples. However, in return, we'll need to supply a portion of our serum to the other research group. They want to test its effects on dogs. Shiho Mayano was slightly taken aback. These people were truly masters of drawing connections. At this rate, the Hellhounds might really become unstoppable. But that wasn't something Shiho Mayano was particularly concerned about. "Ito-sensei, I'd like to ask, could I simultaneously join 2 research groups?" Ido Taro's reply took a while this time, clearly indicating he was pondering her request. Are you sure? Sometimes overextending yourself isn't a good idea. It can be exhausting. I'm not afraid of being tired. All right then. I'll help you out. Consider it a reward for your contributions this time. Ido Taro interpreted Shiho Mayano's actions as an attempt to claim credit. By joining two research groups at once, she could reap the benefits from both sides. With this strategy, her career progression would undoubtedly accelerate. Shiho Mayano didn't bother explaining. After all, only 3 months remained. Thank you. Having secured what she wanted, Shiho Mayano hesitated slightly. Which research group should she assign her skill to? After some thought, she ultimately decided to allocate her skill to the Ant Gene Enhancement Group. After all, the development difficulty for the Hellhound-based serum would undoubtedly be higher. Given the circumstances, it was better to secure what could be achieved first. While Shiho Mayano was conducting research in the Resident Evil-like world, attempting to accumulate strength to overthrow the distillery, the first collective meeting of the Marvel world was unfolding in the Lord God space. All right, now that everyone is here, I officially declare this meeting open, Coulson announced, standing at the podium and addressing the attendees below. He was acting as the host for this meeting, a role suited to his temperament as the nice guy, which put everyone at ease. The attendees included the Underground Emperor Kingpin, Oscorp CEO Norman Osborn, Stark Industries CEO Tony Stark, SHIL the agents Coulson, Barton, and Natasha, the renowned scientist/warrior Dr. Banner, the ageless legend Captain Rogers, the Asgardian Prince Thor, the Chinese representative Zhao Jian, the Russian representative Rambo, and the Taoist representative Lin Jingning, among others. In short, if everyone here were to meet with an accident, the middle to upper tier combat power of the Lord God space will be cut by more than half. However, Chi Yun, the overseer of the space, would never allow such a thing to happen. After all, these were the best laborers who came with their own resources, the finest crops among the fields. How could they afford to lose any of them? Yesterday, the Lord God space issued a notification allowing the formation of adventurer teams. The minimum number of members is 10, with no upper limit. Additionally, the first 10 groups to submit an application will be exempted from providing a team crest. This meeting was called to discuss this matter and the considerations for forming such teams. Coulson began, introducing the main topic of the meeting. The conditions for forming an adventurer team are as follows. The average number of missions completed by the team's members must be at least 5. The team leader must have achieved an S-grade mission rating at least 3 times. Once these criteria are met, paying 100,000 Lord God points and 100 merit points will allow the adventurer team to be preliminarily established. As Coulson read out the requirements, the room remained calm. Important notifications from the Lord God space were always thoroughly studied by the attendees beforehand. None of them were newcomers. They all understood the significance of information. After gaining a basic understanding, they knew that the threshold for establishing an adventurer team was undeniably high. Although the Lord God space had been operational for some time, the average number of missions completed per person was only around 3. The requirement for an average of 5 missions per team member meant that any adventurer team would primarily consist of seasoned veterans. The Marvel world had an advantage here, as Tony Stark and the others had completed a higher number of missions, allowing them to include the recently joined Thor when forming a team. Based on calculations, the average number of missions completed by everyone present has exceeded 5. Therefore, we've already met the first requirement for forming an adventurer team. The main purpose of this meeting is to select our team leader, Coulson continued. The eligible candidates are Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, Zhao Jian, the Chinese representative, Lin Jing, the Taoist representative, and Rambo, the Russian representative. The selection will be decided through a vote. Each person will cast one anonymous vote, and the candidate with the most votes will be chosen. This voting system could only work at this stage. As the Lord God space expanded, a one-person, one-vote system would inevitably need to be adjusted. Otherwise, the top-tier participants, who had risked their lives countless times, would find it unacceptable to have the same voting rights as a newcomer. Moreover, the Marvel world, being the first world chosen by Chi Yun, had a relatively strong foundation. Just looking at the pool of candidates for team leader was enough to make those from other worlds, who wanted to form adventurer teams but couldn't find suitable leaders, green with envy. While the Marvel world began selecting their team leader, participants from other worlds were not idle either. Yes, the Marvel world was currently in first place, but they weren't the only members of the first tier. The Resident Evil world and the Naruto world were also major sources of mid-tier strength for the Lord God space. They had an advantage over Coulson's group in that they not only had candidates for team leaders, but also multiple options. However, the Ice Age world, which had joined the Lord God space earlier but had not developed well, was an exception. This was understandable, given the inherent disadvantages of their world. With no extraordinary powers and a world that had only just begun recovering, they were significantly behind. In the control room, Chi-Chi sat beside Chi-Yun, looking a little worried. Master, once adventure teams are formed, it'll make background checks on participants much simpler for them. Won't Aegea's status as a veteran be exposed? And so what? Chi-Yun replied with a question. Chi-Chi was momentarily confused by Chi-Yun's response. Chi-Chi, you need to understand that we're no longer in the early stages. There's no need to hide certain things anymore. Even if they find out, what can they do? Go on strike? I'm confident that many others would jump at the chance to help us solve any issues just to curry favor, Chi-Yun explained with a calm smile. But that would mean Aegea and I couldn't go out and play freely anymore. It had caused too much trouble, Chi-Chi sighed. She loved shopping the most. During this relatively peaceful period, Chi-Chi had snuck into the Marvel world and thoroughly enjoyed shopping at its various commercial centers. The joy she felt was something beyond ordinary comprehension. Why are you suddenly so narrow-minded? Where's that cleverness of yours gone? Chi-Yun teased with a chuckle. Women really did seem to lose some of their smarts when it came to shopping. The Lord God space has face protection. As long as you don't want to reveal your identity, who could possibly find out? And even if you do want to show your face, just come up with some excuse to fill the gap. It's no big deal. Oh, Chi-Chi's face lit up with realization. True. Chi-Yun shook his head, a bit speechless. Not just at Chi-Chi, but also at those preparing to form adventurer teams based on their respective worlds. How long had it been since the announcement? Not a single application had been submitted yet. Were they all suffering from chronic procrastination? Just as the thought crossed his mind, an application arrived. Alice and her team from the Resident Evil world had submitted theirs. The team composition was quite unusual. 2 artificial intelligences and a tyrant who had regained its sanity. A truly extraordinary combination. Over the course of the day, applications from the other 2 worlds trickled in as well. By the end, the Lord God space had gained 3 large teams. The Marvel World's adventure team was named the Pioneers Alliance, with Tony Stark as the team leader. The Resident Evil World's adventurer team was named the True Umbrella, led by Alice. The Naruto World's adventurer team was called the Legacy of Fire, with Jiraiya of the Sannin as the leader. From Chi-Yun's perspective, the number of teams formed today was still relatively low. After all, the minimum requirement for forming an adventurer team was only 10 members. Wasn't there anyone considering forming a smaller team? The exemption from the team crest requirement for the first 10 teams was no small incentive. Hey, Brother Lou, why aren't we forming an adventurer team? The team functions, benefits, and the ability to recruit people from other worlds are all great. We're short on people anyway, asked one of the suitable candidates from the Ice Age world. I'd love to, but where are we going to get 100,000 points and 100 merit points? Are you going to provide them? Right now, the funds we can actually move don't even add up to 10,000 points, let alone merit points. I can't come up with any of it, Niel Lu replied, shaking his head. To bring more vitality to the Ice Age world and create a better living environment, Niel Lu had poured nearly all his points into the world. There was simply nothing left to spare for establishing an adventure team. What do we do then? That team crest is definitely one of those rare resources. If we don't build a team now, when we don't need one, we'll miss our chance when it becomes mandatory. The underling asked anxiously. Having a structured adventurer team was extremely advantageous for the suitable candidates of any world. For a small world like the Ice Age world, bringing in fresh blood from other places and sticking together was essential for survival. How about, Brother Lou, we try borrowing? I heard Kingpin offers loans for points. The underling suggested hesitantly. Niel Lu rolled his eyes. 9 to 13 return ratio, and the borrower has to cover the contract fee? I can't afford that kind of high-interest loan. If worst comes to worst, everyone just has to work a little harder and take on more missions. Let's see if we can scrape together the points, Lu sighed. Got it, Brother Lu. While Lu was fretting over the situation, Shiho Mayano was encountering her own troubles. The development of the new serum had hit a roadblock, and progress on the Nemesis project had been stalled for some time. Sitting in her room, Shiho stared at the computer screen in front of her, her eyes strained from overwork. She ran a hand through her hair, and a few strands fell between her fingers. Sigh, at this rate, I'll need to invent a hair regrowth serum first, Shiho muttered with a faint smile. Her time at Umbrella Corporation had brightened her personality somewhat. Though Umbrella was far from a legitimate company, it was still better than the distillery. The benefits were better, the pay was higher, and even the atmosphere, strange as it was, felt more pleasant than that of the assassin factory. Plus, without Jin's constant ominous presence and sarcastic remarks, Shiho found her days considerably more tolerable. Shiho, where are you? The voice of Izumi Wako came through the phone. In the break room. Is there an issue with the enhancement serum? No, it's good news. Dr. Charles is here. Do you want to come meet him? Dr. Charles? You mean the inventor of the T-virus? Yeah, that's the one. There's a meeting in an hour. I just wanted to remind you. Got it. I'll head over now. Having spent so much time at Umbrella, Shiho had gained a new idol. Anyone capable of inventing the T-virus had to be extraordinary, and maybe even handsome, she thought. Unfortunately, reality was rarely kind. When Shiho entered the meeting room, she saw that Charles was an elderly man in a wheelchair. Not only was he far from handsome, but his aged and worn appearance made him look older than his years. Charles glanced at the researchers below, letting out a quiet sigh to himself. He had no desire to be here. Unfortunately, Umbrella held leverage over him, leaving him with no choice but to comply. His current situation was not unlike Shiho's back at the distillery. I've reviewed your research reports. You've made significant errors in the structural construction of the virus, Charles said softly as the screen behind him began displaying his prepared presentation. The meeting lasted a long time, but it was incredibly productive. Charles was undeniably a top-tier virologist, and with his guidance, the estimated research time for Shiho's skill was significantly reduced. Dr. Charles, may I have a moment of your time? Shiho approached Charles after the meeting. Charles looked up at the young girl before him. For her age, she had the physique of a small child, suggesting she too suffered from some kind of rare condition. It reminded him of his own daughter. With this shared connection in mind, his demeanor softened slightly. I'm heading to the cafeteria. If you have questions, you can ask me there, Charles replied. In the cafeteria, Shiho explained all her challenges to Charles in detail. Throughout, Charles remained silent. Dr. Charles, is there something wrong with my research? Shiho asked hesitantly. Charles was quiet for a moment before setting his spoon down with a clatter and looking at Shiho sternly. The biggest issue is the research itself. It should never exist in the first place. Shiho was startled by his reaction. What do you mean? Do you know how many lives you'll have to sacrifice for even a single success with your serum? Charles's face was flushed with anger, his voice rising. Shiho stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. To be fair, Shiho had always regarded the people here as virtual characters. It wasn't until Charles erupted in anger that she realized the full implications of her actions. In order to enhance the serum's effects, they had continuously lowered its stability in recent experiments. Even if this is a company directive and we can't fight back, you can't completely abandon your humanity. You've told me so much just now. Was any of it about reducing casualties? Charles continued, his voice filled with indignation. He felt that Umbrella had completely twisted the young girl's mindset. Shiho remained silent. She felt as though she had lost something of herself. Where was a researcher who once refused to use APTX 4869 for human testing out of conscience? With this thought, Shiho covered her face with her hand, falling into deep contemplation. Seeing her like this, Charles sighed. Shiho Mayano, right? You must always remind yourself of who you are. I can sense you're different from the others here. That's why I'm telling you this. This place is terrifying. The people around you influence you, subtly altering your thoughts over time. You need to stay true to your original self and understand your own path. Of course, I don't really have the right to lecture you. I'm just a butcher with blood on my hands. After all, Charles added bitterly. As he spoke, memories of his past resistance came flooding back. Under countless suppressions by the company, his acts of defiance had dwindled. Continuing his efforts to develop and improve antidotes had become his final line of resistance. Think about it carefully. I won't say more, Charles said, wheeling himself out of the cafeteria. Around them, people looked on, confused and unable to understand Charles's outburst. Shiho, don't mind him. He's not all there in the head. The company even issued a notice about it. Hazumi Wako said as she approached Shiho. Shiho looked up at her kind senior. After Charles's words, she finally realized the true horror of Umbrella's research division, the atmosphere. Here, people seemed utterly indifferent to the lives of strangers. I'll figure it out myself, Shiho replied with a faint smile before turning to leave. Quietly, Shiho terminated the task she had been halfway through and began completely revising the target serum's effects from scratch. Without Shiho Mayano's skill to provide support, even with the guidance Charles had given, the research soon hit a snag. After several days of stagnation with no progress, it was finally time for Shiho Mayano to step up. Relying on the trustworthy reputation she had built among her colleagues in the lab, Shiho discreetly guided them, bit by bit, in modifying the projected effects of the serum. By the time they realized, the serum had undergone a complete transformation. She had thought it through. She had found clarity. She absolutely could not allow herself to become the very kind of person she despised the most. And for that, she was grateful that it wasn't too late to turn things around. By the middle of the 6th month in the Resident Evil world, Shiho Mayano finally completed the serum she truly wanted to create. Shiho, the effects of this serum aren't stronger than the original. It looks like all these months of hard work were for nothing, Hazumi Wako commented as she looked at the data, her expression tinged with disappointment. Shiho didn't respond, only smiled faintly as she gazed at the serum before her. Gene Enhancement Serum, Ant Type 2, Quality * Blue, Type * Consumable. Effect * upon use. There's a 50% chance to increase strength by 1 point and agility by 1 point, and a 50% chance to increase strength by 1 point. Additionally, there's a 10% chance of immunity to low concentrations of the T-virus. Attribute Enhancement Limit, 10. Rating * 31. The purpose of drug development should be to reduce suffering and improve physical health. Because we are not just researchers, we should also think like physicians. A pharmaceutical developer, *. This was the kind of serum Shiho Mayano had truly wanted to create. While the Type 2 serum didn't enhance abilities as dramatically as the Type 1, it was stable and carried no severe side effects. Under normal circumstances, a serum like this wouldn't have been possible to develop in such a short amount of time. The reason for its success, of course, was that Shiho Mayano had gained a powerful ally. Back in the break room, Shiho could barely contain her excitement as she dialed Charles's number. Doctor, we did it. The death rate for the new serum is 0. As long as there are no special cases like severe drug allergies, no one should die from using it. Shiho exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Well done. This is fantastic, Charles replied, equally pleased. Both were smart enough to know that their conversations were likely being monitored, so there were some things they would never say over the phone. What they hadn't disclosed to the company was the final, hidden feature of the serum, its ability to provide partial immunity to low concentrations of the T-virus. With a serum like this, Umbrella would no doubt use it to expand its influence. And if the T-virus ever truly broke out one day, the serum could help save countless lives. For Charles, this project had also paved the way for his own redemption. He realized that his path to atonement lay in developing similar, life-saving serums. It was a meaningful new direction, one he was eager to pursue. And, as it happened, he was just in time to celebrate his daughter starting elementary school, offering her a prayer for health and happiness. Shiho, if you ever have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'll do whatever I can to help, Charles offered. Through their collaboration, Charles had come to see Shiho as not only highly capable, but also someone whose personality made her an ideal partner in research. Thank you, Doctor. I certainly will, Shiho replied with a smile. Though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, she wouldn't be able to stay much longer. Oh, one more thing I've been meaning to ask. Your physique, this must be the result of some kind of genetic condition, right? If the opportunity arises, I think we might be able to work on a treatment for it, Charles added. Thank you, Doctor, Shiho answered, a touch helplessly. Asterisk, you probably won't believe this, but this condition I brought upon myself. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in Umbrella's upper echelons, a meeting was underway regarding Shiho Mayano's recent research. You've all seen the reports on the new serum, right? I think this is a great opportunity. Long-term research has put the company's financial structure in a precarious state. This could be the perfect turning point. But Charles was so cooperative this time. It feels a bit off, one executive remarked. Maybe he's finally come around. It's been so long after all. Let's do this. Improve Charles's benefits and relax some of his restrictions. Let him know that as long as he continues to cooperate, everything will get better for him. All right, I agree with that. However, we should be cautious about rolling out the serum. It needs careful consideration. Well, you're the chairman. It's your call. But let's be clear. The company's financials are in bad shape. The stock price has been falling for a long time. To put it bluntly, we're running out of money. Maybe it's time to cut down on a few T-virus research teams. At this point, no one in the meeting dared to argue further. For Umbrella, the T-virus was as central and irreplaceable as APTX 4869 was to the distillery, a project that could never be abandoned or taken lightly. In her final days in the Resident Evil world, Shiho Mayano was truly happy. Every day, her face was lit up with a smile. After improving the gene enhancement serum, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. In a way, it felt like she had been redeemed. However, despite her happiness, Shiho continued to maintain a certain distance from Hazumi Wako and the others. After spending time with them, she could clearly sense that these researchers' values had been completely shaped and solidified by Umbrella's environment. There was no way to change them. By keeping her distance, she could better preserve her own principles, ensuring she wouldn't unconsciously be influenced by their mindset. Soon, the time limit for her stay in this world arrived. In her final moments, Shiho placed a call to Charles. Though she didn't say it outright, her tone carried a clear sense of farewell. She also purchased a Prada handbag, placing inside it a figurine of her favorite animal as a gift for Charles's daughter. She hoped that this lovely child would recover her health soon. The world stay limit has been reached. Suitable candidate is now returning to the Lord God space. Please prepare for departure. Asterisk, asterisk. What will happen to this identity once I leave? Shiho asked in her mind. As the suitable candidate held a logistical role, this identity will be preserved. After the suitable candidate's departure, the Lord God space will simulate behavior based on the candidate's actions to maintain continuity. Note, future task alignments and specific behaviors from the suitable candidate may also affect the simulated identity's actions. I understand. Thank you, Shiho said softly, glancing around her break room one last time before closing her eyes. Upon hearing her thanks, the Lord God space seemed to carry out the teleportation with a gentler touch, carefully extracting Shiho Mayano from this world and bringing her back to the Lord God space. Asterisk, asterisk. The suitable candidate has arrived at the Lord God space. Task settlement commencing. Asterisk, asterisk. Derived world asterisk Resident Evil. World difficulty asterisk LV0, LV5. World origin obtained asterisk 20%. Number of tasks completed asterisk 1. Task rating asterisk A. Overall rating asterisk A+. Rewards are being distributed. Logistics personnel identity obtained asterisk mid-level researcher, Shiho Mayano. Repeatable identity obtained asterisk yes. Single task publishing permission obtained asterisk yes. Shiho Mayano looked at the mission settlement results and felt fairly satisfied with her performance this time. There were a number of hidden gains that the Lord God space didn't explicitly display. For example, her deeper understanding of virology, her proficiency with advanced scientific instruments, and similar skills she had acquired during her stay. The only thing she didn't quite understand was the single task publishing permission listed among her rewards. Luckily, the Lord God space provided descriptions for such items. Single task publishing permission. Type asterisk special. Description asterisk you may publish a directed task through the Lord God space. Whether the task is accepted will depend on the rewards offered by the publisher. In simple terms, this item gave Shiho an opportunity to play the role of a boss. But as the boss, she would need to provide the salary for her employees out of her own pocket. Looking at the details, Shiho's heart raced with excitement. She didn't even feel like checking the rest of the mission settlement. At that moment, she had only one thought. The distillery's days are numbered. Calm down, calm down. Shiho Mayano, you need to stay calm. Don't act recklessly. Shiho shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to regain composure. Task settlement details, asterisk. Task completed, asterisk, gene enhancement serum. Task briefing, asterisk, successfully developed gene enhancement serum. Ant type 1, 2. Task rating, asterisk B. Rewards obtained, asterisk, formula for developed serum. 5,000 Lord God points, 1 merit point. Logistics personnel identity. Note, between missions, you will receive a designated amount of Lord God points to purchase raw materials for existing formulas. Additional rewards being processed. Virus manuscript, Charles. Quality, asterisk, blue. Type, asterisk, book. Description, asterisk. This book contains Charles's years of research on viruses and his personal insights. Asterisk. Remember your original intent and don't lose it. Charles, asterisk. This reward was incredibly important for Shiho Mayano. Charles's years of effort and experience were all contained within this book. If she could fully grasp its contents, she might even be able to recreate the T-virus herself. After the settlement concluded, Shiho returned to her designated room. Reminder: logistics personnel can extend their stay in the Lord God space by paying Lord God points. Initial stay duration is 7 days. Hearing the prompt, Shiho glanced briefly at the cost for extending her stay. She quickly turned her gaze away. It was far too expensive for her to afford right now. Shiho's small room in the Lord God space was well equipped. Compared to the technological level of the Detective Conan world, the facilities here were far more advanced. Due to her logistics personnel status, the room even included a dedicated workspace. As someone who was almost entirely consumed by her work, Shiho's first instinct was to head straight to the workspace. The workspace was equipped with some very basic research tools. Opening the raw materials exchange list, Shiho noticed her allocated research budget from the Lord God space, a total of 10,000 Lord God points. These points could only be used to purchase raw materials listed in the exchange catalog. She spent 2,000 points to exchange for 5 sets of raw materials and test tubes for the Ant Type 2 serum. However, when she prepared to start production, she realized a glaring issue. The equipment provided by the Lord God space was completely insufficient. Some of the specialized equipment required for producing the serum wasn't available in the workspace. The exchange list did include an option for custom equipment, but the prices were steep. If she were to order all the necessary equipment here, her research budget would be almost entirely depleted. Tapping her fingers on the desk, Shiho decided to take a walk. Perhaps there was someone out there who could craft these devices for her, hopefully at a lower cost. Plus, this would be a good opportunity to gather information about the rewards for non-logistics personnel, helping her prepare for her task publishing. Stepping out of her room, Shiho made her way past the shops to her destination, the trading plaza. The plaza was bustling with activity. Due to the high rent for plaza shops, most people opted to set up temporary stalls instead, giving the area a lively, marketplace-like atmosphere. As soon as she arrived, the most noticeable stall had a large sign that read, "Pioneers Alliance welcomes your membership." The sign also listed the requirements for joining: at least 5 completed missions or 2 S-rank evaluations. Priority given to individuals with special talents. At the bottom of the sign, a bold line of text stood out. Logistics personnel may join unconditionally. Benefits negotiable. Shiho scanned the plaza. Judging by its central location, it seemed that the Pioneers Alliance was the leading group here. Behind the stall sat a man in a suit, patiently waiting for qualified candidates to come forward for inquiries. As he glanced around, his eyes landed on Shiho, a young girl wearing a white lab coat. There's an old saying, never underestimate the elderly or the young. In the Lord God space, this was especially true for young girls. Hello, friend. Would you like to learn more about the Pioneers Alliance? Our benefits and support for newcomers are among the best in the entire Lord God space. The man greeted Shiho warmly. Shiho clasped her hands behind her back and approached the stall. Interested? The man asked with a friendly smile. Well, I'm interested, but I don't meet the requirements, Shiho replied calmly. No problem. It's always good to learn more ahead of time. We only got here a little earlier than you. Take your time, be cautious, and you'll definitely make it, the man said enthusiastically, setting down the application form in his hand. He wasn't dismissive of newcomers, and his attitude was respectful without being overly humble. So far, Shiho found this team to be quite decent. I have a question. Does the Pioneers Alliance sell equipment? Shiho asked after a moment of thought. Equipment. The man looked puzzled. What kind of equipment? Specialized pharmaceutical equipment. Do you have any business in that area? Specialized pharmaceutical equipment. The man's voice rose in surprise, his face lighting up with excitement. Realizing his volume, he quickly lowered his voice. Friend, how about we discuss this at our headquarters? We've got top-notch tea, beverages, and professionals waiting there. As he spoke, the man discreetly sent a message through the Alliance's sub-channel. Possible logistics personnel identified. All right, Shiho agreed with little hesitation. The Lord God space was the safest place there was. She wasn't afraid of any potential danger. But what about your stall? No worries, I can leave it in managed mode, the man replied. As he spoke, the stall's original position was taken over by a virtual figure, which began handling inquiries in his place. Inside the spacious Pioneers Alliance office hall, Shiho Mayano sat quietly, sipping tea while waiting for the relevant personnel to arrive. The office was a two-story building covering nearly 1,000 square meters, a property Tony Stark had insisted on renting despite opposition. The investment had paid off tremendously, as many suitable candidates, after witnessing the grandeur of the place, were convinced to join the team. Tony had even entertained the idea of buying the space outright. However, Chiyun, having struggled with real estate prices in a previous life, decided to pass on that headache to others this time around. The purchase price for the property was exorbitantly high, and it also required the payment of a significant amount of merit points, far beyond the reach of a newly established adventurer team. Even if all the team members pooled their resources, it wouldn't be enough to buy a single floor. It wasn't long before Dr. Bruce Banner arrived. Since the other key members of the Pioneers Alliance were out on missions, he was the only one available to handle the matter. Every logistics personnel member was a precious asset, highly sought after by all teams. The competition to recruit them was as fierce as a corporate war. The Pioneers Alliance owed much of its current success to Tony Stark, a non-logistics personnel member who somehow had the skills of one. Hello, you must be Miss Shiho Mayano. I'm Bruce Banner, the head of the research group here. Bruce introduced himself as he approached. Hello, Dr. Banner, Shiho replied, standing up and extending her hand toward the scholarly-looking man. After a polite handshake, Bruce took a seat across from her. I hear you're looking to purchase some specialized equipment, he asked. Yes, I wanted to inquire if your team handles such orders, Shiho confirmed. We do. We have one of the most comprehensive industrial systems among all suitable candidates. Most equipment can be custom-made at reasonable prices. However, I can offer you an even better option. A better option? That's right. You're a logistics personnel member, correct? We currently offer special benefits for logistics personnel. If you join our alliance, we'll cover all the costs of the equipment you need. Additionally, for any serums or equipment you produce, we only take a 1/5 commission. This is far more generous than what the Lord God space offers. 1/5. Shiho frowned slightly, puzzled. Yes, if you use the Lord God space's allocated research funds, the space takes 2/5 of any successful production. And if your production has a high failure rate, you might only walk away with some manufacturing experience, Bruce explained calmly. Shiho double-checked the details of her allocated research funds and found what Bruce said to be true. There really was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After some thought, however, Shiho decided not to join the alliance. It wasn't that she found it unappealing. Rather, she was still new to the Lord God space and wanted to get a better understanding of things before making such a significant commitment. If I don't join, can I still purchase the equipment from your team? She asked. Of course, Bruce replied with a smile. It seems you're confident in your own abilities. As long as you provide clear specifications, we'll offer you the most competitive price. Also, if you're ever interested in selling any products you manufacture or even your task publishing permission, I can assure you that we'll offer the best prices available. You really do seem to buy just about everything, Shiho remarked dryly. Bruce chuckled, but didn't elaborate. Task publishing permissions were extremely valuable. His ability to coexist peacefully with the Hulk was thanks to a task he'd taken on recently. Though it had cost him dearly, the results were well worth it. Let's focus on the equipment for now, Shiho said, steering the conversation back to her immediate needs. Of course, Bruce agreed, pulling out a stack of forms. You can write down your requirements here. Since different worlds have different names for equipment, we'll do our best to meet your specifications. Shiho nodded. So far, her impression of the Pioneers Alliance was quite positive. They were professional and thorough in their approach. After filling out the form, Bruce took a look at it and frowned slightly. Some of the equipment listed was beyond their capabilities. Is there a problem? Shiho asked, noticing his reaction. To be honest, there are a few items we can't produce, Bruce admitted. The critical components for those devices are currently only available through Umbrella. Umbrella? Shiho exclaimed, startled. Could it be that Umbrella's influence had grown to the point of spanning multiple worlds? Then again, reflecting on her months at Umbrella, she was puzzled. The company didn't seem nearly powerful enough to operate on such a scale. Don't misunderstand. This Umbrella was established by a group of suitable candidates from the Resident Evil world, Bruce clarified. When it comes to virus-related equipment, they're the most specialized team. Do you know where their office is? Could you tell me? If it's inconvenient, that's fine too, Shiho asked. She was used to Umbrella's equipment and wasn't ready to switch to alternatives just yet. They don't have an office building yet, just a base of operations. Office space is expensive. We only managed to rent this place because our products sell well, Bruce explained. But don't worry, our team leader has a good relationship with theirs. We can source all the equipment you need from them, though it might take some time. Shiho nodded in understanding. Will it cost more if I go through your team to get the equipment? Not at all. Our products have fixed prices. Unless you join their team, the cost will be the same, Bruce assured her. This pricing policy wasn't set by the Lord God Space, but rather by Tony and several other leaders of teams with monopolized products. It was designed to prevent malicious competition. I see. Then I'll leave it to you, Shiho said, relieved. The cost of customizing the equipment would likely drain most of her resources. Even so, she wasn't willing to join an adventurer team just yet. After chatting with Bruce for so long, Shiho found herself entertaining a bold idea. Could she establish an adventurer team based on her own world? Of course, before putting this idea into motion, Shiho would need to research several things. Costs, revenue streams, the conditions required to achieve profitability, the minimum amount of liquid capital needed to sustain operations, and more. Starting a milk tea shop in an ordinary world was already no easy feat. Establishing an adventurer team in the Lord God Space would undoubtedly be even more challenging. Without proper preparation, a hastily established team could easily end up like most milk tea shops, opening with great fanfare, only to close quietly soon after. Entrepreneurship and team management weren't things just anyone could handle. After leaving the Pioneers Alliance, Shiho Miyano began wandering through the trading plaza, casually observing and analyzing the pricing trends in the area. The plaza was bustling with suitable candidates setting up stalls to sell equipment. Most of the goods were white or green tier items, and Shiho didn't spot a single piece of blue tier equipment. Among the items, firearms were the most common. Since ammunition was a consumable, some types of which could only be custom ordered through the Lord God Space, most candidates opted to sell their firearms when replacements or alternatives were available. From what Shiho could see, most white tier items were priced under 1,000 points. The only item exceeding that price was a heavy machine gun with properties that increased stability and added 1 point to strength, but reduced 1 point of agility and slightly decreased movement speed. This weapon was ideal for defensive scenarios, particularly in the Resident Evil world when defending a stronghold. Unsurprisingly, it drew a crowd of interested buyers. However, its relatively high price led to a stalemate in negotiations. Isn't there anything that increases attributes? How am I supposed to price things like this? Shiho muttered to herself. Hearing her comment, a nearby man's eyes lit up, and he sidled over. Hey there, friend. Got any gear that increases attributes? Let me take a look, the man said, exuding the vibe of a second-hand dealer. Shiho gave him a once-over, noting that he didn't seem like an experienced, suitable candidate. "What's your budget?" she asked cautiously. Who starts by asking about the budget? "Come on, friend, just show me the item, and I'll give you a fair offer," the man replied, grinning shamelessly. After a moment's hesitation, Shiho decided to show him the details of the Ant-Type 2 serum. The man's expression instantly shifted. His face lit up with a fawning smile, brimming with admiration. "Whoa, this serum's effects are amazing. I'll offer you 3,000 points and 1 merit point. I know it might seem a bit low, but I can help you set a fair and competitive price for it," the man said, thumping his chest confidently. "I'm pretty well known around this plaza and have a reputation for accurate pricing. Trust me, I won't steer you wrong." Shiho thought for a moment. Spending hours trying to figure out pricing on her own didn't seem practical, and having someone reliable handle it would save her a lot of time and effort. "All right, we can sign a contract. If you can help me set a reasonable price, I'll agree to sell you 1 dose at the price you just mentioned," Shiho said after some deliberation. "Deal. Follow me," the man replied enthusiastically. "My name's manhwaedit. Before joining the Lord God space, I was a businessman specializing in middleman services. I've got a good eye for pricing," Ma explained as he led Shiho to his rest area. He then pulled out a thick stack of papers and spread them across the table. "These are price records I've collected for various items. They'll come in handy for setting the right price. Aren't you worried I'll use this information to undercut your business?" Shiho asked curiously. "You won't. Small-time deals like these wouldn't interest any logistics personnel," Ma replied with a knowing smile. "Besides, I already have collaborations with several adventure teams. I provide them with up-to-date price data. If you wanted this information, you wouldn't need to come here for a bootleg copy. You could just ask them directly." Shiho nodded, finding his reasoning plausible. "All right, tell me your analysis." Currently, there are very few ways to directly increase attributes in the Lord God space. Aside from blank attribute points earned through tasks, there are almost no other options. Based on the data I've gathered, increasing 1 point below the 10-point threshold with a blank attribute point is valued at over 10,000 points. And since they can't be traded, the actual value is likely even higher. Now, as a serum, your product increases specific attributes rather than blank ones, so the price would naturally be lower. Factoring in the probability of multiple increases and the additional effects, I'd say your serum's most likely market price would be around 10,000 Lord God points. Manhwaedit spoke with confidence, clearly convinced of the accuracy of his estimation. "You just saying that without any data to back it up?" Shiho asked, still a bit skeptical. "Of course I have data," Ma replied, laying out several documents in front of Shiho. "This one here details a contract item that increases 3 points of intelligence, 2 points of speed, and 1 point of constitution, with an upper limit of 13. The drawback is that for the next 3 tasks, the user must accept an additional demon-issued task. Failure costs their soul. This item sold for 30,000 points and 2 merit points. Now, this one is mid-tier. It's a blue-quality arm guard that increases 2 attribute points and comes with a skill. When health drops below 50%, the user gains an additional 1 point of strength and 1 point of constitution. The downside is that it reduces 1 point of agility and makes the user more prone to anger. This arm guard sold for 10,000 points and 2 merit points. I base my pricing for your serum primarily on this item," Ma explained, firing off his points like a machine gun. "If you're using that as a reference, how did you settle on 10,000 as the price?" Shiho pressed, trying to follow his logic. "Well, your serum is specifically targeted at mortal-level users. Its base price should be higher than that of gear offering equivalent attribute increases. However, the limit on attribute gains from your serum caps its maximum price. Factoring in the average income of most suitable candidates in the Lord God space, 10,000 points is a fair starting price. As incomes rise, the price of your serum could also increase. Additionally, if someone is willing to pay with merit points, I'd suggest slightly relaxing the price. Currently, the exchange rate for merit points is 3,500 points per 1 merit point, but merit points are incredibly rare and valuable," Ma elaborated. Shiho pondered his analysis. The logistics personnel status really was powerful. She could produce 5 doses of serum for just 2,000 points in raw materials. Factoring in success rates, she'd likely end up with 3 usable doses. Even after handing over to the Lord God's space, she'd still make a solid profit. You seem pretty knowledgeable. Could you explain what you mean by mortal level? Shiho asked, brushing her hair aside. Oh, sure. It's a term that's been floating around. Basically, anyone with a maximum attribute below 10 points is considered mortal level. Those with a maximum attribute below 21 points are classified as being in the transition to extraordinary phase. Of course, these classifications are purely based on attributes, Ma explained. Your serum is primarily aimed at building a foundation. At this level, attributes can still be increased through physical training, which is why the price can't go any higher. You make a good point. If I had the option of training, I might not spend so much on a serum, Shiho admitted, finding his logic reasonable. Don't worry too much. Training isn't that easy, especially for attributes like 9 or 10. It's incredibly difficult to improve them through sheer effort. That's why the market for your serum is still huge, Ma said, launching into another rapid-fire explanation. His words left Shiho both dizzy and somewhat convinced of his expertise. After leaving Ma Huayun's house, Shiho Mayano felt a bit more clear-headed, only to find herself confused again. In just half an hour of conversation, she had inadvertently revealed half of her secrets. His eloquence was simply astonishing. When he spoke, he was filled with such passion that it was impossible not to be drawn in. His words carried a natural charisma, making it incredibly easy to trust him. Glancing back at the portal behind her, Shiho Mayano sighed. She realized she was still inexperienced in navigating the complexities of the world and far too prone to falling into others' traps. She resolved to be more cautious in the future. But, on the other hand, what he said really did make a lot of sense. After returning to her room, Shiho Mayano didn't immediately start working on her chemical formula. For one, she still needed to wait for the equipment from the pioneers. 2, she had something even more important to do. That important task was to issue a mission. The first one she posted was a mission to clear out the organization's distillery division. The goal was to ensure that all personnel involved faced legal consequences. After some hesitation, she even added her own name to the mission details. The required points and rewards for the mission immediately skyrocketed to a staggering amount, far beyond what she could afford. Upon removing her name, Shiho realized that even then, the cost was something she couldn't pay. It seemed this was not going to be resolved in one swift stroke. After silently resetting the mission template, she changed the target to gin and vodka instead. This significantly reduced the mission requirements. Just as she was about to confirm, she stopped herself. She truly disliked gin. From an emotional standpoint, she would love nothing more than to see him behind bars. But rationality told her eliminating gin alone wouldn't solve the underlying problem. The real issue was the shadowy mastermind behind the organization. Unfortunately, she had no idea who that was. Assigning a mission to expose and deal with a mastermind would involve a lengthy process of deduction, take too much time, and be prohibitively expensive. As Shiho contemplated this, she suddenly realized she might need to create a long-term mission. While it wasn't feasible to uproot the organization entirely at the moment, she could still cause them some trouble. With this in mind, she set the mission objective to weaken the organization's influence, thinking it might even force the mastermind to reveal themselves. Perhaps Jin could be removed in the process as well. 3 birds with 1 stone. How perfect! Once the mission was issued, Shiho found herself at a loss for what to do next. Having been under the organization's control for so many years, she had never developed hobbies of her own. Her life had revolved solely around developing APTX. However, staying idle wasn't an option either. If she wasted too much time, she wouldn't be able to get back to producing the chemical formula. Though a bit apprehensive, Shiho returned to her world, hoping someone would take up the mission soon. The main god space dropped her off in a safe area, placing her in the familiar world of Detective Conan. She found herself near the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, where she had once worked. Dressed in a low-profile, yet appropriate outfit, Shiho Mayano stepped out of an alley and began walking slowly down the street. Almost unconsciously, she found herself heading toward the place where she had worked for so many years. The building was now a scorched ruin, as though it had been ravaged by a fire. She froze in place, staring at the charred walls. For the first time, she felt a pang of homelessness. Not that she had ever wanted to return to her old home, but now even that place was gone. Standing there, lost in thought, a name flashed through her mind. Shinichi Kudo? With this sudden inspiration, Shiho turned and left the area. However, going to Shinichi Kudo's house was out of the question. Not only was he unlikely to be there, but the place was probably under the organization's surveillance. Right next to Shinichi's house, though, was Dr. Agasa's residence. During her investigation into Shinichi's background, Dr. Agasa had come up as well, a peculiar inventor whose serious projects always seemed problematic, but whose mad science inventions were oddly successful. Ding dong! Shiho rang the doorbell. Dr. Agasa had been tidying up his yard when he heard the bell. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Shiho Mayano, her delicate features as perfect as a porcelain doll. Dr. Agasa, who had lived alone for many years and had no children of his own, had a soft spot for kids. "Hello there." Dr. Agasa crouched down to meet her gaze, smiling warmly. "Are you lost? Do you need me to call your family?" "There's no need. Besides, I don't have any family," Shiho replied, her demeanor turning cool again now that she was back in this world. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is there something I can help you with? Could I come in and sit for a while? Standing outside feels a bit silly." "Of course, come on in." Dr. Agasa led her inside and seated her on the couch, bringing out some homemade cookies and a drink. "Have a snack first." "What's your name?" he asked gently. "Shiho Mayano," she replied, taking a sip of the drink. "You can also call me Sherry." "Sherry? Like the wine." Dr. Agasa chuckled as he made the connection. "Your nickname is quite spirited. It's not just similar, it is the name," Shiho said with a faint smile. Dr. Agasa's expression turned slightly awkward. "That's an unusual nickname." "It's not unusual at all. In that place, all the code names are based on alcohol," Shiho explained, leaning back on the couch. "The drug that shrank Shinichi Kudo, that was my invention." Dr. Agasa's eyes widened in shock. His plump frame seemed to tremble as he struggled to process her words. "There's no need to call the police," Shiho said calmly. "I escaped from there. They shouldn't know I'm here." "What do you mean?" "They killed the only family I had left. So I took the drug myself and escaped," Shiho said quietly, lowering her head. Dr. Agasa was silent for a moment. Then he picked up a cookie from the plate and handed it to her. "My condolences. Here, have something to eat. It must have been tough escaping on your own." Shiho looked at him in surprise. Was he really this trusting? Do you not like the cookies? I can make you something else if you prefer." "I have hamburgers too," Dr. Agasa said, smiling kindly. "Aren't you going to call the police?" "No rush. You've clearly been through a lot. I imagine there are plenty of people out there searching for you. You probably haven't had a proper meal in ages. Food comes first, then we can talk," Dr. Agasa said as he got up. Shiho was momentarily at a loss. She had planned to use the promise of restoring Shinichi Kudo to his original state as leverage to stop Dr. Agasa from reporting her. But now it seemed unnecessary. Sitting on the couch, she watched as Dr. Agasa bustled about his chaotic kitchen, preparing food for her. For the first time, she felt a faint sense of belonging in this unfamiliar place. Getting up from the couch, Shiho walked over to him. "Doctor, let me help you." In the main God's dimension, as soon as Shiho Mayano left and returned to the Detective Conan world, Chi-Yun immediately became aware of it. It wasn't because she was particularly special. Resources for support personnel were limited, but not to the point of requiring Chi-Yun's personal attention. The true reason for his interest lay with someone else, Conan, or rather, Shinichi Kudo. Before the world reset, Shinichi Kudo had used a string of coordinates as leverage to secure a promise from Chi-Yun. That promise was to do his best to protect Kudo's world, and, if necessary, to awaken him again. This was why Chi-Yun had flagged the Detective Conan world as one of special interest. Should any problems arise, he'd be able to respond immediately. It was currently the only world where both Chi-Yun and its inhabitants were aware of each other's coordinates. Moreover, the string of numbers, like bargaining chips, was the coordinate of another world. It had been obtained from the dark entity that had attached itself to Shinichi Kudo. Before the entity dissipated, Shinichi had memorized the coordinates. Undoubtedly, that world was now under the control of the Dimension System architects. Recently, Chi-Yun had been searching for that world. While he had the coordinates, the difference in coordinate systems meant it still required effort to locate. If he succeeded, it might lead him to the system architect's headquarters, assuming, of course, they were foolish enough to set their base as the origin point of their coordinate system. "Sir, do you want to limit Shiho Mayano's ability to post missions?" Chi-Chi asked. "No need. As long as she's not planning to take out Shinichi Kudo, let her do as she pleases," Chi-Yun replied, shaking his head. "By the way, how are your younger siblings doing? You, as their elder sister, should keep an eye on them. Things outside don't require your help right now." Chi-Yun's words drew Chi-Chi's thoughts back to the nightmare she had only recently escaped. A veritable hell where a group of children with special abilities squabbled and fought endlessly. Punishments left them crying louder than the last. Yet within half